Oh, and then I should be able to ask Brendan some technical questions, and we can take it from there. We have to prepare, of course, for my absence, and Aristides can hear us. So, hey,
Yeah, how's it going?
well, let's hear both your voice and Peter's on the online broadcasting software and see if it takes.
Hey,
Okay.
Peter. Hope everything's going well.
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, by that time I already switched to see if we were
Very good.
live streaming. El Nemo says loud and clear. Acid Kick says three dragons, bless you. And let us know if you've heard Peter and Aristides. And let's see if we can get our man Brendan on board and ask some technical questions, since I did forewarn him I would be calling him tonight. And he doesn't seem to be available. But of course, that goes without fucking saying, doesn't it? That's just par for the course. All right, then. What we're going to do is go back to working with our two gentlemen. Brendan is at least on the call and hopefully has the common sense to join us on bandwidth. I'm going to, of course, take advantage of this time, since Brendan is not here to ask technical questions. Probably for just the briefest of few-minute periods, I'm going to have Peter and Aristides hold the stage while I take care of some last-minute things around me in studio, so to speak, and just make myself as comfortable as possible. It's kind of in a bizarre setup tonight because, of course, everything that's happening as soon as morning hits. So El Nemo says, can hear them both. T-Tank Berry says, God bless these authentic transmissions. El Nemo says Peter's volume is low, however, and yeah, acid.
Maybe I can do something about that.
Yes.
Maybe I can do two things about that, and I will see what I can do about that.
Excellent,
In
excellent.
fact,
Yeah.
now is this better right now? Please tell me in the message box. I just
Yeah.
does that help?
According to Acid Kick 96, he says, "Good evening, Douglas and Team D, all loud and clear." And so apparently all of you. Yeah.
Question.
Yeah. So
Because the same person who was complaining needs to respond.
yes, El Nemo in Australia, let us know. He says, "Bit better." Thank you.
Okay.
That should help. Well, he's certainly loud enough to me. And so our numbers are, of course, gathering, and people are gathering around, and that's important. I might make a bit of noise hustling about while I just take care of some things
Why don't
around.
you tell us about this sleek young body in the show poster for tonight?
Okay, so there is a point to that. Obviously, trying to prep for getting ready for hotel life for a night. I'm actually inside one of the dorms of one of the Blood Boys, and photograph was taken by them. Again, always protecting identities of everyone involved. It does make a point because my scar from my chest tube site is clearly visible. I do want everyone to understand that that's something I felt people needed to see, because I earned those scars in Operation Desert Storm, and it is a service to your country, your empire, which is vociferously denied by the military. There's all these claims that I never served, of course, and I was dishonorably discharged. But the chest tube puncture site is clearly visible on that side. I have very few on that side, less than I do on the right side, where the majority of the collapses took place. There's only two on my left side, the angle from which that photograph was obviously taken. One of them is hidden under my armpit. The others, the rest are of my 7 scars, are on the right side. But the fact that it does show one of the chest tube sites, I felt was it rated showing to our listeners, and so I do want to clarify the context of that further into the program, but the general message of it should be clear now. We will go back to that later and just reiterate the point. T-Tank Barry says that Peter Moon is crystal clear. So you're crystal clear to T-Tank Berry in California, and to Acid Kick 96 in San Francisco, and so to El Nemo in Australia. It's understandable there might be some issues. Certainly, Brendan Zogit and I were trying to communicate about what we're going to have to do during my time that I'm off the grid. And at that time, they hit both his Skype and my Skype, so that our Skypes had to be reloaded. It was pretty awful. I did not want to speak to him or anybody the day that I spoke to him, which was think about Friday. It was Thursday or Friday, and but we had to because of the upcoming. We know this for a fact because they telegraphed or their punch. They rattled before they struck. We know that while I'm off grid for that period of time, they are going to attempt to upload all kinds of videos onto my channel to get multiple strikes and get the channel taken down. So it's simply, that is what Brendan is going to have to deal with. I have no access to the computer during that entire time. There's going to be no way I'm going to be able to access it from any place else. A lot of people don't understand that's the whole point of passwords, and I don't know if anyone's ever run anything. You know, obviously people run productions and people run their own channels. I don't know if anyone ever has to do it being a micro celebrity while being basically the equivalent of a wanted fugitive simultaneously. This is something most people just don't have a problem with. But if I were to try and access my own production studio from, say, the hotel room, guaranteed I would not be able to get into my own studio, simply because it doesn't matter what the password is. I'd be heading in from a different IP address. And because I'd be trying to get in from a different IP address, Google would shut me down. And then they would shut down my access when I got home and basically say somebody tried to get into your computer through a different IP address. We suspect it's a hack, and therefore we've shut down your entire system. And they would do that because they've done it before. So believe me, I've learned the hard way that this cannot be done. So Brendan, now that you're with us, let's arrange for something. First off, I need you to talk so you can answer me some technical questions. Let's hear your voice and see if people can hear you, okay?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. We're glad to have you with us. And you sound awful. Tinny, tiny. Why is that? Where are you?
Yeah, I'm traveling, so this is my ability at the moment.
Okay. All right. So we'll do what we can with that. What I'm going to say is am I going to get into trouble producing my show, trying to get into my studio from like a back angle, like opening it up a separate window, pushing the button and getting into my studio to try and find the guy I'm trying to unblock while producing the show? Is that something that I can do?
No, you can do it. You can do it
Okay.
in tandem, and it shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, now aside from that, what I need to arrange with you is when am I going to call you from my cell phone to do status checks on how your monitoring of the channel is going to be going on Monday night through Tuesday morning. So we're going to have to arrange a schedule for my calling you for status checks. So is that doable?
Yeah, I will be. I'll let you know my schedule because I'll be off that day, so I'll be doing some things.
Okay.
But I will be monitoring the channel.
Okay. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? You'll be monitoring the channel, and could you repeat the rest of the sentence, please?
Yeah, while I'm doing my duties for that day, I will be also monitoring.
Okay, excellent. I definitely want to thank you for that, and honestly, we couldn't do this without you because this is the last day you can do something like this for a while.
Yeah, one moment. Let me enhance the audio because it's hard.
Okay. And so he's enhancing audio, but I think we got our major communications across. Brendan, can you hear us now? Okay, then there we
now,
go.
Is this better? I can hear you.
It's a little better. You sound a little better. Can you hear me at all?
Yes. Okay. Now I can hear you.
Okay. So do we talk about this as soon as transmission is over? Because obviously I'm going to be preparing to leave. So do we? As soon as transmission is over, we'll be about.
Well, I'll text you my stuff.
Okay.
It'll be on your phone.
Okay. and you will be checking throughout the night. I'll just take that to heart, and based on your schedule, I'll give you the status calls.
I'll be up all night on gung fu tea and shit. So I'll be.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And that being established, feel free to go mute and just join us whenever you feel you have something to offer. And then and then we'll check in.
Yeah, so I'll be checking out for the rest of the evening, but I hope everything goes well and enjoy your staycation, as they call it.
Wait, you won't be able to drop in at 9 at 9 p.m. Pacific?
No, not tonight. I'm going to do something right now, and then I have something else I'm doing.
Okay, so I look.
It's my last 3-day weekend before I get a second job, and I'll be like pretty much working every day of the week.
Okay.
Or indefinitely, unfortunately.
Oh my God. Yeah. No, that's just awful.
It's going to be a rough time, but got to do what you got to do.
Well, hopefully it ends as soon as possible. It's for obvious reasons.
Divine willing.
Yes. And so that being stated, I can expect.
As someone, when I was in England, someone said, good old American freedom, where you're free to work 3 jobs.
Yes. No, that's it, to death. You're free to work to death. Yeah. Now, you will send me in the text via Skype and cell phone your schedule, and I'll review it and then get back to you after that, okay?
Yeah.
And as soon as I receive it, then I'll probably give you a call sometime in the morning, and that's permissible, right?
Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, good. All right.
You know my situation with that, so if I don't reply right away, I'll get back to you as soon as I.
Okay, great.
And I saw the letter they sent you. It's definitely ridiculous.
Thank you. Well, that doesn't even give
power outage.
Thank you. That doesn't even give the whole of it. The email is nothing like the physical letter I sent to Peter Moon. The physical letter actually gives right down to the meter address, and they actually mention the telephone pole. So Peter Moon can testify to that. They actually mentioned the telephone pole specifically, that we're repairing the telephone pole, replacing, not repairing, but replacing the telephone pole, and it will knock out power only exclusively to 1242 Green Street, right down to my meter number. Yeah, so...
that was the odd thing I noticed is, first of all, it has your physical address.
Yes.
And secondly, it does... it gives you an outreach coordinator that has a 415 area code, which is exceptional because usually it's not... it's rare to find a PG&E office there.
Thank you.
With that address.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? Because the San Francisco address is almost ridiculous.
That's
impossible.
That's a stakeout. That's basically a stakeout.
Yeah. So they want you to call the 415 because the number I gave you was not a 415 number.
Right.
It was based out of, I think, Sacramento or somewhere like that. So that's
yes,
just another layer of it. Anyways.
Thank you. But beyond that, when you think of the absurdity of they're replacing this at a night when everyone is going to be home in the dead of winter. But even if they're not interrupting...
that's another thing. It's a federal holiday as well, so that's really bizarre.
Yeah, not only is it a federal holiday when everybody is going to be home, it's not a travel holiday. It's Martin Luther King Jr. Day, which nobody celebrates. Everybody just stays home. We got to be realistic about this. And so even if they're...
I was making a joke about that earlier. I was like, how are you guys going to celebrate diversity? And they're like, it's just my day off. Like, I don't care about what he did.
Of course. But beyond that, it's not the fact that they're not going to knock off power to anyone else or interrupt their internet. It's the fact that how are they going to do this without making any noise? It's a federal holiday. Everyone's going to be home. It's the dead of winter. There's no place to go because the weather is preventing travel. And they're going to have all these people exposed to how much noise throughout the night? This is going to be like, they're going to deprive everybody of sleep throughout the night. They're truly replacing the entire telephone pole. They're going to be making
I suspect they're just going to cut the power and they'll do like a 1-hour project and that's it. That's what they tend to do.
Okay.
I mean, especially like in these big cities.
But they said...
They do all this outreach and then they only are there for a few minutes.
Yeah, but they said...
But the power's off all day.
Yeah, but they said they're replacing the telephone pole. Do you understand what I'm saying?
See, it wasn't. I understand what you're saying, but it wasn't in the email you sent.
No, Peter, tell him. You've got it in the physical mail. In the physical mail, they do say that, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But I think what's happening here is you've completely lost the audience because a lot of people don't know what you're talking about. And this is more of a call between Brendan and Douglas, and we don't really need to do this because it confuses people. But some people do understand, but I will clarify what we're talking about.
Have a good evening.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's well, we had to do this. Yeah, we had to do this because
I understand.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is his audio,
yeah, it sucks.
It's so bad that it is offensive to the audience.
Understood.
And he has to be kept at a minimum for that reason only, not for any other reason.
Understood. By the way, Mark H. in Boston says, sounds fantastic, Douglas and team. So thank you, Mark. So we're sounding good everywhere. And both you gentlemen, let's contextualize this for everyone. Peter can explain.
You want to go do your pillow or whatever you're going to do.
No, okay, I can do that for a few minutes. I'll be back. I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in literally about 7 minutes at the most. And Peter's got this. Peter will contextualize it. Our numbers are going up much more now that Brendan has gone mute. And,
just go do what you have to do.
Yeah,
and
we'll
hold the stage. Okay. So, anyway, Douglas, for those of you who are not informed, and some of you do know this, Douglas has a telephone pole outside in his neighborhood area, that has been a continual problem of them monitoring him through this telephone pole. It's been a long saga. Now, he received a letter from PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric, and I'm going to read the letter to you. And it's just, dear valued PG&E customer, we are writing to inform you of a planned electrical outage in your area on Monday, January 15th, 2024. That's tomorrow, from 9 p.m. continuing through Tuesday, January 16th until 6 a.m., affecting service at 1242 Green Street, San Francisco. That's his personal address. According to Douglas, there has been no other of his neighbors who have gotten a similar notification. The notification was given plenty of time. This is why we've been soliciting donations, because he's going to have to spend an entire evening tomorrow in a hotel, an expensive hotel, because it is so cold in San Francisco. For those of you who don't know, it's very damp, it's very cold, and he needs an electric blanket to keep him warm. So therefore, he's not going to be there that evening. So this is why we've solicited donations, which you can send to douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner yellow button. If you can afford a few dollars or whatever, it's appreciated. Anyway, I'm going to continue reading the letter. This interruption is necessary for our crews to maintain PG&E's electrical equipment near your home. PG&E's work will improve the reliability and safety of electric service in your community. To learn more about why we need to temporarily interrupt your service, visit pgnepage.com. What to expect. We understand that any electrical service disruption is inconvenient, and we'll do our best to limit the time you are without power. Every effort will be made to complete this work as scheduled. However, unsafe weather conditions or an unforeseen emergency may force us to cancel the work on the scheduled day. In such cases, we may be unable to notify you in advance of the cancellation. Stay safe and be prepared. To help minimize any inconvenience to you during a planned outage, charge cell phones and laptops, conserve energy by keeping freezers, etc. closed, keep flashlights and batteries on hand. It doesn't mention the pole. This doesn't mention the pole. I thought it did. But they're basically going to be changing the electrical services, but only as it applies to his house, apparently, from what his neighbors have told him. So that's basically the long and the short of it. I've never received a letter like this in my life. I have had occasionally a power guy come to the door and ask if he could work on the, not ask, but, tell me he's going to work on the pole. And just, that's fine. I don't even remember electricity shut off unless it happens by weather. And as I say, this has been a whole story, whole diatribes have been done on the monitoring of the electricity or of the pole outside of his house. And he learned that they're replacing the pole. For what reason, we don't know. It just tells us that Douglas is continually and repeatedly monitored for, and I would also suggest that the people monitoring him are not top-notch caliber people. If there is such a thing as top-notch caliber people. And this becomes a big issue in anything the government does. If you look at top-notch caliber news hosts or news media, what are they? They have no credibility. If you watch the alternative media or the alternative broadcasts, which either are broadcasts or appear to emulate broadcasts, the speakers are much more candid and upfront. Sometimes they're off. They don't know how to, or they don't properly evaluate data, but they're often do evaluate it properly, always within the context of their own reality, which is sometimes limits them. But nevertheless, they're a far cry above what we hear in typical media, particularly with the when it comes to the Epstein case, when it comes to the war in Israel or in Palestine. This has become, and I don't know, Aristides, but what I've seen, there is a huge amount of, I guess what you call information brewing in the alternative media that is completely anti-Israel. And it's not just anti-Israel in sentiment, it's anti-Israel in terms of incidents, documentable incidents.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, it's not something that can be counter-maneuvered. Now, I had said probably a month ago that people don't have to get in a stew about what's going on over there, because even though it's, horrible, in other words, because they're going to keep shooting foot bullets in themselves. And it's really horrible what they're doing, not just in terms of what they're doing, but in terms of their own self-destruction. And where this is interesting to me from an astrological point of view, Pluto is in the 29th degree of Capricorn, the critical degree of Capricorn, and this is where there are upheavals in politics. And when I saw this, I think of the elections next year, where there certainly it will be back in that same degree during the elections. I think of the United States government. I think of Russia and whatnot.
I'm back, by the way. Just want you to know I'm back. I heard the last few minutes of what you said. Yes, about, go on.
Yeah, and what really is the 29th degree of Capricorn in terms of political upheaval is Israel. And everything that Israel stands for, because in Israel's influence on the world. And when I say Israel's influence on the world, I have to include Zionism in that. So Zionism has had either an undue influence or a due influence, depending on how you look at it. It's a powerful influence, which is underplayed and underviewed from the media. Like, if you say the media is controlled by Jewish people, they'll snicker and snarl at you, like, ha 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 ha. That's a tinfoil hat theory. There's tremendous influence of all this sort of thing.
Yeah, well, then you can look up articles of like academic, Jewish people just kind of sneering at it and being like, "Yeah, we do control everything." So, yeah, so what? Ha ha ha. Maybe we should. Ha ha ha. You know,
Exactly.
like hockey about
Exactly. Exactly. You can have that too, but my point here is not. I'm not even making a point of whether it's good or bad. I'm making a point of it's upheaval. The influence and control is enormous, and it's now being upended by sentiment, by mass sentiment. Most interesting of which was this. Now, I have had occasion to hear some of the argument of South Africa that is pleading a case, I think it's before the World Court, about Israel being guilty of genocide. And the arguments are very eloquent and very strong. And if you just listen to the argument without any defense, you'd have to convict them without hearing it. When you do hear the defense, from what I've heard, is very lame.
Yes.
Very contradictory. Now, it remains to be seen, is this character, Finkelstein, I was quoting, he has done some evaluation of the, merits of the case by South Africa, but basically what he and others have said, it's not really a question of the merits of the case. It's a question of the United States and Israel upon the influence of the World Court. It's about influence. So, and even if they were to declare Israel of genocide, declare them guilty of genocide and war crimes, it doesn't amount to much in terms of the World Court of enforceability. It amounts to a lot in terms of public opinion.
Thank you.
It is very damaging for public opinion for them to have such a judgment put against them. But what I'm very curious about, Douglas, is South Africa, of all places, is prosecuting this case. Ireland is pitching in too, which I can understand Ireland, because they're very, I guess what you'd say, pro-Catholic and pro-Third Reich, traditionally.
Yes.
But I don't understand South Africa's issue. I thought they were allied with Israel as an apartheid state. So it's probably a complex. Could you disambiguate South Africa with regard to Israel and why they would be going after Israel in this manner?
Thank you for asking. Yes, of course. Everybody who listens to me regularly understands that this is, of course, my forte is geopolitics, and obviously I basically just revel in these kinds of situations. That being said, being in my element, let's just put it this way. Peter Moon is absolutely right, and as Peter Moon said, the key phrase there is apartheid state, and the apartheid state in South Africa technically, theoretically, no longer exists, and which is, of course, part of its many problems. Really, for those who didn't know, without going into this too long, we're going to bounce right back to Peter. But just to summarize the situation as succinctly as possible within a period of a few minutes or so. People need to realize that there was a different world before many of you were born, but it was after World War II, in which the South African Republic was part of what was called the Iron Triangle. We actually write of this in our book, The Roswell Deception. So if you purchase The Roswell Deception, The Demystification of World War II, you will get the lowdown on the Iron Triangle concerning Taiwan. We may even speak a bit about it in our new book that we're working on presently. At either rate, aspects of this are going to come out in all of our books, inescapably. But for those of you who don't know, when communist China was assisted by both the Soviet Union and the United States in their conquest of the mainland of Asia, the Republic of China, the Nationalist Republic of China, relocated to my Taiwan. They became affiliated with Israel and South Africa. Now, this was because all three nations were essentially, in a very real sense, settler regimes. Now, two of them were white settler regimes, Israel and South Africa. Taiwan was a resettler regime in the sense that the majority of Chinese were from the mainland. And they were resettling into a very strange island that most people don't understand was very cosmopolitan before it became Sinified, before all the Chinese showed up. It had been a Japanese colony for 100 years, over 100 years. It had been very Japanized. But when the Japanese had conquered it from China, it had been originally very Dutch. There was a very large population of Dutch. They were ultimately militarily evicted, driven out by the native indigenous Taiwanese people, combined with a lot of Chinese settlers who had been there for hundreds of years. But this was the only real colonial success, real colonized people's success in rejecting and evicting a colonial power. Certainly there were indigenous victories against colonial advances in the past, but they ultimately fell before in an inexorable process of colonization that was backed up by industry that the indigenous people did not have, and therefore ultimately lost. Taiwan is the only native indigenous population that succeeded in beating its enemy, its colonizer. And so it stands out for that. And then another colonizer came in, which was from mainland China. These were the nationalist Chinese, but they were still very alien, very foreign to the basic Taiwanese population. So these resettlers, the Chinese nationalists, they had to basically form an apartheid state of their own. And in the layers of their society, you had at the outskirts, peripheralized, the indigenous people. And then you had the Chinese who had been there for hundreds of years. You had a medley of foreigners, similar to the Hong Kong situation. And then you had the nationalist Chinese on top of it all. And they had taken the place of the Japanese, who had basically given them the island. And so they took the place of the Japanese. And so there was this tremendous resettlement process that rendered them in a hostile position from the people beneath them. And as a result, many of there was a lot of violence, and it was essentially an apartheid state for many generations. And beyond that, they had a hostile population of 1 billion people on the mainland who were dedicated to their annihilation. So they had enemies on the inside and enemies on the outside, and yet they balanced it all in the end and came out on top as a successful society. And I'm happy to say their democracy won in the vote that was handled this Byzantine Orthodox Eastern liturgical rite New Year on the Julian calendrical system. This was the time they held their vote, and despite all the threats from communist China, the Democratic Party of Taiwan emerged as victorious, and Taiwan is retaining its independent identity. And so this is something monumental, and this is historic. They've been handed a historic third term through a purely democratic election. So they're no longer within that apartheid matrix. They're completely mutated now. The same with South Africa, except everything's gone in a negative direction. Whereas before, South Africa had definitively a white apartheid settler regime administration. The fact remains that because of the economy, exploitation of their diamonds, other natural resources, they were able to at least take the blacks with them in what was an actual trickle-down effect. Even though blacks were separated from ever graduating beyond certain levels of advancement, into government or certain areas of security sensitivity, they nevertheless drove more cars than anywhere else in Africa. They nevertheless had owned more property than anywhere else in Africa. There was far greater prosperity that was evenly distributed. So the system was as dysfunctional or unjust as it was functional. It was functional but unjust. And what happened was, of course, the elements that were trying to overthrow that system were no better than the system. Indeed, they were infinitely worse, and they were communists supported by the Soviet Union and communist China. So Nelson Mandela, please, everybody has to understand this. We're still in the midst of Martin Luther King Jr. weekend. Martin Luther King Jr. was an example of a civil rights advocate, and he still had his flirtations with communism. This is undeniable, and it's something that was almost part and parcel of the liberal progressive phenomenon. But with Nelson Mandela, we're talking about out-and-out communism, we're talking about out-and-out terrorism, and when originally the insurgency was fighting against the apartheid state and regime, this wasn't a question of indigenous people rising up against unjust rulers oppressing them. This was all crap that was spewed in the Western media that was funded by the communists. And the communists won the propaganda war, and the West went for it. They just started sanctioning South Africa, made it impossible for them to sustain themselves, and in the end, they collapsed due to the external pressures of depriving them of income through, say, for instance, tourism, which was really big. Sun City was a big gambling place equivalent to Las Vegas or Monaco. People would go there for the resorts. Of course, once the communists took over, all of their relations with Israel broke and dissolved, and they became blood enemies. So under the black supremacist regime of South Africa, which is quickly disintegrating into anarchy, there is no, you have no idea. There's no way to describe it. There are channels or people who have spoken of this, and unfortunately, they cannot articulate it without coming off sounding like bitter white supremacists. Obviously, anyone who thinks that on my part, you're an idiot. What I can tell you definitively is once the black communists took over, everything went to shit to such a degree that it's indescribable. It's literally indescribable. No matter what your race, no matter what your gender, half of the population of South Africa has AIDS. Not HIV positive, full-blown AIDS. That means half the population is literally dying. That's just the beginning of the problems. It's the rape capital of the world, etc., etc. I could go on for hours. There's no end to how, but its days are numbered. It's falling apart, but they want to take Israel down with them, and good for them. So hopefully they get this through in international court and get the job done, and that way Israel can go down in flames as well. But Israel is the last remaining white settler apartheid state regime. It is now completely separate from the communists of South Africa, who are now effectively a colony of communist China. For years, I remember trying to talk to this idiot named Michael Savage, who was on San Francisco's channel for a long time until, they finally kicked his ass out because he was such a homophobe, which of course is not going to fly in San Francisco. That
he was mainstream in San Francisco. He used to be on New York radio. He was mainstream.
Comparatively speaking, it's hard to describe. Definitely he got kicked off of where he was at in San Francisco. I'd have to really look up what channel he was on because
he was syndicated. So he was like on, I think it was WABC in New York. That's a mainstream station.
Yeah, but he lived in San Francisco. He lived in San Francisco. Yeah.
And he broadcast from San Francisco. and he talk about San Francisco.
Yeah,
But
all the time.
my point is that he was a mainstream guy. Yeah.
Yeah, but he was so homophobic that they got his ass out of San Francisco. He was literally run out. I mean, physically run out. He was like he put his foot in his mouth too many times. They kicked him off the air here. I don't know if he continued on in New York.
But I'm talking about years ago.
Yeah.
Just I'm saying he's not some. If he was interviewing you, he's not some.
Well, he never interviewed me formally. I would call in.
Okay.
That was in the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But when I was talking to the idiot, he could not grasp or comprehend what I was saying about Lesotho. So for those of you who don't know, there used to be a nation called Lesotho. It no longer technically exists. It is now something else, but it is a monarchy. And Lesotho is a little spot in the middle of South Africa. And before that it was Basutoland, which was a county in South Africa. But it became an ally of Taiwan. And it was completely surrounded by a hostile communist Chinese-sponsored South Africa. And it is now known as Eswatini. And that was simply because its monarch wanted it to appear on internet searches. So they put the word E in front of it. So the actual name is E.Swatini. So if you look it up, E.Swatini, it's a internet name for a nation. It's the only nation that has an internet name, so that people could find it. And whether that is a wise move or not is up for debate. But I could understand why the monarch did that, considering they were surrounded by a hostile communist Chinese-sponsored enemy, and they were trying to get the word out that they existed. So when it came to that country, it was allied with Taiwan, and the rest of South Africa was trying to annihilate it. And the only thing that kept it alive all these years is Taiwan. It is literally like a Taiwanese county or territory. It's like a Taiwanese territory in Africa, surrounded by a Chinese-occupied colony. And so when I was trying to explain these dynamics to Michael Savage, he was so fucking stupid, he couldn't understand a word I was saying. He just literally just like, I don't understand it. It's like you're speaking a different language. What are these places? And I said, you were just talking about South Africa. And he's just stuck in he's just stuck in a mental loop. Which, but at any rate, for those of you who don't know, the context should be clear now. The context is that the former kind of affinity that these nations had for each other, because they had many internal problems. They had apartheid regimes where they had underclasses that had to be kept in control. Or they, not to mention that, but they also had the combined problem of that and hostile populations extraneous to their national territory. South Africa was surrounded by hostile black nations supported and sponsored by the communists. A good example is the Cuban insurgency in Angola. By the height of the Cuban insurgency in Angola, which was a major source of AIDS into the world, was Cuban soldiers fucking black Africans in Angola and then bringing home AIDS to the Western Hemisphere. This was like one of the major circuits for AIDS into the Western Hemisphere, was the Cuban War in Angola. And at the height of the Cuban insurgency in Angola, all in an attempt to strategically isolate South Africa, there were more Cubans in Angola than there were native Angolans. That's hard to believe, but that was a demographic fact. It wasn't like the Cubans occupied Angola. They resettled, they colonized it. That was essentially a Cuban colony where they essentially overwhelmed the native population. And nobody in the West or anywhere else in the world is even aware of this, but it's a historic fact. And so all of this was to isolate South Africa, and when it finally fell, the communists took over, and then they vowed to destroy the old order, and that included their alliance with Israel. As for Israel, of course, well, back to Peter with that.
Well, I'm going to stick with Cuba for a second here, and Angola, because of course, if you studied the mainstream press or read little snippets here and there, it was very evident that Cuba was in Angola for a long time. And you know, what are they doing? You know, the way I would have interpreted it with my knowledge base at that time, which was not deep on the subject, is saying, oh, you know, Angola sounds like a defenseless country that a bully like Cuba could go invade and make some headway.
Yeah.
And perhaps some of that's true. But there was something much more I learned about it when Clarence Robbins came to visit me one time. Clarence Robbins, he's got to be in his 90s now if he's still alive. I hope he is. He was the president of Psychotronics in New York City. And he knew Preston. I first met him when I was writing the book. He recognized that Preston had a genius, but he also was very skeptical because Preston would call him out to his house and say that there was a bomb and stuff. And, you know, it didn't, you know, it just seemed like he was being pulled into a drama that he couldn't quite reconcile. Nevertheless, I always got along good with Clarence. He followed my work. This is in later years. And I remember Paul asked, who was that man? I said, oh, I told him who he was. She said, oh, I wish I would have known. I would have paid more attention. Anyway, Clarence was black, and he was in Cuba before Castro took over. I don't think he was Cuban, might have had some Cuban blood in him, but he was getting, he was learning. I think he was initiated into some form of Santeria or something similar. They don't necessarily call it that, but whatever it was, he was privy to it. And he told me that Castro was very deeply involved in Santeria.
Yes.
And that Castro, this is what kept him above water. In other words, Castro was he was a political genius in terms of his ability to manipulate and control. You have to understand that Castro, you know, Batista was the dictator who was controlling Cuba. You'll see him portrayed in the Godfather 2 movie. But he had connections with the casinos and the mob and the casinos and all that. And the people weren't doing well under him. He was, you know, it was corrupt at the top, which is what you can expect pretty much in any banana republic or Latin American community or country. So, or any country for that matter. But Castro was involved with revolutionary ideas, communistic ideas. He was a lawyer. He was very well informed on the law. He spoke English in the earlier days. I don't know how well. He also played baseball. And in fact, Douglas, you remember Tommy Lasorda.
Mm-hmm.
You asked me to speak when he died. Tommy Lasorda told a story of he was pitching on the mound in Cuba, you know, because he played in Winter League in Cuba or whatnot, and he said that Castro, now this is in the 50s, Castro came up and wanted to pitch. He was either, I don't know if he was quite the dictator, he was the military, but he came out and pitched an inning or something.
That's right.
Yeah. He said he did pretty well. And nothing to be ashamed of. But anyway, Castro, this is what kept Castro afloat, was his connections with Santeria. And so anyway, he had the Coca-Cola. He basically was using Coca-Cola and he manipulated them, and then he took all the sugar away from Coca-Cola. I think they funded him. I think it was Coca-Cola that funded him. And then when he took over, he took back the sugar fields. He said, "F you, Coca-Cola. Thank you for funding me." And then he brought in the Russians.
Yes.
Now, does anybody out there, Douglas, you might know, do you know what corporate ally in the soda business is very closely aligned with the Soviet Union?
Pepsi.
Yep, Pepsi. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi. That was their tagline in the 1960s.
Yes.
Be sociable. Have a Pepsi. Be socialistic. Have a Pepsi. They were very big in the Soviet Union. And they were also big in the Arab world.
Yes.
Richard Nixon, when he lost the governor's race in 1962, he went to New York and worked for PepsiCo as an attorney. And of course, he then, a year later, ended up in Dallas on November 22nd, 1962. They had a big meeting, and he never remembered why he was there. How could you forget? And, I think you had Pepsi there. You might have had Coca-Cola. Now, the Coca-Cola company was obviously not very happy with Castro. Coca-Cola was always aligned with the CIA. When the CIA would want to go into a country to surveil it, they would open up a Coca-Cola factory. It's the most popular drink in the world.
Yes.
Everybody likes Coca-Cola. So you set up a Coca-Cola company, and oh God, and the people like it. The government likes it. They get money off of it, and that's where the CIA would begin its operations, out of the Coca-Cola company. So you have Coca-Cola, the CIA. Now, Warren Buffett is a huge investor in Coke, and I mean Coca-Cola. Where the cocaine comes in is, you go back into the history of Coca-Cola Company, it was a panacea for things. It was in drugstores because it was a medicine.
Yes, that's right.
It had opium in it.
Yeah.
It had, because it's like God, it would cure things. You drink take some opiate, it could take you right out of a mini trauma.
Yeah, it was both opiate and cocaine. It had both cocaine and opiates in it. It was the real thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and I'm not knocking it as a medicine when I say this. It's that, how effective, and they took it off the market because it was supposedly addictive or dangerous. I really don't know the history of why they took it out and what the problems were. I believe there were problems associated with it. But in any case, when they were no longer allowed to put the cocaine in the Coca-Cola, they had all of these empty, I guess what you'd say, they'd have to process the cocoa plant,
mm-hmm.
and they'd have the cocaine as refuse. So what are they going to do with that? Turn it into a profit center, create an illegal drug market.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it stemmed out of Chicago, if I remember. And Warren Buffett was allegedly involved in this because he was the biggest stockholder in Coca-Cola.
Mm-hmm.
I say allegedly. And his nephew, I don't know the family tree, Jimmy Buffett, who's now dead, was a notorious drug dealer. So there's conspiracy theories on that. I can't say what their involvement. Well, we know Warren Buffett owned a lot of Coke, still does. The baseball player Ty Cobb, long since deceased, he got rich by buying Coca-Cola because he was from Georgia, and Atlanta was the headquarters of the Coca-Cola company. But anyway, so when Castro used the Coca-Cola company to finance his revolution with the help of Errol Flynn, and you can go on YouTube and see Errol Flynn telling you how great the communists in Cuba are. This is late as 1958 or thereabouts, maybe 59. And he's saying, oh, what's happening down there? And, good. Things are very good in Cuba. Things are very good in Cuba. And he is, this is towards the end of his life, Errol Flynn. But he's down there as a journalist, of all things. Surprise, surprise. We shouldn't be surprised that movie stars or journalists are agents. There's a whole book on him. L. Ron Hubbard's son, L. Ron Hubbard Jr., also known as Ron DeWolf, said that Errol Flynn and his dad were buddies. And he'd sit there listening to them talk at the dinner table. Not a highly credible source, but you can't dismiss him either. They both had that pirate gene in them. I wrote about Errol Flynn and his connection to this in my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. But so anyway, he's down there pushing the Cuban side or the Castro side of the revolution. Errol Flynn is. Of course, he was a Nazi spy as well.
Yes, that's quite true.
Yeah. So the Coca-Cola. So anyway, Castro funded his revolution with Coca-Cola. So they could have the sugar fields. But then he takes the sugar fields back, and he brings the Soviet Union in to support it. But he was also using the Soviet Union, and he was a political genius. He did, although I'm not touting him as a great person, like Gaddafi, he did educate his people. Education was cheap and available to all people in Cuba. They also had good medicine because people were educated. But people were very poor. This is why you'd have baseball players escaping on a raft. They'd escape in a raft and go to Nicaragua and get drafted if they were good. And they asked this one guy on the Yankees who starred in the World Series. He said, man, you're flawless under pressure. How can you do that? He says, this is not pressure. He says, being on a boat on a raft out in the Atlantic Ocean, that's pressure.
Yeah, not to mention playing baseball for a communist regime. That's pressure too. Though I want to emphasize, when Castro was very young, as Peter Moon said, Peter brought up that one incident with Tommy Lasorda, but when Castro was young, all he wanted to do was come to America and break his ass playing baseball. He was only later on he began to change and mutate and become what he did. But yeah, back to Peter.
Well, yeah, so, but the point of it is, in the background of all of this was the occultism of Santeria.
Yes.
And he had a similar, like, just as Douglas has explained how Franco literally held the testicles of the world in his hands, particularly the West, with his bell in the Canary Islands.
Yes.
It's ironic. The first time I ever heard of the Canary Islands was in young grade school when they taught Columbus went to the Canary Islands to, replenish his ships on his journey across the Atlantic. And, he stopped at the Canary Islands and then made his run to San Salvador, is where he first saw land. But that was, just mentioning that's where the bell was. But anyway, so Castro had a hold on politics, and he lived to be a very old man. There was even my friend Tom Mattingly, who was you would have enjoyed him. He would have enjoyed you. You know, he was down in D.C. area and really monitored the political scene. And his old girlfriend, Aloma, she listens to us routinely.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and she listens to us. And yeah, he told me that Castro wasn't dead. Now he was the one who introduced me to Bill Burns.
Okay.
But yeah, he insisted Castro wasn't dead. He was sure he wasn't.
Interesting. It's almost easy to believe that. Castro seemed immortal. Go on.
Yeah, but that was years before Castro was actually, I think, acknowledged as dead. It was kind of like very mysterious around there. But anyway, this guy Clarence Robbins told me that Castro was, pivotal, not only in terms of his political or his occult backing, but then he told me about Angola, and that the whole thing, it was the Cubans in Angola who had actually invaded South Africa, actually literally crossed the borders and invaded, demanding the release of Nelson Mandela from prison. And of course, people like to talk about the Mandela effect, which is utter horseshit.
Right. Yes.
And utter horseshit. And because the Mandela effect is something that's saying, well, you know, do you remember that Nelson Mandela really died in prison? But, you know, he really didn't die he originally died in prison, but he didn't die in prison because then he lived. Well, anybody who studied anything about politics going back into the 60s and earlier, Nelson Mandela was something that people with who registered intelligence on the world meter would know about Nelson Mandela. So what you have is a younger generation that's being told about the Mandela effect. They don't even know who Nelson Mandela is.
Thank God. They aren't missing shit. Go on.
But, you know, I think historically, he was a pivotal character historically. He was pivotal because he was released from prison. He was a big activist against apartheid. He was a black man.
Yeah.
His wife was a real problem.
Yes.
She was really a problem.
Yes.
And he divorced her because she was so cruel.
Yes.
But in any case, the Cubans forced his release. And that all of a sudden it was politically correct to protest apartheid or condemn apartheid. Just like all of a sudden when George Floyd was killed in Wisconsin. Is it Wisconsin? Yeah, I think. And then all of a sudden Black Lives Matter was important. Where Colin Kaepernick, the 49ers quarterback, would protest, go on one knee for the Star Spangled Banner, and he was condemned and kicked out of the NFL, eventually got a huge settlement from the NFL. Then all of a sudden when somebody was killed and it became politically correct to believe in Black Lives Matter, well, apartheid was similar. It became politically correct to champion Nelson Mandela. And this was at the instigation of the Cubans, which is actually a good thing that they did. And this was told to me by Clarence, who was down there before Castro even took over. This was before the Cuban Missile Crisis. So when you mention Angola, it certainly strikes a chord. And what we're talking about here is South Africa. Now, you say South Africa's going down. I've heard horrible things about South Africa since the government changed, and particularly since Nelson Mandela passed away. But the woman I saw doing the argument was white, and she was articulate, she was intelligent, and she was making quite a good argument. I think there was also a black person. But I think it's more than them just wanting to take Israel down with them, because they, as I say, this was a white person making the argument. It's probably even more complex than we realize. But I think you alluded to the fact that Israel is primarily a white people.
White settler regime, yeah, mostly, originally at least, it was Eastern European, overwhelmingly so, Ashkenazim, as opposed to some Sephardim that moved in later, but go on, yeah. It doesn't surprise me that a white woman would be arguing against them, of course, because they would hold Israel responsible for bringing down the white regime in South Africa because Israel was so pro-communist. This is going to sound shocking to a lot of Americans, but don't forget the fact that Israel sided with the Soviet Union and sides with Russia today. They stab everybody in the back. But go on.
Well, yeah, it's like it's hard to follow all the different and separate manipulations of the politics of South Africa, especially when you start mixing it with Israel and diamonds. And it was, in fact, when I was in the Sea Organization of Scientology, we had something that you were supposed to study, and it was quite voluminous. It was called the Ship's Org Book. It was only for people on the ship, and it went into sort of the nooks and crannies of aspects of the Sea Organization, the ship itself, and the local, I guess, adventures that we might have as a crew in different places. But I remember one of the things he said was, is the job of the crew is to create a future legend. He said that. But one of the things was to wipe out death camps across the world.
Weird.
Wipe out death camps across the world. And that was, and you read this and you go, wow, this is really, and then that was an agenda of the Guardian's office. And they would do exposés because they had organizations in Johannesburg and elsewhere. And they did a whole expose of the slave conditions in the diamond mines with the black people, and they were exposing it and publicizing it. They might have even helped inhibit it, if not stop it. I really don't know. But of course, we have to understand that the Israelis hold a diamond, a stranglehold on the diamond market, and which also, as Douglas has explained to us, they use the, what was it they converted into diamonds from the Holocaust?
Ashes, human ash.
Human ashes into diamonds.
Yes.
Synthetic diamonds. So, you have this underbelly of darkness.
Yes.
And an underbelly of occultism as well. So, but now, another, as Douglas was just discussing, another apartheid country, and you clarified some things about that Taiwan, Formosa is what it was called. And what was it called before Formosa?
Oh, it was just basically it was known as Taiwan, which was foreigners. It literally means like foreigners, terrorists on the bay. It was a kind of also known as Pirates Island in Chinese, but Formosa, it went by that for hundreds of years. I mean, it was literally, at this point in history, maybe something close to 500 years ago, or something close to 300-400 years, the Portuguese discovered it and named it Formosa. So that was kind of like, it stood long enough where that's kind of like its pre-Taiwanese name, so to speak, or pre-island China name. It's, the Formosans, or the people of Taiwan, they all go by Taiwanese now, but Formosa doesn't offend them, the term, and it it just is yeah, a very strange place that most people are unaware of. There was kind of, the best way to describe it was a co-colonization simultaneous with the Dutch and the Chinese, really, when it was being colonized, basically when the indigenous people were being essentially peripheralized over a period of several hundred years. This was through the joint efforts of Chinese from the mainland and a lot of Dutch merchants and the Portuguese. But the Portuguese wound up kind of like subcontracting the whole colonization effort out to the Dutch, and they maintained all the military responsibilities. And then the Taiwanese, along with the Indians, the indigenous population, or aboriginals, along with samurai mercenaries and pirates, ejected the enemy, or the foreigners. And then it became kind of like this isolated haven for a pirate empire, and then basically became its ruler, by the way, its king, half Japanese, half Chinese, like my mother was, and then ultimately resorbed into mainland China, and then the Japanese conquered it, and then well, we know the rest of the history. So, but it had this kind of gradations of social definition, where there were always like an understanding of place based on racial caste system. All of that, of course, is pretty much gone. There's now, of course, a tremendous respect for the Aboriginal indigenous population. They're the only people on Taiwan allowed to own firearms privately, and they make them themselves. So they have their own reservations, and they're like they're valued because, of course, they're a tremendous tourist attraction. And then you have the democracy now. It's really leveled out and evened society up. It's I have my own arguments with some directions it's going in, but obviously I wanted the Democratic Party to win in terms of Taiwan, because the Nationalist Party of the Kuomintang, which used to be the hardcore anti-communist, has gone completely treasonous now. I mean, they may have softened their line and no longer are talking about unification with the mainland anymore. By the way, this is going to be tremendously confusing to people. If someone's Peter Moon's age, what I just said would bring memories back of the Kuomintang of Chiang Kai-shek talking about reunification with the mainland by conquest, that we will defeat the communists, we will return to the mainland. That totally changed later on. The dynamic became the Kuomintang was going to reunite peacefully with communist China, surrender essentially, like Hong Kong, into a one nation, two systems. The communist Chinese, of course, shot themselves in the foot by persecuting Hong Kong, by not living up to their promise, by there was no one country, two systems. They just raped and pillaged Hong Kong. And the end result was now Taiwan has voted in a historic precedent, the Democratic Party for a third term in a row. So Taiwan is going to maintain this aloof stance from communist China, and despite all the threats. So that's a good thing. It's tremendous, something to celebrate. Back to Peter.
Well, now I'm glad you said that, because this was the exact direction in which I was going to go, because there was a very noteworthy, if not bizarre, news item that was on the Yahoo news feed.
Yes.
And very bizarre, especially, like, why does he say this? This is the news item. It's from yesterday. Biden, U.S. does not support Taiwan independence. On face value, it's like, it's insane.
Yes.
Because obviously they do. The United States, actually, Biden himself, we're going to defend Taiwan. Well, if you're going to defend Taiwan, why do you say you don't support their independence? This is rhetoric to kiss China's ass, apparently. But I'm going to read this by Steve Holland, Nandita Bose, and Trevor Honeycutt. It's like three people from Reuters. U.S. President Joe Biden said on Saturday the United States does not support the independence of Taiwan after Taiwanese voters rebuffed China and gave the ruling party a third presidential term. Earlier in the day, the Taiwanese ruling Democratic Progressive Party's presidential candidate, Lai Ching-te, came to power, strongly rejecting Chinese pressure to spurn him, and pledged both to stand up to Beijing and seek talks. We do not support independence, Biden said when asked for reaction to Saturday's elections. The United States switched diplomatic recognition from Taipei to Beijing in 1979, and has long said it does not support a formal declaration of independence by Taiwan. This sounds like just political rhetoric. It does, however, maintain unofficial relations with the self-governed island and remains its most important backer and arms supplier. Do you see how contradictory this is? Given that Taiwan does not exist without supporting Taiwan militarily, yet they don't say they shouldn't be independent. Yet they'll do everything they can to fight for their independence.
But you see, to Biden, none of this is contradictory because the Americans claim that Taiwan must never be independent because it's an American renegade territory under the United States military government.
That's a good point.
Yes.
Nevertheless, what's he talking about? Really, what's he talking about? Beijing, which has never renounced the use of force to bring Taiwan under its control, fears that Lai could declare the establishment of a Republic of Taiwan, which Lai said he will not do. Well, it is a republic. You just had an election for a president.
Yes.
All of this is such weird rhetoric. Biden has previously upset the Chinese government with comments that appear to suggest the U.S. would defend the island if it were attacked, a deviation from a long-held U.S. position of, quote, strategic ambiguity, unquote. Well, this is strategic ambiguity.
Yeah, it's ambiguous, all right. I don't know how strategic it is, but it's definitely ambiguous. Yeah.
Well, that's their strategy.
Yes.
May not be a good strategy. Actually, it is. His comments on Saturday appear to be an effort to reassure Beijing. Even so, Washington warned just hours ahead of the polls opening that it would be unacceptable for any country to interfere in the election. Taiwan, which neighboring China claims its own, has been a democratic success story since holding its first direct presidential election in 1996, the culmination of decades of struggle against authoritarian rule and martial law. And then the U.S. Secretary of State congratulated him on his victory and said the U.S. is committed to maintaining cross-strait peace and stability and the peaceful resolution of differences, free from coercion and pressure. They look forward to working with Taiwan to advance their long-standing unofficial relationship, consistent with the U.S. One China policy, which makes no sense at all. The Biden administration has feared that the election transition and new administration would escalate conflict with Beijing. Yeah, I mean, this is just such nonsense.
Well, it shows how complicated the situation is. Go on, by all means.
That's kind of what the election is, and I mean what the article is, and it's like, why is Biden saying this? And he's just saying it to basically give a platitude to China.
Yes.
That's all. Because I don't think it has anything to do with his corrupt involvement with China. It's just him being, strategic.
Yes.
Strategically ambiguous. And then we really own Taiwan.
Yes.
That's just like saying we won World War II.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. But that's part.
Taiwan.
Yeah. But it's an excellent point. Continue. Please, by all means, continue. Okay, the reconnection is successful. Okay, so I don't know how much or what people missed, but basically Peter Moon was speaking about the absurdity, the surrealism of strategic ambiguity, a position held by the United States. And just so that people understand the situation with Taiwan and how important, how dire the situation is. By the way, on a personal note, I am going to obviously credit people who have made contributions. I do want Joe Guy to understand I have unbanned him, unblocked him, or unhidden him, whatever the YouTube term is. All I could find was a Joe Guy amongst the many people who are hidden as users. So hopefully that is the Joe Guy who contributed the money and made the request that he did. And this, of course, helps immensely with my dealing with the planned power outage, which I've just received another reminder for. But that being said, we'll get back to that later. In terms of the strategic ambiguity Peter Moon was referencing, understand that microchips, computer chips, are the oil of the 21st century, and the Saudi Arabia, the House of Saud of microchips is Taiwan. It's just basically the overwhelming majority of microchips in the world source from Taiwan. And there's almost no one else who manufactures them in that abundance, certainly not at those levels of technology as are used in satellites, fighter jets, and cell phones, and so much of the technology, your automobiles, everything that makes your world run. And we're in a chronic chip supply shortage, and therefore Taiwan is the pinnacle of strategic attainment. It's whoever owns Taiwan owns the world, quite literally. It's you have the world in your hands by the throat if you have Taiwan. And so Communist China claims Taiwan as a renegade province. Everyone is aware of that because Communist China just spews vitriol about that ad nauseum. But most people are also, most people are unaware that the United States also claims Taiwan as a renegade territory. It would be as if, without permission, Puerto Rico declared independence and decided it was going to establish its own industrial base in something that rendered it vital to the economic supply chain. But Taiwan is what America considers to be a lost Puerto Rico. And Peter Moon said it best when he said it's part of their myth of having won World War II. If America can somehow attain Taiwan and bring it into a territorial status like Puerto Rico, then it basically has everything. It's got the chip supply, and it also has a strategic foothold in Asia that's incomparable, the ability to choke off all supply routes to the South China Sea, where an incredible amount, maybe 25% of the world's traffic at least goes through. And aside from all of that, it would, have an intelligent population, one of the highest educated in the world as a resource. And yet they wouldn't be able to vote because people who live in territories cannot vote, in case you did not know. So, but at the same time, then America would just have all the advantages it needs historically to jack the narrative. They would say that, see, we have Taiwan as a territory because we beat the Japs. Then they'd be able to reinforce that myth. Understand that you may not comprehend exactly what Peter and I are talking about unless you read The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. Essential reading, so please do read it. With that, we go back to Peter.
Yeah, and what that book includes, and what I will also add here, is that the Japanese paid no war reparations whatsoever to the United States of America.
Yes.
And if you surrendered unconditionally, the United States surrendered their markets to the Japanese.
Yes.
And when I grew up and you went to the dime store, there was a whole wall of toys or dime toys or something. And I'd sit there, I'd pick out one whenever we go to the store, and my mother would buy me something for 5 cents or a dime or whatever. It would always say made in Japan on it.
Yes.
And all the kids would joke about made in Japan. On everything you had, any item was made in Japan, made in Japan, made in Japan. And I guess what we were told was that, the United States trying to build the country back up. The United States didn't get anything. They had to clean up the atomic rubble.
Now, don't forget, of course, surrendering their aircraft carriers, World War II aircraft carriers, to the Japanese so they could turn them into Toyotas.
Yeah. There was tremendous economic benefit from the Japanese, for the Japanese, and sort of culminating symbolically with the Japanese purchasing Rockefeller Center.
Yes.
In the 80s. I think they've sold it since.
Yes.
But yeah. So people, you'll listen to the rhetoric of the Office of War Information, which became Central Intelligence Agency, where it
just went off the books. It went black. Went black off the books. Yes.
Yeah. So it was all about propaganda, because you've got to tell people, just like if you work for a corporation and the corporation is moving or perhaps closing or doing something, the corporation will be routinely involved in situations where they don't tell their staff the truth, because they don't want to upset the emotions of the staff. They want to tell everybody what they need to know when they need to know it. This isn't necessarily an abusive strategy by the corporation. It's emotionally convenient and responsible. It can also be politically motivated at times. That there's certainly that capacity to happen. But I was going to cite an example of that. But certainly Roosevelt, as the president, didn't want Americans to think they were losing. He had already been holding their hands during the 1930s with his fireside chats.
Yes.
And saying, there is nothing to fear but fear itself. And people would be riveted to their radios if they were lucky enough to afford a radio, or unlucky enough, as the case may be, and listening to the president give briefings to offer succor or hope that people could get out of poverty. And of course, this was when Social Security started. And the Workers' Progress Association, I think it was called, the WPA, were hired by the government to give people jobs.
Yes.
And you'd see a sidewalk in the middle of nowhere, and it would say, constructed by the WPA, We needed something to do.
Yes.
To make money. So when World War II came, they drafted the Major League Baseball players into the Army or Navy or whatever. And President Roosevelt insisted that baseball continue. So it continued with players who were either too old to serve or not qualified. I don't know why the best players were taken. I don't know who was left over.
Well, that's when certainly the film, I'm sure you're familiar with, A League of Their Own. That was supposedly when they started the women's baseball.
I don't like sports movies.
Okay.
I don't like them at all. I have seen some, but I didn't see that.
Okay.
I detest sports movies, as a matter of fact. I have seen some. The original Angels in the Outfield was my favorite, I think. 1951, I think it was. Black and white movie. We have angels intervening in the game. I think they remade it by Disney, which I refuse to see that. Maybe it was a better movie. I don't know. But be that as it may, So they want to keep normalcy going in that. So you just feed the people what they need to hear. And this even becomes a issue with the stuff that we talk about. And when we get into the occult and the deeper aspects of politics, because there's a lot of crap being circulated out there about artificial intelligence.
Oh, God, yes.
And it's everything you're saying underlies it all.
Yes.
And people are like listening to it. And I saw one of my friends posting something, and he doesn't know what he's talking about.
What did he say? What did he say?
I'm not gonna go there. He didn't say anything. He posted somebody else, and it's like, and yeah, it's just like, it's so important that I get your information out and then it be understood and digested by people.
Yes. But
with some person I've been having a dialogue with, and I chose to inform them of some of your history that's covered in the book, particularly the nanoblood experiment.
Okay.
And they asked me a very interesting question that I said I would ask you. Very interesting question. And then in a follow-up, I kind of thought, wow, makes sense. I mean, what is, when John Henry Hagman took your blood, he drained your body of blood and put in nanoblood.
Yeah.
You probably don't know the answer. You might have a good intuition, or you may even know the answer. What did they do with the blood that they extracted from you?
Oh, well, thank you for asking. I believe I've gone into this in the past, but I'm happy to go into it again.
Please. I don't remember.
No worries, no worries. I don't think I ever spoke about it with you. I spoke about it with the, shall we say, other people who are part of Team Dietrich, and it was usually during roundtable time. And so for that reason, you probably missed it, so to speak. But basically, I know for a fact they did at least two things. One of them was that they certainly, what was the first one that comes to my mind? Well, the one thing that I do know was that at some point, Michael Aquino had told me that they had run the DNA tests to match them with the blood they had taken from oh my God, I'm trying to remember his name. I believe it was William Hitler, that had served in the United States Navy.
Adolf's nephew.
That's correct. That's correct. For those of you who don't know, Adolf Hitler has relatives that are alive in the United States, and they all
Long Island.
Yes.
Long Island.
Thank you. Peter Moon's neighborhood, no less. I mean, Long Island. and one of them was William Patrick Hitler. Basically, it was how do I say this? It was Adolf Hitler's older half-brother. It was Alois Hitler, who was he became a waiter in Dublin and married an Irish woman. He ultimately opened a restaurant. He also opened up his own brand of beer during the Third Reich, taking advantage of his brother's position. But he was always like Billy, Billy Carter. He was like, he was like Billy Carter to Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter would literally say, "Shut up, Billy." Just like, get the hell out of here and shut up. You're embarrassing me. That was pretty much, they kind of portray it in Family Guy. Family Guy, the cartoon, kind of shows that, except they use the Family Guy character, but he kind of serves as an or an avatar for Alois Hitler. But his son, William Patrick Hitler, probably William Patrick Henry Hitler, it was his full name. He served in the Navy. My father actually met him, my legal father. So there's this entire connection that between both families that's incredible. But he, of course, was asked to contribute fair amounts of blood that he often thought were for blood donation programs. All the sailors were required to do this because the Navy was trying to show that it was, a good Samaritan kind of branch of service. So all the sailors were juiced, meaning not just financially, where they asked them to contribute to charities, but also they would juice them for blood. And by the way, it's voluntary blood donor month. And I want people to know that there's a catastrophic blood shortage. So for some reason, young kids in particular are not stepping up. I think that there's a big reason for this, is a lot of Silicon Valley moguls are adopting more and more private harems of young blood boys. And as a result, nobody's funding high school blood drives, donation drives anymore. And as a result, we're facing a catastrophic blood shortage. How's that for voodoo economics? So now, dark politics aside, in the contemporary moment, what Aquino had told me was they had taken the DNA from my blood and matched it to the DNA from the blood from William Patrick Henry Hitler. And he definitely said that I was a match, that I am a Hitler. So he brought this up at one point, and so I know some of the blood went to that. The other thing that was done with the blood was, I'm trying to remember, this might have something to do with, believe it or not, something my psychiatrist did. Dr. Tao Tran, of course, compartmentalized certain things that she affiliated with trauma, that she felt if I remembered them, would open a scab, so to speak, that would re-traumatize me. It might be that, but for some reason my mind's going really blank right now. The thing that I remember, though, was the DNA matchup with William Patrick Henry Hitler, that Michael Aquino had said that the Army had spent, at that time, DNA tests. By the way, we're talking about, this was the late 80s. At that time, DNA tests were hundreds of thousands of dollars. So this was something that the U.S. Army spent budget on. To ascertain this, to trace the bloodline. So he certainly confirmed to myself that I'm a Hitler. And as for the family, they otherwise try not to give their blood, the Hitlers in America. They're trying to, quote unquote, self-genocide. They're trying to exterminate themselves because in their insanity, as Americans indoctrinated into self-hatred, they honestly believe they're the last of the Hitler line. They believe the last of the Hitler line is in America, but they're completely wrong, and they don't know anything about all the children that Hitler had. But that being said, when it comes to the other thing that they did with my blood that I might remember, I'm trying to pick at that scab. It was probably, I'm going blank. So the part I remember, however, is what certainly some of it went towards the genetic testing, just to ascertain and prove the veracity of my mother's impregnation via the Hitler sperm that she had extracted from him when she was young, as a interpreter serving with the Japanese liaison in Berlin. So when it comes to the other thing that I brought up, but this goes in a different direction. I brought up the other night, of course, when it was Byzantine Orthodox New Christmas. I then went into the usual subject that I go into, the revelation of the Magi. And what I did was I brought up the fact that my mother, of course, had at that time also met Mussolini, who had spoken to her of Virgil, that Virgil, of course, had predicted the coming of the Christ before Christ was born, some 40 years before Christ was born. But Mussolini's point was that there were prophets of Rome other than simply Jewish prophets, that Rome had its own prophets of the Christ, and therefore that Christianity was not simply the some kind of Jewish outgrowth, that by Virgil, the Roman prophet, predicting the coming of the Christ with his eclogues on the golden child, that basically Christianity was therefore of a Roman provenance, and that the Jews did not, there was no Judeo-Christianity as they tried to propagandize it. That was a point that she had made or related to me that I brought up on Orthodox Christmas recently, one of our more recent episodes, and for some reason that comes to mind. But I know I spoke of this in the past, some of the things that was done with my blood, and yet I'm going blank right now. I'll try and remember later. It's one of those.
I'm going to ask you a question that might help you.
Yeah.
Might help trigger it. But when you spoke originally, that I heard to me about Aquino revealing to you that you were Hitler's son.
Yeah.
That it was done after you had exposed him, and he knew you had exposed him. He might not have said it in so many words, but he did it, as you said, to cave you in, to emotionally damage you. And you said that it was something you'd heard all your life from your mother, so it didn't damage you in the slightest.
Yes. Yeah. It was in that context.
But so then it was you. So you didn't learn about this till later, and you never explained to me that he told you these details, just that he laid that.
Oh, yeah, that was yeah, all of it was is involved with the same incident. Yeah, it was at that time. Obviously, otherwise, his saying that to me would have had no weight behind it. You see what I'm saying? It's so when he said what he said to me, he had the evidence behind it to drive the point home, and was talking about the blood taken by John Henry Hagman, and some of what was done with it was the DNA testing. And so when he had brought that up in what he thought would be devastating to me, it goes to show how little he understood me. And how, but then again, that seems to be the case with almost everybody. There's very few people who know me. It's amazing how many people think they know me, and they draw all kinds of conclusions. And but the reality is most people don't know me at all. And they just don't know where I'm coming from, or what impacts me, or how I think, or how I process. And with Michael Aquino, as much as he thought he knew me, he really didn't know me. So yeah, it was around that time that after he had come to the realization that I had outed him, and that he wanted to quote unquote reveal this about myself, and yet he must have known my mother had told me this. He must have perhaps he assumed that she had said it under a different light or some kind of different angle or something. It was he may not have been reasoning all that well himself at that point. He was under his own stresses, and not necessarily he's not, how would I put it? It's kind of like when he was interviewed by, this is what I brought up with Nemo, and with Acid Kick, or Sid, as Acid Kick also is known as. Nemo and Sid, I brought up to both of them to look for that other Sean Stone interview, because Sean Stone interviewed Michael Aquino several times after he had interviewed myself, and then his father essentially became slave circuited to Michael Aquino. In one of those interviews, which for some reason seems to have been scrubbed off the internet, I don't know why. Maybe Aquino realized it made him look stupid, but Aquino slams his fist on the table and says, "I never met Douglas Dietrich," and he says it adamantly. And somebody put a comment in the thread of that video: "You sure put a lot of energy into denying you know somebody you claim you never met." I think that probably drove it home to him that he was simply rendering himself. He rendered himself into the aspect of the fool. He looked like an idiot. And so he asked Sean Stone to take those videos down. Maybe one interview is left up, the other one's down, but he was interviewed at least twice. I think it was actually 3 times. I would bet the farm it was 3 times, because that's what I remember, that Sean Stone interviewed him after he had interviewed myself and got into so much trouble for what he said about Michael Aquino. But when it comes to Michael Aquino, he's not always the master of tact or manipulation or everything that he was fallible, and
very definite blind spots.
Yeah. Back to Peter. So what else? Any?
He had blind spots, and it doesn't surprise me at all that he didn't understand you. Doesn't surprise me at all, because he didn't understand a lot of things.
That's true. Well, how could he? He wasn't, by his own admission, he really wasn't human. But
he did understand a lot of things.
Yes.
That's what made him. He understood all the things you're not supposed to understand.
Good point. I like it. Yeah, pretty much says it.
It's true. But yeah, well, thank you for answering that question, because it stands to reason they would have been very keenly interested in your blood, not only by reason of your father's ancestry, but by reason of your mother's ancestry.
Well, I think I would think that would be the more important part. I'm sure
I would too.
Yes. I'm sure that John Henry Hagman had a lot of ideas of what to do with vampire blood. And I'm sure that they did what experiments they could with it. But for some reason, I'm going blank. Like I said, Dr. Tautran, for those of you who are unfamiliar, basically, I want people to know that, by the way, I'm thanking Sid here for his comments. I don't know whether he spells Sid with a S-Y-D or an S-I-D, so I'll just say S-I-D. But when it comes to, I'm sorry, where was I, Peter? Help me get back on train of thought here.
We're talking about Dr. Tautran.
Yes, Dr. Tautran.
Now to explain why your mind's going blank here, you're bringing her up because it's dealing with areas that you don't quite remember.
She's locked. She's locked up some of these areas. For those of you who don't know, Dr. Tautran is, I consider her this wonderful human being. She is a Vietnamese, and she's a medical doctor, a psychiatrist. And she was horribly scarred by napalm in America's Vietnam conflict, to the point where her bone is fused to the surface of her skin. In order to avoid shocking people, she tends to wear a porcelain mask, very similar to a drama mask from No.
Opera.
Yeah.
The opera.
Well, I'm thinking of more like the kabuki No, N-O-H, No drama. People can look that up. But it's more, of course, of a Vietnamese or Chinese theme. She changes her masks once in a while. They tend to be very neutral in affect. The masks are not expressive masks. So don't think of something like the tragedy or comedy mask of ancient Greece. If she were ever to wear something like that, it has never been in my presence. But the masks tend to be very neutral affected, kind of a what you'd call a poker face in colloquial terminology, but Asiatic theme, and it's just to prevent her features from scaring people. And she is somebody who. First off, when I was seriously considering becoming a field agent in espionage for the United States government, and they thought that the best place to infiltrate me would be into communist Vietnam, understand that the Vietnam War was over, but of course such conflicts never really end. And at that point, Vietnam, united under communism, was one of the most impenetrable places on earth. But one of the avatars they created, as people would think in gaming terms today, what they're familiar with, or internet terms, in those days we would call it an alias, simply an alias. they created an entire dossier in which I was 10 years older than I am, and that I had served in Vietnam with Michael Aquino. By the way, this is the dossier that Christine Joanna Hart was shown. And for years, Christine Joanna Hart was convinced that I was 10 years older than I am and that I had served in Vietnam with Michael Aquino. And what she had seen was the dossier created for this altar. And the person who downloaded the altar into myself was Dr. Thao Tran. So this altar that I have can speak Vietnamese and has no compulsion that prevents them from driving, for instance. I myself will never drive because I swore not to a federal judge who granted me my Social Security disability insurance. And he did so because there's far more deaths caused by cars than there are by firearms. And road rage among veterans is particularly pronounced. So he made me promise never to drive again in exchange for allowing me to maintain my firearms for self-defense. And but this Vietnamese altar, if it ever kicked in, would have no compulsions restraining them from driving. So in order to prevent that altar from jacking myself, Dr. Thao Tran, decades later, after I had severed with Michael Aquino and the Department of Defense, she took me on as a patient and helped to compartmentalize, screen out that altar, lock it in a compartment in the back of my mind where that altar will hopefully never reemerge. But that altar has their own history, their own enough to fill a dossier, and their own idea of identity. And but Dr. Thao Tran, of course, is my relationship with her is complex, and we don't need to go into it publicly. Peter Moon's quite aware of the nature of it, and the end result is, of course, or rather something that cannot be overemphasized, is the fact that she still works for the federal government. She works at when I was working with her as a patient, she was working through the Chinatown Mental Health Agency, which that office is no longer where it once was. I have no idea where they've relocated. So when I was working with her there, I no longer meet her there. I can no longer rendezvous with her there. But it's like they scrubbed that from the face of the earth. But that's a municipal government agency. And yet she still works with the state government and the federal government. So like myself, who at different times in my life has worked with all three levels of government, state, municipal, and federal, she's done that simultaneously. That's something I've never done simultaneously. Maybe sometimes it would bleed over, like when I worked a private contract with CIA Incorporated, which was supposed to be an acronym for Corporate Investors Associates Incorporated, but was really just a front for the Central Intelligence Agency, and had to do with their bringing cocaine into the project sites at the Acorn Projects in Oakland. But when it comes to other situations, usually I've worked with these various levels of government quite separately. She, all her life, has worked with all three of them simultaneously. So there was a woman whose name I'd have to look up, and it was a very bizarre woman who had been a small-time radio show hostess, and she wound up investigating some conspiracy that wound up ruining her life. And like in the Soviet Union, where they used to get rid of dissidents or political problems by declaring them insane and having them sequestered in insane asylums, using psychiatry as a form of state-sponsored abuse, America does the same thing. She was institutionalized. She was put into an insane asylum, and she was scared to death when they flew in Dr. Thao Tran. She was in the state of California, and Dr. Thao Tran was flown from one part of the state into where they had sequestered this journalist. And she did something she almost never does. She removed her mask in front of the patient, and this scared that woman to death. This was related on the James Arthur Yanchik show on his Feet to the Fire transmission. So he had interviewed this woman who was talking about her experiences as basically a victim of state oppression in America. And at that time, I was still affiliated with him, and we had not severed in acrimony. But he called me up in a panic saying, "Oh, Dr. Tao Tran is going to brainwash you, and she's with the enemy." And I just said, "God, you're an idiot." And I said, "Look, this woman is she's just some amateur who got herself way in over her head." And even Judith Agert listened to her and felt that this woman had severe mental issues as well. It wasn't that the woman didn't necessarily uncover a conspiracy, but she also definitively had mental issues, and was highly paranoid, and was just, in the end, her own worst enemy. Some people like that need psychiatric care or institutionalization for a period of time, simply because they go over the top. But all that being said, back to Peter, and I think that it's Tao Tran who has sequestered various elements of what they did with my blood away from my recall. I certainly can't recall them at the moment, no matter how hard I'm trying. So perhaps later, maybe some other incident.
When it comes. But it was very interesting that when this question was presented to me, it was something that I hadn't even really thought about, because the dynamics of the story you tell about the nanoblood is so penetrating and so consuming that it makes you not even think about such key questions. Yeah. And it's a fascinating part of your history. What did they do with the blood? And
for those of you who don't know, anyone can look up Dr. John Henry Hagman, and he is a true war criminal. He is a person who has drained many people of their blood, repumped it into them just to kill them and reanimate them. It's a thrill that he has, a fetish, literally a fetish that man has. Peter can go into some of it. I'm sure Peter remembers plenty of gory, grisly details about this man. Even though we don't want to dwell on it, Peter can certainly validate.
He's the subject of the book. He's the subject of the book. He's not gone into in great detail, but you can read up on him, and the fact that Douglas has crossed paths with so many notable characters. I said that my girlfriend, she had a chart and a life where she crossed paths with many celebrities. It was just who she was. She was friends with Dave Cowens, the former championship center of the Boston Celtics. She got him a room when he was looking for a room up in Boston. I mean, he's like, he's looking for a place to live. He's the Celtics center. He's looking for a place to live. I think I misconstrued once to her, or I thought they were roommates or something. No, but no, she, and the way she, how she knew him?
How?
He would go to the Conservatory of Music. That's where she went to school, Boston Conservatory of Music, and where she was. I once, took her to meet this famous organist, and he was just awestruck at how much she knew about music. Classical music and otherwise, but not necessarily pop music. But Dave Cowens, as I say, he won the championship for the Celtics. I think it was 1973 or 4, maybe 5 or 6, who the hell knows. But he would come to the Conservatory of Music and study the cello. He played the cello, so that's how she knew it. He was just some big, tall guy that played the cello.
That's funny.
Well, and of course, and she would sing the anthem at the Celtic games sometimes. They need somebody. It wasn't like they personally selected, we need somebody to come sing the anthem.
Interesting.
It was sort of like me being cajoled into writing a telex on behalf of L. Ron Hubbard to the Toronto Org, or the Church Toronto, we need a message from Ron. He's got to say something. And I go, what the hell? Why me? I never did this before. It was generally the PR department, and I said, I don't want to write this damn. I would write letters in Ron's name every day, but they weren't like official. I mean, they were personal, based upon what a letter somebody had written. Not. Well, I'm glad to see you all. Came out for my birthday, and I want to, congratulate each and everyone. I mean, what the hell? I don't know what I was saying, but so I mean, you get pulled. So in her case, they'd say, we need somebody to sing the anthem. Come down.
Wow.
And get free tickets to the game. And she became a Celtics fan.
That's cute.
She was not a sports fan per se at all, but. Yeah, and she didn't like the hockey games because the teeth had come flying over.
God! Yeah, no, that's disgusting.
It's so gross. It was too gross. Yeah. But in any case, so, but as I say, walking with celebrity, she would frequent. She said one time, the conductor's brother says, "Oh yeah, I got a surprise for you." He puts her in a cab in Manhattan coming out of the opera to go downtown with Mel Gibson. She goes in there, there's Mel Gibson. So she rode downtown with Mel Gibson. Not that was a great experience, not that it wasn't. Not to validate Mel Gibson.
Understood.
But yeah, so she frequented with all that sort of stuff, and Pavarotti would call her and say, Marianne, come over and have some pastries. He ate too many pastries. She wouldn't come. She wasn't interested in going. And all you're doing is hanging out with some guy. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
I mean, he was a great singer, and she knew him well, and she loved him. But she's not going to come over during her work to go hang out with Pavarotti in his apartment, not in his Italian. And he was, but she said he ate so much pastries, he had gout. He had serious gout problems.
Oh, Jesus.
It's like, and he was a star soccer player when he was younger. He was an athlete.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
I didn't either, until you just told us.
No. So anyway, I'm saying she walked with celebrity, and she also had a boyfriend who was somewhat famous, meaning myself. So it just was, but the thing is, this is Douglas's life of, meeting with Aquino. Aquino is not in the right world, but a major pivotal character in the history of the U.S. Army, the United States of America, the National Security Agency, and the entire occult world. He crossed paths with this major. I hate, what do you call a celebrity that's notorious?
Infamous.
Yeah, there's a word for it. A rogue.
Yes.
Although that's too polite of a word. And then, of course, John Henry Hagrid, who is notorious. This is what I'm trying to say. He's notorious.
Yes.
Notorious. And you can read about him. I'm trying to think what other characters come to mind in the path. Well, Gene Roddenberry. You crossed paths with Gene Roddenberry.
Yes.
You crossed paths with. You could probably name them, but then your father also crossed paths with people, and your mother was a major celebrity. Yes. A major celebrity who went into relative obscurity in terms of her public persona.
Yes.
And she was probably very happy with that, despite what she might have lost from that because of her vampire. She probably wanted to be as obscure as possible.
Yes, there was that element to it, certainly. Most certainly. And as a matter of fact, one of the things that like to do is kind of put some perspective on that in a matter of minutes. I definitely want to just gather my thoughts on that and kind of provide people with a kind of a parallel experience who people might have a hard time understanding. Not just my mother per se, which of course I can imagine would be just a very hard phenomenon for most people to understand. There's so much to her that a lot of people would just find it just hard to absorb in and of itself. So when I try and talk about various elements of her career and why her career was so, shall we say, unusual. How is it that more people haven't heard of her, or why is she not known as a household name? This is something also that takes some explanation, and yet there's this historical parallel. And I brought up before, of course, the fact that there used to be the phenomenon of celebrity spies, and a lot of people, of course, used to know various people were spies, and yet these people went on doing what they were doing. The individual that we write about in our book, the Roswell Deception, he's worked with Simon Flexner, and he was the Japanese man who was responsible for smuggling all kinds of diseases for Emperor Hirohito to work with. And he was the Michio Kaku of his day. For the life of me, I can't remember his name at the moment. But he was, you know who I'm talking about, Peter?
Oh, you're talking about, I don't remember his name either. I could look it up for you if you want.
Yeah, you can look it up for me. And that's someone who's also just a kind of famous person in this regard. And
but also, I was thinking of a famous person with you is Lorraine Prifty. Not so much that she was famous, but she was working for George Moscone, who was shot right in her presence.
Yes.
And Harvey Milk as well.
Yeah. Yes.
So that was like a major, like you talk about the earthquake that ran through San Francisco in 1989. This was like a psychological earthquake that rode through San Francisco about 10 years earlier or something like that. And it was just like, wow, this was like the mayor being shot by Dan White, who had too many Twinkies.
Yes.
And what riveting characters to be, associated with. The same. Well, go ahead.
Oh no! Please, whatever other thoughts come to your mind, by all means.
Well, but not only it's not so much the personalities of the characters, but the current or the currency that was running through Douglas's hand. Like if you think of Preston Nichols in Montauk, he's this current of electricity or frequency is running through Preston. He's like this enormous switchboard that knows so much about what he should know. And Douglas is the same. And you think of the currency in those documents he was reading and supposed to burning, but also reading. This is like buried, hidden history. Buried, hidden history.
Yeah.
And I remember in L. Ron Hubbard's organization system, he had the qualifications division, of which I was a member. I went to many different jobs. Qualifications, of course, is reviewing things, seeing that things are right, and correcting things.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trained to within an inch of my life how to see, well, if this is wrong, how do you fix it? And that's unlimited. Okay. If you're doing some sacrosanct process and it doesn't work, it ain't sacrosanct. It's wrong. You got to fix it. That's what I was oriented to. So it takes the sacred cow element out your functionality and makes you want to be workable. And one of the things he said, the product of this division was the recovery of lost knowledge, finding lost knowledge. And so what more lost knowledge is there than what Douglas was burning at the Presidio? We have a lot of new knowledge coming out on YouTube and the internet that is really watered down crap. And it's really toxic. Well, it's toxic. I don't know how toxic it is. It's just like sludge, more sludge than, but it's like if you just want to get up and start doing stream of consciousness on what you saw on TV today, you know, it's not necessarily toxic. It's just stupid.
No, true enough. So,
but it can move into the toxic realm.
It always does. Yeah, all too often does. Yes.
So the thing is that the information that Douglas was burning and recording to the best of his ability is vital information. It's vital.
Yeah, and just so that people understand, I was trying to rack my brain to remember an American parallel, because there's such a hard time trying to explain to people my mother's Asian background already. And say, for instance, when I think Peter caught just a little bit of it, but Victoria, who hopefully will rejoin us at some point, perhaps it's up to her, and shout out to her if she's listening. But for some reason, she seems to be feeling very tired these days, and for all I know, she might have long-term COVID. So, do maintain her in thought and prayer. Hate to have anyone suffer long-term COVID. Certainly our dear friend Keith Call lost his sense of smell, and like many people, never regained it, though perhaps he's getting a little bit of a touch of it back. Gives him some hope. But life is hard on people, and this COVID plague has been very real. I got my COVID shot recently and got sick as a dog, which of course is what it makes you do. You're injecting yourself with COVID. So I definitely took the risk because I did enough research where I'm convinced it doesn't alter your genetic framework. It's using a different technology than CRISPR, so it's not altering your genes. But just get that out of the way, has a lot to do, of course, with just treating myself with kids' gloves and kind of treating the upcoming hotel as like a spa trip. But there's all kinds of stress involved with it, as people know. And of course, trying to coordinate with Brendan with all that he's going through in order to maintain a watch on the channel, because we know it's going to come under attack while I'm off the grid, and that this is exactly what they're aiming for. And by the way, I have to express my frustration there. I mean, I love Brendan Zogit tremendously, and certainly this would not be possible without him. But, it's like I said it plenty of times, they're replacing the telephone pole, and obviously it did not sink in. He just has this fantasy that it's like something that they're just knocking my power out like harassment for an hour or something like that. And that's really irritating. It's just really profoundly irritating when you're trying to communicate with people and they're just not getting it, the gravity of the situation.
This is one of the early things you learn in Scientology is to listen to what a person says and acknowledge what the person says.
Yes.
And the person says, I was violated by Humpty Dumpty. and you say, oh, you were? Oh. Now, you might think they're full of shit because Humpty Dumpty isn't a real character to you, but it's real to them. Now, of course, I'm being facetious and exaggerating, but nevertheless, you have to be prepared for that. And one of the problems is and you're also taught to just be there in the presence of the person. So, that requires giving them your attention. And look, everybody falls short of this in regular life, but that's the mechanism. And if you expect people to be cognizant and present, it's not common in this world. So, I was talking with one of my friends about how much your tenor had changed since I've been working with you.
Mm-hmm.
He says, and I was talking about the Scientology, because he was in Scientology. I said, well, what did you use from Scientology? I said, I listened to him. He goes, oh, God, yeah, that's incredible. Listening is incredible.
Yes.
So, hey, people are going to fall short of this. And, you know, Brendan's a great guy. He's very knowledgeable. But I'm saying this is the mechanism that takes place in people. Because, you know, and plus, you know, he's coping. He's got his mind on his problems, which are not insignificant. So that's another thing. It takes his attention away from being there 100% for you. We're lucky enough to be there
yeah
30%, 50%. So that's what you're running up against, and you know, he's such a crucial part of the team.
Yes.
But you know, I don't fault him for this. God, when anybody's up against the wall, whether it's rent, jobs, or whatever, it takes total priority.
No, it definitely is an excellent analysis of his situation. Thank you. No, deeply appreciate it. Yeah, just to, again, put things into perspective, when we had that young lady with us that Victoria brought on named Christina, who was a professional sex worker, and started talking about watching a movie of a Chinese woman who reminded her of my mother, because Victoria alluded to my mother, and when the mother of my subject of my mother came up, then this woman said, "Oh, she sounds like the woman in this movie," and then starts trying to challenge me to name the woman in the movie, who was a Manchurian princess who could cross-dress and act as a spy, and then she said, "Oh, but she was a Nazi, so fuck her." I mean, and so you're facing the challenge already about dealing with someone who could very well be talking about your mother and insulting them.
That's so common for people to equate Nazis to nothing but pure evil.
Which is what this girl ultimately represented, because all she had was hatred and animosity, so she projects it on the Nazis. But in terms with certainly appreciating what Peter is saying, but also putting that into context, I pointed out to her that, look, emperors have concubines. And if you look up any Chinese woman who was a princess in Manchuria who's also acting as a spy, you're going to find 100 names. And one of them might be my mother, one of them might be an alias, one of them might be someone else entirely. But there were all kinds of women who had multiple talents that were used by the emperor in Manchuria, because Emperor Puyi was just kind of famous for that. He really delegated much of his authority to many of his courtesans, his princesses and his concubines. And many of them held the title of princess because he was married multiple times. So when you have this ongoing dynamic, my mother's royalty was different in that she was not related to him by marriage. She came from a much older bloodline from a different dynasty. But when I was trying to, I never had a chance to explain any of that, of course, because at that point she was just going ballistic and going off in a number of other directions, because this is what people do. I mean, there's never any sense of any control there. That, of course, is a tangent. But when it comes to trying to explain parallels, one of the things that, before I even go to an American parallel, one of the things that I was pointing out to people in the past was, aside from the celebrity, Hideo Noguchi, by the way, was the name of the Japanese celebrity spy I was trying to think of. And Hideo Noguchi was a very famous Japanese person, one of the most famous Japanese of his day in the 1930s. He married a white American woman, as a matter of fact, and is buried in a cemetery in New York City next to Duke Ellington and all these famous entertainers and multimillionaires, like the people who established the Sears Roebuck Empire and all the rest of that. So Hideo Noguchi is buried right here in the United States, but he was born in Fukushima Daiichi, and in Fukushima, they have a biofacsimilacra of him that greets people in a museum that's dedicated to his accomplishments. But he's also, his face is also on the 1,000 yen or the million yen bill in Japan. I can't remember which, but people can look it up. Hideo Noguchi on the, 1,000 yen or million yen bill in Japan. So he's obviously a national hero, even though he's buried here. And he's buried here because he was married to a white American woman and was a United States citizen, but yet was serving Imperial Japan. He is, in essence, quote unquote, an enemy. But when it comes to, of the United States at that time, certainly not an enemy of humanity by my definition. But when it comes to, say, for instance, my mother's situation, of being famous in film at the time, it doesn't really carry over into the modern age, because in those days film was a completely different industry where they treated it like theater. People thought of film as a transitional experience, that when you went into a theater to watch cinema, you had live music. Somebody would be literally sitting on piano playing live music, and they would pass out dishes and shit. They'd hold little contests and lotteries. This was like a community experience that was heavily involved. It was like going to church when people would go see a movie. So people would be involved with this experience of entertainment that was not only, it wouldn't be all-consuming per se, but it would be interactive. It would be interactive. It would be like their version of people participating in a multi-player role-playing game today, a multiplayer online role-playing game, which was the problem that I had the other day when I was trying to, here's another tangent for you, but it's a necessary tangent, and I hope it educates people. When Peter Moon, for those of you who went to Peter Moon's channel, the time we were talking to Marina Sarin, and Aristides, hopefully, we'll put up a link to that again in the chat, because he's very good with that. Peter Moon and I were talking to Marina Sarin, then we went to talking about Chaosium, which, like many gaming companies, ultimately turned out to be a defense contractor. And because Chaosium is a defense contractor that is so heavily involved with Michael Aquino and the Temple of Set that they never needed to evolve, I was talking about what a coelacanth they are on the market, that they have no need to respond to the evolutionary changes demanded in gaming. And I was trying to ask for people to help me by providing other role-playing games as an example, so I could talk about the evolution and change in the industry. And of course, aside from Dungeons and Dragons coming to mind, there were others that I was trying to seek out as an example that wouldn't be too niche, that might be generally recognized. Of course, there's damn few besides Dungeons and Dragons. Real Tech Geek was in the chat room, and he starts rattling off a machine gun litany of gaming names for role-playing games. And he is totally off the fucking mark, because he was stuck in the next century, the 21st century. All he was naming were MPORGs, multiplayer online role-playing games. This is how fucked in the head he is with stuck in the 20th century. He has no idea of tabletop role-playing games. So when it came to all the defense contractors working at the Presidio, and here's a Presidio memory for you, the apex of the social cultural spectrum at the Presidio military base, and at any military base in those days, was to become one of the gamers, that you would be allowed into the circle of gamers. Now, in those days, we did not have electronic games like you have today. We didn't have computer games like you have today. The closest thing we had was Pong, Space Invaders. These are arcade games that were so primitive that people would laugh at them today. They would just be unplayable. Nobody could engage with them. They would consider it beneath their dignity. They're just pixelated boxes. So what people had were tabletop games, and these were either military board games or there were role-playing games in which you assume a character role. But you're doing this offline. It has nothing to do with computers. You're doing this using accounting schemes and calculators for calculating whatever damage is done in combat that you engage in with various monsters that are imaginal, that you have miniatures of in order to realize your visualization process. You use miniatures. This is like a world which today would be too slow for your average person to engage in. So they're all doing multiplayer online role-playing games and doing this online where they're in cyberspace. So this is what Real Tech Geek is stuck in. He's missed the curve of my narrative because he's too young. He can't grasp that there was a world before what he experienced. So when it comes to people and your idea of fame today, where you think that the person's, whatever a person does is always going to be there, let me try and give you an example of how wrong you are. There used to be a film called Cocoon. Peter Moon, do you remember the movie Cocoon?
Very well.
Okay, yeah, with Don Amici. Yeah, this was directed by Ron Howard, and it was a big hit. And it is no longer anywhere. I mean, anywhere. It's not on streams. It's not on YouTube. It's not anywhere. You cannot find it. For whatever reason, I have no idea, and I do not care to investigate. They've scrubbed it. You cannot find...
One of the things, it was about the fountain of youth.
Yeah.
And they found this fountain of youth, and young people were getting older. I mean, getting younger. Yeah. And it was very reinvigorating. I remember my wife took, she wanted to take her grandmother to see it, to, boist her spirits.
Yes.
And it did. It was fun for that. It was, it was kind of uplifting. It also starred Raquel Welch's daughter, Tawny Welch. And I found something out about Tawny Welch. So one of my friends told me about her. She never went anywhere because once she did that movie or whatever, she acted like a prima donna and was obnoxious and rude.
Wow.
Like she bigger than her britches, and she never got work again. Like word gets around. People think you can be arrogant and get away with it, and sometimes you can. But when you're it's just somebody sending out a back word. Now, somebody could argue and say maybe she refused director's advances, on the casting couch, even though she'd been cast and was famous. I don't really know. If I was going to stick up for her, I'd use that defense. But, it's just a side comment on that, because she's somebody that played in that movie. Yeah, she did fine, and it was just a side thing to Cocoon. As I think they had something like Cocoons. It was kind of like Gremlins, only instead of the cocoon coming out into a hideous character, a little Cho, making them young again.
Yes, got it. And so the older people were getting young, recovering their youth, and you cannot find that online for love or money. So it's there's a lot of films like that if you don't keep your Blu-rays and your DVDs, if you don't keep your physical media, you're not going to find these things online. They're just completely scrubbed. And so there's Looking for Mr. Goodbar was a film like that was very famous, and then that's impossible to find online. Dawn of the Dead, the original Dawn of the Dead. The original Dawn of the Dead, the Romero director's cut, cannot be found online. For whatever reason, people take these films and they scrub them completely. And I have no doubt there's conspiracy behind it, and that there's basically something sinister involved. Because there's
one of the worst things, Douglas, is not so much the movies that disappear, and that's not bad, is the movies that continually reappear and are remade. Like they remade the Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory again. And it's like, why? I thought they just remade it with Johnny Depp. Now they're remaking it again. It's because they're churning the product. So whoever owns the rights can churn a product. It's like if I wanted to do 3 versions of the Montauk Project and keep making money off of each one of them. That's the way. That's one reason that you have movies being recirculated.
But would that be the reason to disappear the originals?
It could be if they're trying to, put them in a, they might cut off the distribution or the site of them so they won't be remade, so other ones can't be. But that's only speculation on my behalf. I don't really know. It's just one other potentiality to consider.
Yeah, well, it's definitely something that is an example of nothing is to be considered permanent or permanently accessible, even in today's age of supposed media ubiquitousness and universality.
Exactly.
But back in the day, when my mother was an actress, literally an actress in both adult and conventional media, it was all celluloid that was literally flammable, literally had nitroglycerin as an ingredient, and was considered dangerous and would literally physically blow up or spontaneously burst into flame if left in storage long enough. So for safety reasons, they would destroy footage regularly. And so it was never considered a permanent medium. It was considered like you went to a theater. If you go to a theater, you'll see the same actor perform the same maneuvers or moves night after night, and they can do it in their sleep. And they go through this emotional outburst on a nightly basis for potentially years. And yet, eventually, that theater will stop showing that particular stage play. And that's how they viewed cinema. In those days, cinema was a transitional medium that was not viewed as something to preserve. So there's very little from the early days of media and my mother's fame that exists at all. And I brought up before examples that people are generally unaware of unless they've listened to me, such as the fact that Godzilla was not the first giant monster in Japan. It was King Kong. As soon as King Kong was made in the United States, the Japanese made their own King Kong called King Kong in Yedo, long before there was a Godzilla, who was post-war. Godzilla was a post-war production, but King Kong was produced before the war. But the Great Tokyo Air Raid, which destroyed more people overnight than the atomic bomb ever did, that destroyed every copy of that film. We only have a single frame left of King Kong in Yedo to know it existed, just like we have a single frame from Edison's Frankenstein. So by the way, I'm happy to see Brendan Zogit has rejoined us, and I appreciate that profoundly. And hopefully he'll be able to speak soon enough, and we're glad to have him with us while we have him. As Peter said, you're going through so much stress yourself that it's you've got a lot of your own things to deal with, and it makes it hard for you to understand the gravity of what I'm dealing with. But when it comes to the situation involving my mother, that was one factor in the films that she produced no longer existing, or people being able to find quote-unquote evidence of them, which is probably helped her to reestablish herself on a much more smoother phase of existence here in the United States, considering the fact that she was a huntress and actually did hunt for her blood, as opposed to someone like myself who tries to avoid that at all costs. Yet she taught me, of course, the martial arts background to do just that if I needed to. Though I've never really lived up to her standards in that regard. I'm sure she would be both embarrassed and ashamed of me in some senses that I'm not predatory enough by her standards. But such being what it is, I've certainly, hopefully not disappointed her in other ways. But all that being said, to parallel this into an American experience so people have something they can look up or try to understand, so that they could understand there's people out there like my mother whom for whatever reason they've never heard of but should have. There's a excellent example in an American woman named Jacqueline Cochran, and that's not a real name. but she was an aviation pioneer. And Jacqueline Cochran, or Jackie Cochran, her real name was Jacqueline, or one of her many names. Her actual birth name was Bessie Lee Pittman. She was like born in some mill town in Muskogee, Florida, and it was just poverty stricken. And she was completely illiterate and just working in a cotton mill, and married some guy at the age of 10 and gave birth to their child at the age of 14. And of course, like many people in those days, the child died. And then what happened was that she ultimately ran away to become a salonist. And she was working with makeup on Saks Fifth Avenue, and impressed everyone enough that she became a celebrity cosmetologist. And I know about her through what V, my own cosmetologist, was telling me. But then what happened was that she wound up marrying a multimillionaire who, unlike most people in the Great Depression, had lost millions of bucks. He made millions. He was one of the few that made millions when the stock market crashed, because he was invested in all the wrong places that turned out to be just right. And so he basically paid for her to get a flying license, because in those days, aviation was considered weird. It was like considered so new and so unique that a lot of women became aviatrixes. And so she became good friends with Amelia Earhart. And she wound up breaking the sound barrier. Breaking the fucking sound barrier before that idiot Marine. And nobody knows her. Nobody. And she won the Distinguished Medal for that. It's like she wound up establishing the Women's Air Force pilots, the WASPs, Women's Air Force pilots. I forgot what exactly the acronym was for, but it was the WASPs, as they called them, were the Women's Air Force female pilots. Originally, they called them WAFs, WAFs. Women's Air Force female, and then they called them WASPs for Women's Air Force Service Pilots. And so she basically participated in all kinds of training of female pilots, because they believed all the male pilots were getting shot down and that they needed women to defend the home front. And so she was responsible for organizing Homeland Defense of the United States. So she got the Distinguished Service Medal from General Arnold, Hap Arnold, who was responsible for the famous bombing campaigns. And so when Hap Arnold gave her the Distinguished Service Medal, then they flew her over to the Pacific and to the Nuremberg trials and all this other shit. And everybody knew she had done all this. And it was after that she broke the speed barrier. And as a matter of fact, all of the records that she broke have never been broken. Nobody has ever beaten all of the records that she broke. Nobody's ever beaten her records. But nobody knows her. Jacqueline Cochran. So there's an example of someone who did all this great shit in the United States, but they've scrubbed her completely. Completely scrubbed her. No one knows who she is. Now, as for her family, she completely disowned them. She secretly, gave them welfare. She put them on a pension or a fund, but she would always say she did it out of charity to a bunch of strangers she adopted. She was so ashamed of her original family as white trash that she said that she was an orphan who nobody knew who her real parents were. Of course, she was lying through her teeth. So she had this whole assumed alias under which she had gained all these skills and all this fame, and her real alias was completely scrubbed, and then they scrubbed her. So it's like, if you don't think someone like my mother can become a world famous figure in World War II and then completely disappear, think of what I've just described. Everybody knows Chuck Yeager, the man who broke the sound barrier, and nobody knows, except for me because I dealt with the records, she broke the sound barrier before he did in the United States, and got these medals for it, but they made sure that everyone remembered him, but no one remembered her. So it's like a joke. Some sick joke. And I think she held all but one principal speed record before the age of 47. and every record she set was never beat. So it's like it's something that should be a household name, but it's something that is an example of what can happen in America in a relatively recent time. So you can understand what happened with my mother was pretty much the same thing, where a lot of her background was wiped out, her name wiped out, experiences wiped out. Now, a lot of this was the war. A lot of this was her own choice. She was hiding her trail because she wanted it safe for the son of Adolf Hitler to grow up without being harassed or terrorized or monitored. She failed in all those counts simply because that's impossible. I grew up in the belly of the beast in the Presidio military base, combined with all of my exposure to the streets of San Francisco, etc. Certainly she was trying to toughen me up for a life as a predator, but it really was, I think, the wrong choice in many ways. Still, nevertheless, it's one of those things that I would respect what she was attempting to do, and at the same time, it would have been better off if she had married someone well off and just honestly had a different life from the one that she died in. But all that being said, hopefully that puts that in some perspective. And in terms of that, Peter, does that bring anything else to mind?
Well, one thing is, I think it's better for humanity that things worked out the way they did.
Okay.
Because, you might have been in some innocuous position otherwise that didn't amount to anything.
Some might argue we're in that now. But, of course, we still have opportunity. So we have opportunity to...
Your life might have just been a relatively uneventful one. And while, regardless of your personal suffering, what you've gone through, I think, will end up serving everyone in the long run. I'd certainly like to think that.
Thank you.
And of course, fame is fleeting and it's fickle, and it just is. Some people maintain it for a long time, and when you think of all his fame means is recognition, and because you're recognized doesn't mean you're good, but certainly this goes down into the professional level where people are recognized, and I've noticed it. Many people in the professional level that have reputations aren't any good. Some of them are. Some of them. I mean, I'm not saying they're not, but reputation has a lot of PR, and when we get into the world of celebrity or journalism or writing or all this stuff, this just means you just have name recognition, and it does have a value. And then, of course, you build a reputation on a job or something. But with regard to the most famous name in the Western world is a name that people don't even understand. It's Jesus. Far and away the most famous name. And it's commanded all this attention. And one has to ask why.
True enough.
And I don't say that with any sort of prejudice. It's like, what is this? And as Aleister Crowley was the one who really pointed this out in one of his statements. He says, regardless of what you think of the Book of Revelation, and he's talking about the Book of Revelation, not Jesus. He says the Book of Revelation is the most magical piece of writing, and we define it as magic because it's just so ubiquitous. It's so all over the place. It's so well known. It's got such influence on people's psyche. And and the Book of Revelation just paralyzes the hell out of people's minds. And this is not off topic with regards to Douglas's work, because Douglas's work gets apocalyptic. But with regards to the Book of Revelation, a book which I've never read, I don't think I've read it front to back. But I was watching a YouTube on Carl Jung, or people who were students of Carl Jung, and how he psychoanalyzed the Book of Revelation. It was fascinating. You know, talking about the character who wrote it and all the psychological, like Jung could take these people apart, or even modern psychology can take the writings of the person writing it and the character doing the narration, and they can psychoanalyze the person from psychoanalytic techniques or psychoanalytic diagnosis or perception. It's fascinating. All it means is it makes you think. It makes your thinking liquid, more liquid with the information rather than paralyzed and saying, here come the locusts. One of the problems is when people start filtering through a lens, and one of these things, you know, I was watching somebody talk about AI and the beast in 666, and it's like, this is Satan's, you know, and he's defining Satan's DNA, you know, so DNA is all Satan. He doesn't have it straight at all. You know, it's like everything's satanic. The world. He needs to study Ahriman and distinguish and delineate the different, you know, theological functions that are being described. And also, like DNA, it was the thing we're being programmed, or DNA is being programmed with, you know, Satan stuff, and it starts with a vaccine and all this. And no, it doesn't start with, man, it starts with a vaccine. But the thing is, the problem with that is the DNA has had a problem for a long time. It's already compromised. The DNA of human beings. It has nothing to do with vaccines. You take the average human being. It needs to, the 24 gene pairs need to be unjammed. So it's kind of like we're here stuck on an island with Robinson Crusoe, you know, and we need to, I guess what you'd call decompress. That's one view, but people get all polarized into the references from the Book of Revelation.
Yes.
It's a paralysis of the mind.
Yes.
And I would say, without casting aspersions on the author of the Book of Revelation or the authors, want to go deep into that, it's like people thought differently back then. They wrote differently. They thought of things differently. And then things just get written and recorded, for better, for worse. It could be for better, it could be for worse in many situations. And then it begins to have sort of a hallowed quality where it's considered saintly because it's archaic. And then you go into the Gospels, the apocryphal Gospels, which means of doubtful authenticity, and you don't know what they are, and they counter the other Gospels and all this sort of thing, and you can get your head swimming around all of it. And then I was describing how Jung had great satisfaction when he decompressed the book of Job and finally figured it out. Not necessarily in the context of what a modern Christian might think, but he was very satisfied with himself. And it's all because it snarled around his head. And, you know, I've never been particularly snarled around anything in the Bible.
Right.
But what I would say is that the collective conscious does have its head swirled, you know, wrapped around that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's therefore, for that alone, it shouldn't be ignored, independent of its veracity. Just because people are hypnotized and paralyzed in terms of thinking with that stuff. And that's not criticizing it or casting negative aspersions on it. What I'm casting negative aspersions on is the hypnotizable influence that or any such book can have on somebody. And generally it begins with a lot of repetition and a lot of exposure to something. Yeah, I was just thinking today or yesterday, I'm actually a living person who actually experienced a doctor coming to my house, coming into the living room with a little black bag and giving me whatever medicine I needed. Maybe it was a shot. And back in the 1950s, there were doctors, and they come to the house for $5, and they'd look at you, put the stethoscope on you, give you whatever medicine you needed, and leave. And I remember asking my mom about it, and she says, there's only one doctor who does that anymore, and pretty soon he retired. So, the doctor didn't come to the house anymore. You had to go see him. Now, this is for very routine things.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what it was for, because I don't remember being that sick. But I really like the idea of the doctor coming to the house, sitting on the couch next to you, and just treating you in your own home. It was so nice.
No, it's incredible. I mean, it truly was a different world. Go on.
Yeah, and then we also had the grocery bus in Southern California. It was a big white bus, and you go in, and it was kind of like the, what do you call them, a convenience store. And so if your mother forgot to buy peas or pasta, the grocery bus would come by, and she'd get in there, and she'd go in there and buy what she needs. She didn't do her grocery shopping there. It was too expensive. But you just pick up the can of beans that you need for tonight, and it was very convenient for everybody.
Wow.
And of course, my agenda would be to go with her and to get a, Hostess cupcakes for 5 cents or whatever they cost. They weren't very much. So I was always excited when the grocery bus came. And that was, those are things that you don't see. Instead, today we have Amazon.com. You can order it over online. It's even better, and you can get it cheaper than the grocery store or store, whatever you're shopping for. Generally speaking.
Well, while we have the advantage of both you and Brendan being here, I understand that when I left for a few minutes so that I could just tidy up what's around me and make my environment as comfortable as possible, you went in to contextualize for our listeners what exactly is going on. Now that Brendan is here, I do want him to hear straight from you the contents of that letter. I sent Peter Moon a photocopy of the physical letter sent to me from PG&E, and I do want to contextualize this for people so they understand the enormity of what we're dealing with. PG&E is a company that is known to kill people. This is a mass murderous company. None of this is conspiracy. None of this is paranoia. All of this has to do with the very real fact that PG&E confessed in court to murdering 84 people at once. This is what PG&E confessed to in court. Over the last decade, it's been held responsible for over 117 deaths. So we're talking about PG&E is just this mass murderous corporation that when it comes to personal murders, they truly do not mess around. There are people, of course, who were basically investigating PG&E and the murders that they committed. And I think that probably the worst, most egregious murder was well over a decade ago. Jacqueline Grieg, Jacqueline, and her surname was spelled Greig, and she was a 17-year veteran with the Public Utilities Commission of the state of California. And she was specifically in charge of the natural gas section of analysts who devoted their careers to the statutory mission of what was called DRA, or the Division of Ratepayer Advocates, minimizing costs to ratepayers, consistent with good safety and consumer protection. And she spent the summer analyzing PG&E's gas and energy request for a 4.2 billion United States dollar rate increase in the year 2010, like 13 years ago. And she proved that they were all full of shit, that they were just a criminal company of mafia-like miscreants. And what happened was they killed her by blowing up her gas pipe under her home. They blew up 40 houses at once. It's lucky only about 18 people died. But they killed her and her daughter, who was only 13 years old. And this was something that the forensic analyst said was definitely sabotage. And of course, they never faced any justice for that. And with all of the people that died as a result of PG&E's direct actions, no one spent a day in jail. A corporation is considered a living entity, and the only way to kill a corporation is to have a bunch of people sell off its shares, have a bunch of new shareholders commit to a hostile takeover and liquidate all its assets. Nobody seems to be able to accomplish this in the state of California with PG&E. So they're a renegade mass murderous felon on parole that has sent me a letter saying that they're cutting off gas to my address specifically, right down to the meter number. No such communique has been sent to any of my neighbors, but they're doing this to replace the telephone pole. I think they're talking about the one across the street, not the one that's down further that has been the source of trouble for so many years. I think they want to replace the more conventional telephone pole directly across the street with a brand new surveillance pole, possibly capable of beaming something. But this is what's in the physical letter that is not sent in the electronic communication. So, Peter, if you would explain that.
When I read it, it does not explain the telephone. It's not in the telephone pole is not in the letter. I read the letter out loud.
What? It's in the letter because I have a copy of the letter. Let me go get that. Let me go get that copy.
It
says we're replacing the telephone pole.
Not well. Wait a second. This is what I have. This is what I read. You sent it to me yesterday.
Yes.
Valued PG&E customer. Planned electrical outage affecting Green Street. That an interruption is necessary for our crews to maintain P&G's electrical equipment near your home. It doesn't say pole.
Let me get the letter, okay? So I'll be back. I'm going to go mute. Obviously, you are not reading the letter, so let me go get the letter, all right? I'm going to be back.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to see if he sent me several emails. Powder outage.
Peter, was there a physical letter in addition to like an email notification?
I remember, that's all I remember, but maybe he sent me something else.
I think they probably have to notify you in writing, so there might be a discrepancy between a print letter and an email.
Maybe that was the email. He sent a bunch of stuff and stuff I wanted to ask him about, but
yeah, I think he got a physical letter though.
Let's see if he sent
like
it.
They kind of have to. I think they're obligated to notify you in writing. It's one of those things. You know?
January 7th.
Okay, so I am back, and I have the letter in front of me. It says, replace electric power pole. How can you not see this?
Yeah. Okay, hang on.
Well, Douglas, is there a difference between a physical letter and an email? Because you probably...
I sent him a photocopy of the physical letter, the same physical letter that I am holding. Dear valued customer, PG&E will be temporarily interrupting your electric service in order to safely perform the following work in your area. This is something I sent specifically so it could be put into the book because we've already spoken of this phenomena in our last book.
Douglas, I'm serious. I just read what I got.
It says, do you not see an important notice of a planned electric service interruption in your area?
Wait a second. You mentioned poll. I read exactly.
What are you looking at? Does it not say Pacific Gas and Electric Company in the upper left-hand corner?
Yes.
Does it not say letter ID 897775?
I've lost it. I have to go back and find it.
How can you lose it if it's a physical letter?
Oh, I never received anything in the mail from you.
You haven't received my gift for your birthday?
No. Absolutely not. I haven't received...
I spent $168 to get that to you next day mail.
But nothing arrived. There's no...
You did not collect it because you gave me a P.O. box.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, I haven't been to the post office.
That's the point. You don't have the letter.
Okay. I thought I was looking on email. Okay, I don't have the letter now. Okay, because I haven't been to the P.O. box.
We'll get the goddamn letter from the P.O. box before you even discuss it.
I can't get it.
I understand that. I spent $168 to get it to you on fucking Friday. So it got up into your P.O. box on Friday. So it looks like I wasted that. So specifically so you could have if you want me to get these things to you, don't give me a P.O. box.
I told you not to send it. You were telling me a birthday present. I didn't want it.
It's not a question of that. It's to get you this letter, among other things. Also, it's a time-sensitive material that I'm sending you, so the sooner you got it, the better. But it's not a question of sentimentality here. We published enough about this in the book to the point where I'm sending you physical evidence to place in the next book because it's an ongoing issue. So just so that you know, there is a physical letter that Peter Moon has not accessed that has quite specifically, they're replacing the entire electric power pole in my neighborhood across the street. Okay, this is a big deal. This cannot be done in an hour like Brendan Zoget was fantasizing, where, they're just going to cut your power off. This is just taking an hour, and it's not a joke. This is like something that they can't do this at night without keeping everybody awake. This is going to be something that is going to be like everybody in the neighborhood is going to be subjected to ungodly noise while people literally drill the concrete in area. This is going to be like an ungodly sound. I mean, all I can say is thank God I'll be gone out of the area. But this is something where when Peter Moon does collect the letter, he will have physical evidence that we can put in the book about this. And this is something that is what I spent $168 on to make certain he got this evidence. So at any rate, just ask us it as soon as you can.
So much to get something there. I mean, you can send it overnight, $30.
It's because I had to send I had to send a birthday gift to Brooke Gibson. I had to send a gift to Amy Como because she contributed $300. Amy Como contributed $300. I had to send her something, and so
it didn't cost $168 to send it to me.
To all three of you. It was cumulative between the three of you. Yes. But it was $168 altogether to get everything out next day mail and signed for it. So you have to sign for it to get it. That way, it was the only way I could make certain that people got it. All of you live in areas which are not necessarily urban areas per se. It's but beyond that, I've discovered through hard experience, the only way to get anybody to receive anything is to send it next day mail and have them sign for it. Otherwise, people don't get it at all. At least not from me, because it gets interdicted by either feds or it just gets lost. The amount of mail coming into and out of California is astronomical, and much of it never gets anywhere. people who send me things, for instance, that one clown, Robert Lacey, the baseball player, sent me hundreds of dollars one time and kept asking me if I got it. And I said, dude, you may as well have taken that $200 and you may as well have thrown it out of the window of a moving car. If you send that through the mail, it will never reach me. The postal inspectors do nothing all day but have dogs that literally sniff for money, and they rob those envelopes. That's what they do. That's all they do. They don't do anything else. So it just is the way it is. We live in a corrupt society. Nothing works, but it's not gonna, you just try and work with the fact that nothing works. But what does work is the harassment system. And so, at any rate, this is, again, now Brendan has left us completely. Just so people understand, the physical letter that I have that Peter Moon will access, we can discuss on Wednesday. So we'll discuss that on Wednesday when I return. But basically what it says is that PG&E will be interrupting your electric service in order to safely perform the following work in your area. Replace power pole, which, by the way, is highlighted and emboldened, so it's impossible to miss. The planned electric service interruption affects the following vicinity or property address, and it's specifically my address and my meter number. This is, the times are given, etc. So the person is Tanya, San Francisco County Planned Outage Coordinator, and her 415 phone number, which, by the way, as our man Brendan said, is extremely unusual. 415 used to be synonymous with the city and county of San Francisco as an area code. It no longer is given out as an area code. It's something that is retained only by very old services, or people who have lived in San Francisco forever might have 415. But anyone who enters into San Francisco now will never get a 415. It's considered like a privilege area code. But that being said, hopefully people are now aware of the gravity of the situation and why it seems so bizarre and ridiculous that they'll be doing this on a night when everybody's home, creating an ungodly amount of noise and cutting off power to only one area, which is mine, but certainly impacting the entire neighborhood. And of course, in San Francisco, as Amy Como has explained, as everywhere else, my getting a hotel for the night basically is well over $300, and not to mention all the expenses involved. So that's why I have been talking about this sort of thing for years, and now it's reaching another climax of hostile harassment in terms of the kind of just unnecessary activity that they are conducting. And what we do realize, Brendan Zogit and myself, is that they're going to take advantage of my being off the grid to try and knock out my channel, the YouTube channel, by uploading videos that I will not be able to access or delete, because I will not be anywhere near the net and unable to access my channel for that period of time. So Brendan is going to try his best to monitor that, and hopefully he'll return later and I can discuss that with him, or hopefully I can talk to him in the morning. All of this, of course, is just another level of tension that nobody needs to deal with. So when it comes to the situation, there we are. So it's been reviewed again, and that being said, Peter, thank you for your patience, and look forward to your having reviewed those materials by Wednesday.
Okay, well that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah. And I'm going to sign off, but before I sign off, I want to encourage people to donate to Douglas and help him with this hotel business. Hopefully they won't have any further problems, and that it'll all be wrapped up. But you can go to douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner.
Thank you. Bless you. Love you dearly. Take care.
And good night to Brendan and to Aristides and everybody else.
Yeah. Good night, dear Peter. Yes. Sweet dreams.
Bye-bye.
Blessed slumber. Bye-bye. See you on Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. All right. Take care. Okay. Peter Moon left. And so let's see if we can bring everybody else back on. And let's get ready for the rest of the night. That's terribly frustrating.
A little bit.
What was that?
I said I was a little bit tense.
Well, it's just so.
I realized that he was like, there was a discrepancy, and he was looking at an email and not like a physical letter, because there was a mismatch of information.
It's just it's just as irritating as, of course, Brendan thinking that they're just going to be here an hour, and it's like, does he honestly think I'm not aware of these kinds of tricks that they pull, where they'll cut off power they'll say, we're going to cut off service for this amount of time, just to give themselves enough of a leeway or a buffer. This is something that they often do, stuff like that. It's not like I'm unaware of this. This is but it's when they say they're replacing the entire power pole, this is obviously not. This is like open heart surgery if this were a human being. This is something that requires breaking open the street. This requires the lifting of an extraordinarily heavy object. This requires like blocking off the street on either side so that traffic doesn't hit you in the middle of the night, while they have various vehicles that are going to do the lifting of an entire telephone pole and the reinsertion of another. This is like, we're talking something monumental here that's going to be taking place within from 9 p.m. Monday through 6 a.m. in the morning on Tuesday is the parameters they've given themselves. And obviously this is going to be an extraordinarily noisy affair. The fact that they're doing it in the dead of night, in the dead of winter, when everybody's home, even if the power is only cut off and communications are only cut off here in my address, everyone's going to be impacted. So the whole idea is bizarre, and to do this on a federal holiday, and under the weather that we're under, which is a Arctic blast that's encompassing the nation and rendering travel pretty much impossible in many regards. They're canceling football games, for God's sakes, or delaying them. Then everybody's stuck here to listen to them while they do this, and the whole thing is bizarre. And for people who don't appreciate the bizarre nature of it, it's because they're not looking at the information. Then when I try to provide the information, people aren't accessing the information. It becomes extraordinarily frustrating, so there you go. It's
right.
And I appreciate, as always, your diplomacy in trying to seek balance here. But like I said, thank God I went to get the physical copy of the letter and made certain he understands there's a physical copy that's waiting for him. I thought by now he would have at least retrieved his stuff, but I explained to him the importance of it. This is the pisser. I explained to him the importance of it, and he still didn't go get it. So it's like, that adds to the frustration. These things happen, and it's hopefully he would have reviewed it by Wednesday, and there you go with that. So let's press that add button, and
well, it is what it is, and so.
By the way, I opened your package. Thank you so very much. I mean, sure. There's no amount of gratitude that can do justice to what you've provided, and I want people to understand that Aristides is really looking out for me. Of course, the $250 United States dollars helps immensely. I pocketed that for use with the hotel, and certainly I'll have to deal as soon as you're there. It's like you have no choice. You're instantly assailed by bellhops who are going to force you to surrender your baggage to them, or they'll bug you for it. And so I'll have to give them a. So Brooke joined and left. That was delightful. Yeah.
So while you're gone, are you going to be? I'd be curious to see if you're like in touch with neighbors who've got their eyes on the street or anything. Do you know anybody around there who you could like call me? Like, what are they doing?
Douglas and them, they, them people on my thing call me. You know how that is.
Are you all right? Troy?
I told you, I've been working on that for a minute.
Good man. Yes, glad to have you with us. Nemo's joined us. Sid has joined us.
Because they just emailed, text me. I didn't know that they were actually having a meeting. They were like,
Oh
Right.
my god. It's like, I mean, so he's saying that he's involved with a meeting, right?
I don't know. I think he's having sleep,
There you go. Something like that.
and
And dreaming!
it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah.
Being awake is a tough.
Yeah. I don't like it myself. I don't
I
like
have
it.
trouble myself. Yeah, right. So no, I was saying, during this process, this poll thing, are you going to be able to like be in touch with any neighbors and call them up? Because you have your cell phone and be like, hey, what are they doing? What's the scope of what they're doing there? Like, do you have anybody to keep an eye on things, or not? You're not that tight with the neighbors.
I tell you the truth, I'm really not that tight with the neighbors. Tight enough for them to, obviously the upstairs family to coordinate with them on collecting packages. I'm lucky I can get that. It's probably best not to even give them a hint of what's going on. It's only going to cause them to be wary of my being a neighbor, right? So it's just best. Yeah. But I appreciate the thought. That's obviously a good suggestion, and thank God we got that ascertained as to what it was that Peter was looking at after all. This is like, so what pisses me off is that so was he telling people that shit when I was gone? So the few minutes that I was gone that he said he was going to put things in context, he made me look like an idiot by saying, yeah, there's really nothing on here says they're working on the telephone pole. Is that what happened while I was gone?
I wouldn't say it was that context. I would say there was some confusion, and I think we cleared it up. Like, he was looking at the email and thinking that's what you were talking about.
I told him on this program on record that I was sending him a physical copy of the letter. Yeah. Okay.
Be that as it may, I think he was looking at the email because there was like an email too.
Yeah, there's an email too that I also forwarded. You see, there is such a thing as too much information. It's if you give people too much, they just don't get it. They like it just gets worse and worse. It's the tragedy of human communication. Humans cannot communicate. They really cannot. Honestly, it's almost as if they're actively attempting to subvert everything you say. So there we go. Okay, I'm gonna breathe. Just breathe.
That's funny that Brendan thought it would only take an hour or a bit more to fully do the work on the power pole. Because when the power goes out in my area, just for maintenance, it lasts for 4 to 6 hours.
Oh yeah. I mean, well, thank you. I mean, I understand what Brendan is thinking, because oftentimes he's thinking like internet maintenance. In terms of internet maintenance, what they'll tell you is your internet will be out for like throughout the night. They'll just say it's like from 6 p.m. at night till 6 a.m. in the morning to give themselves as much leeway as possible, and then whatever they do takes only an hour. I know, because I'll be cruising the internet during the time that they say that the internet's going to be out, and then it'll go out for an hour, and I'll just have to find some other way to jerk off or something from old magazines or something. And then it'll come back on, and I can go back to cruising for porn if I'm still in the mood. But as it is, hopefully everybody doesn't take that too literally. But it's not always the case. But definitely, it's one of those things that you take into account when when they give you these notifications. But
and in your street, that's going to be like more pain in the ass to do, like putting in a new pole and adjusting all the cables and shit.
There's multiple
trees in the street.
The
wires go right through the trees.
Thank you. How are you so familiar with the landscape of my area?
I looked up because you said your address many times, so I just looked it up to see what it was like, and I saw all the power lines going through the trees.
Thank you. You've got it down. This man has got it down. I have multiple residences on top of each other on either side of the street, and they are facing each other through a canopy of trees, and all of these power poles are going with all the lines through the trees. So there's going to have tree trimmers as well. You know, the fuckers and the cherry pickers with the buzz saws. And they're going to be making a noise like it's apocalypse outside. This is going to be that, and they're going to have to turn night into day. There's going to have to be search lamps. So there's going to be search lamps. There's going to be buzz saws. There's going to be jackhammers.
No one's going to get a good sleep.
Yeah, they're going to be doing this throughout the night because they're replacing, this is the word, a power pole. So this is not like, you know, they're lifting the power pole up, they're like, you know, then inserting another one down. And by the way, whoever finds this monotonous or, you know, monofocal, what we're emphasizing is the absurdity, the surrealism of the act. The act itself makes no sense. This is something that you would do safely, more safely, if you're taking safety into account. You would be doing this in the daytime because of the buzz saws, because of the power poles, because at night you're dealing with people who are having to saw limbs off trees to gain access to clear the way for power lines going through the tree canopy that you've got to power. All this at night.
Yeah, it's strange that they don't do it through the day. You know?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. And it's and on a federal holiday again, etc. There's just the convergence of everything here is bizarre. So and what you see what I'm running into, Aristides. This is what I'm running into that sets me off. Right. Say for instance when I'm talking to Brooke Gibson about this, and it's, you know, Brooke Gibson is like, of course her angle is going to be. When I first started talking about PG&E, I said, you know, PG&E is this mass murderous company, and first I told her about Jacqueline Grieg, and she's like, oh, that sounds like conspiracy. It sounds unbelievable. I understand this. That when I talk to these to anybody who's not familiar with PG&E, this sounds like, how could they get away with this? Here we are. Sheila Gavin says, true story, in upstate New York, my locked apartment mailbox, I received a colorful envelope with a Canadian airmail stamp, Ontario, Canada, return address and dated postmark it to Australia. How could mail clearly going to Australia from Canada end up in my mailbox in upstate New York? Douglas is right to be suspicious and cautious. So let me tell her thanks so much, dear Sheila. Yes. Such being said, when it comes to talking to Brooke about this, thanks so much, dear Sheila. And when it comes to Brooke, of course, she started looking at this. She's always a frustrated attorney. So she starts looking at this like a attorney would. How do we deal with this social problem of PG&E? When I said, well, you know, it's one thing to talk about that, but I really need you to understand that this is a personal issue for me right now, what they're personally doing to me, but I was setting up the context for why they need to be taken seriously and why anything coming from them is suspect. And then she says, oh, it always comes back to you. Now, that's of course, something like that doesn't piss me off at all. That's just Brooke, and many other people would say that. It's something that I can understand people saying that. But it's then when I tell her about the power going out, and then she starts saying, well, you know, we get power go out all the time here in the South, and it lasts for days. And it's then the approach is like, oh, you're a wimp, and why aren't you just manning it up and lasting through this? And what they're not taking into account at that point is the fact that I'm running a channel that's under siege, and people have uploaded strike material on my channel in order to get my channel taken down. So that this is the opportunity for them to do that in a way that I cannot prevent it. And so it's not a question of gutting something out and being a wimp. It's basically there's the expense involved with relocating for the night, because it's not worth it to stay here overnight and gut it out, because I live in a place that's unlivable, which barely barely sustainable when the power is on. But to be here when the power is out, it truly becomes a mausoleum, a crypt. You may as well be in an actual mausoleum or crypt with no running water and no. It's just the only thing it would have would be the running water, and that would be fairly useless. But because it's not potable. But you know, that all being said, so when I speak with Brooke, those are the communications issues. Communications issues are that this is of grave of gravity, of grave matter, because I'm running a channel that it will be easy to interfere with, which is why I had to mobilize Brendan to go in through the back channel. He has access to my channel as a manager, so he can go in and delete anything they might upload throughout the night. I want to call him during the night to be able to check in with him, and that's far more important to me than knowing what they're doing outside. Then, you know, anything they're doing outside this, I have pretty much a confidence they're not going to do anything to my apartment, to my flat. What could they do? They're not going to come in here. So there's no problem with that. They might try to do that. If they do, you know, God help them. I won't go into the details, but when it comes to the problem with someone like Brendan, he was thinking of it like an internet trip, like, oh yeah, I'm sure whatever they're doing is only going to take an hour. Okay, then he's not thinking of the physical situation. He's not thinking of what's going on with, you know, everything else we've articulated. And then when it came to Peter, it was just plain like, well, I didn't pick up what you sent. Yeah, despite the fact that you told me you were sending it. Yeah. And then so he's left going off a totally warped perspective, as opposed to the reality of what's happening. So there we are. Thank you for holding everything together there, Aristides. But I think everyone else around me is understands the gravity of the situation.
I'll say this: it is quite suspicious, the whole scenario. But at the same time, I'm going to hope that it's very anticlimactic compared to the worst you might expect here. So I'm going to hope.
Well, you're aware of the whole history behind the telephone pole, right?
Maybe not the whole telephone pole.
But the
what else has happened with the telephone pole? In brief.
Let me see if I can download a picture sent by our friend Holly Kaditis Kiefer, and she sent me a photograph of it that she took before her camera broke, and that's essentially what broke her camera. The telephone pole, in her case, bites back. Now, I was with her physically when she did this, and this picture was taken by now it might have been fucking close to 10 years ago, or 8 years ago, something like that, maybe 6 years ago. But let me see if this is downloadable. Save image. There we go. And then, let's see here. Poll. And then I'm going to upload that into our chat. So here we go. And then I'll give you kind of like a rundown on what little history there is of it. And it's just mostly for morbid entertainment for all of our listeners. Is that over the many years that I've lived on a Russian Hill, there have been communications issues, and there's been an absolutely bizarre obsession on the part of PG&E with this telephone pole, but it's not directly across the street. It is basically several doors down, but it's on the street, but across the street, but a few doors down. So pressing the enter button. So this is the pole at the time that she took the picture of it. Now, at the time that she took the picture of it, this looked as if it were still made of wood. And that's myself and Laura Lee Solomon. So that's myself there with Laura Lee Solomon. And at that point, this telephone pole still looked like it was wood and had wooden components. Now, eventually, this complete telephone pole was removed and replaced with an all-metal hollow pole. that has a wooden texture. So if you kind of went up to it, you'd say, oh wow, this is made to look like wood. But if you felt it, it was completely smooth, no splinters, obviously made of hollow aluminum or something, and obviously loaded with cable or fiberglass or whatever's inside of it. So this was back when it was still looking woody. And as soon as she took that photograph, her cell phone just shattered. It like, she swears to God it bit back. She was able to digitally recover that last image that she took of it, and had to get a new cell phone. Her cell phone literally just shattered. I mean, I was there to witness it. So as soon as she took the photograph, there was this flash. Her phone like erupted with this gout of spark. And I went over to check out what had happened, and she said my goddamn phone burst and shattered. And it was just, she said it bit back. It bit back at me for taking the photograph. And regardless, this could be just some massive coincidence, but it's hard to believe that it is. It's the telephone pole, of course, was just something that, for whatever reason, they have constantly renovated and worked on. This is not directly across the street from me. The one directly across from the street from me has been pretty much left alone. What I had directly across the street was also a street lamp that for years they never replaced the light bulb in, and it was pitch black at night, which made it very dangerous, and it was against all San Francisco municipal ordinance and regulation that they allowed that to just languish like that, because it's a city ordinance means you have to have safe streets that are well lit, specifically in residential areas that are comparatively wealthy. So the fact that they didn't replace that for a long time, allowed that to languish, was a source of complaint. They circulated letters about it, and finally that was repaired. But what I think they're going to do is replace the power pole directly across the street and upgrade it to whatever surveillance processing technology they have on this pole. And so as our man Nemo said, to do this at night with all of the trees involved is counterproductive. It's not conducive to safety. So not to mention the noise on a federal holiday when everybody's home. So this is all very bizarre, and of course it just affects my street specifically. So all that being said, that gives people a little bit of the history. One time, before all this power phone stuff erupted, before there was my involvement with the Department of Defense per se, or maybe around that time, I was talking with my gang brother Beaver one time, and we somehow wound up on this wild ride where we kept getting connected into other people's calls. And this was back in the days when we had landlines, and that was almost impossible. When we were all talking on landlines, this was before there were cell phones. And when we were talking on landlines, somebody would have to theoretically, mechanically, jack you into different calls. Like somebody who was an operator would have to somehow arrange for you to be put on group calls. But we just kept getting connected to different people's telephone calls, and we just rode with it like a roller coaster because we enjoyed it, because it was a novelty, and it was just a strange experience. But it obviously had something to do with all the surveillance I was undergoing even then. And so we wound up talking to a bunch of strangers and just having fun with it. But again, part of the communications weirdness involving my home electronically. There was the other fact that when we got a new phone number, somehow, and this was like when we moved into Russian Hill. After we moved into Russian Hill, we were given the phone number of somebody somehow. They're supposed to cycle those numbers out of service for years before putting them back in to service. We had some very busy business phone number was given to us, so that we had calls every day from somebody trying to get into contact with this business that apparently had thousands of customers. That was a client with some kind of service. I don't even remember what it was. But, all of this is a kind of harassment. And it's just part of the hell of being who I am. But this is what makes trying to communicate it so frustrating, is that it doesn't matter who they are. Like, whether it's Brendan Zogit, who is undergoing a cult siege all the time and you would think would be comprehending certain elements of the situation, whether it's Peter Moon, who says, yeah, you got to take what the person says seriously, and therefore you think would be comprehending some element of the situation. Whether it's Brooke Gibson, who has herself come under siege by my gang stalkers, the bottom line is, it doesn't matter. Whenever I bring these subjects up, nobody understands what I'm saying. And they all essentially dismiss what I'm saying. This is what makes it so aggravating. This is truly what makes it offensive, is that what they're really displaying is the fact that they really aren't listening to what I'm saying. That they're actually dismissing what I'm saying all this time. And it doesn't matter all their own experiences that validate and reinforce and verify everything I've said up to a point. They still are dismissing everything I'm saying. Do you get what I'm saying, Aristides?
I think so, yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank
Yes.
you. And so, at any rate, now that
You have been through a lot. You have every reason to be, apprehensive about what's going on.
thank you. Thank you. And
That much. When was
Russian
this
hell needs like an underground electrical grid, because it reminds me of some of the poorer Asian countries where they just got fucking power lines everywhere with cables connecting to all the homes.
no,
Just like
we have
crazy.
that. We have that. That's
All right.
that's what makes it so strange. You see, it's, in other words, we have it. We've got it all. We've got it underground. We've got it above ground. So we are saturated in communication. But I appreciate what Nemo's saying, and what Nemo's saying is absolutely right. But that was another thing that even Peter Moon got pissed off the time Brendan said, I was pointing out that I called Comcast, and Comcast sent a technician, and he said when he looked inside of my, I guess we'd call it a utility box, he said that, there's 20 splitters inside your utility box, and you don't need a single one of them. All they're doing is fucking up your service, and they are deflecting all the signals coming into you. And so he removed all these splitters. And that's when Brendan asked this completely just asinine question, like, are you sure it's the government? Are you sure it's not your neighbors just juicing off your cable? And I'm like thinking, Brendan, I'm on Russian Hill in San Francisco, surrounded by Silicon Valley moguls. I'm not in Puerto Rico, surrounded by a bunch of Cuban boat people trying to juice my fucking cable.
Right.
There's no one here who's going to juice my fucking cable. What kind of world is he living in? That's such a question. He later on, I think, apologized for that, but it's like people have this need to just deny. They go into this denial mode, and I don't know where it's coming from. Everybody believes in conspiracy. They all believe there's people out there who are being persecuted by the deep state. They all seem to have this notion that this sort of thing is out there, but when you say, here's my story, I am it, look at what's happening to me, then they'll come up with anything they can to deny what you're saying. It is what it is. And
Yeah, you got to be pretty well off for the most part to live in that area. I looked in the real estate value of all those homes, and they're all worth over $1 million.
Thank you.
It's crazy.
Yeah, just so people understand that, Nemo's absolutely right. And if it were not for rent control, I would simply be another homeless veteran. I could not live here. That was another thing when Brooke ran into this guy that she was involved with for a transitional period of time, the one I call Meth Head Larry. And Meth Head Larry was like saying, Douglas Dietrich's probably some multi-millionaire who lives right here in South Carolina. He's making up all this shit about living in San Francisco. He's just saying that to get laid by you. And that's when Brendan heard that and cackled, what, living in San Francisco is a status symbol? I'm like thinking, fuck it, bloody well should be with the rent we're paying and everything that all the expenses it costs to live here. It goddamn well should be a status symbol. But in terms of, so where does that come from? But yeah, it's one of those things. And then at the same time, the guy had the bizarre fantasy that somehow I was wealthy, but living in South Carolina and trying to make myself look better by saying I lived in San Francisco, which was like, whatever. It's like
meth head guy behind us there.
That meth head guy. What was that?
Is it meth head guy behind us here? Behind, you know, as far as the.
You mean like gone? Like you mean?
Is that a past tense? Like.
I think pretty much, yeah. I mean, yeah, you know, he performed a service, like I said. But by the way, when Brooke comes back, remind me to bring up the Joe Tai thing with her, because she finally blocked Joe Tai because for whatever reason, Joe Tai listens to every fucking episode and harassed her about that guy. And because of what he heard me say and what he heard her say. And but the guy, like I said, he was just there to provide a service. He kind of like gave her what she needed, you know, for a long time. And so, you know, he provided a service, but he's obviously has a lot too much for her to deal with. And so
it's just a matter of time. I mean, so meth heads don't last generally.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And yeah, and his case study is a sad one, but his problems are not our problems. It's
When this photo that you put of you by the pole, when was that taken? How long ago?
I think maybe about this time. When was that? When did I go to Arizona? It was after we came back from Arizona, so I must look like death warmed.
Was that during? You did the public interview at the Tiki place, or
yes, that horrible experience.
Wasn't that
20?
I don't know. It could have been from 2016 to 2018,
something
years
like
ago.
Yeah, it's just horrible. So it was like, it must have been like that. Yeah, so we're talking about feels like couldn't have been that long ago if it's 20, but it's long enough. I'd say probably about 6 to 8 years ago. Yeah, 6 to 8 years ago. And when
I'm wondering because this picture you sent here up on the pole, you know, they're perched, you know, part way up. It looks basically what they're like the 5G little mast cells that they're putting everywhere now, but I didn't think that several years ago they had really rolled that out yet.
Yes, so, see, that's the point. See, I said they were putting all this high-tech shit up there. Yeah. I knew as an engineer you could point out things that no one else could.
They could have been a very early, some major cities very early pilot for like the 5G type transmitters, which that looks like the kind of cylindrical, you know, things, but still seems like kind of early for that. I don't know.
No, it was really early. It was really early for that shit. No, this was definitively, we had just come back from the Kon-Tiki, so whatever year I went to the Kon-Tiki was the year that happened in, and we'd have to find out what year that was. I'll see if I can find out what year. Stephen Myers is trying to call in. Let me see if I can merge the call. Here we are. So I press the merge button, and hopefully Stephen Myers will join us. There we are. Stephen Myers, welcome aboard. Thank you so much for everything you do, and hopefully you're feeling better. How are you recovering?
Oh, I'm recovering, Doug. I'm almost there, man. I'm getting off kind of early. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you fine.
I'm getting off early from work. I got to put my speaker on. For some reason, I can't hear the sound too good from your end.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, it's me, but you can hear me, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I was just listening to the conversation, and yeah, something tomorrow, you know, or Tuesday, you know, to help you out with the hotel, man, you know.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly, and thank you just for being you. Good. So do you remember what year the Kon-Tiki thing was?
Well,
it says 12th of December 2016.
Holy shit. So that was it. This was 2016 that photograph was taken, Aristides. 2016. Wow. Yeah. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah. And yeah, they were rolling out that tech early in my neighborhood for you know what reason. Yes, we all know what reason.
Yeah.
Other than that, Stephen, what are you comfortable sharing about what's been going on with yourself lately? What are you comfortable sharing?
Oh no, that's all. I was just going through some. I'm okay now. My knee, man, just had a bad tear in the knee, but it's healing up. You know, I had to get a lot of sleep. You know.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Sleep
but
is important.
yeah, it's so important. You know, I was getting just early sleep so I can heal up, and you know, it's wintertime, so I hibernate like a bear. You know, so you know, it's just you know, the weather too. You know, makes you tired. The cold weather. You know, here in New York. So you know, I'm getting through though.
Mhm.
But I was just listening to the conversation, and you know, I understand. You know, you have that book is serious, man. That book you wrote is the most deepest book I ever read, man, on information on the truth.
Thank you.
And people don't realize a lot of these cats, man, like us, you know, they wind up dead, man. You know, you have protection. You know, people who reveal these mass murderers. You know.
Yes. Thank you.
They don't realize how serious this.
No, I mean,
this
a
is
good
in
example.
his hand, you know?
A good example is that Jacqueline Grieg just talking about busted gas pipes of PG&E, and they set off a gas pipe under her home just to show her who's boss. And they don't give a shit.
I know.
So yes, I feel confident they wouldn't do that under my home because there's simply too many people here that are worth too much money. And it would cause too much of a problem for PG&E.
Yeah.
It's one thing killing people in a middle class neighborhood. Killing people where there's actually wealthy people will get them fucked up.
Yeah. It's you know, Doug. I don't want to stay too long, but I still have to send you that book on you know, by David McGowan. I told you about. You know, the that book I told you about, because he mentioned Michael Aquino, a lot of things, but you know. I know they assassinated him. You know, he wound up with cancer. You know, like you know, and he's dead now. But he put out a lot of good information. You know, and I got to send you those two books. I haven't gotten around to it, but I'm going to send them out because you know, if people don't believe you, they can vent what he's talking about, and you know, it's and this other book about Satanism, and I mentioned it before. I'm kind
What's
of
the name of the books? You don't
well, the book is Programmed to Kill: The Politics of Serial Murder. That's one of them by David McGowan. That's on Amazon. I read that book before I heard Douglas.
All right.
You know.
Thank you.
And another one is Blood Drinking and Satanism. How this cat was brought up in Satanism. It's a long title, but that's the main book. Is the Programmed to Kill: The Politics of Serial Murder.
Yeah.
He wrote other various books too on, you know, broke down a lot of things too on the rock scene, and you know how all these rock stars are connected to the military. I didn't read that one yet, but I'm going to read that book. But you know, if anybody wants to vent what Douglas is saying, he's you know, he can use that book as a reference. You know.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know they can't get to Douglas because, you know, he has spiritual protection, you know.
Thank you.
I know that for a fact, you know.
It's true.
Yes. The forces are protecting him, man. He's in a powerful, you know, your circle is powerful. A lot of these other authors never had that, you know.
It's true.
They've experienced that, man. So it's deep. But Doug, I don't want to stay too long, but I'm going to get back Wednesday. I'll send you something in, man, because I know the crap you're going through, man, you know.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. But you're always welcome here, and certainly look forward to you joining us on Wednesday. But of course, I have to ask, how's your mother doing? Is she doing okay?
Oh, fine, Douglas. Yeah, everything's fine, man. You know, everything's fine. Thanks, man.
Excellent.
You know, everything's going great. But you know, I'm just a team member, and I'll support you sometime. Most of the time, I don't call up, but I'm always here. You know, when I miss it, or you know, I'm at work, I just you know, just tune in. That's why. You know, it's just the lateness of the night too that gets me. You know.
Understood.
But,
well, we always appreciate your participation, so you're always welcome to join. And
yes.
I'm glad that you called, and I want to encourage others to call. The only reason I don't call you every time I do the circle and bring everybody on is because, of course, I don't want to disturb you in case you're feeling tired. Yeah.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. because I'm getting my sleep, man. You know, I have to go to sleep a certain time, wake up and go to work. So I'm all ears. I've been all ears ever since you know, from the beginning. Anyway, I'll always be on your team and, you know, support you, man. You know that I'm reading that book very, very slowly, man. That, you know, the Roswell, man. That book. Wow. But Doug, I'll get back to you, gentlemen. Have a nice night.
Yes, we love you dearly. Take care of yourself. Stay safe and be well, and take care of your mom. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, good night. Okay,
good night. Okay, that's Stephen Myers, my brother from another mother, in the heart of the beast. Originally Manhattan Island, now taking care of his mother in another borough of San Francisco, New York City. Yeah, he Blasian, Black Asian, half Chinese, half Black African American. And okay, Sid. So
I posted a link for that program to kill PDF, and I uploaded it in the Skype chat.
Thank you. Excellent, good. Something to give a prelude or a preview thereof. What's this you provided us with, Sid? What's the significance of the latest in the text box here?
That is the woman you mentioned, who broke the sound barrier.
Thank you.
What did you say?
Aviatrix. Aviatrix. Are you there?
Yeah, that's one thing I found, and I found another
Excellent.
bit about her, but it's a Facebook link, and I don't have Facebook, so provided that to.
That makes two of us. That makes two of us. Yes.
Yes. My chat with Aristides, and I can provide the details.
Excellent. And so that gives people some. Of course, this was when she was much older and far less glamorous. Some of them are from when she was younger. There we have that. And this one says, "Farewell, Ethel." Not quite sure what that's about. I mean, this could have been her when she was older, or her friend when she was,
Yeah,
whatever.
she looks old as hell in that image.
Yeah, she looks old as hell. She looks like one of the Golden Girls from the comedy.
Yeah.
From the situation comedy. When she was younger, she was glamorous. Not exactly my type, but let me see here now. Sheila Gavin says, replacement estimates range from 20 to 75 work hours. Thank you, honey. So she's quite right. Normally when people replace a telephone pole, as she said, normally from 20 to 75 work hours. So they're planning on doing this within an incredibly short period of time, overnight. To say the situation is odd is to understate it. It is obviously something very strange is going on that they seem to obviously think is quite urgent. There's an urgency to what they're doing. So it is what it is. And so, by the way, everyone, we are entering, of course, the birthday of Peter Moon. I neglected to tell him happy birthday on his way out. But he could go down for his birthday gift at the P.O. box. And you like that? The way I told you not to send me a birthday gift. And, oh God, it's like, okay.
Just be grateful.
Just breathe. Just breathe. I gotta breathe. Yeah, I know. Really. Thank you, Nemo. Thank you. I mean, really? Really? This is like, it's not, and as I told him, forget the maudlin sentimentality. There's a reason why I'm doing this. Does it not occur to you that there would be a reason why I'm doing this? Other than, Peter, I just have this need to give. Yeah. I have to, I just want to.
Scream.
Yeah, just want to scream. Honestly, I mean, it's like, okay, you're the co-author of a public informant who's like, obviously this is not going to be casual. It's not going to be just sentimental. It's, come on. Okay. Then aside from that, we're heading into the birthday of Brooke Gibson, and we're entering the no name calling week. which is, of course, to educate people, especially in the public school system, the scholastic system, that name-calling does permanent damage and turns people into Columbine mass murderers and shit. So this is an important point to be made. Other than that, of course, right now, until midnight, which is, we still got a while towards midnight here on the Pacific coast, it's Eastern Orthodox New Year's Day. So the New Year's Day is just beginning on the Julian calendrical system, which, as I've pointed out before, is used in astronomy as more accurate for keeping cosmic time than the Gregorian calendar, for what that's worth. And aside from all of that, let me sit back for a few seconds, breathe, and oh yes, so Acid Kick, thank you for the information on your nightshade little morsels there. That's nice, sweet, poisonous, toxic. Maybe you could describe this to our listeners. Tell them about this little novelty that you were informing me about, and what it's all about.
Well, it is meant to deepen psychedelic experiences, and this one, well, here we go. Rainbow Heyoka Nightshade Truffle. The great one for transformation, transitions, big changes, and even paradigm shifts in thinking.
Yeah, they call it dying.
This truffle was created for slightly longer and much deeper journey work.
Yeah, that's for fucking sure. All the way to the other side. Yeah, go on.
This truffle is about courage. This truffle.
Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, like Russian roulette.
The courage to look at the things that can be the hardest things to look at, but that result in the biggest growth. Courage to walk a path unlike anyone else's around you and take the big risks, knowing how much they may lead to loneliness and isolation, but also knowing that it is your path. So you walk it. This truffle was created for slightly longer and much deeper journey work.
I think the fact that the frosting is in the shape of a skull speaks volumes.
Yeah. It's like you want to die this.
Yeah. It's so. Have you been eating this shit?
Yeah, I had one yesterday. It was lovely. Yeah, very tasty and feels a bit like.
But why do they gotta put a fucking skull of death on? Like, what's the purpose or meaning of it? You'd think anyone would avoid eating some type of food with a fucking skull on it.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, they made that choice about the aesthetics, but the contents seem fairly legit.
Well, I'm sure they're legit. I'm sure they're the real thing. Well, let me explain to our listeners. The skull motif is actually an irresistible lure to many people. Obviously, it's not going to deter a child. One might hope that they did that with that intent, that they placed, well, let's make the frosting in the form of a skull so that children looking at this will be deterred. It does just the opposite, of course. These are extraordinarily dangerous items that obviously are not to be left out for anyone to pick up and grab. These are, they have elements of nightshade, toxins, but obviously someone who has built up a kind of tolerance due to imbibing previous amounts of psilocybin or other elements of recreational drugs, acid of various sorts. Then they would take something like this to provide even a more deeper, profound sense of brain cells dying that provide a lot of interesting visions while they do so.
Okay, may I read the rest of this? It's kind of interesting.
Of course.
For sure. Okay, thank you. This truffle was created for slightly longer and much deeper journey work, group ceremonies, etc. This truffle is for transformation, medicine, and magic. plus all of life's transitions. It is for thinking you're doing something one way and later you understand it to be completely opposite, but you also realize how much better you are because it was the opposite and how much more you've gained because of it. This truffle is for those of us who learn best with laughter and who are often greeted by the spirits we work with by their quips, making us laugh at whatever situation we may find ourselves in. I am transgender. I am transgender, and my gender and sexual transformations are very much physical manifestations of my personal medicine, just as I believe it is the same.
You're reading this from the truffle, or is this a personal confession?
This is the note that came with the truffle. So
oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so she just includes this. Okay, I'm transgender, and my gender and sexual transformations are very much physical manifestations of my personal medicine, just as I believe it is the same way for many, if not all, people on the LGBTQIA+ spectrum, as well as others. This is a truffle dedicated to and made to honor and recognize this special walk, made from a blend of premium Belgian and American chocolates, Brugmansia, Datura, Belladonna, Wormwood, Angelica, Chokeberry, Miria, Puama, and other natural flavorings.
Great. I mean, obviously it's intriguing, and you seem to have a lot of these. How many come in a box?
Well, you can buy one, or you can buy 10, and the idea there is to take one every day, for 10 days. And then,
then basically, so this is kind of like, say someone is attempting suicide, like a processing out in life. Is this kind of like something to send yourself off with, or is this like, holy shit? I mean, these things, it's not all nightshade. There's other, what's some of the other elements involved with some of the others? Some of them are truffles that are more nightshade truffles. Some are truffles that are more a different type of, right?
Well, they're all various different types of nightshade plants. So like Belladonna, Datura, and Brugmansia. Yeah. Brugmansia would be like the tree Datura that you see all over San Francisco. The angel trumpets, I think they're called, those white flowers, bell-shaped. Used to be called tree Datura. Tree Datura is what I read when I was younger, but now it's called Brugmansia. And the wormwood contains thujone, but I'm not familiar with Angelica or chokeberry.
Okay. Well, chokeberry.
These nightshade. Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
Add that these nightshade plants are usually included as ingredients to use as medicine to ease abdominal pains and motion sickness and nausea. Also used by eye surgeons in a very refined state as it dilates the pupils. And Belladonna means beautiful woman, and they use that nightshade by the Renaissance women to dilate their pupils.
Yeah, that's right. There's some great videos on YouTube about Datura and how it's been used and abused. There's one called The Scariest Drug on Earth, and it definitely is abused by some bad people out there, but they go about it in a very different way. They're not about doing anything with these truffles. They go straight for the scopolamine, isolate, and use that kind of in the way that the zombie dust is used in Serpent and the Rainbow. Okay.
Yes. So what about when it comes to the video? Is that the one that starts off with who's that famous journalist that was into adrenochrome? What was his name?
I'm not sure.
Fear and Loathing. He wrote Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, I believe.
Hunter Thompson.
Hunter Thompson. I believe that the video you're talking about starts off with Hunter Thompson, who had all these drugs in front of him, But he said the only one he was afraid of was the particular one you named, right?
I can't remember that detail. I take your word for it.
Okay.
But this is a video on YouTube which talks about the way this stuff is abused. I mean, it's used in terms of actually like duping people, robbing them, scamming them, because it makes people very malleable in the concentrated state, you know, the scopolamine in particular.
Yeah, yeah.
So people will willingly, you know, allow a group of guys in and take all their furniture or what have you, you know. So it's some fairly unthinkable things have transpired with that stuff.
Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, the man who, and I always have to say this because I always purge the individual's name from my memory. I don't know why. The person doesn't really affect me, but the man responsible for, and here I'll look it up again, the Aurora, Colorado Theater Massacre. And of course, I had to type in Aurora, and it just went with the AUR. There we are. And Aurora, Colorado Theater Massacre. Theater, yeah, here we are, shooting. And then they bring up pink flip-flops for whatever reason. Let's take a look at the guy's name. Okay, here we are. Shooter. There we are. Change that to Shooter. And it was James Holmes. This is why I can never remember his name. The guy's got a generic name that's not even real. So James Holmes, James Egan Holmes, his psychiatrist was Dr. Lynn Fenton, the sister of Lori Ann Fenton, who worked with myself as a manageress for a period of time. And she was a Reserve Air Force psychiatrist. This is what made it so bizarre, because this man was not in the military. So James Egan Holmes, who became known as the Joker Killer because his hair was dyed brilliant orange, he was a patient of a Air Force psychiatrist, and she served him scopolamine. So she was had him all doped up on scopolamine when he committed his crime. And then, of course, what I found out through a link provided by Sid was that she then absolved herself of her crime and tried to make herself look like a hero, warning people about what he was going to do. Now, this is something that is beyond offensive. I noticed this among psychiatrists, is that Dr. Rima Leibow, who was the wife of General Stubblebine, who in my Revolution Radio days, I interviewed General Stubblebine and his wife, Dr. Rima Leibow. For what it's worth, basically all I did was I interviewed that cunt, Rima Leibow. She wouldn't let her husband say a goddamn word. She had him totally under her control, just as this Lynn Fenton had James Holmes under her control. And when the mass shooting was committed at Sandy Hook, Rima Leibow came out with a video on YouTube. I am Adam Lanza's psychiatrist. Now I'm losing my voice even talking about this. It's so disgusting, and besides, I'm just so upset by everything else that's been happening lately that I'm just losing my voice, period. So George Knight has joined us, but people should get my point. These psychiatrists have been responsible for these mass murders. They come out and confess it, and then absolve themselves of their responsibility. So that having been said, George, take it away. I'm exhausted. Really, I'm in no fucking mood.
Psychiatrists usually cause more mental health issues than they cure.
They can, of course.
Yeah.
I
Not always, but yeah.
Yeah, I try to make people aware of there's certainly a lot of people out there who need psychiatric help, and there's certainly plenty of corrupt psychiatrists who do not help at all. It's a tough choice. It's a tough call. Okay, George, so were you able to recover any of my emails or go through any of the materials?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes, thank you so much. And thank you for having me on with you this evening. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I have, thankfully, so I've got that now stored away in my archives for references for the future. So thank you so much.
Okay.
And I did listen in briefly earlier on about the poll change earlier, and I just wanted to emphasize straight away that they should be doing it in the daylight. That's what we do. They shouldn't be doing it at the middle of the night, throughout the night.
Thank you.
In the most dubious of environments, and as you said, like they were required tree cutters, so strimmers. That is not something they usually do overnight. Over here, they do that in the day, and that requires a cherry picker. And then, as you said, they need the most apropos lighting, which will probably engulf the entire neighborhood in daylight.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Yes, and so the noise pollution as well, that will cause massive, disturbances. So it's just the whole situation is it's not very appropriate. It's not conducive to a normal means of, excavating and reinstating a pole. It's just, preposterous. I just wanted to just say that briefly, just as I come on. I understand it a little bit more. I'm a bit more acquainted, just simply because it's something that, my company do. They replace poles when they're deemed unsafe or defected or decayed. And it's, I listened. What I noted earlier, Douglas, is you mentioned that there's a picture of you, Laura Lee Solomon. The pole was originally a wooden pole, and then it got replaced with a metallic structured pole, a hollow pole.
If you scroll,
which is something.
If you scroll up here in the text box, you'll see it. Can you can you scroll up right here in the text box on this call?
Thank you. I didn't realize it was. Oh yes, I can. Thank you, Douglas.
Yes,
I didn't realize.
Yeah, click on that and tell us what your impression is, because that was taken in 2016, and Aristides says that it looks like it has some very modern 5G equipment on it for 2016. It looks very, and this was back when it still looked woody. And eventually, either very shortly thereafter, it was replaced with an all-metal hollow pole that had a bizarre wooden kind of camouflage.
Yeah.
It was made to look wooden, but you could tell as soon as you touched it, it's very smooth, not splintery, and obviously hollow metal, and which is probably was loaded in the hollow with all kinds of cables or fiberglass, one assumes.
Yes.
Yeah, so go on with whatever else comes to your mind in terms of observation.
Thank you. And usually the reason for a hollow pole is it's to prevent someone from climbing it, or the need to access some of the equipment on the pole itself. So usually the whole purpose for a hollow pole is so it prevents you from climbing. So the hollow pole is actually all the cables and all the equipment are in the actual structure of the pole itself, and you can work it at ground level. So that day when, like I said before, Douglas, that day I got those assailants, that boy and the girl drove past me in the car and they threw an object at my head. Thankfully I had a hard hat on. I was working in a hollow pole structure, and I was not on a ladder, it was working at ground level. Usually that's the intent of that. Usually that means there's a surrounding, there's a danger or some form of hazard or potential hazard that could happen in the vicinity around the pole. Usually it's like fencing, or could be near a vulnerable area like a school, or there's some form of surrounding buildings that could compromise the safety from the operative operating on that pole. So that's the reason or intention for a hollow pole. But the other thing that was important to note is when you mentioned crosstalking, when you had a landline and you could connect to there's a different recipient from the phone line. So you get, so the calls will be made, and so when you make an outgoing call, Sometimes it'll be crossed or cross-talked with another person, could be anywhere, whoever it is. And that is something that doesn't occur like by accident. That's something you have to physically do.
Thank you.
Not something. And so when that has occurred in my line of work in the past, when I was working on the copper network, when I started, that was through the copper network. That was usually not the incompetence of an engineer. It could simply be done by accident, not something that's done malevolently or deliberately. But sometimes people would accidentally connect the phone line because it's a pair of twisted copper wires. Sometimes they'll be cross-referenced or cross-connected to a different circuit, but very unlikely that was done by accident. So somebody obviously either done it deliberately or it was just something that inhaled, someone who was working on it was not competent, but I doubt that very much. It's not something that happens often anymore. Apparently there's measures in place to prevent that from happening. Once upon a time it was very occurrent. It happened so often, but that's something I wanted to just relay to you from personal experience. And
no, definitely. Yeah, it's called what? It's called again? What is called?
Crosstalk. That's what
crosstalk.
Call it
Interesting.
In the UK, when your line is cross-referenced with somebody else's, and then when you're making a call, then somebody else might pick up the line as well, and then you could hear multiple voices at once. And so, it's just very absurd, very bizarre.
Interesting. So what had happened with my gang brother Beaver and myself, and this is like something in the 80s, this was in the 80s, was we suddenly were hooked into call after call after call, and we just treated each one like a new adventure. The first one was somebody ordering a pizza, and it was just some poor dope says, "Oh, I'm calling to order a pizza." And then I said, "I want anchovies! Lots of anchovies! I want it all!" And then the guy at the other end, the poor guy making the pizza, thought I was his friend and said, "Oh, is this Bob or whoever? Is this Bob?" And then I started saying, "Are your delivery men armed? Are they armed?" And this was before all the series of violent murders of delivery men who literally were murdered for their pizzas. So it wasn't taken as a threat. It was just, no, they're not armed. It was, then the guy said, this is not me. It's not me. That's not me talking. And then we let him order his pizza. And then suddenly we found ourselves transferred to another call. And, at some point there was a woman answered the phone and said, "Do you know who I am?" Like she was all freaked out, of course, and we said no. And I said, "Are you the mayor's wife?" And she said, "Ha ha ha, I wish." And at that point the mayor was Willie Brown, who was no prize. He was just a disgusting individual. And Beaver thought she was a total slime bucket for saying that, though she probably didn't understand. She probably didn't even know who the mayor was. She was just thinking of the position as opposed to the person. But when it came to, then there was some other call. It just went to call after call. And so it was like, and this went on for maybe about 45 minutes of us just, riding with it like a roller coaster. So that was obviously something far beyond something casual misconduct or some kind of incompetence, or this was obviously something involving true surveillance where the people were just, almost testing us, like seeing what we would expose of ourselves if they just exposed us to enough crosstalk, I guess. Another example, George, of just the kind of surveillance that I've been under all my life. Was when I ordered a porn catalog of pornographic videos from Alpha Blue Archives back when they were operational in Oakland. They were right across the bay, and they sent it in a plain brown manila envelope, as they used to send porn catalogs in those days. And it came to me eventually, maybe a few weeks late. I didn't really care, but it arrived, it took a long time for it to arrive. When it did arrive, it was resealed. And at that point, I knew that my mail was monitored, because obviously if it were misdelivered, if it were misdelivered to, say, any woman's house, the first thing they do is open it up and say, "Wow, this Douglas Dietrich guy is a real perv," and just throw it in the trash. And if it were sent, if it were sent to any man's house, they would say, "This is the best jack-off material I've had in years," and keep it for themselves. No one is going to say, "Gee, this poor bastard Douglas Dietrich must really need this. I better reseal this, put it back in the mail, see that he gets it." And so I knew at that point my mail was being monitored, and obviously they didn't find what they were looking for. But as it stands, it's like, so I've grown up, and I've told people before, the other phenomena I grew up with was that when I was very young, and I spoke about this on the interview with Jennifer Hawkins, I believe, when I was very young, we're talking about 6, 7, 8, 9, I would just think this was a regular part of life. I would get calls from people, quote unquote, taking surveys, and these adults would ask me all kinds of questions, and as a child, I just loved the attention, and I, of course, would answer all these questions they were asking about my opinion on politics and shit. But this was obviously a testing and monitoring surveillance that they had me under ever since I was a child, because as I got older, I realized nobody taking a survey is going to ask a child their opinion on politics or products or anything. Why would it was absolutely bizarre. So there we go. It's but all that being said, it is what it is. And so how are you? Share with us a little bit about what's been going on with yourself that you're willing to share.
Oh yes, thank you, Douglas. I do, just to let you know, I do have about a good half an hour left with you. Okay. Then I've got to go on a training course. I'm doing some further training just to enforce my career, just to improve it, stagnate it, whatever you want to call it. Just to improve it. My boss last week, he did tell me that he's going to make me the most qualified engineer on the team. So what my training today is, I've got to be, I'm going to be hot site trained, meaning I'm able to access like restricted facilities such as nuclear power plants.
All right.
Ministry of Defense, the MOD.
All right.
Installation. So that's, woohoo,
cool.
Great. It'll be interesting to see what happens from that. But
hopefully you'll get more money.
Yes.
Well, I don't know about that. It just means I'm more qualified than other people to carry out these specific tasks. But it just you could probably make the claim that, well, they're trying to kill me.
Yeah.
Because these other poor sons of bitches don't have to do it, but they'll send me to do it. So yeah. I am joking and being facetious, but yeah, it's but no, it should be good. But obviously risk assessment. So if anyone says, "Oh yeah, carry out this task, George," running a line over like a railway, track. No, thank you. No, I'll just have to turn around and say no. But no, it'd be interesting. I can lay off that information anyway, Douglas. But that's what I'm doing today anyway.
That's
and then
fantastic.
I've got further training coming up. Yeah, I've got lots of training coming up.
Great. No, that's fantastic. And Nemo, just the way the British probably work it is they'll work them twice as hard while paying them the same amount. That's what they're probably intending to do.
That's kind of suck.
Yeah. So, but at the same time, you almost have to gain these qualifications because that's what's going to prevent George from being fired when they lay half the workforce off. Right, George?
Right. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I said to him. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah. And
of course, the other answer was, I could go in several directions. I could go different career paths. But of course, no, it just they're less likely to lay me off if I've got all these qualifications and credentials behind myself. So yeah, absolutely.
So please, by all means, get all of that, and it's exciting because you get to work in different environments. The pay may not improve, but at least it guarantees you continuity of employment. The lazier people who don't volunteer for the extra training are just going to find themselves laid off eventually. And like you said, you got some good, I forgot what they call it, kind of like recognition. You got some kind of recognition as a worker. So
exactly.
It's all looking good. It's all looking good. And what about the weather? How's the weather?
Oh, thankfully, I look at the forecast this week. on the Metropolitan Weather website, and it says that it's going to be just very, very cold, frigid. In the Highlands, up in the north and Northern Ireland, there are expected bad snow weather, snowfall. So I think where we are in the south, we're it's just going to be, to me, it's the perfect environment to work in, because it's not wet and it's not windy. It's just, stale. It's just going to be cool temperatures, which is the perfect the perfect environment you want to work in, the outdoor weather, because you get thermals and stuff, and you get, to me, that's the perfect environment and temperature to work in, where it's frigid and cold, but it's not wet, and it's not frosty, it's not, there's not all these
bracing. The term is bracing.
Yeah.
Bracing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is supposedly the ideal working man's environment, is bracing weather. Personally, I prefer that weather for sleeping myself, but
yes, I can relate to that, absolutely. Because also when it's really hot, and it has been estimated to reach, again, record-breaking temperatures again, as it does every year. It gets hotter and hotter, and of course that's a non-conducive environment where the weather is just scorching hot, and you're covered in PPE, and then of course you have to rehydrate yourself, and that's an awful environment to work in, because you're constantly sweating and you're losing liquid water all the time, so you have to replenish. And then you're susceptible to heat stroke and all that, which I've suffered in the past.
And I still, I shouldn't even. I'll talk to you about that privately. Yeah. Honestly, it still disturbs me that you had some people in your life who were blaming you for your heat stroke, almost as if you had conspired it, like you had somehow, Oh my God, it's incredible to me just how people think, it's outrageous. But go on.
Yeah, what's the word you used earlier, Douglas? Actively, passively, they actively, trying to.
It's a real passive aggressive. There's a real passive aggressive sense of denial, where they have this skepticism that is pathological in nature. There is such a thing as pathological skepticism, where it no longer even makes any sense. It's just like people say things that they try to convince themselves that they're somehow trying to analyze the situation from some logical or detached standpoint, and they're really just making it stupider. It's horrible. But aside from that, let me upload something here, and I will send this to you in email right now. Let me download this. In both cases, it may be too much information to fit onto the text box here, because I don't know how much data that this text box can absorb. But let me see what I can get here to Aristides and yourself in particular. Nemo and Sid, feel free to give me your emails again. I know you've done it before, but I haven't had a chance to really write them down. So send them to me in your personal messages on Skype. Send it to me in your personal Skype box, rather than putting it up on the public Skype here, because it'll just get lost with the phone call when the phone... By the way, none of my Skype calls are ever lost. My Skype calls seem to be going back for like 20 years. I mean, I haven't been on Skype that long, but it feels like it. But such being said, just thought of this now, and while I get ready to do that... so tell me, George, within the half-hour remaining time that we have, you spoke of quite a bit last episode that you were on, and let me write this down on my calendar right now. When is the next day that you'll be able to spend the entire episode with us again? February, right? February what? What date?
Oh, February the 7th, I believe. So that on my calendar, obviously we're a day ahead. So on my calendar, that's marked as that. Sorry, so in the UK it will be the 8th. So in the United States it'll be the 7th. So the 7th of February.
Yeah, George Night episode. So I'll say George Night transmission for February 7th. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, George Knight transmission, February 7th. I'm putting that down now. And by the way, I should share my calendar here. So, okay, so Sid, can you see the cursor moving around? In particular, let's see what the belladonna does to you.
Yes.
He's on the other side of the fucking veil. It's like using a Ouija board. Yes. Here we go. So this is January. January's month is already pretty busy. This is like basically, so people understand. By the way, the 19th is Gun Appreciation Day in the United States. I was trying to get Brooke to buy herself a new gun during that time, but we'll see how that works out. It'll be Epiphany in the Julian calendrical tradition. We got Roe v. Wade Day. My dentist is actually seeing me again. Selena Wong, you're saying that you have the same dentist as I do, Sid? Selena Wong at UCSF?
I think this is another one that you mentioned.
Oh, okay. I probably mentioned the one that was an actress in the Marvel universe, the MCU. She played a role in the Marvel MCU, or her sister did. One, that I brought up in the past. I'll have to ask around about that again. And the one who was doing the heavy duty surgery on me, orthodontics, I think it's called. So let me see now. We've got the day the fascists won the Civil War here. This would be the Armenian Army Day. So let me see now. Then we enter February. Now, just so everyone knows, February is Asian Lunar New Year, and it is the whole fucking month. So this is going to be, I'm going to be very busy and pretty much incommunicado, except for these transmissions. I will be back for all the transmissions, but definitely generally incommunicado otherwise because of the incredible intensity of Asian Lunar New Year. It will also be the Japanese, let's see now, Japanese Foundation Day, when Japan was established like 6,000 years ago and stuff. That'll be on the 10th of February. So just a very busy month. Wanted everybody to understand that. And so let me stop the sharing and then get ready to give people some emails. And let me compose a letter here and email this out. I'm going to check the Skype text box to see if Nemo and Sid entered their emails, so I could send this to them as well, and they can have fun with it, along with Aristides and George. And let me take a look back to the Skype text box. So in the time remaining that we have with you, George, again,
yes.
Now the last episode that you were on with us, there were some subjects we brought up, and I think that whatever you feel we didn't cover, I don't know if you pursued any of it any further, but was there something that you feel we left kind of like unfinished? You can feel free.
Thank you, Doug. Yeah, appreciate the opportunity. Yes, there is something that literally was brought to my attention whilst we were on air. Actually, when we were actually engaging on transmission, actually, the I call him the charlatan shills, the propagandist, Jeremy Corbell. He apparently, and it's always leaked by him, so quote unquote leaked or sourced by him from whoever his sources are from the military. He uploaded, and it's been it's been circulating online, the jellyfish UFO.
Interesting.
Quite ironically enough, I don't know if any of you gentlemen have been aware of this on the news. It's been on Newsnight, Nation Night, whatever it's called. It's just it's the jellyfish, which is something that me and Douglas and on Facebook has been published in the past, talking about polymorphic entities, amoeboid, single cellular entities, biological entities. This is something that it was obviously the camera shows over, I think it's in Iraq, stationed in Iraq. It's a military installation that they set up, and you see this, and they've got them on not night vision but thermal scope, so thermal surveillance, and it was just strolling or protruding over the installation base, and you could see it was not emitting any form of thermal It was not emitting any, heat signature from the thermal scope, so you couldn't see it. So that's why they were saying, oh, it's changed. It was morphing different colors, and it wasn't as, because they're not aware of what they're actually looking at. And then it goes over to the coastline and submerges itself into water for 17 minutes and then shoots back up. And this is, they're presenting this now, which is something that Douglas has been talking about for years and years and years, and it's something that I've published on Facebook many times. And we actually we have emphasized these are part of like the jellyfish family, and I'm going to get the term up on Google just to so people are aware what they are. They're translucent, polymorphic, they change shape, but they've got tentacles, they've got tendrils that protrude from beneath their body, but they float and they can submerge underwater, and they can ascend upwards as well. So I just wanted to, I don't know if anyone has been aware of that, but they've been talk about it quite heavily.
I believe I tend to refer to them. There might be another name I've used in the past that I've also seen on documents. Historically, the most pronounced example of this phenomena is the Crawfordsville monster. So people can look up, the Crawfordsville monster. But scientifically or technically, I think I've usually referred to them as amoeboids. Which of course, that might be the term that I've used. There might have been some others. If I remember them, of course, I'll bring them up. But as we know, there's plenty I forget and remember only later. And I definitely appreciate the fact that you're bringing this up. So is this clown trying to claim that this is some kind of technology? Is what he's saying, as opposed to an entity, a real being?
I've heard the assumptions and the speculations from some critics and skeptics. Some people say it's technology. Some people say they're interdimensional. I don't think I've heard anyone say that these are natural, organic. I don't think anyone's ever said these are...
this is how stupid people are. Yes. It is so obviously organic.
Yes.
And they're trying... And they're trying to claim it's some kind of polymimetic metals or something. These are polymorphic nanotech plasma or something. That's some nanoplasmatic polymorphic, creation that's somehow synthetic, as opposed to, oh my fucking God. How, again, passive-aggressive denial, but this time trying to push their own agenda of stupidity. So it's incredible to me. Yes, by all means, go on with whatever other exposition you have concerning this. It's
yes, no, and so that's it. That's obviously there is no citational reference to where it comes from. This footage, obviously, it was captured by the military, but there's no link or source from that. Jeremy Corbell just releases these videos again and again, inflatiously, over and over, perpetually.
Where are these videos found?
Excuse me, sorry.
Where are these videos found?
Yeah, exactly. That's my question. That's always, how does he ascertain these videos?
Like George is saying, the guy he doesn't really give you a source. When he throws these videos up, it's all, there's no source behind it. It's like he's just assailing you with information overload. It's kind of like an info dump or a data dump of look what we got now. And okay, so let's see if the mail sends these. I'm going to send these via email, and I'm pressing the send button just for analysis. I will also put this up in the text box here on the call, and so everybody check their emails, see if they've received it, and that's just for, shall we say, analysis. We can pick it apart later, but it's something that was translated from the Chinese, and it's obviously a bit overwhelming. You should be able to enlarge it, make it much more accessible, but
I got it.
Okay, good. So I'll enter the Chinese one here first, see if that takes it all, and now I will enter the English version thereof, And
Great awakening, man. Where do you get this from?
It's around out there. Let's just say that. The fact that it was originally in Chinese renders it suspect, does it not? The
Dark Fleet. I remember listening to a video about those dark triangular ships and shit.
Yeah. Of course, they've been a pronounced phenomenon in terms of ufology, as they used to call it. I don't know what the hell they're going to call it now. Wapology, UAP or something like that. But okay, both of these actually took into the text box, and the Chinese version is on top. And of course it's red. The American version, of course, is pinked out. Once it's translated into the English, gets rather bleached out and from red into pink. But the important thing is there's obviously valid elements here. Antarctica. They use the term Unterland? This is what, but it does have the secret space program as SS. So then you get the inner Earth civilizations. These are alluded to. This is it's an exercise basically in confusion. There is something. How would I say this? If you can make it larger while we're rendering it legible, good for you. And hopefully you can download it from the email and do that. And just give me your thoughts later. This is an analysis that can be ongoing for quite some time. But this was originally sourced out of communist China, translated into the English, and the most sinister aspect of it is the lower left-hand corner with the Q and Trump. And that brings us back to, of course, Michael Aquino's influence. But obviously, there's an acknowledgement throughout of the importance of the SS, an importance of Antarctica, an importance of Unterland without calling it Unterland, an importance of the breakaway civilization. So the conflation of that with Q and Trump is to add misdirection and confusion. So what this originally was, from what I've been able to ascertain, was a communist Chinese intelligence attempt to analyze the American political paradigm. In other words, the communist Chinese intelligence assessment of the American political ideology comes down to this. And what they feel is that the Americans are incredibly impacted by Nazism, but that they're manifesting a perversion, a misinterpretation through Trump and Q into what they believe will be a revelatory, orgasmic, historical conclusion. Now, the communist Chinese kind of relate, because in communist China, if you were truly a communist ideologue, if you really adhered to Marxism, then you would believe that at some point past a proletarian revolution that would be worldwide and global after the elimination of the capitalism and the equalization of labor and productivity, that there would be an end to history. This was the Marxian concept, that was that ultimately history would come to an end. There would be nothing left to record because we would be in an eternal state of equilibrium, of static equilibrium. This is something that they feel that the Americans feel they can attain through their vision of conspiratorial climax. And the truth is, of course, that communist China has not been communist in the ideological sense for quite some time. They've gone into state centralized capitalism. Xi Jinping is trying to sway them back more towards communism again out of necessity, because their economy is failing because of sanctions, COVID and sanctions, and various other, well, no one dares to sanction them, but they have certain equivalents thereof. We are, in effect, sanctioning them without declaring it by trying to cut off their supply of chips, etc., their ability to steal American technology. So these are in effect sanctions, and so communist China is an economy which is in collapse. So in order to find out their own vulnerabilities, they did their best to analyze the American mindset and try to hit their vulnerabilities. And they feel that America's vulnerabilities are, of course, that it really has no culture of its own. Its only culture is based on hating Nazism. Get it? So this is where they're trying to figure out what the Americans are expecting. Now, what I'm wondering is what what's her name? Marina Saren. I wonder what she would get out of this. Dark Fleet, Palladian Guidance, Orion Syndicate, a secret space program, Great Solar Flash. All of this has extreme Antarctica, inner Earth, extreme Nazi influence. This is like, but then everything is an illusion under the Great Awakening. The word for that is Maya. And Maya is, of course, the basis of magic. Everything is an illusion, so you can rewrite the program through spellcasting. So there's a lot of bleed over here. The problem is ultimately that it's at the absolute bottom of it all, you see cabal, deep state, Illuminati. There's a confusion of trying to interpret what they're seeing in the West, and the end result is it's basically a mess. This is a mess. It is trying to look into the American mind, and they see this, and it is illegible. It is. But the one thing they do know is that the on-running course is that America is mirroring itself as somehow antithetical to Nazism, and that the Americans are blaming the Nazis for everything. That the Nazis are responsible for everything. And this is where it wonders me that George Knight presents the reality of Unterland, the breakaway civilization, and yet no one seems to have heard of it when George Knight speaks. How is it no one seems to have heard of it when you try to express this to them? And yet it's the undercurrent of the sewer of shit that is the internet that produces this.
Exactly. Yes. I think most people are aware of the Iron Sky franchise or series, what you want to call it. They're aware of that, but
I call it an atrocity. I call it a travesty. But go on.
Yes, a travesty. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. So they're completely unaware of that. They've never heard of the concept. The whole concept, and it's like I'm bringing reality to you. I'm presenting to you reality, and it's even like this. I've just noticed here: transplanetary underwater caverns. Transplanetary, as if there is a portal, a portal.
Ian West shit. Ian West shit.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Douglas. They mentioned the Schumann resonance. They mentioned that apropos, which is, conveniently enough. Actually, I've noticed they've put that in there. But yeah, this is all to reinforce the whole
confusion. It reinforces the confusion of the conflation of this is the problem we had with she ran the project Camelot, Carrie Lee Cassidy. Carrie Lee Cassidy, who ran Project Camelot, had a psychological need to synthesize everything. In other words, everything anyone said, she would try to synthesize it and make it part of a greater whole. And that's not necessarily a good thing. And so she would try to say everybody's speaking truth, and therefore try to combine everything that somebody who's the idiot? I can't remember his name.
Or someone. Oh,
him or Richard Hoagland and myself, that we're all basically saying something that's part of a greater truth, that if she could just interview enough people and put it all together, then it would ultimately give her the truth. But all she gets is this. This is what they've taken is basically like Carrie Lee Cassidy's Project Camelot. And they've managed to kind of there's some use to this. I can't figure out what use there is yet, but it's mostly an idea of the American mindset. If you were to ask the average American internet swimmer, the average American internet swimmer who's perpetually submersing themselves in that sewer of cyber shit, this is what they would come up with. This is what they would come up with, and it would be incoherent. This is the problem. There's an incoherency, yet there's a belief, somehow an intrinsic belief, that there's going to be some great enlightenment with all of this. That this is precursor to some enlightenment that comes from this, some flash of incredible insight that will bring us all into a new age. So definitely, they've got artificial intelligence is at the upper left-hand corner. Return to source, which is part of that new age ADOLF nihilism, is that we're all one. You know, that's always a danger sign when they say we're all one. Return to the source, that usually means end all life and, return back to the void. So having shared this, what does it bring to your mind about what other points you might want to make tonight, George?
Oh yes, thank you, Doug. So I do have to make a move on in a moment, but you can see very clearly. You've got the SSS, the SS symbol, the short stuff for
Sieg-Runen, the Sieg-Runen. Yeah, it's what.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. That's it, Douglas. Yeah, everywhere. It's completely everywhere. That's, that is displayed on this. Yeah, this this very. Oh God, it's yeah. You just read it, and it just exactly as you said it is. This is the mindset, the paradigm that most people that are trying to seek or try to compile their reality in the sewer shit when you get onto the internet. This is it, pretty much.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the internet.
Vouch for that. This is it. Yes. And
just an illustration of the fucking conspiracy community all in one on the internet.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
It really makes no sense. Just like you can see, look, Face on Mars. You've got Draco Reptilian Alliance, and then you've got I could just read it out to you, and none of it will make any sense. There's no correlation, no connection to any of it, apart from it's all emphasizing their hatred towards and
Nazis.
The natural
yeah, they always say, but yeah, a lot of them keep saying, "Oh, these Draco reptilians are evil and they're working with the Nazis." They keep pushing that shit with the extraterrestrial fucking research and bullshit.
And I think the one thing that's been reinforced over and over again is the breakaway group, the breakaway civilization. That's one thing that is enforced over and over again on this. Talking about the German breakaway civilization, that keeps getting repetitive. That gets repeated over and over. So no, that's just from observation, Douglas. But thank you for putting that into context for me.
Yeah, thank you. And it's basically America is left behind by the breakaway civilization. So there's this incredible resentment that's festered, and it's festered into this pathology. So then the pathology results in the dehumanization of the enemy, quote unquote, into reptilians, into the Draco. And by the way, I'm going to take a look at the latest GIF that was sent, and hopefully our dear friend Brendan Zoget rejoins us. So, Brendan, oh yes, I forgot to send it to you. Let me send that to you via email and as well. Join us, Brendan. Get on the goddamn call.
Thank you for having me on, Douglas.
Yes, thank you, George.
Thank you so much, and it's been wonderful speaking to all of you gentlemen this evening. And I'll join you next time. Thank you very much.
So how much time are we going to have with you on Wednesday when you join us?
Probably the same amount of time, half an hour to 45 minutes to an hour, anywhere between that. Yeah, thank you so much, Douglas. Well, really appreciate it. Nice speaking to you all.
Okay.
And thank you for having me on.
Thank you. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Support Douglas. Take care. Bye-bye.
Good luck on your training.
Good night. Thank you. Cheers, gentlemen.
Yeah. Bye for now.
George.
Okay, and hopefully now Brendan will jump in, so let me tell him that. Jump on Ben with that, Brendan. Okay. Bandwidth. Fuck. And
yeah, the Chinese analysis on the American conspiracy mindset, like it's spot on how they're trying to convey it, like, because that's the Q people. They think there's going to be arrest of the cabal and release of free energy, and they're going to stop all the bad things going on Earth. Like, they think Trump's their savior as well. It's all just complete misinformation.
Thank you. It's insanity. It's pure insanity. This is like looking into the mind of the sick American mass mind, and this is what we have. And you can see the mesmerizing nature of it, of course, and it's something that it is what it is. So I noticed that Nemo was aware of what's on these truffles. So did Sid send you pictures of these truffles?
He just sent me the one with the skull on it. Like...
Okay. Sid, but publish into our text box here the picture of the whole box. The box of 10 of them. I mean, that's really impressive. So when you've tried these, I take it you've tried the regimen. It's like you said, it must be something must happen. It's kind of like it's like you feel you've expanded something, or share with us whatever you wish.
The first time I foolishly ate 7, as an experiment.
Why do you tell me these things? Why on earth do you tell me these things? This is like that. Well, the first time I played Russian roulette, I mistakenly loaded all the cylinders. It's like, what the fuck, dude? It's like
that was a bit much, and yeah, I didn't have a very good time, but it did catalyze a lot of interesting changes.
Yeah, near-death experiences do that. Go on.
Around myself, yeah. But it was way too intense. And so this time I just took one. And I found it, like, just very calming and kind of like a little bit like the kinder effects of cannabis and cocaine kind of mixed together, and that with a little psilocybin just made for a lovely day, watching the rain through the window.
Cool.
Okay. Considering the nature of things.
There we are. So that having been established, what did Brandon Young say in the? Do you have a response to Brandon Young and what he shared in the chat room? Which was, let me see if I can read that. Let me go back to the chat. That would help. And he said, "It can cause delirium. I remember a person on Datura who was trying to sell me oranges. But he had no oranges, and it took the convincing of his invisible friend to convince him not to cut his face. But I'm sure it's great in low doses. So how did you not wind up like this poor individual on 7 of these things? How did you avoid that? Or what did you do to deal with whatever overcame you?
Well, I made friends with this process when I was younger. I used to make a tea from Brugmansia, so I was familiar with that one, and that was the truffle I ate. The last time I did it, it was just the Brugmansia on its own, and it was, they compared it to cocaine in some ways. I mean, it does have some of that quality, the euphoria and that intensity. But, I mean, I didn't find it entirely unpleasant. I went through it. It was nothing compared to to the tea I used to make as a teenager. You know, that would have me interacting with, you know, shape-shifting entities for a good 3-4 days straight.
Holy shit!
Yeah. My mom and my then wife both came to check on me and see what was going on, you know, because
You were married?
Yeah, I was married at the time. And we went for a drive down Highway 1. And that was it ended up being a very good time. You know, I've heard horror stories, but I had a great time with that stuff. And like, you know, I noticed here, this truffle is for those of us who learn best with laughter and who are often greeted by the spirits we work with by their quips, making us laugh at whatever situations we may find ourselves in. And, you know, that's how I survived that experience. I think, you know, otherwise that could be awfully frightening, I imagine, you know.
Of course.
And what are those? Are those extra dimensional sentient beings which, you know, are able to interact with us when we tweak our brain chemistry? Are they projections of
those drugs you take just probably enable you to see the spirits dwelling in this realm, and they can just fuck with you and do whatever they want for their own amusement?
Perhaps. They didn't seem particularly malicious.
No, it doesn't have to be a malicious experience for them to get amusement from playing with you.
Kind of like
they can shapeshift into like people you know, or loved ones, relatives, friends. They can give you what you want to see.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and okay.
Hopefully, it's a sexual experience. That's what you want.
Well, you know, it's funny. The old business of witches flying on broomsticks comes from you know, the astral travel that they would achieve. They would masturbate with the broomsticks.
Right, rubbing that clit on the stick.
Yeah, but lubricated with like a salve that they would make from the belladonna.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So it's just absorbing into the porous of their vagina, enhancing that sexual experience.
Sexual experience, sure. Or, you know, like Carlos Castaneda wrote about it, you know, the astral travel thing. You know, you really do have a sensation of traveling over vast spaces and like spans of time, you know. So I'm not sure what you know, what the purpose of all this is exactly, but it can have some uplifting effects for sure.
Now, yes, I believe I'm getting some incoming notifications, but while I'm attending to this, do continue. God, just frustrating stuff. And of course, if you're still awake with us, Aristides, feel free to participate. Certainly, you yourself have done a little experimentation with some mind-altering substances. I'm certain you have some experiences to share.
Brendan and Acid should be able to bounce off each other with these topics in conversation.
Oh, of course they do. They do. I think that Brendan is avoiding us because he's afraid of what he might expose about himself.
Here's the link for the sampler package. I put it in the chat there.
There we are. Now you'll make everyone jealous. I'm certain Aristides is going to run out and buy himself a Valentine's Day gift set. Yes.
Well, $91.
You know who's really enthusiastic about this is people in a group called Psychedelics in Recovery.
Okay.
And they basically are combining 12-step recovery models with psychedelics. That's the idea. And Bill M, of course, underwent the belladonna treatment to achieve the white light moment, so that's all part of the history of AA. Bill, or what did I say? Was it Bill W? He wanted to actually have LSD as one of the steps, and because of the politics of LSD prohibition, that did not happen, and he was silenced by through more square players in the AA history. So, if one is looking to break out of, unhealthy behaviors, addictions, depression, whatever, this is meant to support that.
Thank you. Of course, this is a rather unusual way, or I would consider it somewhat dangerous, potentially. There's a potential for abuse, but definitely, it is what it is. And so, Nemo, how about yourself? Have you experimented in some of these directions?
No, I've never taken anything stronger than pot or alcohol. I've been offered ecstasy and speed and all that, but I never took it because I know it's bad.
Yeah. And so, okay, that being said, are we awake there?
Wise choices.
There we are. Okay, my dear man. So, did you drop off the call because of how upset I was getting with Peter at the time? Was it just too much to really tolerate?
No, did it get worse after I left?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it was just... well, what time did you leave? When you left was when I said, look, I'm going to get the physical copy of the letter myself. That was about the time you dropped off, right?
Like right after that, when you were like, I paid a bunch of money to get you those things, and he's like, I didn't check anything.
You've done it. You've pressed the magic button. I'm pissed off all over again.
Yeah,
I shouldn't
have brought it up.
Yeah, it's okay. No. I did. I brought it up.
Yeah, no comment other than I don't want to go further with it.
No need. Oh, by the way, we are joined by Brooke Gibson. Oh my God,
yeah,
Brooke.
So we'll definitely have to switch. We'll have to talk about something else.
So
what I was talking about with the henbane, wolfbane, and belladonna, that's what the witches would use on the quote-unquote broomstick. So
cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's what I was talking about.
And
as far as Brugmansia goes, I had a fellow gardener. He gave me 2 Brugmansia bushes. So that was fascinating. Like what would be like coincidence, or what would be the word for? Not coincidence, but it was very interesting that I got that. Just someone gave me some Brugmansia.
The fuck is Brugmansia? Was there talking about? Do I call in and you're talking about witches and something that have to do with necrophilia?
Something that has to do with her name. Something that has to do with your name, Brooke. Yes, it's Brugmansia. It's like romance, except it's Brugmans.
I knew you were always in love with me, Brendan, but you didn't have to display it this way.
Yeah.
Right. Take as much of this Brugmansia as you can in one go.
I'll follow suit right after I watch you do it.
Right, yeah, true. That'd be a wise choice. So yeah, basically Brugmansia is this, it's a flowering ornamental plant that's used in landscaping, but it also contains deliriant hallucinogenic tropine alkaloids such as atropine, scopolamine, isoscamine, and which cause powerful delirium and hallucinations. So that's interesting. It also has been used, such as others from the Solanaceae family, for in modern medicine for spasmodices, anti-asthmatic, anti-chlorogenic, narcotic, and anesthetic properties. But these Brugmansia species were used for thousands of years in South American indigenous cultures and prepared as an anethogen. Used as a poultice, the tincture transdermally induced.
And a poultice is an ointment, you apply on yourself like a balm. Go on.
Yes. Tinctures, ointments, etc. Used also for dermatitis or arthritis, rheumatism. So it has its medicinal uses, but as far as it goes with the shamanistic culture of South America, it was actually considered to be a negative force. So in the northern Peruvian Andes, the shamans used Brugmansia. They were called curanderos. They used certain species of Brugmansia for divination, black magic, etc. And Latin American countries such as Peru and Colombia, there's a genus of Brugmansia that are used by quote-unquote malevolent sorcerers or bad shamans in ayahuasca brews in order to take advantage of tourists, quote-unquote. The species is typically used for these purposes, including Brugmansia suavolensis and arborea, among others.
Oh, so
basically what you're saying is that you take this plant that's named after me, right? Or I'm named after. So if you take that, we basically can make your pain go away, make you better, or we can fuck with you for the rest of your fucking life. And it's one of two things. Like either your head's fucking gonna go crazy, or you make us happy. I think you should start listening to that, Brendan, because that could follow suit to you. You know me, and
I would classify it as highly dangerous and volatile, such as yourself.
There you go. I'm sure that's how you classify me as well. I'm pretty sure that would be the exact description you would give me.
So it's spelled B-R-U-G, so like Brugmansia. Okay, so everybody's been mispronouncing it. They've been giving it your name, Brooke, but it's spelled... So, Brooke, can you see in the text box those 10 psychedelic truffles with the skulls on them? Our man Acid Lick here. Acid. Yes. Yes. He took 7 of them. He took 7 of them at once. And these are like it's like playing.
When it comes to it's exactly, Douglas, exactly.
Go on, Brendan, say it.
I said when it comes to Datura and Brugmansia and these alkaloid group psychedelics, it's like so dangerous. Like it can go from psychedelic to full body toxicity in like a couple milligrams. We're talking you can skirt death really easily with these. So that was highly reckless.
Yes.
To say the least.
I mean, you're lucky that you don't.
Like some people have gotten damaged by eating like 3 Datura seeds.
Yeah.
Which is like, eating 1 is enough to get you high, but like 3 is like, to a normal person, that would be like almost certain death, depending on the strength and where it's grown. But
thank you.
That's these kind of tolerances we're dealing with.
You're lucky you've still got your same kidneys and liver that you were born with.
Well, you have to watch out for the wobble in the knees and the dry mouth if you're going to do Datura tea. Those are the 2.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, those 2 things show up, and then that is when you don't consume any more, and you start drinking water.
What if you've been doing cocaine? Because if I'm not Douglas, I'm pretty sure cocaine causes a dry mouth. So
the thing with cocaine, though, you can take like mountains of it, and you'll be fine.
Unless it's got fentanyl in it.
Yes. No, like Brooke was saying, Brooke looked up rabies and found out that by the time you get any symptoms, it's too late. So this is
Wait.
Yeah. Yeah. So I
actually called Brendan before I looked it up, and he told me wait and see if you have symptoms.
Oh my God! You're kidding! Is this true?
Yeah. Wasn't that what happened, Brendan?
Say that again, please.
When I got bit by the raccoon, remember, and I called you, and I was told you mentioned, I was like, should I go to the doctor? You're like, I don't know, why don't you just wait for a few days, see if you develop any symptoms. And I said, okay.
I said that about you getting bit by a raccoon.
Yeah.
You never called me about that.
I was gonna say, oh my God, I thought this happened before you even knew Brendan. Oh.
Ew, it did. But Brendan, I was like, Brendan would have told me that.
Yeah.
He wishes he could tell me.
He wishes he told you that.
You know why it's not me? Because I would have said, take vitamin C right away, make a dose. Vitamin C.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have saved me.
Yeah, it would have been.
I think it would have.
It couldn't have hurt. It would not have hurt.
Yeah.
But it.
I mean, vitamin C. All he was gonna do is make my skin a little brighter right before I died.
I love it. Yes, yes. So, honey, did you get my gift?
I did get your gift. Oh my god! And can I say, I don't want to say online what outside what it is, but I will say, since it was so private, I wasn't expecting something so sexual of nature either.
That's delightful.
I don't know what you sent everybody else. Did you
glass.
Did you send the same thing to the other people? Like you were sending like to Peter for his birthday? Like, did he get the same thing? Because I wasn't expecting.
These are not this. Everybody got something different. Believe me on that. Oh my god. I
got two big. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you sent me two. I just understood you paid like $70 to ship two flat. Like it was showed the postage on it, guys. Like $69 he pays to ship. It's two printed out flat things of his nudes.
That's fun.
Classy. You got something classy.
That's right. That's right, baby. And I knew it would impress you. I figure if that idiot Jambo the Reese Monkey can wave his dick in front of you, I can do him better. Yes. That's right.
Oh yeah, you're reminding me of Dragon for sure.
Yes, and that's right. I showed her my dragon for the year of the dragon. Yes, that's what it's all about. We're going to talk about that dragon seed.
He calendar of himself for the year of the dragon. That every month he's got a picture. He just repeated the same two pictures of himself.
Yes. What I can tell you is the nuances with those various illustrations. Okay, I can tell you what the nuances are with the various illustrations, and. Oh my God, honey!
I'll tell you what the nuances are. I appreciate. I love it. It wasn't news, guys. It was Year of the Dragon stuff. But I realized after we had talked, I tried to call you. I look at it and I'm telling you, I want to learn more about the Chinese, so versus the astrology. Yeah. And I'm looking at the fucking symbols, and I just get pissed as hell. There's no fucking way I'll learn any of this because all that Chinese symbology writing bullshit, the way they wrote letters, it's just like I might as well learn it. I know. But I'm saying my brain can't. I'm too old now to take in that much newness of like how to write.
It's actually easy if you learn some of the radicals.
I'm sure in your elitist head it fucking is. But what I'm saying is it's not for me, okay? And I literally remember being amazed when the Chinese guy wrote my name at the Chinese restaurant when I was like 10. I think I still have that in my Bible, as a matter of fact.
Cool.
So it looks like literally hieroglyphics. Hieroglyphics. Thank you.
Yeah, it's better when we don't pronounce the H. The ancient Greeks would use the H, but it was never verbalized. So that always sounds much more better to me, euphonic. It sounds much more euphonic when we just pronounce it without the H being vocalized. Hieroglyphics or Heracles. Yes, there we are. Yes, and Aristides, if he's still awake, can tell us a little bit about the Greek language. And but honey, you have no idea how much I adore you, honest to God. So tell me, honey, were you able to hear me bust a gasket while I was on with Peter today? And I was trying to.
Oh my God! I will go back to love and listen to it. What happened?
Oh, you can do that, and you just hear me. I'm ready to explode. I mean, and what makes it so upsetting is he probably made me look like an idiot when he said he was going to put things into context, not malevolently, but because he's just, basically, I mailed him a physical copy of the letter that PG&E sent to me, and of course, because it was his birthday, I sent it to him in something a little larger than the letter itself, and so it was part of a gift. The gift has a use for him, if And first off, one of the things Peter had said was, every day is like a birthday for me. I'm ordering all this new furniture every day.
We wish it was a birthday for you every day. You'd already be dead.
Jesus Christ. Moving right along. So, what happened was that, now I'm totally thrown off track. At any rate,
you were just saying that you were trying to explain the letter and he needed the physical copy. That was it.
Yes, and he had not gone to retrieve But this is part of the
The
problem.
confusion was I couldn't get on and explain it, but he was just reading the email, so that's all it was.
Yeah, but this is.
But he didn't make it clear, so.
Yeah, thank you. And it was like, that is so aggravating because it just, was not at all what I was trying to come across with the communication. And beyond that, he should have just given me, I don't understand why he didn't give me his personal address so it would go to his home. Why did he give me his P.O. box, which he never goes to? So it's like, first off, I told him how important this was. It was time sensitive. He then, of course, dismissed it completely, even though I had told him about this on air. And then when it comes to what I'm trying to get him to reference on air, well, he doesn't even physically have it. So it just, the whole thing was so aggravating, it sent me through the roof. And it just was, Brendan even dropped off. He couldn't even take that anymore. So Brendan, okay, so we need to ascertain, you will be available. So this is what I'm talking about, Brooke. See, it's not that I'm some kind of wimp who can't take the cold and gut it out one night. The major problem is that with what they did to my channel, and it was definitely not YouTube. Brendan will help me out here. It was definitely done by the NSA or some major hacking establishment, because this was something where they broke into the YouTube channel and uploaded something that they knew YouTube had put a strike on before, and YouTube itself would not do it because they would simply shut the channel down. It's not something YouTube would do. So it's obviously someone else did it, but they have no control over YouTube and many intelligence.
Maybe it was Brendan has access. Maybe he took too much Blue Lotus and his alter ego came out.
Well, I'm counting on.
The only thing I could say about that is I wish it did.
Brendan? Brendan has the nuclear button to delete my entire channel anytime he goes in there. It is so fucking scary. Brendan has the nuclear button where he could delete my brand, my channel, everything at the push of a single button.
Hey, Brendan, I think you should up Lizard Acid Boy's shooting try for 8 at a time.
If that happened, the last thing I think about is.
Are you whispering into your pillow, Brendan? It sounds like I'm whispering into your pillow or something.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Yes.
Yeah.
Now you're back in your pillow. Now you put the pillow back over your face.
There's no way. I mean, this is like.
Yes, you're clear, and then you're not clear. Yeah.
You're clear now.
They're just messing with the audio because I haven't moved.
Okay.
But yeah. So. So that's the last thing I would do is even really think about your channel, especially if I was tripping.
Yes, thank you. I understand that. Now, Brendan, what Brooke is, what I'm trying to explain to Brooke here is that the gravity of the situation is that they're cutting me off from the grid at a time when they're probably going to try and upload something. So thank God Brendan has access to my channel, and Brendan is going to delete anything they might upload. So he's going to keep an eye on it all night while not being on belladonna or various other psychedelics. Right, Brendan?
Well, I don't know. Now that I have these Brugmansias, I might. No, of course not. I'm not currently availed to do any drugs.
Oh my God!
Except like I told you, I'm just gonna be doing a bunch of gung fu tea and just trying different teas. It's my new hobby. I'm a teetotaler.
Yes, and right, and what Brendan is going to do is what time should I call you, or you're just going to send me a schedule as to what times are best for me to call you throughout the night to check on the status, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm already snoring. Or you conversation. Y'all just keep it up.
Oh, Brooke.
No, earlier it was apparently we were having too much of a personal convo. We had to.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then Peter went off on us. That's right. Then Peter went, hey, you're losing audience. And it's an insult to the audience with the quality of Brendan's audio. Yes. Brooke, did you notice what Nemo just sent you in the text box?
No. But before I forget this thought, let's think of this. Yes. I think maybe that he, what did you say? He didn't go to the post office. He didn't give you his home address. Have you considered he may actually be? He said he got a divorce and his wife left, and maybe the whole story is he is in a nursing home. He is not in a nursing home. Because we know there's been some issues with the mental health there, and he doesn't want to send it. And he's only allowed to leave on certain days on the little trips to go to the post office. So maybe it's not his fault.
Yeah,
you know? Maybe you shouldn't be so hard on the guy.
Instead, Brooke, let's take a look at what Nemo sent you in the text box. Take a look. Yes.
Happy birthday, bro.
What did you do? I can't see the text box. Hold on.
Open the text box in Skype. Open the text box in Skype, Charlie.
I'm trying to open it.
Yes. Oh my God. My life is so hard. Why is my life so hard? Yes. It's at the bottom. You gotta scroll down to the bottom. The latest entry. The latest entry by Nemo. Okay.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm going on. It says at Brooke.
Yeah, and it's a...
The ritual use of... Brooke-Emancy, that one?
No, but right beneath it, honey.
I don't see anything beneath it.
He sent you a cake emoji.
He sent you a cake, a happy birthday cake emoji. It's right beneath it. It says at Brooke.
I know it's a birthday wish because you're probably
see that. Okay, it's just at Brooke and a tiny little emoji. Oh, that's fucking boring. Nemo thinks there's no shit like anyway, so we're good.
Oh shit!
I know it was a birthday emoji because you don't have any cake. Glad it's forward.
Yeah. Oh gosh, that's tasteless.
What did you say about cake? I don't have cake. What?
He's trying to make a breast joke. He was like saying, yeah, he's just.
No, it's cake is like a slang term for a big ass.
Yeah.
I don't have a big ass, right?
Yeah. So
that was the joke.
Yeah, that was his joke. Was you don't have a cake, you're flat, and okay.
I didn't know I'd ever showed my ass on TV, to be honest with you. But I mean, I appreciate the fact that you are been spying on me enough to want it.
Please show us your ass.
It was just supposed to be a joke.
Yeah, she understands that. Don't worry, Brendan. I mean, God, she handles it well. You know that. I mean, oh my God. So now that we've had our share of awkwardness for tonight, everyone knows the stress.
It's not awkward. I love giving Brendan hell. I love it when he gives me something to give hell on.
Oh no, I meant it was really awkward before when I was going off on P. Because it was just like it was just.
Can we bring him back on and discuss it?
No.
Oh my God. How did you feel when you were going? I was like, did the nurses come in? Or what was happening?
Don't even get me started.
The good thing about P is in a nursing home, there's the free, I won't say it on there.
Oh gosh. So
he can keep his colon clean, is what I'm saying.
When I was talking to my grandparents, they're like, my grandma's like, it's a prison. I'm like, it's a 5-star fucking hotel. You can get whatever you want.
Thank you.
I'd be more than happy. They like come to your room and they like feed you and shit.
Yeah.
See, Brendan and I are on the same page. I wanted to go and join a nursing home. My grandma, I was like, what if I could bring my pets? Let me escort my dogs right now.
They let them have cats and shit and dogs. The one my grandparents are at. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like cats walking around and shit, and I'm like, wow, this is kind of cool.
Yeah, they clean your room, they bring you food, they bring you snacks. Right. You can just call them like, I got a headache.
Wheeled around and shit. I mean,
sit there and watch TV all day.
I mean, how much does this cost?
You also can do anything crazy. Like, you could totally walk out in the hall like as a guy and just be jacking off, and they're not going to take you to jail. They're just going to be like, oh, he's a little crazy. Let's take you back in your room now, naked boy.
Yeah. But how much does this cost?
Oh, it's like a small.
Your kids, everything that you would leave your kids, you just
leave Yeah, literally, quite literally. Yeah.
Oh my God! It's so sad. It's so sad. They say all this bullshit about how when the elderly die, they're going to leave the younger generation trillions of dollars, and it should impact. It's not going to help the younger generation. No. None of this is going to them. It's all going
to like all the Gen X. Sorry, Douglas, but all the Gen X people, they have this philosophy like, "Fuck you, I'm not leaving you anything." Like my uncle and stuff, he's like, "I'm just gonna go buy a bunch of Ferraris and fuck hookers until all my money's gone. That's my retirement." Like he has I think he's not even thinking about leaving it to anyone or anything.
I agree.
That's their mentality.
Yeah, no, I agree. So Brooke, what you and I will do is we'll privately go over some of these illustrations and some of the characters, and this will help
I
you.
didn't get any illustrations from you. What are you talking about?
The illustrations on the calendar, honey. We'll go over them.
Oh, okay, but you didn't draw those. I thought you were saying illustrations you drew.
No. I should send you something I drew in the near future. Now that you've given me the idea, we can do something like that. You at least appreciate getting stuff from me in the mail, not like Peter who doesn't retrieve it from the PO box.
I can't believe you paid that much to send that. I was like, fucking A, dude. You did not have to pay that to send that.
How did you know about the price? How'd you know about the price?
It showed it on the front of the thing. I was like, oh my God, I think I could not believe what you paid in mail.
Yeah, no, it was, and the guy at the post office who had all these like tattoos of the those prison day markings. You mark 1 day, 2 day, and then you cross off at 4 days. He had hundreds of those on his.
Marks,
yeah. What do you call them? Tally marks?
Tally marks.
Yeah, he had hundreds of those on his arm, and I told him, his face must have been on the wall of the post office before they finally hired him. But he said of all the mail that I was sending out next day mail, he said this one, he pointed out to Brooke Gibson's address, he said this one's out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. That's Bigfoot country. He says that'll take an extra day. So I don't know why he said hers was so rural when it should have been Amy Como, who's out in bumfuck Vermont. That's really Bigfoot country. So that was odd. I was like, I don't know what he was thinking. Like I told Douglas, like if it's in the middle of like maybe North Carolina mountains, because he said, but I'm like, we're an hour from Atlanta airport, and an hour from Charlotte in a city. So I have to drive to maybe the Asheville Mountains, will be the closest mountain. We have some mountains here, but I just was thinking, I was like, an hour from the largest airport in the U.S. I don't know where he was thinking Bigfoot lives, but I'm pretty sure they're not shipping him that way.
But Bigfoot's closer to SF than.
Now, hey, Brooke, do you mind telling these gentlemen about that idiot Joe Ty and what he wrote you before you finally blocked him? It is funny. It is funny. And it's incredible how Joe Ty is just why does he listen?
What's also incredible is the fact that he knew that, which means he's listening to your show, which means obviously also we're going back to the site that you were talking about me when I wasn't off air. Not so sure. And I'm happy about the whole thing. What I will say is that he was surprised. He said, Brooke, I posted a fucking thing sharing, I don't know, the way Brendan posts eat these millets, they're healthy. Or this is what Brogue-It or whatever the fuck the name of it. This will help you enlighten your mind.
I wouldn't tell people to take Brugmansia.
I just meant it was that generic. It was a generic thing, right? And it was not about what the next. So I happened to go on there a day or two later and see I had a comment from Mr. Joe.
That your parents had probably read. That your parents and all your friends on Facebook.
My family has probably read by now. And I immediately, I was going to reply to him, but then I realized I needed to remove the comment, hide it, because it just, what it said. And it was just hey, Brooke, something I can't believe you. There's no way you would ever date and I don't want him to put the name out there. The people on the podcast know what he would say. And then he's just goes on about it and says, well, he must be really good looking. And I just can't believe you'd do this. And it just da-da-da. And I was just the fuck is this motherfucker think he is? Oh my God. First of all, nothing near the comment. Secondly, also, I was going to kill Douglas because I'm where did he get this information?
Well, there's two sources. One, you were on with myself, and we did go into discussing this information at some length, including the individual's first name. And as a casual remark, I did say probably more than once, but it was always in passing, just something along the lines of, this meth head, and I'm not going to give his name, but it's really a common name. Nobody's got to find out nothing. It's just meth head Larry. I said he did us all a favor because I said Brooke's really been needing some dick, and the guy's giving her some, and I'm too far away. I'm 5,000 miles away. I can't give it to her from here, and.
because I'm begging you. And also he's doing me a favor because I need to beg anybody, because I told him, he was like, you know what, I don't know what you think your dick is, but I am fairly certain that even if you were the greatest dick I ever had, I only had a few, and I'm pretty sure I'd go to a bar and be a whore like you called me before and you're fucked up, and be a whore for fucking, I don't know, even a fucking, if I had to be a week, if I had to fuck 8 guys a fucking day. I'm telling you right now, I'd find 10 better dicks, I'm pretty sure in that, and not putting up with this bullshit of your craziness. So I agree. Crazy person.
You mean this is what you said to Joe Ty, or what you're saying to me now?
That's what I told the fucker with a dick.
Method. You tell him. Yeah, there you go.
But hey, at least meth head has a reason to be like problematic.
Fucked up.
Like,
yeah, he's got a reason.
Joe
to be
Ty,
up. Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck you were doing, but you should go let somebody run over your fucking head with a fucking truck. Although I'm sure that would work, because we already know you don't have a brain, so I'm not sure like crushing the thing would help us.
Oh, I love it. Yes.
Just walk around with a flat face.
I love it.
Wait, so what did he do exactly?
Basically, what happened was she put up a generic post that was just something like "blessings to everyone."
Positive stuff.
Yeah, some positive stuff, some positive thought, and then he wrote on it, "I don't know why you're fucking this meth head. He must have a really good dick, but it's not worth it for all the problems. Yeah, and just a bunch of weird shit about you really ought to be having sex with me," is what he's trying to imply, because I can give you the good bacteria that'll shit your shit straight. Yeah. Which is pretty much what he said.
Reply back is like, you know what, Joe, it's right, but here's the thing. I would need a lot more. You better have some heroin and fentanyl if you ever had to. Like, Joe Ty's the last man on earth, and you have to procreate. I mean, there would be like a pile of drugs.
I love it. And yet Amy Como says that Joe Ty gave her good advice. She said he made her realize what to ask the doctor for, and she
Well, he should, they should hook up. And also, I don't know. Please don't procreate again. Like, let's hope that doesn't happen.
Oh my god.
The problem is Joe Ty can come up with occasionally an intelligent comment, right? So apparently you do that with her. The problem is Joe Ty also cannot, like, even if Joe Ty was intelligent, it's like there's two people in his body. There would be like the one like that actually has some intelligence, and it's like there's a mental wall, but of that brain where you have the brain injury, and he can't talk to the other side of his brain that has most of the actions and the thoughts and the words that come out in hand or in voice. And so there's not like every now and then a little side has some brain gets through, but the rest of the time it's like sitting there beating the fuck out of him, like, shut up, don't tap. It's like the devil and the angel on his shoulder, and I'm telling you that fucking dumb devil is winning.
Yes, it is. It has the dominance the majority of the time. Yes. Oh, what did your son get you for your birthday? What did Noah get you?
You know what he did? Lola texted me tonight and she said, hey, what are we doing for your birthday tomorrow? Like, what are the plans? Big plans? Excited. And I replied back, because she already told me we were going to my parents' basketball reply. I was like, suicide? ? I mean, it is Monday. I feel like between that and turning 55 sounds like a good thing. She's like, you're not 55, you're 23. And I was like, well, then you need to call a doctor, because I feel 85 and I look like a fucking grape that you found in the bottom of the oven after you put it on a clean cycle for like 8 hours on hot temp. That is what I look like, and I feel like 85. So she's like, oh, you're not a grape. No. And she goes, grapes are cute and small. And I was like, those were two separate texts. What she meant to say is, you don't like a grape. And then the next one was meant like, but if you feel like it, grapes are cute and small. But the way that comes out is, if you want a grape, to me, grapes are actually cute and small. So,
oh, that's cute. That's funny.
I told her, don't worry about what we're doing. Your brother apparently took the whole day off for my birthday, so I'm sure he has it all planned out. And of course he didn't. It's just he's out of school that day, and he didn't. And before I could even tell her that, she replies back, I already talked to him. He forgot about your birthday.
Oh fuck! That is so.
But she's like, but she did take the day off work for my birthday.
Okay.
And I was like, that's why you're my favorite child, and everything goes to you.
Yeah. Oh, delightful. And but your birthday's today. It's today.
Yeah. You know what? I will tell you, no, it'll be one thing. I actually was not. I would not answer the phone, but I was texting said person earlier. Like, was texting me, and I was just waiting to see. Like, let's see if they were on our birthday, because it was like right around midnight. And they texted me, "Why won't you speak to me?" And I'm like, because I have self-respect. I don't know. Like, you just crying about themselves. And it was right before midnight, and then it came midnight, and I didn't even know it was. I didn't even realize it, and I wasn't listening.
Oh, and it's not Joe. It's not Joe Diddler you're talking about, because he's like,
no, the person Joe was talking about. That I said I had walked out. I wasn't really paying attention. I was texting back and then doing other stuff. So when I walked out of my bedroom, and I laid the phone, I walked out of my bedroom. I heard the text go off. Didn't look at it, but I walked in my bedroom. My point is, it must have been 12 o'clock, 12:01. And my son's in his bedroom. He's 18. He's like, he doesn't pay attention to shit. But when I closed my door and he heard it, he goes, "Hey, Mom. I go, what do you need? And he's like, that door closed. Now, he didn't, no, granted, this boy didn't get up and run out and give me a hug. I mean, it's not like, but this was still a big deal for him. He's like, "Happy birthday." And I was like, "Is it my birthday? Is it after midnight?" He's like, "Yes." And I was like, "Oh, wow." I was like, "Well, I guess you're the first one to wish me happy birthday." And he's like, "Got it. I got something." I was like, "Yeah, I guess you did." Like, see, he was so cute, is what I'm saying.
There we are. Thank God.
I go back to the whole purpose of my son is awesome, and he loves me, and he's just an 18-year-old boy. What do you expect,
Well, that's good. That's great. And as for the one Joe who's talking about, we'll just call him Meth Head as a handle. So.
Oh, yeah. Then I walked back in the room thinking, I bet because he had asked me, he's like, so earlier, like today, he texted me, and it was like, I got a text, because he changed his fucking number. So he got a fucking text, he goes,
Why did he change his number? The paranoia?
No, like if I block one number,
he gets another one, right? Go on.
So yeah, so then I'll block. So anyway, the point is, he was like, I was going to ask if I could take you to dinner. I think actually said cook, which makes more sense because it's number one, cheap, and number two, and then number three, oh, sure, you want me to cook dinner so you can just try to have sex after. So all of that.
Of course.
I'm fairly certain he said cook. So again, see how that's all his self-absorbed shit. And then secondly, like, but I figure you probably already have plans and don't have time for me anyway. Right? Cry for me.
Yeah, so, cry for me. Cry for me.
Everything's like that. Everything's like that. Cry for me. Cry for me. So I just don't reply to that shit. And so then tonight was like texting me again, like, why won't you answer my call? Because I just wouldn't answer it because I obviously didn't want to talk to him. So I'm not, but I can't block because I do block. But then you block somebody. You have to unblock them or they just keep calling you at different numbers, right?
Right.
So it gets old.
But by the way, Nemo's going to cook dinner. He'll be back in about 40 minutes. Do you want to say something, Nemo, before you go cook dinner?
No, have a good birthday and be back in a bit.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you mail me some of that dinner, Nemo.
Yeah! Yes!
Yeah, I'll give you half of the pizza.
There we are.
Half of the pizza.
So honey, so
he wants back, and the point is,
yeah.
I come back and he's like, I thought, oh, he probably sent a happy birthday. Like, I still try to think positive. And my phone went off. It was accurate going off. I just know he's yelling happy birthday. So I'm like, it had gone off right before. I was like, well, he could have been the first one. I was like thinking, he could have been the first one to wish me happy birthday had he not pissed me off, like saying stupid shit, and I just walked away from the phone. And I was like, go back to expecting to see the happy birthday. No, it was more like, well, you just don't understand. If you would just let me come over and see you, you would know how wonderful person I am. But you just I'm like, oh my fucking God. And I was just like,
this is how men are. They're just big babies. But just so everyone knows, this guy is like a big baby. I mean, his mother is like fucking, what was it? Vanessa Bates. His mother's like Vanessa Bates, who, by the way, that's the actual name, not just of Norman Bates' mother from the movie Psycho, but of our man Max Spears' mother. Her name is Vanessa Bates. She has the exact name of the mother of Norman Bates from the Psycho franchise. And so when it comes to Max Spears, that was the tragedy. He does have a mother that is, the mother of Norman Bates, so to speak, metaphorically. And but with Brooke, now, of course, this is simply my own narcissism and my own self-centeredness here, but I was trying to...
I mean, don't get me wrong. Y'all remind me, y'all have some similar qualities as we discussed. Like the narcissism is... And he's a Libra rising, and you're a Libra sun, so that would make complete sense.
That is pretty funny. Yeah, I mean, at least, yeah, he has a reason to be fucked up. He was naive. He was basically, he has a mother who's enabling his fucking addiction. He's got this, he spent some time in jail, and it was all because he was so naive that when the police interrogated him, and said, we're using a polygraph, and he fell for it. I mean, you can't, I would have, because I'm aware of the law, and that you can't,
he took the polygraph, then they told him he failed, which is either one, first of all, you don't have to take it, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Secondly,
yeah, it's secondly,
it's
it's inadmissible in a court of law. Whatever they get out of it's inadmissible in a court of law. But you shouldn't take it anyway. But go on, honey. Yeah.
There was never like an "I'll call my lawyer" moment. I mean, fuck, I was like that at 16 years old. Like, I mean, like I get pulled over for a speeding ticket. They're like, "What were you going?" I'm like, "I don't know if it's any of your business, dude."
Yeah.
But they're like that at, I mean, I don't know. I just think that. Anyway, he was like, well, I was like,
Okay, I just lost something. Did you go on mute? Or did I lose hearing? Holy shit. Fuck, what happened?
You just dropped out.
Yo, okay. Can people hear me now?
I can hear you, but Brooke is gone.
Oh, she dropped.
On the call.
She dropped.
Oh, okay. Thank God. I thought it was me. Oh my God.
No, I just, sorry. I'm here. Yeah.
Oh my God. So let me write her at Brooke. Where's her B? There we go. Brooke, you dropped.
Yeah, my phone got down to 1%. Brendan did some kind of hex spell on me and tried to hang
Oh shit.
I was just sitting here, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, so Brendan, Brooke and I agreed that we figured it out. It was that fragment of Michael Aquino that Jambo the Reese Monkey is housing within himself that enables him to cast the glamour so that people see him as this big buff stripper.
Do not say that. Let me tell you right now. He said Brooke and I figured it out. I want anybody listening to this call, especially all these people that have fucked with me. I did not ever say there's some glamour spell. That is between him and him, you glamourers. I don't even believe you can do that. And if you can glamour, I would appreciate you spelling me and glamoring me a little up because I'm turning 40, 34, 29. I still need it.
Well, you gave away.
I did not say that. I did not.
You gave away your age. You're essentially a year younger than myself. And
34.
What did you say? 34?
You're 40. You're 35.
Oh, cute. That's cute. So
I'm a year younger than you.
You made it sound like you were. You made it sound like. Well, we'll go over that privately.
29.
I probably I probably misheard it. Yes, that was it. I probably misheard it. Well, we're certainly glad you're back on with us, and I'll try to.
No, none of you are, Brendan. Definitely.
Speak for yourself.
So Brendan, anyhow, I guess Brendan will send me the schedule later as the good times to call him. I'll probably just call him whenever I feel like it throughout the night. I'll just call him whenever I feel like it for security reasons, like a security blanket. Is that okay with you, Brendan?
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Okay, so that's what I'll do tomorrow, and but for tonight, let's try and enjoy ourselves a little bit. Let's make it a little bit of a party environment for Brooke, and honestly, Brooke. So when it comes to this
party environment, what is? Here's the thing.
Yes.
I thought maybe you were doing some actual cocaine or something. I tore the envelope apart, and in the middle of the shit, there actually is shit, and it's just fucking fuzz. I don't know if you bought an envelope full of fuzz. So then I tried to recognize why you would pay $70. No offense, like you did, but there's stuff in the envelope. This is great, but it was probably less than what you paid to ship it. So then I got a little scared because I was like, this motherfucker sent me some kind of voodoo shit. Like, I opened this shit just to read something in my fucking house. So why don't you tell me what spell was in that bullshit, and it better be a good spell.
Oh, I don't cast spells, you know that. There's only 3 times in my life I've cast spells because they've almost cost me my life each time. It takes a lot of energy to cast a powerful spell. A lot of blood needs to be shed. And
okay, well, you're very much about grammar, right? So maybe I'm saying spell, but you're like, I didn't cast a spell, but then on my grave, you're gonna be like, but I did do a hack.
Let's put it this way: Doug's like a level 99 sorcerer. If he casts a spell, it depletes his mana pool.
Yes.
So it's like, so there's no reason to just casually use it.
Thank you. See, Brendan gets it. And
Hey, well, Brendan, why don't you cast some spells? What's it going to deplete?
Because I mean, I don't do magic like that.
And how about yourself, Acid Kick? Have you ever tried to cast a spell?
Yeah.
Tell us a bit about this.
Oh, he's already depleted. I can take it. At least there's nothing more to worry about. Anyway, go ahead.
Hey, go ahead. Come on, Sid. Tell us a bit about the spell you tried to cast, or different spells.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a minor success attracting, work and, company and things of that nature.
Is that how you found your wife?
Could be.
Okay.
I mean, or he just went to a cemetery and dug up any female body.
How on earth? Well, how did you meet your wife, and how did it break up? Is that something you're willing to share? I mean, most men are willing to share some general details. Are there any general details you're willing to share on that?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know y'all were broken up. I didn't know.
She was wonderful. Yeah, we met and we clicked and had about 4 years together. Good times, pretty young, It's good before I had my driver's license or anything like that. She's very lovely.
Before you had your driver's license? What the fuck was this? You an arranged marriage between children or something? What the fuck? How old were both of you?
We were, I was about, I just turned 18 and she was a couple years older.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
She was an au pair. She was out here from where she came from. And
she was your nanny.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. You married your nanny.
Oh my goodness. No, she's very cool.
Okay.
And I don't have anything negative to say about her.
What?
That is awesome.
What?
That's a way too healthy of a statement, on the honest. That statement is so healthy that it may even scare a psychiatrist. Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's great that you don't.
Very scary.
But why? Why did she leave?
Oh, I'll start crying if I get into those details.
Okay.
We broke up.
Yeah. Okay.
Came to an end. Nothing major.
Yeah.
If we call her, would she say the same thing, that she has nothing negative to say about you?
Oh, I have not a clue. Long time ago.
Okay.
I'm just giving you a hard time. I know you and I have been on there. You know me, I give a hard time.
No, it's fine. I'm sure. I don't feel you're giving him a hard time. It's a good question. So Brendan, join in on the conversation a little bit, since you seem to be making quite a bit of noise. What exactly are you doing?
He's making tea. He's a teetotaler now.
Yes. Yeah, Brooke, aren't you near the tea plantations? There's some ones near Charleston and stuff. They're supposedly pretty fun to go to.
Yeah, why don't you come on down here? I'll take you to one.
I would be glad to go, but I don't know about with you, but I would go.
Look, I tell you what, I'll take you, I'll drive you free of charge, nice car, fucking everything, pick you up from the airport, I'll take you, you stay wherever you want. Only thing is we gotta stop by the land in, I won't say where it is, but just gotta feed the hogs, and then we'll go on down to some Charleston.
And, yeah.
It sounds like a good time, yeah.
Yeah, it does. Why not take advantage of it, Brendan? And honestly,
the hogs are hungry. I mean, when you see the hogs eat, you might, you'll either enjoy it or you'll die.
Fascinating.
Yeah, but Brendan,
there are other people I would visit first. Let's put it that way.
Oh my God!
But those same people probably have hog farms.
And don't worry, the hogs wouldn't eat me after I show them what millet is. They would leave me alone.
Yes, there we are.
The problem is that is probably true. I mean, you're talking that's what's so sad. I'm like, we will eat trash.
Yeah.
That is way too much. That boy is full of millets. No.
Yes, that is pretty funny. So when it comes to, shall we say, look, I'm pretty, how would I say it? Just kind of fried after the initial experience, the opening hour of tonight. It left me, I gotta admit, it left me pretty.
Your PTSD's kicking in.
Yeah, my PTSD. It is. It's weird. It's weird.
You Libras with your PTSD and shit too. Oh my god. That's another.
That was it. That was it. When it came to when I was trying to describe to Brooke, what was going on with PG&E, and I was saying, this is a mass murderous company, and they've killed people, and she started approaching it as a legal issue and as this social issue, and I said, no, I've got to talk to you about how it's impacting me, and she says, oh, it all comes down to you. It always comes down to you, and but we do have to be real here. This is a situation that is incredibly unusual, Brooke. Now, just so that you understand the implications, George Knight was on with us, and George Knight works with communications. And one of the things that Aristides pointed out as an engineer was he took a look at the phone. Now, here's what I'm going to do.
I'm not going to interrupt Aristides on stuff I don't know. I don't have anything against Aristides. I don't know his engineering skills right now. But I will say, I don't know how you think. Then saying, well, George Knight came on, and that's going to make your argument better here. He works here, and he's agreed with me. At least Brendan Zogut's he's going to back some facts up by reading them off the internet. But George Knight's just going to be I agree. Everything you're saying is right.
Honey, that's just wrong. It's wrong. Now for you, I'm going to re-upload that picture of the telephone pole. Take a look at that telephone pole, darling. Can you see that there in the text box?
Yeah, it just came through.
Okay. Now that's me standing next to that fat hag. That was Laura Lee Solomon, the crazy cat lady. And so what happened was we had just gotten back from Arizona in 2016.
That's not even from your apartment building.
No, it's not. No, it's across the street.
It's not. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, it's across the street and down several doors, but it's on the same block, so to speak, the same two sets of blocks that face each other. But when it comes to 2016...
What about it? I mean, it's just a hotel. I don't see anything that unusual about this.
There's nothing unusual about this
ancient telephone pole out of Greece, that had people's heads.
No, it's not like a Tartarian telephone pole or something.
Honey, if you take a look at it, the first thing that our engineer Aristides said was, Jesus, what year was this? That looks like pretty advanced 5G cylindrical technology. And I said, yes, and it was 2016. They put it out first on Douglas Dietrich. And so he says, wow, that's technology just coming out now. They must have really prototyped it early.
Well, I would like Aristides to join in and tell me what part of that solid wooden pole is he talking about. He's talking about the metal shit that they just...
That canister that's about a third of the way down.
Yes, honey.
Yeah, I see the canister. I see that. Okay.
Yeah, darling. And beyond that, they ultimately replaced the pole with a hollow metallic pole, but it was colorized and camouflaged to look wooden. It was
Here's the thing. Where we're at now. If that is the case, first of all, by the way, I have learned in drug dealing neighborhoods now in South Carolina,
Brooke, let Brendan have his say. Let Brendan have his say, and then you can attack me.
It's my birthday. It's my fucking birthday.
Yeah, true. It's her birthday.
My birthday. So I'm just saying, I have learned, unfortunately, in drug dealing neighborhoods now, that they have cameras, actually in ghetto neighborhoods. They have the cameras on those poles.
This part of SF is actually
record cars coming in and out. So my point is, if they were doing that now in Greenville, South Carolina, basically Bigfoot country, I am fairly certain that this technology was available back when they did this. Now, secondly, if they are recording, if it's all for you, you and I are opposite. I'd be like, fuck yes. I am that important. They are trying to get to me. Own it, love it.
Sure, that's a factor.
Yeah, there's that factor. And what were you going to say, Brendan?
Well, I was thinking when I saw it, it was even more kitted out than this.
Yes.
It and this was a few years ago now, but
yeah.
But that was the last time I saw it. But yeah, it was blatantly obvious. I was looking for it, and I was the first thing the echo's really bad on your side, Brooke. I can't hear.
Yeah, just go mute so he can talk, and then when he finishes, then unmute.
Or just like, are you able to like switch it up a little bit somehow?
Okay, well she went mute. She went mute. So go on.
Okay, yeah. So when I saw the power pole, it was like immediately you could tell what the fuck it is. It's like it's anomalous to say the least.
Thank you.
You know?
Thank you.
Is that any better, Brendan?
Is that
that's much better? Thank
okay?
you.
Wonderful.
So for some reason, when I went on there to look at the stuff, it went back to speaker. I apologize.
Okay. Thank you, honey. Now, honey.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Now, the other factor that I want to bring up was that aside from what
it even has like, do you see that blue thing?
Yeah.
It says it's like warning you of radiation. Like
Thank you. You get
it's like
that,
emitting so much EMF that it has to have a warning label.
Yes.
But notice how high they put it so no one can read it.
Yes.
Like that's funny.
Yes.
I mean, but you talked about like where you live, like it's like not like a great area for like it's like, or at least your building is not, right?
No. That's you're taking
nowadays. It's nice. Nowadays.
Yeah. You don't understand.
Like
when
you can park his Maserati with no issue.
Yeah, that's right, honey. What you're thinking of is where I grew up. I grew up in the Tenderloin of San Francisco, the worst.
Yeah.
But where I live now and have lived for many years, decades at this point, is Russian Hill, which is considered one of the most expensive areas on planet Earth.
But somehow that you get away with like your landlord still gets away with like you're living there and the rent is not higher, but she doesn't like, you don't have hot water and shit like that.
Big cities have rent control and stuff. That's 90% of San Franciscans live like that.
Yes, honey.
Yeah, we've never had
the
rent
Chinese
control
that
here.
have been there for like generations. None of them pay rent.
Yes.
Anywhere near the normal people or the white people.
Thank you. Yes, all true. So, honey, just so you understand the situation with that, what happened was that this was a very old building, so old that it was a product of the old Barbary Coast days when the gamblers were coming in with the gold, the 49ers seeking gold. That's what our football team's named after, the 49ers, who all came here looking for gold. And this was how Russian Hill was established. And so what happened in the case of this particular building is, aside from many other oddities about it, is that the Russian Hill Cemetery is beneath us. So these buildings, especially mine, is built directly in the center over the Russian Hill Cemetery. And so it's this historic fact that the city and county knows about. And for that reason, she can't make repairs on the building because it would require not only demolishing the entire infrastructure, it would expose the bodies in the cemetery below, and then the city would be responsible for relocating them. They'd have to stop all construction, relocate all the bodies, and this would take a decade. So in other words, it would kill her to do any repairs to the building. So she, in all fairness, she really can't. So, because that would require, like I said, destroying the infrastructure, exposing the bottom, and then they'd have to come relocate the bodies for historic respect and all this other shit. And so there's really nothing she can do.
So maybe they put that pole up because, obviously it's just easier to kill everybody in the apartments if she has no tenants eventually.
And thanks to rent control, buildings built before 1970 something in San Francisco, I forget which year exactly, but some year in the 1970s, buildings built before that time, rent control is applicable, and therefore she's stuck with me. Otherwise, she could raise the rent in a heartbeat anytime she wanted to anybody who moved in. And so she regrets ever renting to my family, believe me. And but nevertheless, this is why the infrastructure of the building is so poor. Now, upstairs lives okay. They have the electricity. They have the... I have hot and cold running water only to a degree, but it's unpotable. I can't drink it because it's got all the cadaver water in it. So if I were to bathe or drink in that, it would seriously impact my health. I'm a vampire, not a ghoul. I need living blood, not dead bodies. So it would be unhealthy for me to bathe or drink of that water. That's why I go to the estate so often. It's where I shower and maintain my hygiene. I'm going to take advantage of this hotel stay to bathe probably twice. I'll turn it into a spa day. But when it comes to the horror of what's going on, this is where Brendan said something that was a little exasperating, was that he was thinking of it like an internet fix. Are you there, honey? You went mute there. Yeah. I mean, if I don't hear people shuffling around and snuffling, sometimes I wonder if they're still with us.
Yeah, I'm here. Brooke does.
I'm here. I was walking down the steps and the dog's little feet skittle.
Okay, I see.
So I muted it.
I sense a dark aura coming from that icon on the sky.
Oh shit. Anyhow, so what Brendan said that was exacerbating was he was thinking about this like an internet fix. Whenever they fix something on the internet, they say service will be down all night. And they'll say like from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. or something like that. But they really take only an hour. And I know this because I can cruise on the internet and then the service will be down for an hour. Then it'll come back up in an hour. And Brendan's probably painfully familiar with this. And he thought that what they were going to do was like that. This is what I was trying to explain to Peter Moon. I said it's nothing like that because they're replacing the entire power pole. And it may not even be this pole. It may be the one directly across the street from me that they're finally going to replace with an advanced technology pole like this. And then process faster whatever they're surveying or something of that nature. Maybe even be able to, beam something at me. Who knows? But when it comes to the...
Havana syndrome.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, thank you. Disgusting. Thank you. Now you give me something to have nightmares about. Yes.
Just arm yourself with vitamin C.
There you go. Thank you.
And ginseng is
I
very
totally
beneficial.
thought about Havana syndrome when you were discussing this earlier. That's funny.
But on a real note, Douglas, you should start taking ginseng if you can.
Okay.
If you can handle the passionate increase.
Oh, of course I can. Oh, of course I can. That's what I'm
I know.
all about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Yeah, ginseng and vitamin C, but ginseng, lots of. So what? How much a day do you say? Tell you what. Send me a link to the supplement to order. Send me a link and I'll have you order the supplement.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, send me links.
Yeah, he's basically treating your shit like my rabies. I mean, he's just waiting.
For a tea or
see how long you're taking some vitamin C.
I will take whatever you recommend is the best way to intake it. I love teas. I'll drink the tea as well as take supplements. So teas and supplements, whatever you recommend.
You can do a booty bump of it.
Yeah. By the way, honey, look. Yeah. I'm sorry. Say it again, Brendan.
Oh, I just said, I will send you information, and perhaps I'll send you a gift at some point.
Okay, bless you, but the information first is fine.
Yeah.
And so, Brooke, darling, look at what was sent to you in the chat box. Look at the text box right here. Honey, take a look at what was sent to you.
Happy birthday, Brooke. I'm over here spacing out, but yes.
Yeah, can you see that, Brooke?
Oh, thank you guys so much. I'm so excited right now with this.
No, it's Troy. It's Troy.
Thank you, Troy. It's so exciting for you to send to all the way from Florida. You typed that. That was hard for you to type that in Florida, I'm sure. Thank you.
This is why I don't even try. I don't even try.
Thank you, I'm just being my normal self.
You should have heard Troy earlier. He came on and he was like, meeting, oh yeah, then I told him meeting, and I was like, what the fuck? And that's when Aristides said it's hard for him to be awake, Douglas.
Who's that, the meth head?
The exact opposite.
Oh shit. Yeah. Of course he's black. Isn't that a little? We're making some assumptions here, there, Sid. That's.
Well, how are you making assumptions? First of all, the person that sent me the happy birthday, Brooke, Troy, his picture is there. So I don't know if you can't see that. That's pretty.
Oh no, I didn't see the picture. No.
I gotta admit.
Who is that talking? This ask.
That's Sid. It's acid kick.
Yeah. And maybe it did do some damage. I mean, you really.
I said happy birthday too. But...
Oh, thank you.
Yes. So, Brooke, honey, this is where it was exasperating with what Brendan was saying, because when I have the physical letter, which of course Pete Moon did not have because he didn't even bother to go down to the P.O. box to retrieve it because he totally forgot. He completely dismissed the fact that I told him he had to do that and that I had spent $68 to send it out to him. Basically,
fuck you. You could have put another $68 in my fucking envelope, you stupid ass. Fuck you.
It was the same.
A bunch less in there.
It was the same amount I spent on you.
But you spend it on a piece of shit no one in a mental institution.
I'm sorry. I'm just missing that. Brendan, what did you say?
Oh, I was just saying, yep.
At any rate, so in the physical letter that I have in front of me, it says, dear valued customer, without going into all the rigor, anyhow, we are doing the following work in your area. Replace electric power pole. They're replacing the electric power pole. This is where it gets into creepypasta crypto territory. Because, okay, first off, to replace the entire telephone pole, honey, they're going to take jackhammers. As you can see, there are trees in which all the wires are intertwined amongst the canopy of the tree line. They're going to require buzzsaws. They're going to require searchlights at night. They're going to have both the cherry picker for the buzzsaw workers.
Honestly, Doug, this is a good point. How are they going to do this overnight?
Yes, thank you.
In San Francisco on a busy street.
Thank you.
Green Street has got a lot of traffic. Like, these fuckers are retarded. Like,
thank you.
On a holiday.
Thank you.
All of this is becoming absurd. Yeah, like creepypasta, I like that.
Yeah.
Absolutely, like shenanigans.
Yes, thank you. So when you take a look at this, think about the fact that they're going to have to break open the concrete. They're going to have to lift that telephone pole. They're going to have to insert a new one. This is like open heart surgery.
Go out there just to watch it.
Yes, thank you. I mean,
just to see how bonkers it is.
Thank you. This is open heart surgery for civil engineering, and basically,
whoever the foreman that approved that time is like, I mean, he must be in the freaking government just to get away with that shit.
Thank you. Yes, and they want to do this from 9 p.m. Monday night till 6 a.m. on Tuesday, when usually work like this is supposed to take like 2 days, sometimes, at least 2 days. It would take at least normally 48 hours to do an operation like this. And they want to do it in a period.
So your complaint is that they're going to do it too fast in the letter. Your complaint is they're not going to be down long enough.
No, but they would do it over a period of 2 days in the daylight. They want to do this at night.
So your complaint is that they're not doing it during the time frame that you like. Most people would like their shit not out.
Well, most people would be gone. Most people would be gone at work. In the daytime, at least.
Normally, a power outage production, non-emergency, is like
kids. They have to look for kids. Those are lawsuits. Well, you're not thinking the right way. Here's the right way to look at this. How can I make money off of it? That's why I look at everything, right? And I would have already called in and been like, I am on an auction machine. I have to have this, blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as they either don't do the shit if you really don't done because you just told me
they have outreach coordination, but what they do is they just will send you to like a homeless shelter for.
Yes, that's true. Like
there's nothing that's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's true. No, he's absolutely right, honey.
And what do you want to sit in there with like overnight at a homeless shelter and get all your shit swooped?
Yeah. Thank you. Or like V said, oh, the church should be able to pay for a hotel, and she said I worked for a church and they had programs like that. The first thing that blew my mind was, what the fuck church was V ever involved with? Yeah, what the fuck church was that?
Church Set will totally pay for it.
Yeah, there we are. The Temple of Set or something. Anyhow, but when it came to the other things involved.
Yeah, I'm looking at this that you sent me, the timing. 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. That doesn't even make sense.
Thank you. And so
the one time you need power.
Yes.
A person would need power.
You know what? You don't have to fill in for George Knight. You just shut up.
No. This is like logic. This is just pure logic. Like the one time, the 12 hours between 9 to 6 or whatever, 10 hours, like 9 to 9.
Yeah.
When most people would use lights to walk around their house.
Yeah.
I see. I look at it differently. I look at it as if, like, my power goes out, like, because we have a lot of power outages here in the South, and we don't have, like, I actually have underground power.
But this isn't an outage.
Yeah, honey.
My point is, though, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how people complain about power. So getting back to that, if I lose power during a storm, if it's fucking during the day, I'm stuck fucking at home. Like,
but honey, aren't you
aren't you
deflected?
It's my birthday. I get to finish. A lot of people work. I'm gonna use it up. A lot of people work at home right now. A lot more people work at home. You have kids. Also, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. That's all I'm doing. A lot of people work at home, right? You also have a lot of kids, right? And so you don't know if those kids are being homeschooled now or not. And that's a huge factor. Like, you get a bad mom on your butt, it's not going to be a bad Douglas Dietrich. It's going to be, and so you've got kids that need it for after school, for their homework and shit. So you put it down at 9 o'clock. Well, the majority of people are not working at 9 o'clock at night. The majority of people, even they're working at home, are not. Also, when I went down before working at home, at the end of the day, I just want to watch some TV, right? And I'd prefer to watch it till like 11, but at least I got it till 9. And if I know I've already got it preconceived, which Douglas got this letter, I would have loved to have known about my power outages. I'm sure anybody would. Like 3 weeks in advance. Well, let me finish. It's on my birthday.
It's her birthday. It's her birthday.
You can plan a Western Four Seasons fucking stay, right, for one night. I would totally take that. I was like, oh, you know what? The power's gonna go down.
But you understand my budget. What about my budget, honey? I'm a poor guy. I barely make.
Well, that's when you contact. I don't have oxygen, and they're like, we'll put you at the place where you be like. Also, I'm allergic to people. I'm a vampire, and also I'm crazy. I might attack them. I think you're gonna have to handle something. I don't know. That's why I would be your lawyer and come up with some shit. But you didn't call me. You didn't call me to do it. You just sat there and you bitched. You didn't come up with a solution. You bitched and asked for money. And I would just say, this is devil's advocate. I'm not putting you down, but I'm just saying. They had the upper hand with the letter. You had an option out. You did not take it. And I do not, as much as I love you, feel sorry for you at all, because you didn't get to give me anything to feel sorry for.
It's not a question of feeling sorry for me. We're talking about the fact that this is all highly suspect and doesn't make any sense. Now, where George Knight comes in and why what he says is valid.
We know what else is highly suspect. Dead white rabbit in my couch at fucking 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's right. She woke up with a dead rabbit on her couch or at the foot of her couch, exactly where she had seen the vision of my mother. And this dead white rabbit was there. So this is some of what she suffered under a cult siege. And this is what
we had just been up like 45 minutes before because I was waiting on a phone call. So like he'd come in the house, like let the dogs out, they came back in. They get on the couch with me. I'm on one end, and they are laying down asleep. So they didn't get the rabbit and bring it in because they're still asleep when I wake up because the phone call comes in. I stand up to the poor person that was bringing me a business call for a job, and then I scream out loud, ah!
Yeah.
Because there's a dead white rabbit, and it's not like something I could have missed. Like it was just so.
And understand, think of the song White Rabbit, and remember the fact that Michael Aquino always appeared to Christine Joanna Hart as a white rabbit. And that's why she was triggered by the white rabbit totem that was indicative of down the rabbit hole.
It was in the same room that he came in on, but in the same room he came in on Lola, which he didn't come in on Lola because obviously her brother would have been hung by the ceiling.
I'm sorry, just to clarify for our listeners, what Brooke is talking about is Michael Aquino appeared in a window, and basically this was where the essence or source of all of these phenomena were sourcing from, was that direction. Brendan, what did you say?
Oh, I was saying Grace Slick, the singer for Jefferson Airplane, who was based in San Francisco.
Yes.
Her group, Jefferson Airplane, previous was Great Society, the psychedelic groups band. They actually, her father was was like a sergeant or someone higher than a sergeant.
Yeah.
Like, I can try and look it up.
Yeah. And so they produced the song White Rabbit?
Yes.
Yes, there we are. All MK Ultra.
They were all MK Ultra kids, yeah, basically. Mm-hmm. Let's see what it says.
Just gonna start fires with their thoughts.
Well, it was. No. It was. So the White Rabbit was highly symbolic, Brooke. It adds a layer of terror to your occult siege. But those days are over now, and what you have now are beneficial living animals coming to you. And of course, this is the energy that is sourcing from Douglas Dietrich, as opposed to Michael Aquino.
Shit, Douglas. You know what I was fucking realize though? That fucking damn table where that possum was sitting?
Yes.
Sitting in that, in front of that, like touching that window.
Yes.
That possum's such a positive thing to me because I always wanted one, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Maybe Aquino's making peace. Maybe
No, it's me, baby, it's me. Yes. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So Grace Slick is the daughter of.
So you sent me the bad shit too, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like that. And then I guess old Big Dick, whatever his name is,
Jambo Reesmoky.
Yeah, he was right. You did send me all that fucking evil shit too.
Yeah, go on about Grace Slick, dear Brendan.
Her father was an investment banker. There you go.
Yeah. And that's bad enough.
Obvious ties to the MIC.
Thank you. Yeah, basically a financial rapist. Her father was a financial rapist.
Yeah.
And so
and I think I'm conflating her with her ex-husband and the other band members. A couple of them had connects to military. Also they were all proteges of Bobby Weir and Jerry Garcia.
Yes. Yes.
So that's even just enough. That's enough right there. Put them in that zone, Bohemian Grove zone.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And so, Brooke, honey, what we're talking about is that when they're conducting this construction at night, it's going to require search lamps in order to give them enough light to work with the buzz saws off the cherry picker to get the limbs out of the way.
Record that and send it to me, and then I'll feel sorry for you. Record it.
That's not what I'm trying to provoke. I'm not trying to provoke a sense of pity. What I'm saying is that...
You know why? You know why I do have that attitude just then? Because what did you say? What did you say you didn't like that Peter Moon said earlier tonight? Let me put this in context for you.
Yeah.
Dear Douglas.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you do for me every time. Let me put this in context. You poor little southern blonde bitch.
Honey, that's totally unfair.
You live in the country. We're trying to explain the city here.
Yeah. That's right, baby. Just trying to give you a perspective on an environment that you're that you obviously don't have that much experience with. Hell, you know what happened when you went to Chicago. You cried because
like a fucking baby. And y'all choose to live in it, which makes me question your own sanity.
I don't live in Chicago.
Any of these cities, but yeah, Chicago,
Chicago in particular, yeah.
Well, to be fair, I mean, to be as fair and balanced as they used to say on those other shows.
Yeah.
But San Francisco used to be one of the most beautiful cities in the country.
Yeah.
And it still is in its own way, but it's been degraded.
Oh God, everywhere you go there is shit. Everywhere. Dog shit, human shit.
What year were you born again, Douglas?
Me, 1966, year of the fire horse.
What year did it go to shit again, Brendan?
What was that?
She's trying to equate the year it went to shit with the year I was born.
It gradually turned into shit, like
in
the late
after
1966,
as someone grew, it gradually got worse.
Wait, hold on. Wait, it's going to be funny when the punchline's here. The hippies would say 1967 because they walked through the streets and protest the death of the hippie. That was 1967.
Yes.
So, just as he learned to toddle around.
Right.
He could walk too. They could walk.
It looked really good in the 60s and before.
But in reality, the real decline came maybe late 70s when a lot of the heroin and stuff, they deliberately took out the counterculture.
Yeah, the drug addicts.
Douglas, you realize they're not helping your argument.
Well, no, I mean, I live in the area as well. I'm just saying this will happen.
Yeah. Tell Brooke about the time you went through the homeless encampment and almost got lynched.
Which time?
Yeah.
So, you're talking about the time I was in the Tenderloin.
Yeah, and the guy's trying to sell you the single glove. The guy's trying to sell you a single glove.
That was one of the only times I thought I was like, for sure we're gonna get robbed or I'm gonna die. Like I was gonna die. Like it was. So we were walking through Chinatown. My friend. It was just me and my other friend who's he's pretty like urban bohemian, like this hippie kid but we were both, we were just going there just to, explore. And then we basically took a wrong turn in Chinatown, and it's like a thin line between Chinatown and Tenderloin. Like, so if you take the wrong street, like what is it? What was that one? What's that one street, Douglas? There's we don't need details.
It's like they're all bad. Ellis Street in particular comes to my mind. Go on.
Yeah. What was it?
Ellis Street comes to my mind in particular.
Oh yeah, Ellis. Okay, so Ellis, something like that, or if you cross over certain parts of California, it basically borders Tenderloin. But so we didn't know where we were going, and we took a couple wrong turns, and then everything looks fine until we take this one corner where there were like no business people, like no one was walking there for some reason, and we were like, we're like, oh, it's a shortcut, it'll be quicker. We cut through, and then instantly we're in this like wall to wall, like shoulder to shoulder of these. I don't know how else to explain it. A bunch of like tall black homeless dudes, like 20 of them, and each one had their own item that they were trying to peddle to us. Like, and
each one had their own stolen loot they were trying to pawn.
Yeah. And they were like, bro, do you want to buy this? Do you want to buy that? And then one guy comes up and he's like, you want to buy this glove? He's like, I got this glove, $5. And we're like, where's the other one? Like, we're like, what the fuck? And he's like, it's just one glove, man. That's all I got. And then we tried to, like, as cordially as possible be like, oh, man, sorry, man. We got to, we're just walking through. And, like, it was like they would
You're saying it with no cheese gloves.
Basically, it was. It was like a murder.
That was... Yeah,
like,
it was either OJ's glove, or you could have sold it, or it was a murder glove that they were trying to set you the fuck up for.
It was a white leather glove.
Oh my god!
They were trying to sell it as Michael Jackson glove. Oh,
and he was like $5. He's like, just $5, man. And we were just like, fuck, man. It was so scary. Like, it was actually, I was actually scared. That's the one time where I was like, fuck, man, this is like serious. And I remember, like, right after we got out of that, we like got on our skateboards and just freaking booked, like, just dipped, like, gone.
My god!
Yeah.
And was this in the days when you were using the hard shit that numbed you while you were skateboarding? I mean, there was a period.
Oh no! We were just smoking weed. Yeah. No, that was it was concurrent, but there's no way if we were fucked up, we would have gotten like they were like waiting for us to like if we were like drunk or something, they would have robbed us for everything we had, basically. Like,
yeah,
those guys wouldn't have even batted an eye. Like,
yeah.
The only reason they let us go is because we were like cool with them.
Yes. Thank God. Yeah. No, you knew.
Like, we had enough street smarts, and the other kid, he was frequently would go to Oakland and rap with a lot of the rappers. Like, we had enough street acumen that they were like cool with us, but anyone else would have gotten robbed within seconds.
Oh yes, true.
Literally mugged.
And likely also killed
basically what they are doing is you see something you want to buy, like if it's like a real item, like a skateboard, the second you pull out your wallet, all those dudes will just jump you.
It's true.
That's what the point is. That's what the point was.
It's true. Yes, they just want you to get it out, even if you're just doing it out of pity, where you pull your wallet out.
Here's a buck. Yeah, here's a buck. They'll just straight up snatch it.
Yes. Then they'll all jump you, take the wallet, and you'll be lucky if you're left alive. It's
exactly.
Yes. It's that's I'll tell you something. There's one thing I noticed about all these different women in my life recently. They all say, $50,000 isn't that much in your life insurance, but they all plot to kill me. And it's whether it's Lena Shea or Judith Thager.
I'll put it on air. I plot to kill him, but only for shit he says. I did not for money, because his name is bury him. I'm gonna be like stuck in. That's the only reason he's alive, is because I don't afford to fucking bury him. I'm like, it's $50,000 of shit.
No, it was the fact that
because I gotta hide your body. So like Brendan and fucking Jordan Knight, we flying over here to worship it and throw shit down and all that. Like jack off a little bit. And I'm like, I'm not dealing with all that shit. So you're gonna have to up it just for me to bury you, so I can kill you. But I'll still be in the negative, is what I'm trying to say, no matter what.
This is what she says will save me from her murdering me if I'm ever down there, is the fact that burying the rabbit is one thing, but burying me would take so much more effort. It would be like she just doesn't think I'm worth that much effort to.
Right. But I'll tell you what, burying that rabbit. Anybody on here that wants a stomach workout, you go and dig in some red hard clay with a shovel. I never got abs like I did that one. The next day I was like, oh my god, I've never done sit-ups like this before. What is that from? I'm like, oh, I buried that rabbit. Like, I used all that fucking stomach muscle. Tell people do sit-ups, just go fucking get some red hard clay in the middle of summer.
Like, you're barely functioning.
Oh, are you talking about her or me? We're both pretty sedentary, I would think. But
I don't know. Whoever you have in the thumbnail, I know. Yeah,
me?
Never mind. I'll keep it to myself.
Are you referring to me, bitch?
No, Douglas's thumbnail. I was gonna say I know it's not Doug because he doesn't know how to cook. But anyways, yeah, Brooke would just feed you to the hogs.
Yeah, I mean, well, the problem is, I mean, let's be honest with you. I don't actually have hogs. I just have land. I keep wanting a reason to get them. So if you or Douglas will ever schedule a visit, I will be on the hog farm right after our phone call, finding out how fast I can get the hogs, and then I will own some.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, for the thumbnail, the image and thumbnail, you can see the chest tube site. You can see the chest tube site on the left side. I have 2 on the left side. The other one's beneath my armpit, but you can definitively see.
Yeah, nobody wants that kind of picture. I mean, first of all, like, what is that? Like, do you want me to put a picture of, like, I don't know?
I put on an apron because I was sucking blood from one of the blood boys. I was sucking blood from one of the blood boys, so I put on an apron. And he was a bit more of a bleeder than some of them. And I was washing up the implements that I used to create the cut in his shoulder. That's what the photo is. He took a photo of me. And I figured since it showed my chest tube site, we should put it up. Because there's a lot of people who claim I didn't serve, but my lungs collapsed because of the cyclosadine nerve gas I was exposed to in the Gulf War. So there.
Well, I can assure you, like, it's the same thing as if I was to say, hey, you know that girl I dated for a while, and for years, I found on Valentine's, she was much more of a bleeder than I thought, but I made fun of that. Would you like to see that picture of that veteran? I don't think they would. I feel like it would be. I feel like inappropriate pictures here is you're providing.
At any rate, darling, so imagine this.
There's someone in the chat that says, I lived in the loin for years. It's as hardcore as it gets.
Thank you.
My wife and I lived in an SRO from 205 to 27.
I'm not sure they're talking about the tenderloin or they're talking about your loin. Like they lived in
tenderloin.
Yeah. No, but I get what she's saying.
We had some serious sketchy shit happen every day.
Yes, it's true. It is true. Yeah. It is a nightmare. It is a nightmare.
Literally, like you cross the street and you're in Leipzig.
Yes, and Thomas Hansen says, this is amazing, from robbers to hoggers. Yes, and Cultivated Image says, heroin addiction led me to hell on earth. Thank you. I mean, how is it we get Sid, who's, we know Sid's trip, to use a pun. We've got Thomas Hansen, who was dealing with really bad vodka. I mean, like the night train of vodka brands, okay? And
like Taka?
Yeah, Taka! It was Taka! How'd you know? Holy shit! Yeah, and Cultivated Image with his heroin addiction. I mean, how is it that Douglas Dietrich's audience tends to be like rehab? it's
God, I wonder if only I could think of an answer for that. Like if there's only if I had a bigger, like more brain power, if I was like Brendan's IQ, right? I could probably come up with some kind of answer to how that would happen. Maybe a few answers, as a matter of fact. But I don't have the IQ of Brendan, so maybe I'll let him handle it.
Yeah, it's hard to ascend to these levels, I know. But what were you saying about the IQ, or before that?
She was saying that if she had your IQ, she might be able to give an answer to why Douglas Dietrich's audience tends to be a rehab center of...
Oh, I just gave the answer, because it's late at night, and those the people that have disturbed sleep cycles. and then other stuff happens that you have basically 2 phases. You have the kosher viewer that's here for military history, and then you have the late night occult crowd, we'll call it. So you have 2 phases, and then the first phase is depleted by stuff.
Depression. So the first phase is only listening for depression. They're so depressed they want to become more depressed by listening to Peter Moon.
No.
Right? They're looking for suicide.
No, they want more knowledge. And then the
second one is just crazy enough. They've escaped suicide, right? Through the means of any substances.
It opens up. It gets a little more spicy. It's fun. It's a fun time.
They're like, fuck it. I'm not gonna get any better. I might as well just get worse and go with these fuckers. Like,
Oh my god.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
To a degree, yes, of course.
If I had an IQ, I would say good answer.
So we can't just say, like it's your whole group, your whole genre, or your whole viewer base is just recovering drug addicts.
Nemo fits into that category. As a matter of fact, he's kind of just a homebody. He kind of like has dealt with his challenges. And
we also can't say recovering because we got acid in here. So recovering not necessarily doing either.
Yeah, I mean, this
I
is.
I liked what is he still here?
Yeah, they're all still here.
I like what you said earlier when he was saying how the LSD was helping recover from other drugs, like it was, or that like the AA guy was trying to push for acid being part of the 12 step. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. That's the 12th step is the 13th.
Yes.
Take acid.
Yes.
13th reason to kill yourself. Isn't that like a movie? 13 Reasons Why.
Pretty much.
Holy shit.
That fucker I knew kept saying, you're my fucking 13th reason. And I'm like, I'm not your 13th reason. I am your 13th through fucking 274, and I'm wondering when you were still breathing.
She's talking about meth head, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, and
y'all think I've never been mean. Like, I don't think y'all ever seen me mean. This fucker lived with me mean, actually, saying bad things. So there's not.
And he still didn't kill himself. Jeez, you failed.
I know. That's a lot of drugs that motherfucker.
Actually, I gotta give him credit. He's a person who's been in prison for a good 7 years, maybe 7.5, and has not gone off violently on Brooke. That shows an incredible restraint on his part. It's rather remarkable.
You'll see it in his eyes every time he's grabbing once or twice. And you'll see it. I see it. I mean, he's want to punch me so fucking bad. I'm like, go ahead, do it, bitch, but you better fucking kill me, because I don't back down when that happens. I'm like, I'm gonna push up on it. Because I'm like, you better fucking kill me right fucking now. You saw the last time when you threatened my dog, he's like, I saw fucking Satan in your eyes. He probably did, because I was holding my dog and I was so fucking mad. Like, it took over like this whole thing y'all have never seen. Like, I just completely like, and I was like, fuck. So, but I mean, like, everybody's got shit, but he's dealt with that because you're only 7 years in prison. I'm like, that's why I say, you, am I worth dying for? You better fucking kill me. I was like, because I can guarantee you I'll be that one. What's that Gretchen Wilson song? Or that's not Gretchen Wilson. She's like, load the shotgun, and she's sitting there at the end of the day. I'll be like, I'll be your best friend. I'll be like, oh my God, I forgive you. You gonna come home one day. You gonna come to your house. I'm gonna be sitting there with a shotgun, lighting with a cigarette in my mouth. That'll be it.
There you go. Brendan, I don't know if you've spent this much, but Brooke spent.
Music, you don't even know.
Yeah, it's true. That did go by me. That did go by me.
It's a great country song, but it's just funny. Anyway, that was me. Go ahead.
Thank you. No, it did go by me. Well, we can't be culturally attuned to every subculture, honey, I was just going to tell Brendan that I don't know how much he spent on his cat when his cat was dying, but Brooke sank $5,000, $7,000 into the dog recently.
Oh, well, no, just in the last 4 weeks, I've spent like $1,500 on him. I thought, $1,500 just taking him to the vet. This is no surgery yet or anything. They've got they've got a surgery scheduled to do x-rays of his teeth and take any out they need to, which is another $1,200 on top of that for next week. Before they scheduled that last $1,200, which I have not paid for or decided if I'm going to do, and he's 16 to 18 years old, right? This dog, and he's blind. He's been deaf, almost deaf. He's got a little hearing, and he's got a huge cataract in one eye. And what happened was he suddenly came with a eye that just looked crazy to me, and I thought he was dying. I rushed him to the emergency vet like a month ago, and the stupid fucker was here. He's like, he was there that fucking day. I called him for
Method.
Yeah, Method was there. I called him for that. I tell him what I paid for tests. I paid for fucking blood tests. They did the eye test. They tell me they first said it's a something about that thing going up. But then I pay $600 there. Really did not get an answer. Go to the vet Monday because it was a Saturday. Go to the vet Monday, another $500 $600 to find out it's a detached retina is what he has. And then they want to send me to a eye doctor, but they said they'll want to do surgery, and that'll be several $1,000s to do the surgery. So I need to decide. So I waited. And so at that point, we had gone back one more time, got medicine, and then, so there's again, $1,500 there. And I come home to this dog who's suddenly running into walls because he can still see some. And this fucker's like, I think you have poisoned the dog. I think someone's I'm like, what the hell the fuck is poisoning
Method said
dog?
that. Method said that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm like, get out, just please leave my house. I'm trying to be very calm for Brooke. I'm like, please, I don't want to upset my dog. I'm holding him. I'm like, you just leave. Like, I don't, just leave. And he's like, you're cleaning it. And I'm like, listen, I may have to put him to sleep tomorrow. Like, I cannot discuss this with you. I just need you to leave please leave my home. And then it's just, you will not put that fucking dog to sleep. I'll fucking take him from you. He's poisoned by the cleaning. He's probably poisoned.
Wait, he said that? He said...
Yeah, he said Brooke was poisoned. Yes, and that he would take the dog. That Brooke was poisoning the dog, and he would rescue the dog, save it from the evil Brooke. Yes.
My dog.
Pay the $10,000 for the surgery then.
What was fucking hilarious is what he did say. He said, "I'll take it tomorrow." And I said, "Why don't you?" And he said, and before I even said, he said, "I'll take it." And it went through his head before I could even say anything. He said, "I'll take it to my vet, and I'll pay whatever I have to." When I went to the vet next day after I finally got out of the house, which I had to threaten to call the cops to get him out of the house, threat. Then he gets to the next day. He's like, "I just wanted to check on Hunter." It's like fucking 1 in the afternoon. I'm actually at the vet when you have an attack, so I text back. I think I'm at the vet. And then I'm waiting on an answer. And he's, well, I just hope he's okay. And I was like, well, he'd be a lot better if you want to go ahead and send that check over you were going to take care of everything with. No response. Like,
of course it's just... not. Yeah. And the best of it all is that this guy's mother pays for his drugs. His mother sends him money for drugs. It's like, this is how sick their codependency is. Basically, his mother needs to be put into a psychiatric facility.
Well, look. Let me preface this. So I don't want to put anybody down. So whether I will put people down for what they deserve, as I do on here, and I joke about a lot, right? Play it up like you do, Douglas. But at the end of the day, addiction is an addiction, and I've had addictions, right? I still do. You don't ever get over addictions. I have addictive personality. So luckily, with what he's doing, that's not my like thing. I can't understand somebody being that addicted to that, but I understand tons of people are. Like, for me, it's like, don't give me another fucking if a doctor is offered to prescribe me pain pills again, I will not take them, because I have said, once I go on them, you better not ever fucking try to get me off again. Like, I'm never going through that whole coming off of pain pills. But that is, mine, like, would be simple. That's why I've never tried heroin. I would never try heroin. I knew from the time I was young, if I try that, I will probably never get off, right? Like that type of
but you were
narcotic.
talking about Dilaudid the other day.
Oh my God, Dilaudid. Like, please, if y'all ever love me and there's something, just put me on Dilaudid. Like, even if you're like, if I have like 2 years to live, but you can give me like 2 months on Dilaudid, it would be nice. I'd rather have that. Yeah.
Sid's got something to say about Dilaudid. Sid, by all means.
Oh, I got to indulge in a little bit of Dilaudid at one point. I did a friend had some tablets of both morphine and Dilaudid, so we would do one tablet of one nostril of morphine and one tablet.
He did them.
It was a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
Jesus
Go ahead.
Christ.
I mean, it's horrible.
Go.
Awesome, whatever.
It's awful. It's awful. Oh my God.
So go on.
Awful in the fact that
Don't
it
do
burns?
drugs.
Yeah. Like, what happened on you? On the Dilaudid, on the pills.
So tell us about the experience.
Oh, it was groovy. It was like walking on a cloud, It's like...
I was just curious because I got someone, as Douglas knows, a friend of mine in Colorado, a coworker, that complained to me because he had me as his contact person for surgery this past year. And
Josh Didler.
Yeah.
Who by the way, was on this program and told Peter Moon, "I think you're going too far, Peter," when Brooke was a drunk and saying
obviously I was
a number
drunk.
of things.
Why else would I be talking to Peter Moon? I mean, has any woman talked to Peter Moon that was either not drunk or going to use him for some sacrificial ritual?
Okay, moving right along. My life's hard enough, honey. My life is hard enough. Jesus Christ.
Don't worry. I'm pretty sure they cut the fucking phones off by this time in the nursing homes. So. Anyway, I got him Dilaudid, and he called me complaining that when I first got him the Dilaudid, because I advocated for strong pain medicine, you're going to be, he's going to be out of work for like a month or two. He had a fucking, hip surgery or shit. And I'm like, he's like, you shouldn't have got me that Dilaudid though. He's like, I wish I just gotten you. Did you give me the Percocet? I didn't get Percocet, and this shit makes me too loopy. I can't get you done. And I'm like, so and
what a
he's
loser.
bitching in a serious note. He's like bitching, and I'm like, seriously, like you're bitching that I got you too strong of fucking pain medicine?
Oh fuck!
Like,
What a loser!
So fucking mad.
What a fucking.
He did say though.
Let's put it this way: if he was on the Percocet, he would have been crying about how much pain he was in.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I was so mad. I was like, finally, and then I was like, you know what? You send me that fucking Dilaudid, and you should shut the fuck up, and I'll take it from you. No, he wasn't sending it either though.
Yeah,
I never got a Dilaudid pill. Apparently, I only had an IV at the hospital, and I just went from like dying in pain to them after I had my son as a C-section. For some reason, I had some extra like cramping, like I don't know, whatever. So they had given me morphine already, and they gave me Dilaudid, and I went from like what to like, do you want to hold your baby now? You seem comfortable, and I'm like, actually, he looks very beautiful just laying there. And I was like, just leave him peacefully. I'm peaceful. We're at peace. Like I was in like little heaven, like he said, like little mini heaven. There were clouds around me, and I didn't want anybody to touch or mess with it.
I don't blame you. I don't.
He did,
blame you.
But I will say, Josh Diller told me this. He said later, I will tell you this, Brooke. Like I had Dilaudid because I told the doctor, like when I talked to him, I was like, I don't know, like I know. I used my whole self. They gave him Dilaudid in the hospital in IV. He said that was awesome. He said the difference is that a lot of pills made him loopy, but they didn't make him feel as good. So I don't know if that's why I was asking him. Like he said, he did up the nostrils.
So they do give Dilaudid through the IV, which is what they did with Brendan. And
that's where you want it. I mean, that's like that's what I got. It's heaven.
Yeah. So this is an important point. So this reinforces and validates what Brendan said. And I did get some questions when people were asking me about when Brendan was in the hospital, weren't the doctors like excited that he survived what they thought was going to be a certain death through the sepsis that had advanced into his heart when the antibiotics actually took effect and he recovered? And people have to remember that doctors, they don't respond like that. They don't respond like, oh, it's a miracle and hallelujah and oh my God.
Like, he literally just said, you're not out of the woods yet.
And
he just walked out of my room.
Yes.
Without like any other, and then I never saw a guy again in my entire life.
Thank you. Doctors are very, if they were emotive.
And he never apologized. I think it was like a barely like, sorry about that. And then it was like, you're not out of the woods. And then he just dipped and never saw him again.
Yeah. Doctors, they don't emote. They bleach all that out of them because if they emoted, they would be, like the veterinarians, like I said, have, at this point in history, the highest suicide rate among professions is contemporarily.
That is exactly what I was about to say. Yeah. Douglas, like I thought of that immediately, like what you told me. Just felt veterinary. Like you would just kill yourself. Like you have to.
Yeah.
But it's sad. Like they say, like my ex was a ER nurse and said that if you see anybody that's been in the ER, like they've been in the ER like a nurse or doctor, and they've been in there more than, because most will rotate through for a year or 2 years. But when you see someone that's been in the ER working and they say, I've been in the ER for 5 or 10 years, that's a sign right there. That person is either like they have cut off their emotions or they never had any, because you can only stay there so long in certain positions. And ER sees so much, death and like everything. And, people coming in with their, drug addictions or I stabbed somebody for the 4th time this week and I'm drunk, to, somebody coming in, their baby's dying. And so it's so much they have to cut off emotions or they never had any to begin with again. And it's a perfect job because they're, what do you call that?
Basically psychotic. They're basically psychotic.
Or masochist or something like that.
Yeah. Or both. Yeah. It's a
sociopath.
Yes. Thank you. I like that term, psychomasochism, a combination of psychosis and masochism, psychomasochism. So that being said, let me check back into the chat room with what was going on with acid. Was there anything else about your experience on Dilaudid and what you did with that combined drug that, aside from walking on clouds, you also mentioned it was terrible. Was this because it had later impacts on your health when you came down, or?
Sarcastic. No, it was lovely.
Okay. There we
go. It's terrible in the sense that it's too good.
I see.
Of it.
Got it.
It's dangerous.
It's also when my grandpa was dying, it's the only drug that mellowed him out. Actually, he had a real difficult time with it, and he had some kind of otherworldly high tolerance to opioids for no real reason. And yeah, Dilaudid was the only thing that chilled him out. The morphine drove him crazy, you know, Versed and all that kind of shit. But he liked the Dilaudid.
Mm-hmm. I mean, your family seems to have an overwhelming amount of experience with narcotics. He
was a straight person. He wasn't an opioid person. He just had very high tolerance
for it.
Usually.
Yeah, you seem to have the same genetics.
Yeah, high tolerance for drugs. Yeah.
If you can take 6 belladonna candies and survive.
Yeah.
Well, I had ketamine coma therapy in my early 20s, and I had the full coma dose of ketamine on top of 14 grams of mushrooms, and I was doing cartwheels around the room, and I was
You were able to stand up on that much ketamine?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah.
I mean, I was on a mattress. You know, this was administered by a therapist, but I was on a mattress, and I was able to get myself up on my feet and do some neat tricks, and I really shouldn't have been able to, and I had only done ketamine.
For anyone that doesn't know, it's used in veterinary medicine to tranquilize horses. So that just goes to show you.
Dissociative hallucinogen.
Jesus.
You have like a high, you know, what would be called an exceptional ability there. Your poison resistance is off the charts. Like, it's, if you were in a video game, you'd be like level 99 poison resistance.
Yeah, it doesn't help in hospital settings, you know.
Right.
I had a very abnormal...
You probably have like scale 6 blood. Like...
Sorry, what?
He said you probably have like scale 6 blood or something. Is that what you said? Celtic blood. Yes, there we are. That makes sense. Yes. Is that the case?
Yeah.
So, yes, okay.
It is. Yep, very much so. Yep, I had a very abnormal reaction to anesthesia. I ended up in a straitjacket for about 2 weeks. Didn't know where I was.
Damn.
Straitjacket. Literal straitjacket.
Oh yeah, literal straitjacket. Absolutely.
That's quite the accomplishment. There's very few people that can say that.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. It was something. And then apparently my brother has had the same experience. He's been anesthetized for surgery like a few times, I can't remember. And he's had this horrifically abnormal reaction to the anesthesia, and these fuckers sent him home with his girlfriend to take care of him in that condition.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's a large guy. He does construction and stuff like that. I mean, you know, and yeah, I absolutely, if they'd turned me loose in the condition I was in, I could have killed somebody, and I mean, I absolutely wouldn't have been responsible, you know.
Right.
Now, Sid, explain something to me. When I was young and they drained all of the blood out of my body and replaced it with the nanoplasma under John Henry Hagman, the war criminal, American war criminal, I should emphasize, since everybody automatically thinks German when somebody mentions that term, to my disgust. But the young lady who was sent to have sex with me repeatedly to see if the nanoplasma would basically reproduce enough of the nanobots to transfer through my sperm to impact whatever child we created through my insemination. She had told me that she had died the insulin death for the old man 4 times by the time she had seen me. That her seeing me was kind of a reward for that sacrifice she had made for Aquino. This insulin death, what would you make of that? What do you envision when somebody says that?
Sorry, the insulin death?
That was the term she used, yes. That she had been... Is this an unfamiliar term to you, or Brendan?
The question?
Insulin death is like when you take too much insulin and you go into it's called a diabetic coma.
Okay.
Your blood sugar drops and you are not functional.
Yes. So apparently there were times
they were like doing it to her on purpose or something.
Yes, because they like to have sex with cadavers. She was like a child cadaver to them. That was their fetish.
Like
it was.
Oh my god, I'm hanging the fuck up. This is the worst birthday present ever.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up necropedophilia. Honey, we'll change the subject. I just thought our man Sid here would have known of it. I'm surprised that he's. So, honey, let's go back to the topic. Let me see now. Our man Thomas Hansen and Cultivated Image and Amor Fati are in the chat. And yes, Amor is talking about these transmissions attract rehab rejects. And Thomas Hansen says, "Can I speak for a second?" Laugh out loud. So he should, if you want to come on, just get his fucking Skype ID. Sid finally did. And
No, Thomas, you can't speak for a second. He's referring to me, how I take over the call. And you can't come on in and I'll take over you.
Thomas, Cultivated Image says, "I used to like the Downers as well." Then Thomas says, "Never mind, you all got me excited with the drug use war stories." And then he says, "That's what they did with me, 50 units of Dilaudid." And he's...
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I think everybody just here needs to contribute to like a doctor that will prescribe Dilaudid to me for my birthday.
That sounds good. Hell yeah. Cultivated Image says, "In my defense, my father was a Marine in Vietnam." And Thomas Hansen says, "Soldier sickness." Then Cultivated Image says, "It's all fun and games until necropedophilia comes up."
Yeah, that must be where y'all changed the subject, because I was,
honey,
I don't know how you got from being in heaven on some drugs in a hospital to not be just suddenly like, yeah, and also we like to, fuck dead people and suck their blood.
Kids no less, honey. Don't forget.
Yeah, don't forget, you always have free pedophilia as well. You need to call Ian West. He would enjoy this conversation.
Honey. So darling. So what we're trying to say about this construction is, imagine this: it's taking place late at night. They're gonna have searchlights all over the place. They're gonna be using buzzsaws and jackhammers, and no one will get any sleep on a federal holiday in which they'll all be home. Do you not find this suspect? Is this not bizarre? I mean, so there you go, honey. That's the creepypasta.
I mean, you're in California. Also, you're in San Francisco. Do I find that suspect? I find pretty much everything I'll do suspect.
True, fair enough. I mean, it's true. And they'll have to block off both ends of the street, right, Brendan? They'll have to block off both ends of the street because they'll have so much equipment on the street, and to prevent accidents, they're going to have police blocking off both ends of the street. Yes, right, Brendan?
Presumably, and that's the crazy part about it is all the street parking there.
Yeah,
like they should have already had the streets cleared.
Yeah,
like, I don't know. It's just. It almost is. It is like some Twilight Zone level shit.
I don't think they're drilling a fucking hole. I'll be surprised if they take that fucking pole out. I don't think they are, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll see.
Also, what adds into it being not ideal, doing it late at night, is because San Francisco is filled with street-dwelling drug junkies and dangerous bums.
Yes.
Like a street-bound lunatic who's off his rocker could just walk up and see them cutting this pole down. He'd be like, "Why are you cutting the head off my giraffe? I'll kill you." Start stabbing the workers.
It's quite true that they'd have to have police.
A lot of these blue collar people, they either have their own form of protection or they like the lights and the barricades just keep people away like that. Typically, they tend to.
But of course they
I get your point.
Yeah, they should have police around anyway, because the police would be there for the traffic mostly. But in order to reinforce what Nemo said, the other night, I probably would have talked about this if Peter hadn't got me so upset at the beginning of the show with just the, oh God, so many factors. It was just, first it was like, hey, Brendan Zogit's insulting our audience with the quality of his audio, and let me handle this. And then I was confident he was going to put it in context, and then when I was gone, God knows he didn't have the physical letter there, so he probably made me sound as if I were hallucinating. But when it came to everything that I'm discussing, let's take a look at this. I sit here at night on my bed near the front window, which Brooke has seen. Because she's gone online and looked on Google Earth. And on those nights, now not tonight, which is coincidental enough, it worked out better this way for me. I usually on every episode night put out the food bin so that Meals on Wheels can deliver their home delivered meals. Now, it's going to be a federal holiday, so they're not delivering tomorrow. So this at least is coincides with a good day for that.
Sounds
At least
like a perfect like assassination setup. No lights, you're in the dark. No one's gonna check on you for a whole 24 hours. It's like, I mean, it's almost like you know, does that make sense? It's like you'd just be sitting there with no light.
That's what Brooke said. Was that you know, this might be an assassination attempt, that they were planning on my staying home and gutting it out, and that something would have been attempted. All the more reason just not to be here. So Brooke's got her camera on. That's all that counts.
No, I said they were trying to assassinate you, but because they read you, because if it was the case, right? So you could read some. You know how what's Douglas gonna do? Well, we know him scientifically. He's going to go online. He will complain and complain. He's going to be up to power. He will make it so that his life is going to be so horrible. So we can kind of make it look like he put a letter beside it and be like, "It was too cold. I finally don't want to fight the enemy anymore," and then kill himself.
That's it. She said they'll write a suicide note where it made it look like I killed myself. Yes.
And they'll have these transcripts to like prove it. They'll be like, I was so upset. They'll use some of your own words from your transcript, and then they'll be like, hell, I'm gonna be saving your life right now just by blowing their plot attempt. Thank you. You're welcome.
Actually, the suicide note they'd write is, Peter Moon pushed me over the edge. That's it. Yes. So, darling, it's so dark where you're at. It's so dark now. So you're showing us your camera for a reason. Is
that what happened?
You know, maybe that's what's going on in her place. But she's there you go.
I remember I hit it because I have to hold it to my ear to not the phone to my ear to not like have the echo.
All those EMFs, at least get a headphone.
Yes.
At least get a what?
Headphone, so that you don't get all the electromagnetic fluctuations from your cell phone and get head cancer.
Well, see, I grew up during the time of before they had digital phones, right? So we were analog. And if you look at the amount of analog, and I held that phone to my ear and got $600 a month bills. So if you look at the amount of radiation I already have in my head, I mean, I'm fairly certain I'm brain damaged with brain cancer already. Because, like, comparatively speaking,
millets, you know, brown top millets.
Yeah, because I want to die miserable with things moving around in my mouth, right? If something's gonna be moving around in my mouth, I don't want 1,000 tiny little things.
It'll cleanse that thing.
Oh my God! These millets are going to be a running joke for the next for a lifetime. They're
I'm
with.
Being serious. I mean,
yeah, of course.
I'm going to put on my headstone. I had a million things I want on there. Now it's just like Brooke Elizabeth Gibson. She didn't eat the millets.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, I love it.
What better epitaph to have?
Yeah, what's that, Nemo?
I said, what a better epitaph to have.
Yes, that's right. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's poetic at least. Such being said,
Brendan, if I had that, here's the thing. Brendan would use that. If I had an epitaph, he would bring people and fly them. If he started a millet business, he'd be like, "See, I know a girl. She didn't eat the millet. She's dead. That's why." He would explain the fact that it's completely there to say, "I hope to God I didn't eat fucking millet. The only reason I had any life is because I did not eat those fucking millets."
Oh. I would definitely laminate a photo of it to scare the school children.
Show
it to this them. Is what happens when you don't eat the millets.
Eat the millets, right?
Yes, and all such being said, let's check into the chat room at what kind of drug stories people have to share. I could go into geopolitics, but who the fuck cares, honestly? So Sid says, what is it? Oh, first Thomas Hansen said, on the note of necropedophilia, I take my leave.
Oh my God, fuck him.
He says, you're all wonderful in the worst of ways.
Oh, he said, yeah, he takes his leave. See, like me, like, this is bullshit.
I'll
leave y'all alone for like 2 minutes to eat a few nuts, and y'all are like suddenly into child necro fucking philia. It's sickening.
And then
I didn't bring it up.
Then
this is what the U.S. military's into, and it needs to be addressed sometimes.
That's true, honey.
That's what I was about to say. I know you didn't bring it up, Brendan. This isn't on you. I'm pretty sure this is between Douglas and the only person Nemo would jump in that ship.
Oh, what was it, Brendan? You guys missed the what? Revolution?
I said they missed the Revolution Radio / Mystic Warrior days when it was just like 4 hours, 10 hours of that.
Yeah, thank you.
Those details that were just so unnecessary.
But half of it, you gotta admit, half of it was brought by Mike Ringley, right?
Yeah, it was everyone. Yeah, everyone you were dealing with.
It was probably
like,
getting
they
off
wanted
on
like
those
play-by-play
Yeah.
and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. And especially what
whoever you had on during firing lines, you had like various people on.
Oh,
and they would
God,
always inevitably go to that.
Thank you. That it was that, and then Jambo the Reese Monkey was just nothing but that as well. Jambo the Reese Monkey was all about that. It's just, yeah. Brooke, you have no idea that Jambo the Reese Monkey, all he wanted to talk about was that shit. He's just pure sick son of a bitch. And so there you go. And
I mean, obviously he's gonna stand up and think that.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go on, Brooke. It's your birthday. Yeah, Brendan, go on.
No, go, Brendan. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brendan.
Brooke said, "Go ahead."
I was just making it just simple. That comment that all these people, all the time, like the Epstein people, and like everyone that's into so-called exposing the truth, they're so fixated on that, like child trafficking. It's like they wish they were there or what? Like, you know, like it's like they're vicariously living through this kind of stories, or like, it's bizarre. It's like it's one thing to know that it exists and all this, but then when people
it's like the only topic they'll want to get into.
Yeah, it's like they want to listen to details about it every single day. That's when it gets just like it's like obvious they're just repressed or something.
Yes, no, definitely, and that they're repressing their own perversions and desires and redirecting them into this vicarious "I'm seeking justice" bullshit. I mean, that's ultimately where Ian West falls. I mean, Ian.
Oh my God, that's what I was unmuting myself for. Yes, Ian West. Just exactly when Brendan said that is exactly who I thought of, because you know, as much as like I could joke with Ian and I like Ian on that, like he was so. I mean, to the point he sent me child pornography. Remember how I got so mad that I opened it?
Yeah.
Like that, just that short. God, Douglas knows.
Yeah.
I mean, he sent me that, and like he was always in the whole, you know, all that
when Brendan asks why, what kind of motivation do you think this idiot had when he sent you that child porn? I'm presuming that's the direction.
What Miguel Andahar tried to do and like link me his Google Drive and shit.
That's right. Tell Brooke about that. Tell what Miguel Andahar did.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like once he finally realized I wouldn't turn on Douglas, he sent me this link to his Google Drive about it was a video of him, or it was a recording from. It wasn't his Google Drive. It was Richard K. Cole's Google Drive.
Right.
And that's when I told Miguel, I said, don't ever fucking contact me again. And I blocked him.
Yeah.
Like, just to make it clear if there were any prosecutors coming after me that I did not want anything to do with what they sent.
Yes.
Because it was a clear setup. Like.
Yes, because Richard K. Cole Jr. Was also
like, who
known.
knows what's in that Google Drive? You know?
Thank you. He went by another name, something like Lewis Allison, in which he was busted in Britain for all these computers that were running child porn. And so Stuart Allison, under the name of Stuart Allison. And this is something that even Daniel Arola found the articles of proving that. And yet Daniel Arola ran over to him and apologized to him, saying, I want to be on your side. This is how sick these people are.
Let's defend him a little bit. I mean, I don't understand why. I really don't understand why Brendan's complaining, because obviously that drive, if it was from Richard K. Cole Jr., was just a beautiful drive of poetry.
She's being sarcastic.
Wait, I just didn't hear.
She's being sarcastic because what happened was Richard K. Cole Jr. But believe this shit. Listen to this. He sent her poetry trying to seduce her.
Right.
Trying to seduce her. And so, I mean, it goes to show you how crazed this fucker is. And, But yeah, so she was saying, how do you know it wasn't just a beautiful folio full of poetry? She's being sarcastic and all that. But yeah,
it was a recording of them having a round table about why Douglas was wrong or something.
Yeah.
So it's like I didn't even click into it. All I saw, like I clicked on it because it was like I thought he was sending me like a PDF. Sometimes he would send me stuff about like Tesla or something, like a PDF book or something.
Yes.
And then when it opened, it said you are now accessing this person's Google Drive. You were given access.
Yeah.
And then the email was RKC's email.
Yeah.
And I was like, are you fucking kidding? I was so pissed. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. No, definitely. They are disgusting. We brought up all their connections. I mean, literally, help back me up here, Brendan. Miguel Andahar sent a photo around of himself in bed with oh god, what's his name again? The hedgehog in porn, the old fucking guy who's attacking all those women and finally got put in jail.
Ron Jeremy.
Ron Jeremy. He was in bed with Ron Jeremy, literally in bed with Ron Jeremy, and he's sending this photo.
According to Miguel, he would hang out with him on like a weekly basis in New York or something. That's what he told me.
Yeah. And Ron Jeremy was, ultimately went to prison for assaults on hundreds of women, literally hundreds, and then they let him go, saying, "Oh well, he's not responsible for his behavior and shit." And granted, he's crazy as hell, but obviously they just released him to produce more danger to other people. It's disgusting.
He should just be put out of his misery. Bullet to the head.
Thank you. Seriously. Well, Brooke is going silent. She's muted and
my phone's
dying
out of battery, but
okay.
Yeah.
But so what I'll do is that throughout the night that I'll be staying at the hotel, I'll give you a call, and every once in a while for a status report, just check in on you, and that's cool with you. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely. By the way, Nemo, I think that chick is from Metal Gear Solid. I don't think is that Street Fighter.
No, that's
it's Cammy.
Street Fighter.
It's Cammy from Street Fighter.
Cammy from Street Fighter.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Yeah. And there goes title.
I didn't know Doug would know her name.
You'd be surprised what a geek I am. You have to keep up with culture. That's why I was like I said, I was complaining about Real Tech Geek when I was trying to talk about Chaosium as a role-playing game and saying how it's fucking clown shoes and they're coelacanth and they've never evolved due to no pressure in the industry because they're a defense contractor. They don't have to do what other...
Wait, so this is the actual what happened? This is Ron Jeremy's photo? He looks pretty bad.
Well, no kidding. Yeah, that's Ron Jeremy. He's bad. Yeah, he's out of it. He's
if you scroll down in the photos, there's one of him a few years ago where he didn't have all that gray hair and stuff.
No, it's all. Well, he was probably he's
basically on death's door.
Yeah.
It says incurable neurocognitive decline. Faced over 300 years behind bars. Yeah. Well, actions have consequences.
He wouldn't have been aware of it anyway. Just like he wasn't aware of it. Look at him before. He looked worse. He looks better now than he did then. Shit, he looked worse then. Yeah, that's how he looked when he. That's how he looked.
I'm sorry, I checked out. Who are y'all talking about? Are you still talking? You're talking about Peter Moon?
Ron Jeremy, honey. Ron Jeremy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just didn't hear the name. Did they make a movie of them?
Honey, my life's hard enough. Okay, come on now. God, come on. Oh, Jesus.
It's my fucking birthday. You can deal with it. It's his birthday. So just fucking shit. I can deal with it.
Yes, but
you have to. You just be like, I had to let her on for her birthday. I'll never have her on again.
Oh God. At any rate, honey. Yes. Back to where we were. I'm trying to think of another topic of conversation besides serial rapists and necropedophiliacs. And drugs. And Nemo says...
Revelation thing. I had a question.
Yes,
you're into the Bible and shit like that.
That's right, darling.
I mean, not like not that you live by it at all. I'm just saying.
Obviously.
I was like, it's some about Revelations where they talk about the mark of the beast, which, you know, I've studied that shit before a long time ago, but I gave up. Like, I don't care about it, obviously, normally, but I saw this today, so it just sparked interest or thought. And since you're do anything to get off necrophilia, I was questioning because in there it says something like the I believe, and maybe Brendan can it says that the beast will rise from the ocean, and it's something like a dragon. It talks about a dragon, and I believe a bear. Is it a bear? Like so many horns of a dragon?
You're conflating a few things. There's the beast that's made up of different animals, and then there's
I know that.
Then there's
but
like a three-headed dragon and some other creature.
Yeah, it was the actual quote right there where it says that, and then it'll be marked by. But I was wondering if was it a bear? Was it a bear? I think it was.
I don't believe a bear.
It has the paws of a bear.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. See, how did you get so familiar with the beasts of Revelation, Brendan?
Because he's an elitist, he knows everything. Hello.
because I just know everything. Yeah. Because they're like what would be the word? Famous. You know, somewhat famous. Yeah. Like especially like there was a few years ago when people were getting into it, like the Beast of Revelations, like during 2020.
And and then Acid Kick says, "Be right back." Nemo's out for a cigarette.
It was the head like a leopard, feet like a bear, and a mouth like a lion.
What was it?
It rose up out of the sea, having 7 heads, 10 horns, and 10 crowns, and upon his head was the name of blasphemy.
Yeah, but repeat the first sentence that you didn't hear about the paws of the bear and all that. The description of its anatomy.
The description of the creature. Hold on, I lost the description. Oh, okay. It was like a leopard, so body of a leopard, feet of a bear, and mouth like a lion, so head of a lion. Yeah.
There you go, honey.
Brooke, you heard that?
No,
yes.
I don't think that's what I heard. There's different
there's
parts
another
of Revelations. Because I mean, obviously, I grew up Southern Baptist Christian, so I know there's different parts.
Okay, here I'll quote.
I didn't grab the Bible to look it
the
up.
Beast out of
I
the
that right
sea.
now.
Revelation 13. The dragon stood on the shore of the sea, and a beast coming out of the sea. So he says it's a dragon, but then he describes it in like crazy detail.
What is he say about dragon again?
It just says the dragon stood on the shore of the sea.
Okay.
So that's a separate creature, and then he says,
then I thought he had 2 horns like a lamb, but he spoke like a dragon. That's where I thought it was based.
Yeah.
2 horns like a lamb, but he spoke like a dragon.
There's like shit's so crazy in Revelation that there was a second creature. So that's what I'm trying to say. So he's saying the dragon is there on the sea, but then he says, and I saw.
Yeah, because he accentuated the glory of the first beast.
Yeah, the dragon's basically Satan, and the beast is like the different emanations. But he says, I saw a beast coming out of the sea. It had 10 horns, 7 heads, 10 crowns upon each head, and on its face was a blasphemous name. The beast I saw resembled a leopard, but had the feet of a bear and the mouth of a lion. The dragon gave the beast his power and his throne and great authority.
Is that the first beast or the second?
The dragon is the dragon. Like
the first beast or the second? No, it says, because I'm reading it, like when I read it here, it says, on mine, it says, I saw another beast coming out of the earth. He was the one that had 2 horns like a lamb, but he spoke like a dragon. He exercised all the authority of the first beast on his behalf. But here it is. And made the earth and its inhabitants worship the first beast. So think about this. The first beast whose fatal wounds had been healed. I don't know if
because one of the heads had been healed. I mean, this thing is like this whole book of Revelation is very cryptic, and it's not meant to be read literally. By the way.
Oh, I agree, but neither is none of the Bible that people do.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But I'm saying people are saying, oh, the beast is this, the beast is that. It's like they don't realize like what it's saying, because it's like alchemical cryptic language. It's like you have to be an alchemist to decipher what they're saying. Like, does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, in some ways, but yes, the whole thing. I mean, if you look at the whole Bible, like, I mean, we're talking about Jesus. So many people take that as like, but I believe Jesus, a literal person.
But this isn't like I don't know, like the book of Revelations is not prose. Like at least the rest of the Bible parts of it, even the Torah, are like actual stories. This is like
and that's the key word,
like
stories. They are completely stories. Douglas does not like me to call his stuff. So he taught me the difference between telling someone that someone is telling a factual based event that happened versus a story.
Yeah, but the rest of the Bible has a plot line and their characters. This part is just straight up symbolic imagery.
Pretty much when you read fables and fakeness, like if you're playing a video game that starts out kind of real and you continually, and then by the end of it, you're completely immersed in a world that doesn't exist and completely doesn't even resemble anything like a story game.
Right. What you're both agreeing on the fact that the Bible is metaphorical. But what Brendan is saying is that by the time you get to Revelation, then it becomes basically code. It's kind of like
So I agree with him on that. The only thing where we're disagreeing is, and we may not be disagreeing. The people that look at the Bible and they look like they read everything like that happened, all the stories, right? And they look them as just as this is exactly what happened, and this is how we would take it. And the God in the Old Testament, he said to go slaughter all those people and take their wives. There's nobody left, you can take their wives and rape them and keep them and their animals, and whatever you got left. I don't care. Just go kill those fuckers for me. Yeah, is what that God was, right?
Yes.
And then, and they have every excuse to like this is why, and they just believe everything is literal. And then I think it's crazy, right? And then, then they'll get to the Revelations and try to come up with some shit. I think it would be more natural to be like, if you actually use your brain to be like, okay, none of this is this is all code, right? And if you were to get Revelations, the way Revelations is written is like more like a actual code, meaning that's like something I can decipher, meaning you might try to decipher it with numbers and with different ways versus not just metaphorically trying to use common sense. Like, what was Jesus really saying when he said the kingdom of heaven was within you? Like, what was he using? It was this symbolic language.
That was really the most clear statement.
Part of the people don't get it. Like, he says it and they still don't get it. They're like, well, if I just go pray, do my Hail Marys, everything is good. Like, there's no looking for actual, their peace. That they're like waiting, to like, oh, I'll die and everything will be great and there'll be streets of gold. That's all I need to do. Like, no, you had heaven here. Your heaven's always within you. You're not going to get there with any more peace other than looking back and being like, shit, I fucked that one up. I'm going to do this again. I mean, maybe like that, but, I don't know. My opinion.
Thank you, honey. No, I mean, that's fine. And I think that... so you said you were listening to a little bit of what I was saying about the Magi the other night. I was, of course, disappointed that Victoria, who said she would bring friends to listen, never provided a response. Of course, I'll try and get back to her later. Poor dear, I'm not quite sure exactly what she's going through, but...
What's wrong with her? Did she get back on the meth?
Jesus Christ! It's like, is my life not difficult enough, darling? That she's.
She says it's on air. You said some secret you told me. She said it on air. True.
But she says she's been tired lately. I'm concerned that she might have contracted some kind of long-term COVID or something. It disturbs me that she's like.
Maybe she's tired. Maybe she should get back on the meth.
No. At any rate, I totally lost my train.
I'm sorry, I can't help you. If she listens to me, she should know. Like, I just give everybody hell. It's nothing personal.
Oh, of course. I hope she realizes that. Yes, and hopefully she does.
Not to mention, she was the one talking about me online the first time. So.
Well, that was because it was inescapable. I brought you up. I said that Christina kind of reminded me of Brooke Gibson. Now, you never listened to the rest of it. You never listened to the rest of Christina going off on me and Brendan and everybody.
I didn't mean to. That Victoria bitch pissed me off. She's like, oh, what? Every time Brooke is on here, she's drunk as a skunk. And I was like, I'll tell you a skunk, bitch.
Did she say that?
Something like that. She didn't say skunk. I was referring to what's between her legs.
Hey, honey, please. My life is hard enough. Really. We don't need this extra dimension of, you remember, it's no name calling week. Started at midnight on the East Coast.
I told you to remind me. You didn't. You've totally been good.
I was waiting till midnight my time. And so yes, we must remember No Name Calling Week, and that means Wednesday No Name Calling. But next Sunday we can go back to name calling. But for the rest of the night and Wednesday night, no. And this is because name calling has serious effects on people's psychology. It's been proven. And
words are like bullets.
I'm just getting it back. Like,
yes,
you know how.
Yes. Honey? Yes, go on. Kitty. Well, maybe I should change the subject. Let's not concentrate on getting anybody back. So, darling, yes, so you heard a bit about what I was saying about the Magi the other night. Tell us a bit about what impressions you might have had, or what thoughts might have been brought forth by my dissertation. And I believe one of us is back, Nemo, or somebody is. Rejoin us. Thank you, Brooke. That was that just really deep response. Deep thoughts with Brooke Gibson. That was the meme that our man, Aristides came up with. And
you got a good video on doing you did like 8 hours on the history of Christianity and the Magi. I'll post a link to that video on the YouTube chat if you want.
Oh, sure. Yeah, thank you.
I feel like it.
That was awesome. Douglas, how do vampires play into this story?
Oh, because... Yes, go on. First, speak your mind on your impression of the narrative first. Yes, please.
Okay, I've heard your Christmas talks before, and regarding the gift of the Magi, but I can't remember the vampire aspect. Having ever heard that before, and you got into it this last time. Could you please explain?
Okay, I'll be happy to do that. Just trying to see if I can find this Brooke meme created by our man Aristides first. Did she leave the conversation?
She seems to have checked out.
Yeah, she's gone.
Oh my goodness! I hope she's all right. That was honestly. So let me send her a message here on Skype and ask if she's okay. Hopefully she is. And it always disturbs me when somebody just checks out like that.
An interesting point you made out in that video about the wise men seeing that bright light in the sky, which because atheists would try to argue about that, there was no record of a giant star showing up in the sky or whatever at that time for people to see, but you explained it was like a vision given specifically to the wise men as a beacon waypoint to where they need to go to find the Christ child.
Absolutely. Just so people understand, this is why it's so important to emphasize the bicamerality of the human mind, and how at that point in history the bicameral mind in men and vampires was one which heard the voices of gods directly and was very much taken as a norm, a divine form of Federal Express, as I've said, where people would receive a direct message from the gods and they would obey it without question. This is part of the mind's bicamerality, which people need to do more research on, find out more about. And obviously it would help immensely with all of us communicating with each other. Now I'm trying to just put together a sentence here for Our Lady, and then I will get into answering some of your questions or speaking on the subject again. But while we have the advantage of Brendan Zogit still being with us, by all means, Brendan, tell us a little bit about what you understand about divine voices or the Star of Bethlehem. Any thoughts you've had on these topics? It would help immensely. Buy me some time here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge topic, of course.
Of course.
The bicamerality of the mind. Is
yes.
Like Julian Jaynes. That's a big one.
Yes.
And it's a fascinating.
Oh, they cut him off. Why is my life so difficult? There? You there, Brendan? Obviously he's not. Okay, press the enter button. And so Brooke Gibson has been sent her message of my concern. All right, let's jump back into the call. Brendan, you there? Let's see. Fuck.
Rick.
Oh my God. Okay, looks like I'm stuck doing some monologue. Yes, and so there's Sid. So Sid, when somebody refers to you as Sid in the chat, do you prefer prefer a Y or an I? SYD or SID?
SYD, please, like Sid Barrett.
Okay, thank you. So I'll use the SYD from this point forward when addressing you. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you for your links on Ron Jeremy. Brendan Zogit left. Let me, of course, rehydrate myself to a degree. Believe it or not, it's not alcohol. And aside from all of that, before I go into this monologue, which, as far as I'm concerned, could take us the rest of the night, I want you gentlemen to help me buy some time. And I might even, refresh myself, because I actually did not do that tonight. And I might refresh myself before going into monologue. And one of the things I'll do is credit people who have made contributions. And then get into the monologue. That's usually how I started. I start with credit for the people who have provided me contributions to get through the month. And here we are. Okay, so let me enter that for Brendan as well. I pray thee be well. Because, of course, Brendan dropped off all of a sudden, and we never know what happens to people when they just drop off like that. We always presume that they're okay, but you never know. I mean, look at the stuff that happens to them. And so, with the two of you, obviously, Sid is more of a psychonaut, and our man, Nemo, he tends to be dealing with a lot of trauma of his own. And how do you deal with your trauma, Nemo, if not by narcotics? I don't get the impression that you're necessarily an alcoholic.
No.
So
There was a point where when I did start.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Yes, and so you're a little tiny and tinny. But yes, are you okay? Did you have to put your phone into a charger or something?
No, the call just cut off again in the middle of what I was about to say about bicamerality.
Thank you.
How much did you guys hear of that?
We heard nothing. The moment you went into it, they cut you off. It shows you how important they think the topic is.
That tends to happen. And that, yeah.
Oh, God. Tell them about how you and I were talking about the fucking, everything. They just cut us off over everything that we were saying the other day when we were trying to talk about our plans for coordinating while I was gone.
Yeah, that was almost comical because every time I would say like an alphabet agency, it would like literally glitch. It was like almost something out of like a Saturday Night Live skit or something.
Yes.
Bizarre.
It's just disgusting. I mean, it's like they take it personally. It's like they take it personally that we are onto them or something, and it is comical. So please continue with bicamerality. And I was telling these gentlemen, what I might do now is take advantage of this period to refresh myself. Is that okay? Is that okay with you? You can go on about the bicamerality while I refresh myself?
Well, actually, I have to retreat into the night and sleep.
Okay. Well, I understand that. And so we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Get enough rest so you can be up all night on, tonight, Monday night, of course.
Right.
And
that's another factor. Yeah.
Yes, understood. And hugs. Okay. Right. A blessed be.
Blessing. Right.
Yeah.
Gute Nacht.
Yes. Gute Nacht. And there's higher and divine for you, and hopefully everything balances out well for the rest of the night. Now I've got you two gentlemen, but let's go back to Nemo contending with his trauma. So Nemo, in contending with your trauma, there was a period of time you almost entered a stage of potential alcoholism.
Oh, yeah, because for a long time I went without drinking, but then I just decided, I'll get a bottle one time, and then I just started drinking like 2 bottles a week of you know, like 700 milliliters of Jim Beam, bourbon and rum. And I just get shit-faced regularly, but then I just stopped doing that because I was sick of feeling sick, getting drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, for a short while, went on quite extreme drinking, like, but it was costing too much, so I just had to stop doing it. And I was just smoking pot really every day, all day, every day, just to make myself feel better and all that shit. So yeah, I'm not an alcoholic, and I didn't reach that level of becoming an alcoholic. It was close to it. I drank like half a bottle just in one night, like a big bottle of bourbon or rum, just to make the night less miserable. But getting drunk just makes listening to music a lot better too.
Oh my goodness. No, it's terribly tempting. And of course it's addictive, and you feel like you're better on it, but like you say, you feel sick all the rest of the time. Just really sad. Yeah, let's not get into those horrible patterns, those cycles of self-abuse.
I just take it day by day, and I go through phases of, you know, depression and anger, but I just get over it after a few hours and focus on something that'll get my mind on a positive thought pattern.
And that's important. And so when you're what does put your mind on a positive track of thought patterns?
No, just like listening to comedy or just watching videos about animals and stuff, and just stuff like that.
Okay.
Researching stuff. Yeah.
And so aside from all of that,
comedy's one of the best things to indulge yourself in to kill depression.
What's your favorite comedy for killing depression?
Oh, I can appreciate all forms of comedy, like clean comedy to the most vulgar and dark comedy. So I occasionally just listen to the Cum-Town podcast series or Opie and Anthony. They're like some of the best comedy radio and podcast content to listen to, because it's like Cum-Town's very childish and vulgar, but it's just brilliant and genius in a way too. Just comedian Nick Mullen, he's just fucking unbelievable, one in a million comedians in this world. He's also Jewish. Well, he's half Jewish. I think he's half Irish too. He now has that. Cum-Town doesn't exist anymore because one of the co-hosts left because he wanted to fully commit to his stand-up career. I forgot his name. He's just this big fat Greek guy. He would always just chime in and repeat what Nick Mullen says or bounce off what he was saying and just laugh his ass off.
No. Well, I think you guys have got this. Keep talking. I'm going to go refresh myself. When I come back, I will probably go into a bit of a monologue. Are you guys okay with this? You've got this, right? Both of you guys got this. Excellent. Okay. I'm going to go mute. I'll be back at the longest in about 10, 15 minutes. I'm sure I'll probably be back sooner. But I will be back. Everybody stick with it. And we've got these wonderful gentlemen holding the stage. And I think they're on a good roll. And both of you guys, I'm going mute. And thank you so much.
Yeah. Cool. Seeing that recent video footage or image of Ron Jeremy looking like fucking Albert Pike, just following Gray in that.
Shocking, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely looked like he's on the brink of death. And he's just in the courtroom wearing a mask and shit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I remember he appeared on the fucking Howard Stern show years ago. And Howard Stern was getting angry at him. And the person who was responsible for letting Ron Jeremy enter his studio when Howard and his staff weren't working there. It was a crazy cabbie guy, or I don't know if you heard of him. He's this fat blonde person who was a regular guest on the show. He'd call in and shit. Yeah, but he let Ron Jeremy and this other porn star chick and Ron Jeremy was fucking the chick on Howard Stone's chair, and Howard Stone's a full-on germaphobe and a control freak, and he was just going on a big rant. And Ron Jeremy was playing it off as, I had no part of this, really. I was just told I was allowed to come in your studio and fuck a chick on your chair, and Howard had this mannequin head on his desk, and they had a wig on it or a hat, and Ron Jeremy was like putting his cock in its mouth and all that shit. He's just playing off as purely innocent, but he knew exactly what he was doing, and he knew he shouldn't have been allowed to do that. But Crazy Cabby Guy, he got the full like most of the blame for doing that. And Howard Stone's just being a little bitch. I don't want anybody in my chair. How dare you? This is my throne.
Yeah.
Ron Jeremy, he had a lot of connections with a lot of people in the entertainment industry, from actors to musicians to comedians. I don't know if you heard of the comedian Jim Norton, the short little bald guy. He used to be a co-host on Opie and Anthony. Yeah, there's a image. I don't know if they recorded a video of it, but you can see Jim Norton having the Devil's Three-Way with Ron Jeremy. Like, Jim Norton's getting his dick sucked while Ron Jeremy's fucking the chick from behind. I'm like, how could you maintain an erection around that fucking goblin?
I'm looking it up right now. I don't remember any of this. So this was all on Howard Stern, huh?
Yeah, there might be a video about it on YouTube. A lot of Howard Stern content doesn't last long on there because he usually gets scrubbed from copyright infringement and shit.
For sure, yeah. Howard hates when people put his stuff on YouTube. He rants about that. Years ago, like, they had all the Channel 9 show stuff still up, and just extensive Howard Stern material, and it's all been scrubbed.
Yeah, around the first time I heard about him, I saw the first time I was getting into that content, I was watching the Howard Stern roast. You know those roast episodes where they roast Artie Lang or fucking Baba Booey. What's his fucking name? His
Baba
little bitch
Booey.
boy. I forgot his actual name.
Yeah, that's shit, I can't remember now either.
It was so brutal. It was
scary.
yeah. It made the Comedy Central roast look like nothing. It looked very tame in comparison because Gary Delabate or whatever his name is. When they were roasting him, they were just going on about his brother who died from AIDS and all that shit.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it was so horrible. He had to take all of that, like just making fun of his gay brother dying from AIDS.
Brutal.
And when they roasted Artie Lang, they're like roasting him and his father from dying a vegetable in a fucking coma state because he fell off the roof or a ladder and landed on his neck, and he had to be bedridden in a coma for years.
Right.
Which was tragic for Artie to see his father just slowly dying away. Not making jokes about his father was a vegetable and the male nurse had to go in and dig the toads out of his ass because his body couldn't shit it out.
Right.
And then they're like, oh, your father was a fruit. Your father went from a vegetable to a fruit.
Oh my God. I love
most brutal shit ever.
Show for this kind of twisted humor, absolutely. But it's brutal.
They even roasted his stylist, Ralph. Like, usually call him Ralph the FAG, British cigarette. I don't know if I can say it. Get Doug's channel struck. But yeah, Howard was definitely in a closeted relationship with him because you can just see the images of them being together and just very close, like a gay couple.
Yeah.
And that one particular image of them just looking in each other's eyes like they're both
totally.
couples.
There's that podcast, Quite Frankly, they cover that extensively. Their theory is that Beth Stern is a beard wife, and that
a trophy wife.
Yeah. Well,
she's probably a mind control subject too. She definitely, because she seems overly enthusiastic about Howard Stern, and like no chick in their right mind would love him the way she does. It's just, it seems so phony and illegitimate. Like she's definitely got to be under mind control.
Yeah.
She was a model too, and a lot of them are sex slaves.
Right. She had the modeling career, not very successful, and they Howard kind of tried to bolster the modeling career a little bit, but that didn't really happen. Hi there, Brooke. Yeah. So now she's like, they treat her like an animal expert or something. She's all about the cats and the animal rescue. She does that. But
yeah, it's something Howard just lets her do to make her think she's doing something with her life, but she's just a mind control slave for him.
Yeah, there was a pretty sad moment not too long
I'm sorry, is anybody talking about somebody rescuing animals and then saying they might be doing something with their life?
No, you're hearing it out of context.
I know, I obviously am. I just have to be held, Demo. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're talking about Howard Stern and his wife, Beth, and her modeling career early on, like in their relationship, and now she's transitioned into being into animal rescue, and she's something called Beth's Furry Friends or something like that. But I'm not sure how legit any of that is.
How did this come up? Like, was there some discussion of me and animals? I just am on me now at this point. So where are we saying that this girl's bad because she's rescuing animals, or do you think she's sacrificing
we're saying
them?
She's a mind control victim, and Howard's he's in control of her completely. He's just giving her something
to focus on?
do. Yeah, because she's not a model anymore, and Howard desperately wants to be like a big shot in the entertainment industry too, in Hollywood. That's why he was in that fucking talent that show. Yeah,
right. America's Got Talent.
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know. I look at it differently. Like, you're talking about Howard Stern, correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. So if he is bad and you're stuck with Howard Stern because you married him maybe for money or realized you loved him, but then you're married for money or he's controlling, either way, I mean, wouldn't it be normal human psychology at that point, right? If you're either going to stand up and leave him, or you're in the point of, I need love, I need actual love. And so we all know that the way, the only thing really on earth
she's just the
unconditional love is animals, right? So animals can give unconditional love, which is why even people with heavy narcissistic traits like myself will totally love animals because they don't talk back and like, you also suck, bro.
But she's not a legit wife because we're addressing that he's in the closet. He's secretly a homosexual because he was.
I mean, isn't half of Hollywood? I mean, look at like.
Oh yeah, that goes without saying. Like all the
Did
famous.
Anybody watch Cat Williams' interview, by the way?
Which one?
The most recent one that just blew up the internet, like completely.
I think the one I think I saw part of it. I think the one you're talking about, Willie D. Was he the interviewer host? Willie D.
It was the not Willie D was the second one actually that did it, but no, the one that blew up the internet was before that.
What was he saying?
I mean, he just talks about how Hollywood like stars like I mean, a lot of them obviously like Kevin Hart and talking about Diddy, like talking about P. Diddy's parties and like how like how it has been offered, had to turn down $50 million several times because like basically it's a cult, and like I mean you just have to watch it, but it's just cultish, and you accept into that, and when you accept into it, it's basically I mean I didn't even realize
when you want to reach the next high level of rich and fame, you have to participate in these Hollywood societies where you have to engage in same-sex rituals.
Yeah, they do that. Apparently, P. Diddy is very big into that. Like his parties are known to be like people near to like millions of dollars. Apparently, Jamie Foxx has like come out like he wanted to get in the parties, and kind of speculate on that. There's been other people.
P. Diddy is definitely closeted homosexual. Yeah, a lot of the young rappers that signed to his record label, they had to get popped in the ass by Diddy or suck him off.
Well, the problem is not, and like someone said, like there's not a problem with like you can look at him and be like closeted homosexuality. Well, I mean, you could understand back when he became big in the 90s, it wasn't as okay like now you've got stars that even in his genre.
Yeah, they got no
gay.
reason to be closeted though, because it's completely
Well, no, but
accepted
back
and
then there was more of a reason, right? So if he started being just closeted back then, it's
yeah,
just
but
like,
he had fuck you money back then, so why would he want to care what people judge him?
because back then, I mean, George Michael was closeted. I mean, I mean,
Yeah, that was
you
in
had
the 80s. He came out later in the late
no,
80s.
George Michael came out in the 90s, well after he
I
got
don't know,
the only reason
because he
came
got
out
caught
because he got caught fucking a
doing
guy in the ass
sexual lewd act at a public
at a
restroom,
public park.
and
Exactly.
he knew he couldn't hide that as well. So
back to my point, they have money. Back then, it was like seen as we don't want to come out because we'll lose our careers at that point, right? We'll lose
that ties into they don't want the public also becoming, while they're keeping a secret, they don't want them to know, they have to.
But let me just finish. So my point is not that. My point is this. There's a difference in keeping a secret, right, that's private to you because you're embarrassed or because you feel like whatever, you're not strong enough to come out. That's one thing. What I'm saying with P. Diddy is the fact that seems to be not about the fact that he's closeted homosexuality is bad.
He's a sexual predator as well.
Yes, he uses young boys. He brings those in, and he uses it as a control thing. There seems to be more of a underlying tactic.
There's a famous video that came out it was a recording of one of P. Diddy's parties, and Kevin Hart was like hosting. He's on the mic.
Yeah, I saw the same one. They went in the bedroom at one point. Yeah.
Yeah, and Usher was there as well, where he just came in and joined in on the talk. And P. Diddy, he opened his mouth and he was saying how me and Usher used to wake up together in the morning, and then he tried to do damage control and say, we used to wake up and fight over the cereal breakfast in the morning, like he's trying to, he tried to fix it to make it not look like they were sleeping together in the bed. But the thing is, him saying that they used to sleep over together, Usher, I think P. Diddy's like 10 years older than Usher. And this time frame they were addressing waking up in the morning together, Usher would have been like 9 or 10 years old, like young as fuck. And P. Diddy would have been nearly 20 years old. So what's a 20-year-old doing sleeping over with a young kid like that? Like, he was obviously fucking him.
Well, it's like Cat Williams said. I mean, he says it best. Like, I'll put the link in there for that interview. It's actually
and Kevin Hart, he was like, yo, what the fuck did you just say? Yeah. Like, making him out as an idiot. Then P. Diddy got offended and he had to get Kevin Hart in the headlock as his way of saying, shut the fuck up. You're going to make everything worse.
Well, because Kevin Hart's in that, according to Kat, and like a lot of people come out like Kevin Hart's in that club, but it's like Kat said also, like, what do you do when you try to attract who you're attracting? So like, like P. Diddy does these billion-million-dollar parties. He's like, it's like if you're trying to attract kids over, kids, right? You're trying to attract children. Maybe you would have like a theme park, and like basically describing everything Michael Jackson had, right?
Yeah.
So like, just bringing to, he just really came out and just like totally, a lot of people believe what he says. And it seems to be something that based on, things we've discussed here, that holds true to basically the way Hollywood works and the way that there's just these gatekeepers that are ruling all of it. So, it blew up. I mean, it's got right now, it's called 2.42 million views. I'm sorry. 48 million views, almost 49 million views. 2.42 is 49 million views, and that was only in 11 days.
Yeah.
So in 11 days, it's basically set to blow a record ever if it hasn't already. So
he'll only say so much about it. He won't go deep into it because if he exposes every single aspect of those lifestyles and those Hollywood societies, he'll get arrested.
Oh,
he's gone time or you get
he's
killed.
gone deeper. He went deeper than anybody ever has. I mean,
out of all the black comedians, he said the most. That's why he's been charged for a bunch of crimes and arrested and shit. Their way of telling him, you got to stay in line and behave yourself.
Yeah, stay in line. That's what he said. And if you watch one of his his last time he was arrested was for something with children. He was like, I'm done with this. Like, every time he's been arrested because somebody said like they were interviewing him, it was something funny before this. And he was just coming back on this black woman, I can't remember her name, that was in her like podcast, and he was calling her out, and she said, well, you've been to prison, you've been to prison. He said, I have never been to prison. He's like, I have been to jail 17 times, And he's like, in jail and prison are two different things. 17 arrests and not one conviction. That's what he said. So like he was arrested, he was never convicted.
Yeah, because they were warning him with those, just
well,
arresting him.
they throw out like he's a drug addict, like he admits to smoking pot. But it's just like they kind of did to the guy that Douglas doesn't like, Dave
Chappelle.
Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle, they did the same thing when he went in there and found out about his contract and how much money they were selling him. And he said, what do you think my fans are going to say about this? And then threatening them. And they said, you won't have any fans because you're a drug addict and they won't, you will be, you're a drug, or they do, I don't know if they threatened him with the actual, but he got on the plane and by the time he landed in Ohio, there was already news out that he was a crackhead.
Crackhead, yeah. Comedy Central offered him a $50 million contract.
It was a $50 million contract. When he sat down, he had taken a contract, but when he went to meet with them, what they said, he had made more. He had actually made this contract. What happened was he had made more money. The actual details of the contract, he had made more money than the contract he originally had. He was going to get like 20% of, let's say, this contract, whatever it was, right?
He generated a lot of money for Comedy Central.
But he generated more than the contract.
Oh yeah, that's how it goes.
So what they did is they then said this, so the contract was breached because they're like, if up to 100 million, you get 20%. Now, what they said is the contract was breached because this was only a contract good for this to this, and it did not have a clause where you still get this contract for at least 100 million. So what they did is breach the whole contract and offer him like telling him he was getting 5%. Even though you make more money than you're supposed to, and then they breached the contract to give him 5, and that's when he said, when my fans find out these details, what do you think's going to happen? And he said, you don't have to worry about your fans because you can do that. He said, you won't, and they gave the threat, and obviously by the time he landed, the threat was made. That shows the power that they have.
Yeah, he took off to South Africa for a while.
Yeah, after that he did, but when he landed in Ohio, I believe he was going back to Ohio, where he's from. It was in California, in LA, when they made the threat at the offices. He threw back to him when he landed. They already had the because he, I guess, walked out kind of like, I'll handle it. I don't care, and didn't really believe their threats, I'm assuming. And by the time he landed, there were
the tabloids were all saying he's
saying he was a crackhead, and they had it set up to exactly.
Yeah, they'll try and destroy your reputation and career if you don't play ball with them and subject to them.
And that's when he took off the Africa just to get away from it, for a while, just to get it, because he knew he couldn't fight them with that amount of power they have. Get his head together. So he waited for it to die out and came back, and with his own opinion and fighting them in his own way. So whether you look at him like Douglas in a personal way on one issue or another, I mean, he's at least fighting a system that seems to be very corrupt.
Yeah. Yeah, he seems to be doing all right now because he's getting shitloads of money from his Netflix specials. I recently watched the latest one. It wasn't bad. It was at the same place where he did Killing Him Softly special in 2004. Or it was one of his earlier comedy specials.
When he came back,
Washington, D.C.
What helped him is, I'll tell you what, I think the problem is these people are all about money, right? So if some of them don't stick together, you have somebody maybe from Netflix or somewhere that will see somebody. He came back. When he came back, he was doing like a local comedy scene. I remember it's on YouTube, and you can see him sitting there smoking cigarettes for he's like Douglas, sitting there for like 12 hours doing jokes, right? But like he's this person that he's come back as, and just kind of not scared, but just giving hell. And I think that somebody saw the money in him that they can make, right? And so that same thing came in, but we don't know. I mean, as far as like who's part of what, clues or I don't know, clues clubs or whatever it is that they have, the power societies. If they're obviously, I would think some of them are against others because they're all about money at the end of the day. But I don't know. I just thought, anyway, point is, if you haven't seen Cat Williams' interview, it is interesting. Either way, it was very, very interesting. And also you should know, because I mean, it was like so far the biggest thing of the year so far, apparently, on the internet.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been around.
Cat Williams is fucking hilarious. I don't care if you like him or hate him. He's fucking
I
hilarious.
got all of his comedy specials I downloaded. He's been around for a long while. Like, I've got his stuff from early 2000s to now.
I didn't realize how smart he was. He was like he's really smart. Like, he left home at 13. Like,
yeah, I don't know if that's a cover-up story. Like, I don't buy into that, him living in a park and just working as a busboy, the restaurants and shit in exchange for meals and that. I think he's making that up for a reason, but yeah, besides that.
Well, he had pretty affluent for a black family. He had a pretty affluent family when he lived in, I think, Ohio or Michigan one. But I mean, he had a pretty affluent family, but they did missionary work and things like that as well. So I'm not sure when he left, like if that's the case. But
and that's and
you would think that would be
common.
He's putting enough people down that are high up, right?
That's common for these famous entertainers. They grow up either in a religious cult family or military black family, either one.
Yeah, his was pretty religious, I think, but the point is, he's putting enough people down that are millionaires, billionaires, right? In Hollywood, he's calling them out. You would think if he, if he was lying about what he says about his past.
Only him about being homeless as a kid and living in a park. I don't buy it.
He left home with his dog, apparently 13, because he said he knew he was leaving at 13 because he had a relationship with Jesus, and then he was following Jesus' footsteps, whatever. So he said he got on it. He had a choice of he went to a truck stop with his dog, and he had a choice of he knew where to go somewhere warmer, and so one guy was going to California, there was Florida, and he said he asked the times on how long it would take to get there, and he picked Florida because Florida was, I guess, less time wise. And in his head, he was picking Florida or California because he's in Michigan or Ohio, whichever it was, and obviously he just wanted to get away from snow and cold and all that. So he knew those were warm places.
Yeah, blacks don't like the cold area.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know, but I would think that would be verifiably easy to disprove if he had just been at home, living with his parents, and he was 16.
I'm saying he would have found someone to live with, someone else, a friend or another family member.
Yeah, I don't think he. I don't know. I can't argue that one way or the other. I don't know enough about it.
Just when he tells a story on Howard Stern interview, you can read his body language when he tells it. He's not being fully honest about that particular part of his life, living in a park homeless.
Oh God, don't read body language. I had somebody do that to me. And by the way, there's no such thing as actual body language to read, because I watched I had to explain this to someone who was doing it to me.
Oh, it's recently. It's the tone of their voice as they tell it as well.
Well, you have to know somebody's actual, there's not they look right or they look left or they fidget so you have to get somebody talking in normal, no stress, no stressful questions, right? And you're watching their normal body language. And then if you then get them in questions where, or they're telling a story where the body language changes, right? Where they get more, maybe they could be somebody that's always chins tight, and then they get more, all that, it's the change in the body language is what you're looking for, from what I understand from, I don't know, FBI or whoever I watched on a stupid TED Talk talking about it. But this was it made sense to me, because I know some people have told me oh, well, that body language, you're looking this way, it means this. And I'm like, I know for a fact it doesn't mean that, because if I'm doing it, I know exactly what I'm doing, as far as I'm not lying, right? So then I started recognizing people's body language is very different. And then I had heard that from I want to say CSI, but whatever it is, FBI agent or somebody like that. I think it was CIA. Did a TED Talk on it. Anyway, go ahead, Douglas. Are you there? Are you fucking out doing coke? What are you doing, dude?
He's just preparing himself before he does his long monologue.
How, a bunch of cocaine?
Probably. What's going on in your area? What time of day or night is it?
I don't know. It's my fucking birthday. It's 5. It just turned 5. I gotta go to fucking bed if I'm gonna sleep, man. Damn it.
Your dog's keeping you up?
No, the possum is keeping me up, man. He's nocturnal. The dogs are barking because they want in here. I have a little possum in here. I've got to figure out what to do with him.
Right.
But I was hoping he had come from the attic. That's what I was hoping. He had fallen through a vent. And but I went in the attic and crawled through the insulation to look for any signs of possums or scat, I guess is what you're supposed to look for. So I did it. Trust me.
Yeah.
I was very itchy. Looked through the whole attic. It was not fun. Couldn't find any. So then I was like, okay, well, now I'm at the point of this was supernatural that this guy was even put in my house, because how did he end up sitting on the coffee table? Just sitting there like a little.
Yeah.
So yeah, I thought well, there's a little vent above, up in the ceiling, like up top ceilings, and I was like, maybe he fell. But I went through the vents. I looked for holes in the vents. I looked for like everything through insulation, and it's just obviously not there. And I'd almost talk myself into believing that was where I'd put, because I thought if I find it, I'll put him back. And the person, like I said, I talked to was like, Brooke, you can't put him in insulation. There's no way he came from there, and you can't because it will kill him. The insulation, like it's got asbestos in it. I'm like,
I just got back.
How old
I just got back. What is this? What happened? Brooke was gone because she was chewing on asbestos? Brooke, don't do that. Don't take out the wiring and insulation in your house and start chewing on it. I've told you about this. It's bad for you.
But it tastes good.
That's the problem.
God, you're such a party pooper. Come on, man. Like, I can't do anything fun.
Wait, what happened? How come you dropped off? Wait, what did I miss?
I don't know what you missed. I have no idea. You're a loser that left me here alone just so you could go do coke up your nose. So I'm really not worried about what you say.
That's because I'm trying to psych myself out to get into, some kind of monologue. But now that you're back, thank God, I don't need to necessarily do that. So, darling, tell us again about this insulation. And why am I getting all this echo?
Oh, because I just walked in the bathroom. I'm sorry. I forgot about the speaker. Forgot I didn't put the speaker off. So, hold on. I bathroom because with a little possum in there he was asking me, am I still up because of the dogs? And I'm like, no, it's the possum that I've been having an issue with because he's nocturnal. Also, he's still scared of me, but I can't, I keep him in the cradle like he's scared. And so, long story short, I just thought I thought the possum must have come from the attic. This is, I was trying, we talked about so much when you and I personally talked, but, the point is, I kept saying, to the person that found him, I was like, no, I'm not putting him outside. He could not have come from outside. There's no way he came outside because there was no way to get in the house. Okay, so the only way he could have come was, and I didn't get a supernatural at this point. I'm just like, he could have come through that vent above there because one of the vents is off. Maybe he fell through the vent from the attic, right? So I'm like, I will go in the attic because you can see, number one, all the insulation. If there's a family of possums, it's a baby possum, I'll see some scat, right? That would be the first thing I would see. And then two, I can go through all the tubes of vents because there would be somewhere where they can get into the vent, right? Because the vent actually has to, connects with those big metal vent, the big things. So maybe they chewed through one, and then they got in the vent and he fell down or one of them, whatever. So I go in the attic finally, made myself do it and had to get somebody to show me how to walk because you can't even see. I have so much insulation up there, you can't see apparently there's only every 6. Somebody told me, just step every 12 feet or 16 feet. I'm like, bitch, I don't fucking know 12 or 16 feet is. You think I'm just going to step? Here's another 12
Jesus Christ.
So I had to get up there and then I was scrub. Anyway, I finally figured out how to do it, which took a while. It was 2 days ago. I finally get up there and do it all. Go through the entire attic, which, by the way, was hell and high water. Asking us to do that. Now I know why they wouldn't, because it's horrible. I was crawling, it was basically like a, I don't know, what's that mom, but what's that game you play with you, have to go under the, what do you call it? Limbo?
Limbo. Limbo. It's limbo. Yeah.
I'm basically limboing, either bending forward or back. On top of this, and I will say, this person who we call idiotic said, don't do that. Also, don't do it with flip-flops. You're going to also you're going to itch like hell. You're going to walk through insulation. Yeah. Well, by the time I got stuck in the back of my attic, number one, okay, because I was just so much to go in and under. Two, I'm covered in insulation and itching and crying at this point, and stuck to come all the way back out. So yeah, it was not a fun experience, but I was determined to be right, because this person also said, you're not gonna find shit. Did not come from up there. If that thing had been up there, it'd be fucking dead because the insulation fucking killed him. And I'm like, nope.
You mean Meth Head said this when you say this person?
Yeah. So anyway, point is, I was like, I was doing one of the sober moments, but what I'm saying is, I said, no, I'm going to be right on this. I'm going to be right on this. I did not go through, so the more I got in misery up there, the more I was determined to be right. So, I'm looking everywhere. I needed a sign. I was like, oh God, I think I found something. And it'd be there's some poop, I think. And it would be a little, cut of a wire when they built the house or something. And I was so mad. I was so determined to find something. This guy has to have come from here. To the point that I even left the attic door open going up to the attic just to be like, do you want to go up there and check one more time, Brooke? Maybe you didn't see it. Maybe just like, he has to be wrong, and this thing has to have come from the attic, because the only other option that would make, like, is for it to be supernatural, right? And
yes.
This little fucker. Oh my God. So anyway, I don't know what to do with him. Like, I just wanted to put him back. Oh, if he was in the attic, find some little. I really want to see a little family of possums that I snuck up on, and they're like, hissing at me, and I was like, I'm gonna bring your baby back. Here you go. And that was it.
You don't want that. You don't want that. Go on.
Yeah. Well, that's what I hope was a simple solution. Is what I'm saying. Like there was a family up there, and they're like, "Man, we're missing our little baby boy or girl," because I don't even know what sex it is. And I would be like, "Oh, well, good, you're missing them." And I thought I wanted a possum, but I really don't right now, so I'm gonna give him back to you. And we would all be happy little critters, because I know he's back with his family, and I don't have to take care of a possum that doesn't even like me. And yeah. But now it's not working out so well, because I can't just put it up there because it'll kill it. And also, if I just stick it outside, I mean, what the fuck? You know what'll happen? I stick it outside. I will pull out of the neighborhood the next morning, and I'll see a possum hitting the road, and then I will live with guilt and misery. And I'll be
Yes. And by the way, your audio is excellent quality now, which is something that I appreciate as a host, of course. And so, darling, I'm glad that Meth Head was able to provide some kind of counterbalance, but do you feel you proved him wrong, or are you leaning now more towards the supernatural explanation?
I mean, I didn't prove him wrong, because it's funny. I wanted to prove, if someone will secretly sneak in my attic and throw some shit up there for me to believe that there's a squirrel up there, I'd be great. Like, if I proved him wrong, first of all, I'm a squirrel. Obviously I have wild critters coming everywhere. The possum was up there, like, that would be great, but there's not. So that was a problem. I had to come down, and I'm not, very good at being like, I was wrong. So I was just like, fuck you.
And Cultivated Image says, dogs are walked and fed, got my smoothie on, some Indica and Keef, and I'm glad to be listening to you all. He says, I don't buy it either, but he is funny. Probably talking about whoever, both... Yes, thank you.
Williams.
There we are. And then Tad Ricketts says, got my DDD belly laugh fixed. Thank you, DDD. Let me say, hugs, Tad. Hugs. Let me make it all caps just for emphasis. And I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Hugs, Tad. The sneeze. It's killing me. I hate... please, somebody talk so I can sneeze.
Elephants and bumblebees or some shit.
Holy shit. Oh my God.
Yeah, Pete. Just to go back on P. Diddy being a sexual predator and.
Oh, fuck you, Brandon. Yeah, fucking Brendan sends me a fucking note that it's your cocaine deviated your septum, Douglas. That's why you have to sneeze. It's that's like, funny. Fuck you, Brandon. No, fuck you.
Brendan, does he really want to go into medical issues? Okay, shut up with deviated septum. At least she doesn't need to deviate there.
Now my nose is ready.
I was just going to quickly say that his Pete Diddy's former bodyguard, he did a bunch of interviews explaining the experience he's had working for him, and he said one time Pete Diddy took his bodyguard with him to a sex store, and all he just noticed Pete Diddy's picking out his butt plugs and dildos and all this shit, and then the bodyguard's like suspect, and he's like, what's up with this? And he's like, let me do my shopping, Pete Diddy says to him angrily. And eventually the bodyguard had to keep watch in front of Pete Diddy's special room, because he was in the room with Ja Rule, a famous rapper. He's not as famous anymore, and Pete Diddy and Ja Rule came out of the door fucking naked, and like they were participating in sexual acts with each other. And they had a chick in there too, but that was probably for like damage control, so if someone came in, he'd say, oh, we're just fucking this chick, we're not doing anything to each other. But he bought all these sex toys, dildos and butt plugs and shit.
Disgusting.
Yeah, his former bodyguard said a lot about P. Diddy.
Okay.
Publicly.
So
I mean, I buy dildos and butt plugs, and I'm not P. Diddy, so let's just
yeah. dildos and butt plugs.
Thank you.
And just his reaction Had his bodyguard, it was so funny. Angrily saying, "Let me do my shopping. Can I do my shopping?"
Well, admittedly, it is not professional for a security officer.
Oh yeah, but this guy's like OG. You know, he came from the streets, black thug.
Got it.
And they're very homophobic.
Yeah. No.
Well, apparently there's been a lot of things about P. Diddy before, like the latest, like with Cat, and of course it was before even Cat did all that last interview that he was. I mean, I had already heard about P. Diddy was the one that killed fucking Tupac.
No, Biggie. Well, apparently he might have had something. He might have had something.
P. Diddy that ordered it, like apparently.
Yeah, apparently, but there's no hardcore evidence. But P. Diddy did look guilty whenever that topic would be addressed about Tupac's death. He just have a guilty look on his face, like
I think he killed both. I think they had both of them killed. I think.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he was involved in orchestrating Biggie's death. No doubt, because he was signed under him in his record label.
And of course, he could try and purposefully look guilty so that he could get the street cred, because of course he wants the street cred for the murder.
But he did. It's been too long to get street cred now. Like he's only getting really the guilt on him put really publicly is been the last few months.
Okay.
Where that's really come out publicly where people would know it. So I think more it was did the opposite. Like I feel like he set that up, and I feel like probably there's people behind him that obviously
Biggie didn't want to stay signed under Bad Boy Records under P. Diddy. He wanted to start his own record label or under another label. But he would have known he would have to participate in these gay homosexual orgy rituals with P. Diddy and his crew if he wanted to keep getting the rich and fame.
Yeah, probably Biggie was ready to come out and be like, I ain't doing that shit.
Yeah.
Who knows, So, I don't know. Anyway, I mean, like I said, I think a lot of Cat Williams' interview is very true, but it's for each and every person to decide. You know,
just to clarify for the listeners, we're not making fun or dissing people, homosexuals. It's just the entertainment industry. You have to participate in homosexual rituals when you want to reach this higher plateau.
It's more of a control issue, just like what Cat Williams goes into in the interview.
To make you that
is like putting a dress on.
Like making straight people do things.
Make you put a dress on in most of their in the movies at some point. Like they're going to make you put a dress on as a black male, and they may do it.
Yeah.
It's a control issue.
Yes.
Yeah, sign of submission, and especially they want to do it to black males. That they let get large in the industry and they're the gatekeepers. So if you look back, Kevin Hart said he'd never wear a dress. He was in a dress. Like, you got Tyler Perry, you got these men.
Because in the early 90s, he did that Three Musketeers comedy movie, and he had to wear a dress in that. But the second time they tried to make him wear a dress in a movie, he was against it, and he refused to do it. And he made a big fuss about it.
Somebody just came out after the Cat Williams interview. I can't remember his name, and he was same thing. He said the only person that was on him was Cat Williams saying, "Don't put a dress on." And he said, back then he was like, "Why, Cat? Like, why are you?" Dissing me, I'm just trying to make it, like, because he had, done it. And he said, now I realize after, being awakened, like, Cal was the one looking out for me more than anything. He said I would never, he declined that because he'd been offered again, like, declined it. This somebody else younger, and that they had, he realizes now what it was.
Yeah.
But at that time, he just didn't know, and he thought, like, hey, I'm just trying to make it up. I'll do what I have to do. Like, it's a role, it's a scene. I'll put a dress on. And so somehow that's, and I don't know if Douglas could tie that in or not. I've thought about it, and I'm like, you look at these groups that a lot of times have allegiances to, underworld or have beliefs in certain things. And I wonder if there's some kind of like ritual that they're doing to try to control okay, we get a black man when we degrade that into a way of submission, right? Mm-hmm. Any way that we think could be powerful or anything, then that is like taking an energy, right? Energy is basically what everything is anyway, and energizing that to a more widespread population as far as control. Because I would think, putting somebody in one dress, like in your control, I'm like, why is that one person so important? But I'm wondering if the energy can be multiplied in that way of trying to control people. I don't know. Douglas may know or not with his spells.
Well, I think you've said it all. I mean, really, it's probably more Nemo who could add kind of the details. He's been studying this kind of phenomenon with almost a morbid fascination for quite some time now. So Nemo, in terms,
it's symbolic when they make the black strong males play in a dress. in movies and TV shows. It's just symbolic of them playing ball and submitting and degrading their masculinity. A lot of, also, it's not just blacks too, they make the white actors do it. But when they want to reach all these entertainers, from actors to musicians to comedians, when they want to reach a new plateau of rich and fame, they have to get popped in their ass by their superiors, the executives and label owners and all that shit. And then most of them are obvious of the protected bloodline, which I can't say. They gotta pop you in the ass, and they have a code for that. They call it gravy. It's all gravy. We're being gravy. Like a lot of these rappers and comedians will say that. Yeah, they got to be submissive, blackmailed, and controlled, and give up their. If they're straight, they got to give up their masculine energy to them. And you'll see a lot of these people who start off young in their career in the entertainment industry. They'll start you'll see them getting a lot of body tattoos over the years. That's for them to compensate for them losing their masculinity from getting raped in the ass multiple times from their superiors. You'll see that, like Conor McGregor's a good example. He started off bare body. I don't think he had many tattoos, but then he started covering his body fully of tattoos later through his career.
Oh my God.
A lot of musicians, you'll see that, and actors.
But isn't Conor McGregor a mixed martial artist?
Yeah, he's a UFC fighter, but it's still part of the entertainment industry. It covers all those aspects, from music to sports to acting, comedy.
This is what I can say. What I can say is that certainly I don't know how much I've related of my personal experience to Brooke, but Brooke, did I ever tell you about the time that, do you remember the series Beverly Hills 9210? And no need to answer too quickly.
Yeah, it's 90210. I was in love with Luke. I was a Luke Perry fan.
Oh, cool. Cool. That's cute. That's adorable. So Beverly Hills.
I also apparently look like Kelly because everybody when I was in high school. Because I got called her so many times. I didn't see it, but like back in high school, I looked like the Kelly on there.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, you look just like Kelly. You're just like Kelly. And I was like, to which I would have taken as a compliment, but I would look in the mirror and not see her. I'm just saying now I was.
I get it. Yeah. Yes. And thank you for correcting me on the title. The correct title was indeed Beverly Hills 90210. They would pronounce every number separately, and that was something that. I would have no doubt have participated in and gotten into my system and done that reflexively or routinely if I had gotten the role. And so did I ever tell you the story about that? About how I almost got a part on it?
Yeah, when you were supposed to go suck dick and you didn't, and I said, fuck you, if you suck dick, we have money right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what my acting instructor has said that I was dating at the time, and she basically literally kicked me down the stairs out of her home because I wasn't man enough to suck cock and take it up the ass, and how disappointed she was in me, and how I just didn't have it in me to succeed in, Jingletown. Or
who was the people you're supposed to suck off? The writers and directors of the show?
It was basically this. What happened was that Beverly Hills 90210 was trying to diversify, and they needed a Asian, and they felt that they finally needed an Asian male. But here's the problem. And they said that everybody loves Asian females in the West. They said Asian females are Cupid dolls. They're just like little porcelain dolls. They're like, everybody loves them. They're sexy, and the best of all, it's frustrated pedophilia. That's what it really is with Asian females. They have no developed breast or buttocks. It's like you're fucking a child, but you don't get busted for it. So that's why everybody loves Asian females in the West. And but when it comes to Asian males, they have 3 roles in Hollywood, the 3 Gs, geeks, gooks, and gangsters. And this is because Asian males simply look funny to Westerners. They don't look appealing. They look weird. They're just dorky, or they're sinister, or frightening, or just the enemy in a military movie. So they basically needed somebody who was half white, and well, I fit that bill. And so they said, oh God, you're perfect. And so they flew me down. They paid money to fly me down. and I met the producer, or one of the major producers. I'm not going to identify him because he was actually quite nice to me, and did his best to try and make me feel at home. He was very nice about it, but he was also very upfront about it.
Of course, they're always nice because they want you to suck them off.
Well, that's not necessarily the case. I mean, they can be assholes, and they could have made it very difficult. Like, he didn't have to pay for my ticket home. You see what I'm saying? He didn't have to pay for my ticket to fly me home. He didn't have to, buy me dinner or any of that shit. But he was nice and polite enough where I just took it as he was very honest about the business, which was that if you want to come to Hollywood and you want to come in big and you want to come in successful, you've got to come through me. Specifically, come inside of me and let me come inside of you. Yeah, and so this was a casting couch call. And I basically told him, look, no, there's nothing moral about this that I'm judging it by. I'm not morally judging the situation or yourself. I just am not used to this, and I really don't think I can do this. It's just not something I'm into. And he said, look, let's try and get into it. And at first he was trying to show me the usual motivator, which was photographs, and he showed me photographs of himself having sex with 3 different men. And the photographs in particular were Sylvester Stallone. It was Arnold Schwarzenegger, not Sylvester Stallone. He mentioned some other names, saying that, I've got the photographs over here in another drawer that I can show you. And I was saying, no, it's quite enough. I believe everything you're saying. He was having sex with Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mel Gibson, and Danny Glover.
Mel Gibson. That's what I was going to wait and see if you said it, because that's what you told me to.
Yeah.
I remember Mel Gibson.
So it was Mel Gibson and Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny Glover were the 3 that he showed me that he was having sex with. Now, one time I was telling this to that goober named Brian William Hall, the guy who held all those conferences and had trademarked his name, and used to organize the conspiracy conferences, and then made the mistake of getting involved with Lori and Ann Fenton, who bled him completely dry. And after she sucked him dry, she threw away the skin and left him with broke and having to go back to work at a real job. Poor motherfucker. But when I was describing this to him, he said, "Who was on top? Who was on top?" He kept asking. I kept saying, it doesn't matter what fucking physical position they're in. The producer's always on top, okay? What a stupid... Anyhow, but he described that, of course, he said Sylvester Stallone, John Travolta, any of the big actors in Hollywood. I've done quite a few of them. I know he mentioned Stallone specifically. Oh, yeah. But he says, with any of them, this is what they all do. He said, you've got to understand this is what Hollywood's all about. And I said, I do understand it. What I'm saying is that I'm not quite sure I can deliver. So he said, let's get in the mood. So he started showing me all this gay porn, a bunch of guys jumping up and down on trampolines with their pecs and wangs all bouncing up and down. And, after about, 30 minutes of watching this while he's tickling my back, I'm like, basically just said, he's getting closer, he's breathing down my neck, and I just said, I'm sorry, there's no stirring of the loins. I'm not getting erect with this. I said, I really just can't get through this. And again, it's not a moral judgment. No moral judgment on you. I can't seem to respond to this. And so that's when he just sighed and said, "You're never going to make it in Hollywood, kid." And I never did. But he paid for the ticket, paid for my dinner, paid for a ticket to send me back home. And then when I got home and talked to my instructress from John Robert Powers Modeling and Acting, and she had put work into making certain that I was brought to the attention of these people. She was someone who did some dominatrix work, and she had a big giant boa constrictor that she used to feed jackrabbits to. It was about 18 feet long. I'm surprised she didn't throw me in the tank with that thing alive, just so it could crush me and devour me in front of her eyes. I mean, honestly, she literally just physically kicked me down the stairs like, oh, God, you're not man enough to suck cock and take it up the ass. You're not man enough for me. And it's like... there's a lot of conflicting messages going around on this whole affair. It's just like, obviously I never saw her again. Big disappointment on both sides, but life is like that. And so there you have that. Now, that's a personal experience concerning the situation.
How old were you when this went down?
Well, it's whenever I attended John Robert Powers. We have to look up at LinkedIn. Look up at LinkedIn whenever I was at John Robert Powers. That's how old I was. Around the time, very shortly after my graduation. So it's anybody can look up my whole career on LinkedIn. The only thing missing is the time that I was at University of San Francisco for a semester. So that's got to be integrated into the LinkedIn. Somebody has to go in with me later on to LinkedIn to do that, because I've never been able to get back in. It was written by Lorian and Fenton. Actually did a good job on entering all the LinkedIn data, but then of course, whatever password she had got lost, and she was never able to enter back in there herself, or otherwise she would have sabotaged it. But it's still up there like this weird kind of anachronistic monument for anyone to look at. And if I were to try and keep track of my life, I'd go back to that LinkedIn and just look at the career that was outlined there. And then I'd have to correct it at some point to add in the USF, the University of San Francisco part, where I was there for a semester with the ROTC. And that was after my dishonorable discharge. So again, all part of the convoluted nonsense that is part of life. For those who don't know, you can go into ROTC without any qualifications, and or at least I was able to do so, and just add that to my resume, which I did for my mercenary work. I could say that I was with ROTC. It helped immensely with contracts. But when it came to the situation with Hollywood, this is what I do know, and what the individual himself explained to me, was that basically because there's a certain kind of gay cabal that runs a good deal of Hollywood. There's basically three different kinds of Hollywood. There's the old hardcore Jewish school of Hollywood. And these are back from the old days of Clark Gable and Marlene Dietrich. And the Jewish cabal of Hollywood was dying off. And but they were all gay anyway. And so Hollywood was always gay. It's like when I grew up, all of the actors that I admired, all of the producers, directors I admired, like the man who produced the, or directed the original Universal Studios Frankenstein, turned out to be a flamer. And that was...
There's a lot of gay hate. I'm following, like, I've got to go in a minute, so I just want to ask this one question real quick. It has to do with what you're saying. I thought of this earlier. Why? Because so it's normal now. Everybody's circumcised, or a lot of people are circumcised. It seems to be very normal. Like, I'm not Jewish, or I didn't do it for religious reasons. They just come to the hospital and take your baby, and they're not realized till later. I'm like, that's probably pretty painful for that little baby.
Yeah, because they don't give them anesthesia.
No, it's horrible. I'm so glad I didn't know. Like, either I wish I had known and not done it, and/or didn't know what they were doing. But my point is this: can we go back to when that started? Because it was a religious thing, from what I understand. Like in the Bible, it's Jewish, like circumcision, right? And I actually heard a comedian, Jim Gaffigan, was actually saying, like, where did this? But I thought it's actually a good question. Like, where did this come up? They're like, so how can we honor God? Because another way we can honor God. And then, one guy's like, oh, I know, we can not eat pork. He's like, well, I kind of like bacon. So anybody got any other suggestions? And so he's like, oh, I know, we can cut off part of our penises. Like, that's what he said. That's when I think that's the Islam went. No, let's go with the pork. We'll go with the non-pork thing.
That's got to have some subconscious trauma effect on the child too.
Oh, of course.
They're experiencing that pain.
Like, what original human was like, what we should do? We should start cutting on those penises.
Some incredibly sick, perverted individual, because this is what they do that I did not believe. I thought this was an urban legend that was simply Judeophobia, what all these people call, quite mistakenly, anti-Semitism, and you know how much I hate that term. But I thought it was just a Judeophobic urban legend, but it all turned out to be true. That a bunch of infants in the very traditional Jewish communities, a bunch of male infants, were coming down with AIDS and chlamydia and all these sexually transmitted diseases from their rabbis. And it turned out people were saying that's because the rabbis, when they cut the skin of the dick off, they have to suck the penis and suck the blood out.
What?
I didn't believe it.
Pedophilia and general mutilation.
I did not believe it, and it turned out it was true. It turned out when I went to UCSF, then UCSF was instructing us on these various medical breakouts of disease, and they said that all these infant boys were coming down with AIDS, chlamydia, STDs, all because the rabbis were circumcising them and then sucking the penises, sucking the blood out of their penises as part of the ritual, and therefore transmitting to the infant child these deadly diseases, diseases that were doing considerable brain damage, if not outright killing them. So, I mean, it goes to show you this is just a sick, perverted, completely... I mean, we have a whole campaign worldwide to stop female circumcision. We need the same thing for male circumcision. We need to have a worldwide campaign.
At least for babies. You should only do it if you're fully grown and you choose if you want to undergo the circumcision.
Right, and it's not there because why is it so prevalent? Like female circumcision isn't prevalent throughout the world, although like obviously certain countries it is. But we've got male circumcision not only prevalent but just a normal thing.
Whoa, honey, it's not in the rest of the world. It's only in America where the Jews have.
Where the Jews run.
The Jews run America.
Like, oh yeah, well we have Jews.
That's it. Yes, the Jews worship the Christians. I mean, the Christians worship the Jews. Go on. They try
to justify it by saying, "Oh, it helps make your penis clean." How fucking hard is it to give a good scrub to your penis?
Thank you.
Skin?
How hard is it to pull your foreskin back? It's all bullshit anyway. It doesn't keep your skin. It doesn't keep your penis clean.
Any parent that allows their child, their son, to have their penis mutilated as a baby is fucking.
Yeah, thank God mine never was. Yes,
I'm glad.
Yeah, I'm completely uncircumcised thanks to my father's attentiveness to that, and he was a victim of circumcision. He didn't want me to be such. But it's because the Jewish doctors dominate the medical industrial complex of the United States. Yes, this doesn't happen in Europe. This doesn't happen in other nations in the world. It's only in the United States. And so it's a nightmare here.
I'm just so sickened, and then by what's going on right now with the Hamas, like again.
Absolutely.
Sickening.
Yes, please share with us your disgust, and feel free to vent and cathartic.
I mean, just the way that so many people are clueless. I mean, as far as like what Israel's doing, and like the amount of like what is it? The amount of the bombs that they have dropped. They were comparing that to basically the amount that when we had dropped our nuclear weapon in Hiroshima, right? Like that's the amount of not radiation, but whatever it is, devastation of whatever already that they've done.
Yes.
So, and this is in a small strip. I mean, this small area, they have bombed so fucking much that we're hitting a nuclear bomb level as far as, like, it is just sickening to me that people are like, let's just keep believing that stupid. I mean, if you can't just look at Netanyahu, like, again, I don't read body language, but I can tell you that fucker is like, I'll be like, what's her name? It's a Biden's evil. I'm pretty sure that I can look at Netanyahu and tell he's evil, but if you can't, maybe do a little research on him and figure it the fuck out, because he is, there are people, Biden may be evil, I don't know, but you can be, I lean more toward Biden on this or that, but I don't like him. But Netanyahu, but Netanyahu, I mean, what he has done and what he's doing is just completely, I don't know, what is the word, Douglas? Like it's, I mean, not want to say evil, just evil. It's like
diabolic.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It's like almost like you have to have like this a supernatural thing for him to be able to get away with it. Because how else the fuck are you fucking ruling this? Why are people not seeing through this? And why is America? What scares me more is why are Americans not seeing that we are really have hurt ourselves and shot ourselves in the foot by sticking with Israel. I believe it was President Nixon who I saw an interview with where he he was talking about how we had an alliance with Israel, but that we had to also be able to have alliances with these other Arab countries that were against Israel, and he had got, they had kind of come out against him because at one point when he said we stand with Israel, but like when he didn't stand completely with them, like being friends with these other countries Israel didn't like, it was all of a sudden like, oh yeah, no, you can't do that because Israel doesn't like them. Well, I mean, he was like, that's not good for America. We can put Israel first for Israel. Like, basically, at that time, it's like, we're still saying it. We put Israel first over there. But he said, we have to put America first. Yes. And I think we've shot ourselves in the foot the entire time by putting Israel first, because I think all these countries are going to come back on America, and many others that see, like, we just stood with Israel, which Israel is a complete terrorist state.
Yes.
The true terrorist is Israel.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Didn't Nixon become anti-Judeo when he was in charge? Like
he was always he was always Judeophobic. He used to call Kissinger.
So he was pretending to suck up to them.
Right. He would call Kissinger Jew boy to his face.
Nice.
He really didn't care, but it was one of these things where he had to kind of restrain himself and put that under control because he was stupid enough to listen to Kissinger and take his advice, and that's ultimately Nixon is his own worst enemy. He's the one who selected Kissinger as his aide-de-camp, as his man on foreign affairs, and so he started the Kissinger problem. He is ultimately, if he deserves all of the pain that he suffered, it's because of that. That alone brought all his own misery upon himself. But when it comes to what's going on with Netanyahu, yes, he is beyond diabolical. He is Edomite. This is a truly nihilistic, evil person. I always said that the only time he's smiling is when all the people locked behind his ribcage are pounding on it to try and beat their way out. And that's the only time you see him give this constipation-like grimace. That is what passes as a smile for him. But his entire family is psychotic. They were like, his son is cavorting openly with Judeophobic neo-Nazis, where they do the, grinning Jew symbol where he's got the big nose and he's rubbing his hands, His own son cavorts with these people, and they say he's a righteous dude because he comes out with all these Judeophobic conspiracies that, this is the man that's running Israel, and they consider all of these neo-Nazis in Eastern Europe and America to be their next of kin because they really do think alike. So when it comes to, and of course the point that I try to make to people is to understand that these neo-Nazis have nothing to do with historical Nazism. They're infatuated with a Hollywood image of Nazism created by Jews. So it really just feeds into itself.
Like American history, yes.
Yes, and so, so definitely... thank you, Brooke, for that. And certainly when it comes to this circumcision, yes, we must really approach male circumcision as a genital mutilation issue. Campaign to eliminate it, except for, as Nemo said, people volunteering for it at an older age. But when it comes to...
Because just quickly to interject, some men have this issue where they can't fully peel back the skin all the way past the head.
Yeah. Well, even if it's for looks, like, what if we said, okay, what if for girls we just sort of like, oh, okay, well, at 6 years old we're going to start putting breast implants in them because we think those look better. Like, right? Like,
yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah, it's wrong.
Start doing nose, like a baby comes out and they're already like, oh, no, this nose is over. It's going to grow too big. We're going to go ahead and do a nose job right now. We're going to take your baby away. Like, I mean, when it's for something like that, it should be a choice for the child.
Absolutely.
Like, I
but
don't
when
want
they're
probably
older,
be a choice, but also you would also know if the dude's sucking your dick when you're a little older, hopefully.
And that's a practice they still do to this day. They've been doing it since ancient times, and they still do it in a incognito, like, they don't publicly do it like they used to do it.
Well, they do it in those reactionary communities. That's the problem. In these reactionary Jewish communities, they feel that their religion just trumps all law and all sense
above
of
all the laws.
Yeah. And so obviously this has to just stop. We can't allow a neurotic minority and their culture to dominate everyone in America, especially people who are no longer the majority of America is less and less and less Christian and less white. So they're not buying into this worship the Jews as the master race bullshit. And because I mean, obviously Brooke is
I think that's going to go down. I think you can look at the astrology. I mean, we'll tell you, but obviously just look at the world. Like you're going to see, especially, over the next, you really got like a 30-year period where things are going to be, we're pulling Pluto out of Capricorn. Thank you, God. This month. But like it will pretty much be out completely other than a slight brief period back in. But you've got going to Aquarius and you're looking at whereas Capricorn has set the stage because Pluto's the destroyer, set the stage for the destruction of what? Because Pluto doesn't care when it comes in. It just destroys. And I always tell people that aren't into planets, just remember, you're talking about energy. You've got a God, creator, however you want to look at it, universe. It's energy. So we're energy. The planets were sent there, and that's why people have studied them. Your ancient, mystics have always looked at those and have said the same things. They knew it was energy. They knew it was symbolic from the universe, from God. And so those symbols, like with Pluto's a symbol of destruction, right? And has been. And so it really is kind of like saying if he was energy, like, I really don't care what you rebuild into. Like, he's not there. Like, Saturn's like, I'm going to make you work hard. You're going to work hard. You don't work hard, you don't get so like, and Jupiter's makes things bigger, good or bad. But Pluto is like I'm just going to destroy it. Like when it comes in, wherever it comes, meaning whether your personal planet, if you have one there in that sign, and or what that sign also rules. So where Capricorn ruled what? Everything that was institutions. So you're looking at from banking and finance and governments and policing and law and money and all this. So you look at when it came in. It came in 2008. What's the first thing that happened when it came in? We had the financial housing crash in the U.S., right? And through all this time, you can look and see what it's been doing. It's been destroying. You've been seeing Black Lives Matter. You saw the more of the police brutality. People really got on that. Now police are recorded all the time. That's in America. You've seen all these things also going through every country where, Canada's standing up to their, you had these truckers standing, and just people literally, and Trump being elected. I mean, Trump elected, whether you liked it or not, it was a complete like throw to the entire system here, right? Because Trump never, like, who would do that, right? It's a complete throw off, like to basically it divided us as a country. But sometimes you have to go down before you go up, right? You have to hit rock bottom before you get up, and I believe part of that is part of it. And I think you're seeing that across the world. And going back to Israel, I do believe Israel's going to go, like, as being a leader, like, it's been set up to fall. People have realized now, like, we're not happy with this in Israel. And you've seen so many more people coming out, with, I support, like, I have 2 or 3 shirts. I have 2 shirts in a bag now. It's like, I stand with Palestine,
Thank you.
Israel is a terrorist state on my back. So,
bless you.
When I can find those things and I put them out there, my daughter, who is 23, is, given the lecture, given her reports on things like this in her class, in her master's classes, you're seeing people starting to really stand that you never saw before. And so I think that's one of the final things that we're seeing here, because when Israel, starts, and that's what Capricorn set it up for, to fall. Now, what happens is when Pluto moves into Aquarius, now you've got a different thing where Aquarius stands for both technology, and it also stands for people, in the way that people form groups. And so what you're then going to see is, again, because some people are like, it's going to build technology this way. I say, well, don't forget, Pluto is destruction. So will it be that we're destroyed by technology? We've seen AI, right? We know AI is here. We also know that it could be a destruction of the way we use technology. Maybe we turn around and we go against the technology that we already have, unless there's problems there. And also, again, the way we form our groups. Whereas right now I look at it as right now we're so online, right? We're so really like not. Used to, like, you had friends and you call them on the phone and you'd see them at the mall. If you wanted to see them, you had to drive to their house. And now it's just like we all are on YouTube and on these channels, and we don't ever see each other. And we form these little groups. And, Japan, as you talked about, is even worse. Like, they're getting to the point where they're having, like, girlfriends and boyfriends that are just, sex dolls and robots. That people are not really. So I think you may see a destruction of that over the next, whether it's 5 years or 30 years, that destruction of, hopefully, where we want to go back more to a human, like smaller human groups, like, coming together as people.
I don't know. That's speculation because all of it's up for debate on what will happen with that. And there's different areas. But I do believe, either way, that we've set up for it to fall. And my last point to that is, do we set America up to fall as well? And that's what scares me. Because we have supported for so long Israel that we may very well be hand in toe with their demise.
There's going to be karmic justice bestowed on the people supporting them.
Yes, and but that is to our benefit in the long run. It provides more opportunities for a reset of the government, a restructuring of our society that could only be healthy. It could only be healthier, and basically that's then ultimately for the best. It'll get a lot worse before it gets better, but we should live.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, I really don't want to leave myself or my kids like here if like China and Russia invade and start chopping our heads off.
Well, I think our biggest enemy is ourselves. The communist Chinese and the Russians are a threat in the sense that they certainly want to unite against us. And honestly, America could beat them both if America had its act together.
Russia and China is not as strong as they portray themselves to be.
At all.
They like to show off.
Yeah. It's all it's all bluff and bullshit. But when it comes to, just as an example, Brooke, my native Taiwan voted their democracy back in for the historic precedent of a third term because they were not frightened by all of Communist China's threats. One of the reasons why is the corruption of the Communist Chinese military. One of their primary assault forces against Taiwan would be their rocket forces, and they were all so corrupt it turned out that they were selling all their fuel and sticking water and stuff in their rockets instead. So it's like all the branches of service in the Communist Chinese military are that bad off. It's like they got a military isn't worth a shit. So it's not that the Americans are much better, but at least with technology they could wipe that off the map. And so when it comes to America, it has the advantage, but our biggest problem is the Civil War. So we might face the problem of the enemy, the Russians and the Chinese, along with the other lineup that I said. Ultimately, Israel's on the enemy's side, along with Saudi Arabia. This is something that Americans need to be made to realize, and maybe they can only be made to realize that through a civil war. So, just saw your cute little face frowning into the camera. There we are, while you play around with that phone, Brooke. And so delightful. How adorable. Yes. There goes the grape that Lola was...
I was not in the camera. That's a fucking window, you idiot.
Yeah.
So if you did see me in the camera, I apologize. I'm laying back.
Yeah, we saw you.
Yeah,
oh God.
That's okay. That's cute. That's that grape Lola was talking about. Yes. So now you were talking about needing some sleep. I guess you're planning for that big day today, the big birthday with Lola and that 18-year-old brat who forgot your birthday.
Yeah, that's what I was trying. It said the reason the video came on because it said stupid acid guy said it shared a video. So when I clicked the video, it said. So when I clicked it, it wanted me to share. I guess my video too. So we must. I don't know. So then it took the camera off. I'm like, whatever. Put the camera on. I mean. Anyway, I don't know. I'm going to bed because I'm old. I need sleep. But I love you all, and I'm going to probably do nothing for my birthday except eat and get fat.
We love you, Brooke. Happy birthday.
Have a good sleep.
Happy birthday.
Thank y'all so much. Y'all have a good one too, and yeah, I'll talk to y'all later.
Yes, we adore you. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you for my birthday present. I love you, Douglas.
Thank you, honey. Love you too, darling. We'll speak later. Bye. Love you. Okay, that's Brooke Gibson, lovely young lady, and
also about the circumcision, there's a lot of people who have looked into like studying and theorizing that circumcision's linked into men developing psychopathic behavior, and this would explain a lot why the protected people all are psychopathic, because they all have to be forced to undergo circumcision, which traumatizes their mind, and when they grow up, it'll play into why they develop psychopathic.
That's easy to believe. Yes, I believe that. I believe that wholeheartedly. That makes perfect sense. Okay, so do me a favor, gentlemen. Start talking to each other again. I was tolerating an excruciatingly painful eye wanker, an eyelash in my eyeball, while Brooke was here, just to make certain that we could keep her talking for a period of time. And I'm going to...
Yeah, they're annoying to get.
Yeah, well, I get them all the time because I've got distichiasis, which is that double row of eyelashes. But what's going to happen is I'm going to put some things away. And one of them is the copy of the physical letter that I have that I had sent Peter Moon, and had actually told him his package was coming on Skype, which he acknowledged. It wasn't like he didn't open his Skype and did not see the message. The message said, your package is coming tomorrow or Saturday. Be ready to sign for it. And then he just said thank you, and then totally forgot it. Just like, forgot that. It's just these senior moments.
Old people forget a lot.
I'm sorry. It's just they shouldn't. It's not something that it's getting really pressing. But so that being said, I'm going to take care of some stuff. I'll be back. I'm going mute for now. When I return, I'll let both you gentlemen know that I'm back. Please continue a conversation. So Sid and Nemo, take it away.
Yeah, fucking just to go back into the entertainment industry about people being forced to submit and being controlled and shit. Dave Chappelle, when he started having enough of going through all those things, he started speaking against it publicly, and he did it on like James Lipton interview. Is that his name? That old Jewish person. He has his own fucking.
That sounds.
Had his own show. I think it was James Lipton. Soul guy. Yeah, he has a lot of He'll have do a big interview with famous celebrities talking about their life and their career and all that bullshit. But yeah, Dave Chappelle, when he did his interview, he was speaking against a lot of stuff. Like he said, when he was working on a movie with Martin Lawrence, he eventually developed a stroke. And when he went to meet him in the hospital and asked him, "Oh, how you doing?" He's like, "I've had the best sleep I've ever gotten." And he was explaining how that's a strong person right there. And he's like, "So how can why is it in Hollywood a strong person like that starts running out in the streets in the middle of the night naked with a gun in his hand screaming, 'They're trying to kill me, they're trying to kill me.'" Like, what's going on in Hollywood about that? And yeah, James Lipton, he was just feeling uneasy and nervous when he started to say that. But that was a big thing he explained.
This is the interview with Cat Williams?
No, Dave Chappelle, back in the early 2000, yeah.
Okay.
It's Mark Lawrence, at some point, he ran out in the street with a gun in his hand, naked, screaming, "They're trying to kill me." Like someone was, people were trying to Martin Lawrence, the black comedian.
I knew that. Yeah, I know. I used to watch the show. I used to. I remember. He did that excellent SNL opening, right, where he got himself banned. He talked about women not knowing how to wash the vagina and the ass properly.
All right. Yeah, I never saw that, but that's funny.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. He was a very positive individual. He'd try to encourage his own people to live better and not succumb to the bad aspects of life and do better for themselves and be positive.
I never knew about his personal life, but I liked his sitcom back then as well. I think it was just called Martin.
All right. Yeah, a lot of comedians end up developing their own TV program.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. Early 90s, I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. Back when Living Color was on and shit. when Jim
Right.
Carrey was on it, and the Wayans brothers.
Yep.
Fucking hell.
All that
No,
stuff.
yeah.
That was such a fun time for comedy and
Yeah, Bernie Mac was popular back then too.
Bernie Mac. Tell me about Bernie Mac. I'm gonna look him up right
He
now.
was a famous black comedian. He was in. I know him. I first saw him in Bad Santa, where he was one of the people running the mall or part of the mall. He was in control.
Okay, yeah, Bernie Mac. He's so fucking funny in the Santa Claus movie. What is it, Bad Santa?
Yeah, Bad Santa. He was in a bunch of other movies, of course. I just haven't seen much of him, but I've seen some of his live shows, especially in the 90s.
Okay. I don't remember his stand-up comedy, but
he was wearing such 90s style fucking clothing, like a very colorful yellow, black, blue shirt with fucking light blue denim jeans. It was just so 90s.
yeah, I grew up on like the what's dude's name who would do Gumby on SNL? Eddie Murphy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Eddie Murphy Raw and I
Delirious.
Yeah. Yep. Loved Eddie Murphy stand up.
Yeah. Delirious and Raw was his big special, recorded live specials.
Yeah.
He was ripping on Bill Cosby in one of those, in one of the two, and how he's because Bill Cosby's does clean type comedy, and Eddie Murphy does adult humor and all that stuff. And he's like talking how Bill Cosby didn't approve of what he's doing, and he was having a phone call with Richard Pryor, and like Richard Pryor's telling Eddie Murphy, "You can tell Bill Cosby he can suck my dick."
Oh yeah. Now I'm remembering that a little bit. Yeah.
Richard Pryor was he was a very good comedian too.
Pryor.
He's fucking good.
He's awesome.
He'd be brutally honest about his past and his family, because he grew up in a brothel. Like his mother was a prostitute, his father was the pimp, and live in a brothel, and he'd have to watch dudes come in and out as they were fucking his mother for money.
Right. Man, and he actually set himself on fire.
Yeah, I don't know if that's 100% true. It was either something was triggered in him as a mind control victim to try and commit suicide in a self-destructive manner, or someone deliberately set him on fire as a warning or threatened him.
The way
because
I remember,
he explains it like he was depressed, or he just.
What I remember is that he was watching the monks set themselves on fire.
Yeah.
What is the name for that? Well, self-immolation. Yeah, self-immolation. And and he was smoking crack. And he was, in that moment, he was caught up in the idea of setting himself on fire.
Yeah.
That's
possibly I just can't. I don't always take their word for it. I question everything they say, especially that. I'm just thinking, well, I just got the thought in my head, maybe someone fucking threatened him and they just fucking set him on fire to put him in, set him straight.
Absolutely could be.
I just don't know. I can't prove exactly what it was. He did a Barbara Walters interview explaining that story, setting himself on fire. I think it was Barbara Walters. You know that fucking old white bitch who interviews all the celebrities, and she was on The View. Was it Barbara Walters? Is that her name?
Barbara Walters is a woman who interviews people. Yeah, I don't know. But
that's her name though. Yeah.
Yeah, Barbara Walters. Yeah.
She's dead now, I think. She's an evil fucking enabling bitch.
Is she? I don't. Tell me.
Yeah. I remember when she was interviewing Courtney Love, and she was just putting her down and making her feel bad. I know Courtney Love is nowhere near sane and a degenerate, She's the type of person that will defend the Hollywood elites and put down anyone who speaks any ill about the entertainment industry or people they've worked with in the entertainment industry. She's a full-on enabler. Like, I remember fucking Corey Feldman did an interview with her. Like, I know Corey Feldman's a pathetic piece of shit because he himself kind of defends pedophiles and shit that were raping Corey Haim and all that. But when he was speaking out saying, oh yeah, a lot of pedophiles run Hollywood and the people that he was working with in the 80s in the movie sets and shit. And then Barbara Walters like, you're trying to get these people in trouble. And I can't remember exactly what she said, but she was defending the pedophiles Corey Feldman was referring to in the entertainment industry. She was going against him, speaking out in public about him. So you're hurting a lot of people in the, good people in Hollywood.
Oh,
She's that type of cunt that'll defend the pieces of shit.
That's fucked up. Yeah, did you watch the HBO series about Michael Jackson by any chance?
What, the documentary?
Yeah, the documentary about his
I watched one of his whatever latest documentary was released about him, where they show fucking clips like a person's playing as Michael. They show it from in his younger years to his later years, like from his earlier career to when he was being charged for pedophilia. I think that was on. Is that the clip where they show him like entering his room, slowly closing the door, making it look ominous?
Could be. The one I'm talking about it seems like, brand new to me, but it's like from within the last few years, realistically, I think. And they did a great job of covering, just the way everyone around Michael Jackson enabled this pedophilia and how the parents of the kids were, kind of wined and dined and honeymooned and whatnot. And
they try to keep portraying him as.
But by the way, I'm back, just so you know.
But,
listening.
There was no hardcore evidence to prove that he ever did anything to the kids. And if it ever did, anything did happen to that extent, it would have been his mind-controlled sexual alter ego that might have acted out, and then when he snapped back into his regular frame of mind, he would have to do damage control by paying them off to not say anything about it. Because he was definitely a mind control victim, and he was sexually abused and used as a kid because his father sold him out to the record label owners and executives and producers to get fucked in the ass, and then he became their bitch. But he was trying to snap out of it and gain control of his life as well. They convinced him to fully fuck his face up and do extensive plastic surgery to destroy him physically and mentally. In 1984, I think, where he did a Pepsi commercial, him and his brothers, the Jacksons, did a Pepsi commercial, and then a fire started.
Yeah.
And it set his head on fire, and then he had to undergo extreme, painful surgery, and he had to take a lot of drugs to kill the pain and the traumatization, and the drugs would have helped him stay under mind control. And ironically enough, that occurred the same year when Little Richard had his car accident, and that was during a time when he was trying to get out of his homosexual bohemian lifestyle, because he grew up as a Christian, and he was trying to live as a clean-cut Christian individual in the early 80s. When you see him in the 70s and late 60s, he was indulgent in a hippie homosexual boho lifestyle, and then he started wearing suits and just looking clean cut and trying to live as a loyal Christian, like a God-fearing individual, and he had a car accident in 1984, and I think it was all planned. I don't know if they were able to trigger it because he was a mind control subject for him to crash his car because he was clean and he wasn't drinking or doing drugs. And after he had that car crash, when he went in the hospital and they performed surgery on him, it's like they got a bunch of makeup cosmetologists and makeup people to fully change him back to how he used to look and be, and his persona changed back to his homosexual alter ego, because he was full-on clean Christian. And when there's an interview of him wrapped in bandages after surgery, speaking completely different, like his other alter ego, sex slave, homosexual. Like they did that deliberately so they could change, because he was trying to fight against being a mind control victim, and then they made him get in that car crash, drugged him up after the surgery, and they deliberately changed him back to being their puppet, their performer, their entertainment homosexual puppet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do you think about this, Douglas?
The way I interpret it,
you gotta connect the dots. I've done a lot of looking into this.
Well, obviously, I'm certainly not going to argue with the fact that Nemo has enough time where he spends time investigating these various celebrities. He seems to have certainly more patience with that subject than I would have. You
got to watch the interviews before that car crash to see how he was. And as soon as you see him doing the interview just after his surgery, it was like a complete shift of his persona.
Well, that's easy to believe. I mean, I really find little
They
Richard...
did it right in the hospital. Like we got to change him back to how he used to be, the way we want him.
Well,
not the way he wanted to be.
I mean, I have no interest or care in little Richard.
I'm not
he's
telling you specifically.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's just that I find him so repulsive, just viscerally repulsive, that I can't stand to look at him or even
Why
care
don't
to
you
learn.
like little Richard?
No, yeah, am I supposed to?
No. I'm just like, what is it about him that you find repulsive? I mean,
He is everything. I mean, it's the whole effect is repulsive. By the way, Cultivated Image says, "Have you guys ever looked into the Process Church?" Of course, that goes without saying. A William de Grimstone, and the person who did quite a bit of research on that fairly recently was actually Peter Moon. So in his more lucid moments, hopefully we can ask that question of Peter Moon, bring up William de Grimstone, the Process Church, other elements that people might be interested in. But of course, it was part and parcel of the 60s and 70s up to the early 80s. You had the Process Church was very much a part of the entire satanic milieu. And it was very outspoken about it. And they had their own magazine, and they interviewed people. It was just, it was what it was. I don't think much of it. There's not much there to me. As for Michael Jackson, there's a little bit more interest, only in the sense that his effects were so profound on society, and he had so many people just enamored of him in this that you had to take account of the fact that he was a social phenomenon. So because Michael Jackson was a social phenomenon, that does bear investigation or looking into to a degree. And so I did follow up and look into that to a degree, and obviously there is the fact that Michael Jackson got to the point of social power where he had a media clout where he could go off and basically spout what would be deemed Judeophobic lyrics. So he would use terms like kick me, kike me, say you don't like me, they don't really care about us. I mean, all of this was really referencing the Jewish cabal over media. So I understand Nemo being sympathetic towards him, but then Nemo pretty much at least contextualizes the fact that he was a victim of mind control, and the fact that he's basically acting out these sexual liaisons with children. There's really no point in trying to create an excuse for what he was doing.
No.
It's
saying that
no. I get it. Yeah, I get it. That's not how I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying you're doing. But what I'm trying to say is that we don't want to ignore the fact that, as far as I'm concerned, he certainly was a child molester, and this has to do with the fact that he never emotionally grew out of his childhood trauma of being basically a prostituted child that was exploited. He was stuck. He was stuck in that childhood. It's not like he really matured emotionally. Somehow, intellectually, he basically grew up enough where he decided he was going to start spouting off in rebellion against the establishment, and this is why they took him down. Understand that if he had never said anything about the Jewish cabal, he could have fucked all the kids he wanted, and you never would have heard of it. It just never would have been an issue. Never would have been brought up. Kids who complained about it would have been shot down. They would have been totally discredited. They would have been eviscerated in public. But because he started speaking up against the Jewish cabal, they then put these kids to the forefront and took their story seriously and had him taken down. So he was never really effectively taken down. He was too wealthy for that, too powerful in the media. He had his own state within a state. Let's put it that way. But the problem was you're dealing with somebody who has no concept of how to take advantage of that. He has no concept of how to use that. So he just basically withdrew, made himself look ever more guilty, more neurotic, and so it's like he fucked himself over and allowed them to ultimately kill him. So the doctor took him down with drugs ultimately, and at that point in his life, he was all fucked up anyway. The painkillers, I noticed that Nemo, quite logically, it's quite logical to bring forth the painkillers as something that manifested in full intensity with the painful surgery of his hair being set on fire. That is not unbelievable. It's nothing to argue with. But at the same time, it's hard to believe that he wasn't always doped up or drugged up. It's just part of that whole culture, that whole milieu.
Yeah.
So I think he was always on drugs. I think he was always doped up. I think he was just completely fucked up. And what little came out of him that was coherent in this fight the power, it ultimately led to his demise, both socially and otherwise. They never really took him down, but they kind of took him down a peg or two before they killed him.
To destroy his.
Yeah, and then they finally killed him. Realizing they couldn't do that, then they just killed him.
He also pissed off a lot of high-powered people because he ended up buying and owning the Beatles catalog, their music ownership, and he ended up owning half of Sony Music.
Yeah.
And he pissed off Tony Mottola. I think that was his name, because he was married to Mariah Carey at the time, and he exposed publicly how, I think it was Tommy Mottola, how he was very abusive and sadistic towards Mariah Carey, and he just basically said to the public, Tommy Mottola is a devil, and he pissed him off by walking away owning half of Sony Music.
Yeah, well, he could do things like that. He could make statements like that. It didn't help him in the end. I mean, this is the problem with wealth. Wealth is not true power, and at the same time, like I was explaining to Brooke, the powers that be, the deep state, the government, they have lost true power as well. When I was talking to Brooke about my channel and shutting down my YouTube channel, she says, why would the NSA need to hack it? Not that she was disbelieving me, mind you. She wasn't disbelieving me. She was just, you know, always trying to point out some kind of alternative argument, because that's what she does. It's kind of like this lawyer in her. She's fascinated with the litigation kind of, shall we say, image or ideal. And so when she was asking why doesn't the NSA just shut your channel down, I said, you don't understand. The United States government produces nothing. Even the services that they're supposed to tender to the taxpaying public are less and less delivered by the United States government. They've contracted everything out, and they've eviscerated themselves. They've rendered themselves impotent. Good example was the United States Marine Corps, because the U.S. military contracted out their insurance to Prudential. That's how Brooke Gibson wound up with my insurance, because she couldn't get it otherwise, because I wouldn't have had it, because it would have been erased had the U.S. government been running the insurance program. As it was, like I said, there was a young lady working at Prudential. She called me up one day and said, there's 2 Marine Corps officers here in full uniform who say they want to shut down your account, your insurance account. And is that what you want? And I said, fuck no, tell them to go fuck themselves. And she turned around and said to them, Douglas Dietrich is our client, and you have no control over us, and I'm going to have to ask you both to leave, or I'll call security to escort you out. So this young lady at Prudential sent the Marine Corps in full retreat, and this was because they were trying to destroy every record of my being in the Marine Corps. And that's why when that Richard K. Cole Jr. freak, that faggot, called her up and tried to seduce her with poetry, while taking prompts from another person behind him, like a sock puppet with a hand up his ass, he kept telling her, Douglas Dietrich doesn't have any insurance because he can't, because he wasn't in the military. And she said, now I know you're lying, because she was on the phone call with me when we signed my insurance, had my insurance reassigned over to her. So she knows I have the insurance. And so the United States Marine Corps couldn't shut down my insurance account because they subcontracted out to a private corporation whom they ultimately have no control over. So even as a branch of the U.S. government, they're impotent. They're powerless. So it's like NSA. They cannot simply call Google, whom they're completely dependent on as a defense contractor, and say, shut down this account. And in fact, they have to go hacking, you know, as if they're an external party, into my account and try and set up some video that has already been struck down by YouTube to try and get me struck down again. That's how they have to operate, because they really have lost power. So the United States government, because it produces nothing, because this is not a communist state, and what services it delivers are less and less because it contracts out more and more to privatization, has privatized itself into impotence. And so who has true power? The corporations. Wealth really doesn't provide you true power. You have some idiot like Elon Musk who wants to change the fucking world. And there's nothing he's doing that really is doing that. He has no real impact on the world other than he's stirring up shit. He's a shit kicker. That's all he is a shit kicker. He can't help the environment. He can't help relocate people to Mars because it takes a full state mobilization for a society to do that. He can't do anything, really. And his experience with Twitter, turning it into X, fucking it all up, this is like the greatest example of failure in business history. So when you take a look at, he doesn't have real power. He doesn't have the ability to send troops to other countries and fuck people up. He doesn't, and the government doesn't have the power to take away his goddamn rocket satellites. As I said, they have the legal power to do so, but they're too impotent to seem to want to act on it. He was able to say, oh, I don't want to help Ukraine in this war, so I'll cut off services to Ukraine. Sure, he can have a bad effect in that sense, which makes the war last longer. He's ultimately trying to tip the war in Russia's favor. The U.S. government could put a stop to that and say, fuck you, we're going to nationalize this. But they're too chicken shit to do so. So you have this impotence. You have a circle of impotence where you have all these impotentes that are too chicken shit to act on what power they have. And so effectively they've rendered themselves powerless. Now we're all going to pay the price for this. Somebody who wants all power, like Donald Trump, is going to try and take advantage of this and try to get back into power. And if he does, then it'll just more quickly bring us towards a second civil war. Then all that does is provide more opportunity ultimately for people like us. There's several fortunate things. There's the recruitment of whites into the military has gone way down. This is a wonderful thing. You have no idea how wonderful this is. This is like for the longest period of time, as blackified as elements of the military were becoming, as you had all kinds of different ethnic groups going into the military. It was becoming like a prison. It is now going to become even more like a prison. It's just all more and more ethnic gangs. And
nothing you want to be a part of.
Yeah, and as for the white recruitment, it means that the most important element of American society, simply because they hold the most power economically, because they've inherited the majority of the money, they have the majority of the property to inherit, it's still the white population. And if their recruitment is going way down because they no longer want to join the U.S. military, this is the most positive development in generations. And so it's this is
you know what's funny? You see right wing or alt-right wingers complaining about this, saying, "Oh, this is racism against whites because they don't have enough in the military." And I would argue, well, you're not fond of all the colored people anyway, so why are you bitching about whites not getting killed and controlled like fucking meat puppets?
Who said this? Who is that?
You see this in alt-right wing groups and, just neo-Nazis complaining that whites aren't heavily involved in the military anymore, and I'd say, well, why are you bitching about that? Because you don't even like the colored people anyway. So that means less white people getting killed and being controlled as disposable puppets.
Yeah, thank you. Well, what they're bitching about is the white supremacist movements have for generations been infiltrating the U.S. military, and this was a great training ground for them. This is where they would get training in arms and tactics and supposedly come out of it, not only infiltrate the military and pervert the military towards their own ends, but also they were hoping to selfishly use whatever they learned in terms of skills to basically change the world outside of the military on their own. And once they were separated from the chain of command. So when we have these different white supremacist units that were literally trying to consider themselves separate from the chain of command, basically becoming militia on their own, or these fantasies of this happening, all of this was part of the burgeoning militia movement when they're no longer have a bunch of stupid whites going into the military to participate in this level of subversion and insurgency, then this is a great thing too, because it means less for the militias, because most of those people come from the military. So it means less.
And they're psychopaths.
Yeah, and they're all psychopaths. And so when it comes to what they're bitching about, is that they no longer have participants in their militias that are militarily trained. Not that the military training was all that applicable or worth a shit anyway. It doesn't really translate or interpret oft times. Honestly, unless someone has seen combat or is a member of special forces of some sort, it's how much can your average person with military experience offer a militia? Generally speaking, not much. Somebody who goes into the military and they're working on radar, or if they're working on tank treads. I mean, a great example. I mean, tanks are incredibly complicated objects to maintain. And when you've got these like men who are repairing tanks, okay, how does that apply to what you can do for a militia? It's nothing. You can't do any. There's very little in terms of a skill that you learn in these technical aspects of a military, which requires an enormous infrastructure of technicians to make a modern military run. Now, if someone were to come out of the military with drone skills, obviously this would be lethal. This could help militias wipe out large parts of a modern military. So we're entering a new phase of warfare now. And when it comes to what's going on with all of these factions, the good news is that a lot of whites aren't buying into it. So if a lot of whites aren't going into the military, and that means they're, per logical conclusion, not going into the militia movement, that means that the right-wing militias are shrinking. All of these people are losing influence. They're a dying phenomenon. This doesn't mean they're not dangerous, and it doesn't mean they're not capable of damage, perhaps on a large scale. But certainly they're becoming more and more of a minority. And that's good for me. So the ultimately, what we want, of course, is an America that is united. And that's going to require, of course, very likely, almost inevitably, a civil war, because this is what ultimately these people are intending. By that I mean the right wing, which is preparing all day, every day for a civil war. This is their ultimate objective. And it will force a complete and total change in our society. But that's only an opportunity for me, as far as I'm concerned. And so everybody who's listening out there, you just got to make certain people understand that the son of Adolf Hitler is in the United States, and he's really familiar with geopolitics, an expert analyst, and can help you through these times. And there's really very few other people that can. Certainly, in a very real sense, there's no one else that can. This is something that is just the reality that you're stuck in. And the reality that you're stuck in is very grim. I can understand the mind of the enemy more than almost anyone. And I can understand what's needed for America to accommodate both desires. I understand that a lot of people don't want to hybridize. Certainly, like Victoria was saying, separate. She's thinking on more of a separate ethno-states level. I'm not adverse to that. The cities would be more of the hybridization zones. We can afford territories that are ethno-states. They would be autonomous, but integrated into a united American empire, an empire of nations. So I can easily envision that.
Pretty much abolish this like a lot of systematic racism, and because a lot of blacks keep complaining how whites are controlling how they should live, and white cops are killing black criminals all the time. Like, if it was a separate ethno-state, it'd just be black leaders ruling black citizens and black cops killing black criminals. They wouldn't have to blame white people for the stuff that occurs to them anymore.
What you mean is they'd be deprived of that option. They would be deprived of that option. Yeah, sure. And it would just work out better for everyone.
Everyone wins in that scenario.
Yes.
And you can also, there's enough land to establish some states, multicultural states, that people who are heavily mixed, they can live with other mixed people of their own kin if they choose to.
Yes, this is what I view the majority of the larger cities have to be liberal and progressive of economic necessity. This would be the zones for hybridization. So when it comes to, by the way, in terms of these videos that our man Sid is entering into the chat room, now I'm going to assume that Cease to Exist is that wasn't Charles Manson, or if it is, that's new art, and they just took some of his old music and put some new cover art on it or something like that.
He Cease to Resist Your Love. Sorry, Cease to Resist Your Love was a Beach Boys song, and which originally was Cease to Exist by Charles Manson.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So, but that's new art.
Yeah, Charles Manson he was involved in the music industry, and he personally knew the Beach Boys and the fucking Beatles and Elvis Presley and all that. He developed 2 of his own albums, Charles Manson. He was going to become a famous musician, but he ended up becoming someone else. I can't fully put my finger on exactly what he was, if he was a full-on agent, mind-controlled, a subject, asset, or if he was just he was getting involved into that.
I'm sure he was all of it.
Getting involved in the circle, then started rebelling and starting his own group.
But
going against the system.
But the art down below, that looks like art possibly from his actual time period, like from the 60s or 70s. That almost looks like it could be from that time. Still, it's a little too edgy to be from that time. Even then, the intestines coming out seem a little too edgy even for those days.
That's a big documentary, though. Douglas, have you ever seen that Charles Manson Superstar or Nemo?
No, I haven't.
I have never seen it before. So what's that about?
Well, okay.
I take it it's a play on Jesus Christ Superstar. So go on.
Yes. And it's narrated by Nicholas Schreck and Zena LeVay.
Okay.
You know, and
I know who they are. Yeah, so go on. Yeah,
of course you do. And
but feel free to explain it to our listeners. You can.
Zena LeVay, of course, is the daughter of Anton LaVey. Nicholas Schreck is her husband. They live together. And
is that the guy with the missing ear, like the fucked up ear?
Yeah. Yep. The ear. The whole story.
He's still alive. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, he's still around, and Xena is. And they made that documentary together and covers Manson, the Process Church, and some of the connections with LaVey. Bugliosi and whatnot, but it's a very trippy film, and it's got that artwork in it, and it's got a lot of Charles Manson's music, and the soundtrack, it's very, very eerie. It's got the girls, singing some of the songs they recorded before the murders. It's quite a trip.
He's very interesting because he's had a lot of interviews conducted in prison, and he predicts like that there's going to be a new world order established, and he's spoken about how the Jews are in control and just a lot of things. I don't know if he's like just the full-on agent playing a role. He willingly went into prison, and he's giving the public perception that he's the full-on lunatic, but there's just conflicting things about him because he speaks as if he's against the satanic system, but there's also aspects of him showing that he's a full-on manipulator and as such. It's hard to tell exactly what his motives were or who he really was.
He had a lot of trauma in his past, and he
was beaten and drugged and all this shit.
If you ever have experienced LSD, anybody who has, check out Charles Manson's music and the lyrics, and it all resonates.
I got 2 of his albums.
Of course, just out of social responsibility, I do have to tell people I do not recommend that you take acid and listen to Charles Manson music.
I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on him choosing to get the swastika directly on his forehead, aligned with his pineal gland, like his third eye?
I think.
Go on.
Sorry, you asking?
No, please. We'll assume he was asking you. Go on.
I'm asking both of you.
Yeah, go on, Sid. Sid, you take this, please.
Okay. Well, I think that he was very in touch with what the swastika means, and I think that he he was very aware of that. I mean, I imagine he would have been very aware of the pineal gland and
trying to achieve God consciousness or whatever they call it.
Sorry, what did you?
Trying to achieve God consciousness.
Yeah, something along those lines. Yeah, I mean, he incorporated the swastika into, I guess, a lot of his artwork, and I mean, I think the Process Church of the Final Judgment did as well. You know, and
yes,
part of his back.
I'm sorry.
You, Doug.
I think Sid answered it well enough. I really don't want that. I mean, let's put it this way. This is what I'll say about Charles Manson. When he did what he did, he made it into the public consciousness to the point where science fiction stories that were published in the 80s would have references to Charles Manson, where they would like portray post-apocalyptic futures in an American wasteland, where you would have these men saying, I've been perusing the writings of the great philosophers of the 20th century, from Mao to Manson. And, you know, they really thought this guy was fucking deep. And so they thought that it was something that would resonate and evoke thought into the future. So this is like, he had a profound effect on the psyche. That's for certain. Cultivated Image says, I think it was all theater used to evoke fear. And could, you know, I'm not going to argue with that either. I don't think any of these are arguments that contradict each other. Hey, I'm sorry, I have to admit that if I had answered the question, I would simply have answered it with, I think he looks like an idiot. But look, it's just this individual was someone who obviously had an enormous sway over his followers. And he was also someone who definitely was a product of mind control and trauma, and suffered more trauma the rest of his life. It was like this poor son of a bitch couldn't get a break. However, I don't think of him. I don't think of him as a victim, in the sense that you know, he really was passive. And even though he is not directly responsible for the Manson murders, he certainly didn't mind taking credit for it. So, you know, you take the cred, you pay the price. So it is what it is. It's
Douglas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you think that he should have, if he'd been a little more of sound mind, which he clearly wasn't, right? He didn't have proper legal representation. I mean,
I'm not arguing with that. Oh God, no, I'm not arguing with that.
Okay.
Look,
So,
yeah, I mean, Peter Moon.
world,
If you want somebody who puts out this kind of sympathetic portrayal of Charles Manson, Peter Moon does so. Peter Moon will portray him the way I've heard other people portray him. I worked with a private detective named Gino Neely, who was half black, half Liberian, from the nation of Liberia in Africa, where they dumped all the American slaves that they could after the Civil War ended. And he was half Italian, and he had this sympathy for Charles Manson. You know, he pointed out they stole his music. He said, you know, they stole his music. They, you know, look, Charles Manson obviously had intelligence. He obviously had some level of talent. He's obviously was persecuted. And by the time it got to Geraldo Rivera, who just was jacking off on interviewing Charles Manson and just exploiting.
Like saying, you're the devil.
Yeah, just exploiting him.
Like, yeah, you want to call me the devil? Fine, or whatever.
Yeah, well, they fed off each other. You're talking at that point, just a couple of sleazebags feeding off each other.
Yeah, Geraldo Rivera is a true piece of shit slime-bag.
Well, he's actually Jewish, and his real name is Joey Rivers.
Yeah, he's half Jewish.
And his real name is Joey Rivers. And according to Bette Midler, he attempted to rape her, and Bette Midler is also Jewish, and he attempted to rape her in a public restroom. That's according to her. So I have no reason to disbelieve her. So there we have all that. It is what it is. I really have no interest in speaking of him. He does not excite interest in me. We were asked a question earlier by Sid, so I will respond to that and try to put that into some perspective about the vampires and how they enter the whole Christian milieu. When it comes to the revelation of the Magi, obviously I've gone in depth into that, can go into further depth into that. I can even go back into a kind of monologue about that. But when it comes to the revelation of the Magi, one thing that is rendered irrefutable is that the Magi is sourced from China. So that has essentially been historically established. It is inarguable. The revelation of the Magi was put to vellum, to kid skin, meaning the skin of a young goat. It was put to this translucent paper to last for the ages, basically within 100 years after the death of Christ, which historically is basically the day after Christ died. So this is something that should have been in the Bible, but was excluded because the church truly loathed, detested, feared, were repelled by the Magi. Now, what was the reason for that? Well, ultimately, here's what we have to understand, is that Christianity is an Asian religion. Christianity emerges out of the East. And when it emerges out of this Oriental milieu, it was in competition with Mithra. Mithra was strong. Mithra was the sacrificial bull, all the rest of that. Very popular among the Roman legions. Christianity was not someone many people would have put their bet upon. And yet, the Magi made Christianity. The Magi are the ones who, out of Asia, invade Israel. So when the Chinese invade Israel and confront Herod, and to his face tell him, we want to meet the king of the Jews, directly insulting Herod, who is the posier, the pretender on the throne as the Roman installed kingdom of the Jews, who is popular among the Jews, liked among the Jews, even though he is their blood enemy. The Edomite, the Jews aligned themselves to, cleaved their destinies unto. The Chinese invasion puts all that to the test, to the point where he orders the slaughter of the firstborn sons. A mass murder, which today's Israelites and many Jews try to rehabilitate him from and claim that never happened. This is the kind of perversion we see in the modern, the postmodern Herodian Jewish psyche. And obviously when I use terms like that, we have to be careful of generalizations, and we have to qualify. Not all Jews think like that, etc. One hopes that's common sense, but in a sense it doesn't really matter. As I said before, when I was speaking with Peter Moon, there's all kinds of Jews who say they don't like what's going on in the Gaza Strip. And so what are they doing about it? Obviously, they could lobby, stop sponsoring Israel. Pull back all your military support, pull back all your stationing of ships and troops in area. And, but no, nobody's doing that. So there's no sizable Jewish community that is denouncing and lobbying to cease sponsorship of Israel, and as a result, they're enabling it. In the end, you have to act on actions. What are the Jews doing with their actions? I see no actions en masse or with any particularly large amount of the group. So effectively, it's a unified Jewish front in effect. So, in effect, there is a unified Jewish support for the Herodian insurgency, going back to Aurorus Magnus, installed by the Romans. And at that point, the entire destiny of their people changed, was cleaved with him. When it came to the Magi themselves, however, we have to ask, what was it about them that the early church fathers hated so much that they omitted them from the Bible and did everything they could to obfuscate their nature? Could it be simple racism, simply because they're Chinese? Or is there something else involved here? They obviously look at them as magical. They look at them as superhuman. It's their vampirism. These are the vampire mage kings out of Asia that were the dynasty my mother was descended from. And this brings us to the time of the Yellow Emperor. The man who made China, China is named after him, was Emperor Qin. Emperor Qin was, of course, known as the Immortal Emperor. He was not necessarily the first emperor, but he's generally known as the first emperor. So when it comes to Emperor Qin, he sought immortality, and he sought it by any means necessary. He was someone who was willing to have young children taken apart, dismantled alive, if that's what it took to get the elixir, the elixir of life itself that would render him immortal. And so he turned towards his great alchemist, Fu Zhu. And he gave Fu Zhu orders to basically take thousands of children and turn them inside out if necessary to extract the spirit of youth, the elixir, the essence of youth, therefrom, that could rejuvenate him and render him immortal. The first emperor was Qin Shi Huang, and Qin Shi Huang, surnamed Zheng, he reigned in kingship over Qin from around 247 years before Christ, died about 220 years before Christ. So he too was pretty much in that area of history, not too far off from Christ. We're not talking about thousands of years before, but very close towards that dawn of consciousness in humanity. And when he gave Fu Zhu 3,000 children, 1,500 boys and 1,500 girls, all of them very young, barely potty trained, some of them a little more mature, but we're talking about ages veering towards maybe 9, 10, 11, towards the older years, maybe some of them 12. Certainly none of them would have been tweens or teens at all. Fu Zhu said to the first emperor, I will, of course, obey your command, but your highness, I must cross the sea to the Isle of Wakoku-Goya, the Isle of Japan. It's there that the herbs exist, that I can blend with the elixir for your immortality. I'll have to bring all the children with me, of course, to conduct the experiments and produce the key to your eternal life. When the emperor gave him permission to do so, he had a fleet that was assembled. They sailed off to Japan and never returned. It was with those children that the ancient alchemist Fu Zhu established the Kyushu dynasty of Japan, the Southern dynasty. This was hidden from Japanese history after Japan's own version of the War of the Roses. In England, the War of the Roses was the great battle between the royal houses over who would inherit the throne. And in Japan, the two royal dynasties, one the Yamato dynasty that has ruled ever since, has ruled since the legendary first emperor, Jimmu Tenno, who in 660 years before Christ had established the Yamato dynasty on the northern half of the Japanese archipelago. When they finally, after hundreds of years of warfare, defeated the southern dynasty of Kyushu, then the Chinese descendants of the alchemist Fu Zhu and all the children he brought with him retreated back to mainland Asia, retreated back to China. The Yellow Emperor, or the first emperor of China, now long being dead. And when they retreated back to China, they retreated back to the strongholds of the vampire mage kings. Now, as I've tried to explain before, so that people grasp the phenomena of vampirism, and you'll get a good glimpse of it in the book Vampirology, which hopefully Peter Moon only published half the goddamn book, and hopefully someday we'll publish the book in its entirety. He's said he would do so, but has never followed up. This is something that is just part of the difficulties that and challenges that I face with my co-author. But when it comes to the history of the book is not there, but the physiology is. People will at least get a grasp of a good part of the vampire psyche without getting the history behind it. Now, when it comes, or at least the history of the Soviet investigations into vampirism, basically what I try to explain to people is that the lycanthropes, or so-called werewolves, are actually far more social than vampires. They would be pack hunters and therefore form family units, whereas vampire, the vampire, are lone wolf hunters, and they're very territorial and really don't like competition and are not going to organize in any way, shape, or form other than under extraordinary circumstances where they're forced to do so, as they were by the Soviet state, under torture and duress, or under circumstances of ethnic survival, as they cooperated with the Third Reich under those circumstances, with the promise of ultimately inheriting their own nation in Europe, in the heart of the Balkans. So when it comes to the vampire, otherwise, you're talking about people who would appear or be interpreted as manifesting severely autistic symptoms. People would tend to assume that they were at some severe end of the autistic spectrum. They're very poor communicators. They're not at all social in any really... I mean, everything you see about the stereotypes of vampires is based on one individual, Vladislav Sepesh, who was the historical Dietrich Dracula, as it's anglicized. When it comes to this individual himself, we have to remember that I've spoken of the vampire gene, how vampires, for reasons completely unknown even after the Soviet investigations, will, for whatever reason, at some point in their lives or at various points in their lives, but rarely, they will suddenly be overwhelmed with the desire to procreate. This is nothing romantic. It's simply some woman is targeted and raped and impregnated. If she survives the rape, which is something that is not, it would not be simultaneous to feeding. The vampire is not going to feed and rape at the same time. That's not how it works. But the rape itself would be so violent that that no bonding would be created. There would be no bonding between the vampire and the female victim. The victim would be left pregnant, but there is something in the genes of the vampire that is transmitted through their sperm, and probably vicious bites. Indeed, in fact, with many vicious bites, bites will be a part of the rape. And these aren't love bites or hickeys due to some fetish. They're the vampire's saliva also transmitting genetic material into the female victim that renders a maternal instinct to be triggered so that the female will not intentionally abort the baby or strive to abort the baby. The female will be compelled through a maternal instinct being triggered to carry the baby to term, which then leads to the baby being born. And as I've explained before, how do you raise a vampire baby? Basically, the females targeted by the vampires are chosen in a very animalistic sense of cunning, as charismatic and attractive, and therefore, even though they're burdened with a baby, many normal male humans will be willing to take on the burden of the baby just to get the girl. And the Real Tech Geek says, folks, this is why we should support Douglas Dietrich. You're getting Ancient Hidden History live. Support Douglas Dietrich. Thank you. Thank you, Real Tech. Bless you. Hugs. Love you, dear brother. Cultivated Image says, have to get to work on the farm. We'll have to watch the whole transmission later. Many blessings to you all. Have a great day and week. Thank you, sir. Love you too. Hugs. And so when this surrogate father, who becomes the main feeder of the child, because men have much more blood than women do. Men are physically taller, bigger, and have at least 3 pints more blood than women have. At least. So they become the primary source of food for the baby. Then at some point, around a fairly young age, we're talking maybe 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 at the oldest, probably more like 6, 7, or 8, the baby the child will run away and never be seen again. And the cycle continues. Vampires can maintain a homeless lifestyle without the kind of weathering that a human being would get. They're far more regenerative in that regard. But because of these random rapes, the rape babies that are produced, and of course, sometimes a woman will give birth to a female child. That's where the dampfires come in. And then that female child, the dampfire, will, like my mother, who was a dampfire, half vampire, give birth to someone like myself, another dampfire, further down the generational path, only a quarter vampire. Through us, other vampires can also be produced, but it's a recessive gene. Now understand that all vampires are male. This is what the Soviet investigations concluded. I see no reason to disagree with their conclusions. It makes perfect evolutionary sense because the male is more capable of violence, more capable of survival, more capable of rape. Nature does not give a damn about sexual politics. Most nature veers towards female dominance. Usually the female is the dominant in the species among almost any other animals on Earth. With vampires, you could see why it would be the opposite. And so true vampires, 100% vampires, are only male. However, due to dampfires, female children being born at times, and siring other partial vampires, there is the other potential for passing on the vampire lineage through a recessive gene. The historical Dracula was the recipient of a recessive gene, and what happened was he was killed. This is when the recessive gene kicks in. So when I myself was killed at the age of 14, when Dr. John Henry Hagman drained me completely of my blood and rendered me clinically dead, this is something that truly kicked in the recessive gene into overdrive. And actually, not only was my blood replaced with nanoplasma that was then metabolized or converted by my bone marrow into a well, a liquid organ that has provided me advantage ever since. But it kicked me towards the true vampirization, where I could actively digest blood much more easily. Even with all my vampire blood removed, my cells held the vampire gene. My death was my resurrection. Now, this is what happened with Dietrich at a fairly late stage in his life, the historical Dracula. And when he reanimated from the battlefield and disappeared from conventional history and became recorded only in occult history, at that point, he had vampirized, became a vampire. Now, he's really a damn fire. He's really someone who's either a half or a quarter vampire, really more likely a quarter. And but nevertheless, he was able to speak with eloquence because of his past history as a diplomat, a statesman, a warrior, a conqueror, an elite nobleman. This is where everyone gets their stereotype of the noble vampire. This was compounded by the misguidance of the Black Plague. When the Black Plague hit Europe and millions began to die, the noble elite could protect themselves by the use of colloidal silver. Colloidal silver is a viable antibiotic. It is something that staves off infections. And through this, the elites of Europe, the noble elites, began to defend themselves from the ravages of the plague. There's a price to pay for that. Colloidal silver turns you fucking blue. This is because it's metallic. You are also slowly poisoning yourself. It's nowhere near as extreme as what happened with the first emperor of China. The first emperor of China took to poisoning himself with mercury because mercury was believed to be an alchemical element that might be the key to eternal life. And the alchemists in his court provided him with mercury because Fu Zhu had run off with the children that were considered expendable. So the Emperor of China slowly poisoned himself to death with mercury poisoning. But the poisoning via mercury is much quicker than through colloidal silver. So with colloidal silver, the damage is done, but much more slowly than even mercury. And much less extremely, but bad enough, especially physically, physiologically, you turn blue. Which didn't happen to the first emperor of China. He never turned blue with mercury poisoning. You at least retain a cosmetic normality. With the nobles of Europe, they began to be called blue bloods. You can look the term up, blue blood. It indicates noble blood. Where did that term come from? I'm telling you where it did. So when the nobility of Europe went on to become the color of death itself, was blue, immediately distinguishable from any normal person in the population, seemingly immune to the plague, then the noble population began to say, they must be vampires. We're all dying, whereas they look undead. That when a person dies, when a white person dies, they turn blue. And therefore, the population sometimes would gather at the peak of the plague and burn down castles, like you see in the old Universal Studios or Hammer horror films. Where does that trope come from? Historically, it comes from the time of the plague when desperate villagers on the verge of extinction vowed to take the nobility down with them because they felt the nobility was feeding off of their mass death and living forever, immortal but undead, in their castles. This is where that entire stereotype, that entire trope comes from. And that's not real vampirism. That's simply a tragic convergence of phenomena in the plurality. So this is where everyone began to stereotype vampires. Oh, they're the nobility. They're the smooth talkers. They're the eloquent, educated, elite. And all this gothic fantasy developed around the vampire, except for the historical Dietrich, the historical Dracula. None of this is true. This is simply a convergence of tragic events. Now, a relative of Dracula was Elizabeth Bathory, or Elizabeth Bathory, and she was also a vampire, and her recessive genes kicked in, and she was drinking human blood, bathing in it. This was because her recessive gene kicked in and it became something that was efficacious for her. And she ultimately was condemned by the rest of the nobility. And so our man, Mr. Nemo, he asks, was the colloidal silver poisoning damaging the genetics or internal organs too, or just affecting the skin pigmentation? It was affecting the skin pigmentation. Ultimately, to a degree, it was damaging their brains, their organs, but it wasn't a notable enough degree where it really mattered.
So it didn't really shorten their life or anything like that? Or
people's lifespans in those days were so short that whatever would have manifested would never have manifested in time to have manifested in their lifetimes.
Okay.
Yeah. In other words, maybe if they lived to be 80, they would have been full-blown senile dementia, suffering blue people.
Those worth still undergoing to not die from the Black Plague. Like
absolutely.
Skin blood. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And became almost a mark of distinction for a period of time there. And like I said, that's where we get the term blue bloods from. So when it comes to the... it's like these questions people ask about lead aqueducts in Rome. The Roman Empire would use lead to line their aqueducts, so they all suffered from lead poisoning. Did this lead to the downfall of the Roman Empire? It's debatable. Again, the lifespans were too short for... I mean, it does... You could see it in their bones. You could see it in the bones of the Roman citizens, the lead poisoning. So it got its way into their bodies and certainly impacted them, and it does lead to certain forms of senile dementia, but their lives generally were not long enough where any such manifestation would be noticed. And so same case there, really. So it could be argued it was never really an impact on Rome's decline and fall. Right. But when it comes to... the general situation of vampirism, nobility, where this fits into Christianity, this is a convergence of events here. You have the original vampire species, which I've gone into the evolution of before. And in case people are wondering, well, where do vampires come from, Douglas? I'll be happy to explain that as well, because obviously it's a logical question, and it's something that can never really be overemphasized. Understand that man has hated and feared vampires since the day after the progenitors of mankind lost our battle, your battle, for the planet of the apes. Because unlike your medieval ancestors, who believed in Eden in its original location, understood it to be in the Caucasus Mountains region, the perverted science of the West and the Soviet Union, well, the Soviet Union later on relocated the genesis of man in Siberia, just as China relocates the genesis of mankind in China. This is, of course, to be expected. But in the West, everybody has this guilt trip over colonization, so they all say that Eden is no longer looked to in the East, in Asia, rather that we're indoctrinated politically to think our primeval home lies on the African savanna. The Soviets, too, originally cleaved to this thesis. So, Per that thesis, regardless of where mankind originated, and I have no real argument with the African savanna, it brings us back to 20 million years ago, when the world was enjoying the Miocene, or the Miocene. In Kenya, formerly Deutschen Ostafrika, or German East Africa, it was much cooler then. It was well watered. Where today there is savanna, then there were forests. And in those forests were apes. And these apes were frugivores, fruit eaters, with extraordinarily long canine teeth, very large for self-defense. We know for a certainty that tribes of these creatures inhabited forests on the shores of what the imperializing British renamed as Lake Victoria. Fossils on the primordial lake shoreline tell us that some species of this ape lived a good part of its life on the ground. We call the creature, both the tree dweller and the ground dweller alike, proconsul. Now, throughout the Miocene, or Miocene, equatorial Africa was a torrid jungle. Tangled forests extended throughout much of Europe. The forest apes adapted increasingly to this environment. We can envision selective mutations spreading longer and longer arms throughout the community. We can envision a development of the chest muscles and an ability to swing from branch to branch. But their brothers on the ground did not change discernibly at all. There is suggestion that evolutionary pressure would tend to make them stand more and more upright, the better to watch out for approaching predators on the horizon. This would create an evolutionary revolution right there. Your average ape is in a crouch, and if they were to stand upright, they'd be spending all day looking at the stars. Your average human had to change the position of their head as it stood upon their neck so that they could see the horizon line and all the incoming lions and tigers and cheetahs and pumas and shit that were all coming to devour them and take action of fight or flight. This is what led to man's head position being extraordinarily strange by primate standards, looking forward on a plane at an endless horizon instead of at the sky. Now, otherwise, it would seem they remained largely unspecialized. And because the developmental history of man, or any animal, can be summed up in the single phrase, "When do we eat?" it's necessary to remember that these dwellers on the forest's edge ate fruit. And in the Miocene, or Miocene, there was more than enough fruit to be had. It's a maxim in evolution that when times are easy, evolution stops. And times did not stay easy. With the ending of the Miocene, the Pliocene brought drought. That's with an H at the end. That's ecosystemic. That's fucking planetary drought. Orders of magnitude beyond current measurability. You know, our minds, they're conditioned to grasping only very short stretches of time. We speak glibly of the climatic conditions of a geological epoch and think about how bad our weather was last week. But the Pliocene did not last a fucking week. It lasted 12 million fucking years. 12 million years of drought is a terrestrial catastrophe of the highest magnitude. But fortunately, it did not mean that the rains ceased overnight, and remained untapped for millennia upon millennia, it means the rains grew shorter and less frequent. And as they did so, the environment changed. Specifically, in East Africa, we no longer had the steady mixture of forest and flatland, which allowed for the comfortable coexistence of two types of ape. The forests gradually shrank, and with them the available supply of fruit. Competition between the apes grew stronger for what was left. It was, as one might conceive, a grossly uneven struggle. Those millions of Miocene years had equipped one branch of the line to survive in the forest where the fruit was. When it came to a grudge fight, the tree apes were in their own environment, swift, agile, and strong, and grudge fights there most certainly were, although we should not picture the whole evolutionary scape as a battle royale. What happened broadly was that when a forest ape and a ground ape raced for the apple in that shrinking Eden, the forest ape was equipped to get there first. His brother had to find another food supply or starve. The story has a predictable ending. In this fight for survival, the forest ape won. That is to say, he won the forests. But it was a poor prize compared to what went to the vanquished land ape, for the vanquished inherited the earth. Yet this is hindsight, and foresight of the time in those days would have been poor consolation to the land ape. In the short term, he inherited only the bush, with roots and berries for food, and the hungry leopard as his constant nightmare. But our ancestral ape had primary cunning, and in the bush, evolution made him lighter and more agile. There's a gambling chance that at this time, your cunning, agile ground ape did something no living creature had ever done before. He picked up a stone or a branch and used it to dispatch an enemy. We cannot ascertain for certain that the use of weapons dates back to this time, but it seems the only reasonable explanation for the fact that, in the evolutionary clock tick of but 1,000,000 years, his fighting canines all but vanished. So it was agility, cunning, and weapons that make up for an impressive dossier. But it was not enough. The drought continued. Like the forests before it, the bush itself thinned. Territories expanded. Your ancestral ape had to range farther and farther for food, expose himself to greater and greater dangers. He was not equipped for them. Nowhere nearly equipped for them. He must have come very close indeed to racial death more times than could ever be counted. Now, there's an incongruent analogy that forces itself upon us at this juncture. It forces upon us the image of a man in a lifeboat dying of thirst. My legal father, the late and sainted George Joseph Henry Dietrich, the sailor veteran of 3 wars, and the gunboat patrols in China prior World War II, who had the misfortune of one time at least having to subsist upon a lifeboat, would dream of the ability to drink salt water, and became convinced, after being forced to subsist off catching rain as his supply of hydration, he felt that if generations of boat people were forced to survive in communities on boats, that eventually they would give birth to children from out of their saltwater-laden wombs that would be able to drink that salt water. That mankind would be forced to evolve to live upon the sea, or actually in the sea and not merely upon it. He came to these thoughts when he was on that lifeboat. And, of course, scientifically, he's right. And he himself was in he had a lot of time to think about it, floating on more water than he could comprehend, on more water than he could use in 1,000 lifetimes. Yet he was dying by the hour for lack of water, his body so adapted that it could not utilize the salt waters available around him in profusion. When he finally made it to rescue, lasted until the time he was recovered, he himself was almost dead. Dehydrated, ironically enough. Skin rubbed raw by the abrasion of all the salt, of all the seas around him. But then he survived to drink sweet water yet again throughout his life. Our ancestral ape, your ancestral ape, was, so to speak, in the same boat as my late and sainted sire. Despite the drought, despite the shrinking forest and the shrinking shrub, there was food around him in abundance. The savanna teemed with life. It offered protein, fats, and vitamins in cornucopia. But your ancestral ape could not eat meat. At this crisis time, the line of evolution split. One branch of bush apes made a virtue of necessity. They became ever increasingly efficient omnivores, devourers of both animal and vegetable substances. A generalization that shows plainly in our own contemporary set of teeth, which they have unwittingly bequeathed to us, adapted to rending meat towards the front, so that we may display our flesh-rending ability to others whenever we smile, because that's all a man is doing whenever he smiles and shakes your hand, is he's showing you his clenched fist and baring you his teeth. And biologically adjusted to accommodate herbivorous, or plant-eating consumption towards the back, via our molars. Of course, humanity must have become, it must have always been consummately aggressive. For this omnivorous adaptation spread via your seed. With the spread of your viral seed, spread a change of habits in your ever-expanding branch. Your ancestral apes no longer scrabbled for roots in the brush, their horizons widened. They spread out onto the broad savanna and commenced to herd the game that would gradually become your cattle. But another divergent and highly specialized branch grew out of an incredibly frightening collateral mutation. Not a herder, but a hunter. Somehow, sometime, somewhere in the bush, a savanna-ranging she-ape gave birth to a monster. He may have looked much like his fellows on the outside, but beneath it all, he had a literal taste, not for fruits, vegetables, and meats, but for blood. It was that taste, and no other, that propelled your evolution from that point forward. As you retreated into caves for safety, he hunted you down in the dark. Homo nocturnus, the night man. It forced you to build fires, to see his approach. It forced you to ultimately leave the caves. It forced you ever forward to collect yourselves in cities, to protect yourself against him in your numbers. Without my kind, you would be nothing. And yet you hate us. You hate us and you hunt us down and swear to exterminate us whenever you acknowledge our reality. But without us, you would not be you. You would be nothing but a goddamn monkey herding cattle. So just remember that whenever we take any one of you, your babies, your woman, whenever we do what we do, we're simply a force of nature that has made you what you are. And all we're doing is God's work. So understand that this is where the vampires of China were understood to be that force, and prisoners were brought to them. They secluded themselves in monasteries, and they became the original warrior monks of Asia, where they had their food brought to them, sentenced prisoners and the like. Every once in a while would reproduce. This was not argued with. And the line would continue. The vampire mage kings of Asia that would ultimately receive the vision of his star, the star of the Christ child, that propelled them to raise armies and invade Israel to confront Herod, one of the original antichrists, the man who would have killed your God if you're a Christian, and worship the Christ child, who understood their service to all humanity, their culling of the population. And CRXSH says, got here pretty late, but I'm hitting that upvote. Thank you guys for going hard. Thank you, sir. And let me add that. And of course, thank you to Amy Como, who dropped in to send me a notification of something. And let's see if we can compel her to come on soon enough or towards the end of the transmission. Let me check at the notification that she left. And so when it came to the respect that Asia had for vampires, despite their pivotal participation in the recognition of the Christ child, they were not integrated into the Bible. The church fathers wanted to see them as the enemy, not a creature in service of God. Yet it must be remembered that Vladislav Dietrich, the historical Dracula, as anglicized in name, was the man who was the greatest crusader of Christ, the man who had been named the athlete of Christ by the Pope of the Western Church, the man who it was thought would deliver Byzantium from the Turks and Islam. It was through his lineage that there was a Christianization of the Western vampires, who had always had a racial memory of the original mage kings out of China, consecrating the child Christ. So understand that from the medievalist perspective of Dracula, there would be, well, any Christian, even without a cross, could make the sign of the cross, something no Jew or Muslim would ever do. That's why the vampires would always let a human live. If the cross were hung over an infant's crib, if the cross were around the neck of a sleeping maiden, if someone simply made the sign of a cross before them, understand it's not a ward, it's a pass. This is the ethno-religious Christianity of vampires, a proto-Christianity. They were the first to recognize the Christ, not humanity. And therefore are, well, far better Christians than your average human being. And this is the interstitial matrix of vampirism with Christianity. So the lovely Amy Como has joined us. So, honey, and how are you, darling? And I'm so glad you got your gift. I'm hoping that with what you shared with me. Obviously, there may have been some issues with receiving it at that particular address. How much of that story are you willing to share?
Douglas, I'd much rather hear you talk more about this interesting dynamic of Christianity and your species of vampirism. I think that's
you're so sweet.
I just love that. I'm just waking up. But no, it wasn't a problem at all. He had to be here to sign for it, but no big deal.
Okay.
We got it. It's gorgeous.
Oh,
it's perfect for the Year of the Dragon. Thank you.
Bless you.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I forgot it was Brooke's birthday today, too. I'm sorry, Peter. I'm not playing favorites. I forgot.
Did you hear the beginning? Peter had me on the ropes. Oh my God!
Oh, really?
Oh.
Couldn't do it. I was too tired. Today's my day off. I've been working like crazy. We had this ridiculous situation with some guests at this home, and it's been driving me crazy for the last 2 days. But it's like I gotta get my armor on for doing this job again. I haven't done stuff like this in
this is why it's important for you to speak about it, because it's therapeutic. Now, understand, most of our listeners, I believe that most of what you shared about your new job, probably the first job you've had in a long time that is a part of the class classically defined as a job. This is something that you spoke of to people like myself on private Skype calls. I don't believe you've ever shared it with our listeners. Share with our listeners what your job is and how you got it, and how you almost didn't get it, probably due to your connection with myself. So tell people about this.
Yeah, I just started doing property management for vacation homes in Vermont. So I managed just a couple, like 40 or more different homes. And it's not just me. There's a group of people. And I think what really, excited me was that I do like the people I work with. Like, one of my bosses speaks 5 languages. So, I work with really great people.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I just got my first paycheck. It feels really good.
Oh, wow. I'm so excited for you. That's got to be a really exciting, fulfilling feeling.
I don't even know what to do. Like, I'm like, oh, I have money now.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's got to feel so strange. That has got to feel so
doing
strange.
like the same things we always do, like we're eating Chinese food, and I'm trying to work out how I can go to a spa, and but I'm also tackling like a lot of really big issues, also like getting a car and a more permanent place for us to go, because this place is a camp, not a home. And yeah, so but it's nice because I forgot the cars. I can't come yeah, I forgot that what was I saying?
Oh, you're talking about all the excitement. No, I get it. I totally get it. Talking about all the excitement about your new job, getting your first check, and things you got to do, your responsibilities with the new job, what it is that you have to do. But apparently you're running across some people that, like you said, you got to armor up psychologically and armor your soul, so to speak, to prepare dealing with some clientele, because there's always those that make life difficult or more difficult than it needs to be. But how was it you applied?
And it's not even that. I'll tell you what. We have had rain and wind, and these poor people got to their property, and the trees, there were 5 trees down in the drive, so they had to walk like half a mile, 3/4 of a mile up a hill to get to the house. So they couldn't take everything from the car with them.
Wow.
And it was like climbing over trees to get there.
Oh, man.
So it wasn't their fault. It was not their fault. And it's so, yeah, just stuff like that. Like, it has nothing, it's not, if somebody's being an asshole, they're just being a jerk. Like, I don't need to even think twice about that. But this was like, it wasn't their fault and something needed to be done. And unfortunately, that wasn't the only place that had ice and wind damage. You know, like there's trees down everywhere. People are sliding off the roads all over because it's icy. But yeah, that was just like the last couple days. And I do have the day off.
Oh, thank God. How does that feel? How does that feel? That must feel incredible in and of itself.
Again, have a paycheck so I can like do something on my day off.
That's incredible. Yes, think of that. This is like a whole new experience. This is like a whole new feeling. You've never experienced this in a long time.
No, that's not true. I've always worked. I've always had jobs. It was just a strange situation where I wasn't able to work. So, no, I've always like that. It was bizarre for like 10 years to not be able to work. Like that was ridiculous. But no, it feels good. It feels like I'm in the right place. You know, because I have lots of experience with the area. So, you know, whereas somebody who doesn't know the area, when stuff like that happens, they don't even know who to call. Or, you know, they're just like, oh, okay, I'll go and plow your drive for you, which is not what we do. Like we don't just do what people ask. We have to, there's a process. Like, and then it's also like we have to get people who do that work, not us. Yeah. Anyway, that's it. That's pretty much it. I mean, it's not as exciting as, you know, recognizing the Christ child as a...
Honey, what about your application? Tell us about when you first tried to apply for this job.
It was just, I did an interview. I talked to the recruiter. I did an interview. And then they told me they hired somebody else. And I was like, okay, well, I'm scheduling in January. Because I knew that they liked me and I knew that they wanted to hire me when I ended the phone call with them. So, yeah, when they didn't hire me, I was just like, oh, whatever. And I actually got a couple other jobs, some that I'm still going to try to do. But they called me back and were like, no, corporate wanted us to hire this other guy. He didn't have any experience in the area and he didn't know where anything was. And that's part of the problem, is that there's so many properties. If you don't know where you're going, you're going to spend all day driving around getting lost.
Wow. Okay.
Like, I know the area and I still get lost sometimes. So, yeah, I mean, it's generally pretty good, Douglas. I'm wondering what you're doing, though. Like, how was Peter getting on you?
Oh, my God. Oh, in his, you know, let's do a little screen share here. Here we. I've got to give me a second here because it's been a hell of a night, and I honestly it was a bad start. It was a start that was just had me you know, discombobulated really for the rest of the evening. And so let me get back on the call here, then do the screen share. Okay, so. All right, honey. So, honey, can you see the cursor moving around?
Nope. Oh, okay. Yep, there you are.
There you go. And there's our three gentlemen with us. Sleeping Aristides. There's Acid Kick 96, known as Sid, SYD. There's Nemo Albano in Australia. Say good morning to them both. And gentlemen, say good morning to
Hello.
Amy Como, please.
Good morning, Amy.
Good morning. It's probably not morning over there, though, huh?
No, it's nearly midnight.
Good morning, Amy.
Hi, Sid.
Hi.
That was so cute. Okay. So here we are now. When it comes to the what our man Brendan Zogate was saying was, oh, that can't be you. You're too sedentary and shit. And like, what the fuck? I don't have fucking muscles. I mean, what are you talking about? It's like I'm not bulging with muscles, but this is my chest tube site. This is the scar from the chest tube site on my left side. There's actually two, but one of them is closer to under my armpit, and you can't see it. But my son thought it would be a good idea to put the photo up. He did not take this photo. This was taken by one of the blood boys. I was conducting a feeding, and he was a bit of a bleeder, and so I had the apron on, and I'm washing off the instrument that I used to basically put a cut into his shoulder, and you can actually see the knives right there on the right hand side. And when he took the photograph, this is one of the few where actually one of my chest tube sites from my multiple lung collapses is visible. The rest of the 7 scars are on the right hand side, where I suffered the majority of the lung collapses. This is the lung that is primarily stapled to my rib cage. So of course I have dyed my hair dark again. And so when we try and take a look at what had happened with Skype, yes, here we are. This means I'll have to go back to call and start sharing the screen again. And so here we are with screen share. Let's, again, if you can see the cursor moving, I'm going to take us to Peter Moon. Here we are. And this is where I had told Peter, let's see now, I said, this was on Thursday, I believe. So let's go up just a little bit so we can see that. Thursday, I said to him at 2:55 p.m., your package expected to arrive tomorrow/Saturday. Be ready to sign for it. I myself will crash into slumber any minute now. Thank you, with a little smile emoji. So I gave him a heart. And then he promptly forgot about it. That then never picked it up, because instead of giving me his real address, he gave me a P.O. box like he didn't give a shit and didn't want it. And of course, never moved to pick it up. So what got me so upset this morning is that when I'm consistently trying to explain difficult situations to people, I try to get other people to validate me, vindicate me, reinforce what I'm saying. And they are usually capable of doing that. When it comes to Peter Moon, he did not have the sensibilities to do that. I had also sent to him and a number of other people the email that was sent to me by... I'm sorry, honey?
We actually have to go return a U-Haul.
Okay. So do you need to leave?
Yeah. No, just give me 10 minutes and then I'll get off.
Okay. So do you want to stay on with us for 10 minutes or what? Or do you want to take off and come back in 10 minutes? You mean
No, just go. I'll need to leave in 10 minutes.
Okay. So basically what had happened was I had also sent out emails sent to me by PG&E that did not specify what they were going to do, but the physical letter I had sent to Peter Moon along with his birthday gift was basically within his birthday gift was the a photocopy of the physical letter in which PG&E said that they were going to replace the power line and telephone pole in my neighborhood. So this was an important point because this has been an on-running issue, and this is something that I wanted him to contextualize. And so what he was saying was at the beginning of the program, when I was conferring with Brendan Zoget, he said, oh, well, Brendan's audio is terrible. It's an insult to the audience. Let me contextualize. You take care of, resorting your pillows, whatever you need to do. And so apparently he didn't contextualize what I had to say at all, because I was telling everybody about this telephone pole. And he's making it sound like a figment of my imagination, or potentially did so, because he had no indication of what it was on his email when I had told him to retrieve the physical copy of the photocopy of the original physical letter. So later on in the show, when it comes towards the end of his hours, I was trying to reiterate to everybody about the power line, and then he starts referring to this email. And I'm like, it's like we're in different worlds or speaking different languages, and he's still coming at me with this bullshit like I'm like presuming they're working on the pole, like I'm some kind of paranoid schizophrenic living in a fantasy realm. And I'm saying, do you not have the physical letter? And he's not understanding me at all. He keeps reading from this email, and I said, do you not have the physical letter I spent $168 to get next day mailed? well, that's how much it costs for all three of you put together, Brooke's birthday, his birthday, and yourself. And it cost $168 altogether, so divide that by 3, essentially. It was like, then it begins to sink into him. No, I don't have that. And I said, dude, you gave me a P.O. box instead of your real address. Therefore you never went to pick it up. And no, I never picked it up. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. And I said, dude, I was trying to get this to you before your birthday. I said, then he starts saying, I told you not to send me a birthday gift. Every day's like a birthday for me. I'm buying thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of furniture, for my, and I'm like, dude, this has nothing to do with sentimentality. It's like he's not getting it. I'm a fucking public informant. I'm sending him something which is a physical letter under cover of something else that is also time sensitive. Fuck the concept of some stupid birthday gift. He's working with somebody writing a book who's a public informant. He's not getting this as an espionage issue. That, that you have to be on the ball and go pick up your fucking mail from your P.O. box. If you want to play spy and open up a P.O. box so it's not traced to your home, then at least go to the goddamn P.O. box and pick your goddamn mail up, So it's like, so we were on totally different tracks, and this had me all discombobulated. I was upset enough where I was just, it was bad. It was just like, oh God, so there you go. That's
it happened, and just let it go.
Yes.
People don't pick up their mail.
Yes.
It happens.
Yes.
Like, just it's just a thing. It's not. I mean. And actually what they're doing is going to be good, because if that pole comes down, I mean, we have a lot of wind here. I know that you've been getting a lot of storms out there too.
Yeah.
If a pole comes down, you're going to be out of power for a long time.
Yes.
So if it's just one night, you're going to be okay.
No, honey,
Right.
I get it. Thank you. No, thank you. Thanks to you. Yes, of course, honey. Thanks to you. Of course. And of course, I can never thank you enough. No, that's not the issue. The issue was that they're going to take advantage of this time off of my being off the grid. I cannot get into my channel from another source. Like if I go to the hotel and try to get into my channel from the hotel's computer to check it out, then the YouTube and Google will simply lock me out of Google and YouTube, saying somebody tried to get into your channel through another IP address, and so we shut your channel's access down, and it would take forever to get back into my channel again. So I can't access it from outside. And we know that they're going to take advantage of the fact that I'll be off grid to try and upload another video onto my channel, because this is what they did recently. So you remember recently what I said was they uploaded a video that had a strike against it, and we're hoping I would get another strike, and that would prevent me from coming on for another 2 weeks, and they might very well shut down my channel completely, because they've already deprived me of the rights to hyperlink. So this is why our man Brendan is going to have to be monitoring the channel all night, and this will be the last night he could do that, because he's getting a second job. So that's what's going on before you leave, and it was just dealing with all that stress and trying to get Peter to understand the gravity of the situation, that so everyone could understand it, and he's just coming along with this like I don't see it. It's just altogether, it made me explode. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. And I hope everything goes smooth. I'll check in on the Skype if you can get on Skype. You probably won't be able to.
I won't be able to. Yeah. But you know what? Do you have a phone number? Give me your phone number in your private Skype, and then I can add that to my call list, and then I can. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can just call or text the phone number. The phone number only works. It doesn't work very much because we don't have a lot of service.
Okay.
But I'll get back to you through that. And if you don't hear from me, I didn't get the message.
Understood.
Okay?
Understood. Okay.
All right.
I love you.
I do have to go. I have to bring this U-Haul back before 8, and it's just down the road. So.
Understood. Okay.
I do have to go, but yeah, I do. I am worried about this change of your routine, but I know you're going to be fine. Okay.
Yes, honey. I will be. I love you.
I'll talk to you soon.
Yes, look forward to it. Bye.
Have
for
a
now.
good one, Amy.
Yeah.
Bye. Good morning, everyone.
Bye. Love you.
Good morning.
Get it out faster next time. Be more self-assertive. Okay. So, she'll be dealing with the U-Haul, and let's take a look at the hours or time we have remaining on live stream, and quite a bit of time, actually. T-Tank Berry says, if you plan on seeing this empire succeed, champion for DDD. Hugs, T-Tank Berry, yes, and yes, he's our man. And I should be giving credit to other people that have made contributions as well, and I will be doing so soon enough. Obviously, we have a little bit of time ahead of us, and I believe I put into some perspective the connections between vampirism and Christianity, and I could go back to speaking about the Magi and the like, but and people seem to be responding positively to that, but we could also talk about other issues that are a bit more contemporary. Let's bring ourselves to the top of the hour, and we'll see if we can continue up until the, through the last hour or the majority of the last hour.
Are vampires still being tracked and hunted down by governments, military, or three-letter agencies to be experimented on or used as an asset, like the Soviet Union did?
Not that I'm aware of. The only governments that I know of that exploited vampires were the Greater Soviet Union, and they allied with Germany knowingly because they wanted to survive the communist onslaught. I'm going to try and put that into some perspective. Maybe that will be able to occupy me through the last part of our transmission tonight. And I think that it's something important, and will give people a bit of understanding of what was going on in history. You see, the human need to wreak destruction upon Vampire or vampire kind seems to be a cyclical phenomenon, coinciding with mass outbreaks of pestilence or plague. It's perhaps understandable in light of the Nosferatu contagion, which I detailed in history in the part of the book that Peter Moon never published. And this is the fact that vampires can transmit rabies. And this can infect large portions of a baseline population in area. But what is this rabies phenomenon? It's conceivably incubated in an unconscious defensive biological response to grievous injuries inflicted upon the superorganism of Vampire or vampire kind. Now, a communist organized final extermination of the Vepir, the Latin European vampire, or vampire, took place in the seminal year following the onset of the cataclysmic Spanish flu epidemic of 1918, which effectively ended the Great War, World War I, by eradicating 100 million people in 18 months, averaging 185,185 souls per day, and superseding the Black Plague in ferocity, which itself killed 2/3 or 67% of the European population. The advent of modern industrial urbanization has engendered a form of childhood's end for vamphirdema, or vampermanity, if you will, in which a single calendar year, the year of my late and sainted legal sire's birth, George Joseph Henry Dietrich's birth year, the sailor who raised and guided me, 1919, has become branded into an otherwise non-linear vampire racial recall as mutually painful to some and frightening to all. That year, the anarcho-syndicalist, that branch of anarchism which focused on the labor movement, syndicalisme, French for trade unionism, the syndicalist demagogues, organized armed workers into La Guardia Roja Español, the Spaniards' Red Guard, and took hostage no less than 300 enterprises in Madrid, the capital of España, or Spain, alone. From there, extending terrorist operations across the nation. Having no contractual obligations to honor with which to keep this ever-expanding pool of disenfranchised laborers employed, the ringleaders initiated a purge of the archaic minority population of Eurovapor, the European vampire, parasitizing the body politic of both España, Spain, and France in the aftermath of the collapse of the European monarchies. They felt that the vampires were nobility, see? So the communists were the first ideologically motivated movement to seek their racial extermination. They didn't simply hunt vampires as a local terror that needed to be eliminated as individuals. This was the first historical attempt to exterminate them as a race. Vampire recall it as the Great Slaughter of 1919. Few thousands of adult Vepr and some hundreds of Vepr genetic rape babies were staked and burned or beheaded. Proportionate to the Vampire Demon or Vampirmanity Nation, the population of vampires, those numbers are staggering, statistically equivalent to the genocide of many millions of human beings if applied in numeric equivalency to the human population base of that same year. The Vepr of Latin Europe had foolishly proliferated when the lights went out in teenage Europe of the 20th century. Feeding flesh came easy, with all the breeding-age human males dispatched to the front. Women even offered themselves to Vepr, posing as troops on leave, or in Espagne or Spanish lands, as French deserters. The butcher's bill arrived as apprehended Vepr bloodsons and intercepted Vepr genetic infants, easy enough to identify once one knew what to look for, were roasted alive, on spits, or nailed to the doors of their succoring mothers' homes to twitch feebly while they gushed out blood like punctured water balloons, always in the merest of moments. The anarchists of the Confederación Nacional del Trabajo, the National Confederation of Labor, had found the perfect recruits for their radicalized carnage. They offered communal whores, women and girls involuntarily press-ganged into mass sex services, and free alcohol, forcibly collectivized, to the newly dispatched and displaced French and Belgian veterans of 4 years in the trenches and on the killing fields of the Western Front in the first phase of the Greater German Atlantic War. The ones cheated of their youth by shot, shell, and gas, who had nothing to return home to except hunger and repression in the streets. Then, too, the anarcho-syndicalists enlisted the Communardos, the French socialists, who would later cleave to the Sovietska-sponsored Ejército del Frente Popular de la República Española, the Popular Front Army of the Spanish Republic. These hollow-eyed former cannon fodder, still stinking in their field uniforms, needed something new to kill. The Gobernitos, the Communist España's or Spain's regional governments, found willing revolutionaries. It's in the men whom, well, in the men to whom the industrialized meat grinder of barbed wire, artillery, and machine gun fire had become the only normality. Now these communized Español Republicanos, the Spanish Republicans, they hunted down and ultimately massacred few thousands more Vepr throughout the deadly bright murderous days, scouring the peninsular countrysides for Veprdized sanctums, to the point of firing churches and libraries, allegedly suspect of harboring clutches. Note the enormity of such fatalities in proportion to the comparative numeric insignificance of Vamperdema to their human herds, statistically equivalent to many millions more additional to those already perished. And of course, the churches were the ultimate sanctum for the vampires, who are the ultimate Christians. Weber, who survived, did so by evacuating the Low Country Hispania and Gaul to actually shelter in the very trench and bunker systems that had been so recently fought over during the war to end all wars, as they are initially called World War I. Ironically, in the happier times of active hostilities, 1914 to 1918, death on such a heretofore incomprehensible scale was the best natural cover Weber had ever enjoyed. When 50,000 human men could die in a single day charging machine gun fire, the Weber had no reason to restrain themselves. Until the Americans disembarked in nominally neutral Hispania, hence the misnomer of the Spanish flu, which was actually the American Army and Navy flu, and thenceforth acted as the vectors to commute the avian strain of flu from the New World to the Old via the American Expeditionary Forces, who were simply dispatched as a biological weapon by the United States government to annihilate the population of Europe so that America could repopulate it with their own. And in grand reversal of the conquistadorial spread of the Pax Contagion that had so devastated the indigenous empires of the Americas, the white Americans returned, acting as kind of an indigenous vengeance upon the Europeans. All this incepted by shipping live chickens on troop trains in comportment with recruits commandeered out of San Quentin Penitentiary in the age before refrigerated boxcars. That experiment in biowarfare germination culminated in the mutagenesis of the modern H1N1, hemagglutinin 1, neuromodase 1, influenza, incubated to mass lethality in the training camps of the military base at Fort Louis, Kansas, where one private, Walter Gitchell, who was immune to the disease himself but a carrier, was made the camp cook so that he could infect everybody. Prior to this American biointervention in 1917, which included coffin ships porting naught but avian influenza contaminated bodies of American troops on arrival to Iberian shores, the Weber fell under the impression that European human civilization was going to butcher itself into functional extinction, and that the Webernation, the vampire nation, would replace humanity as the dominant species on the continent. If nothing else, the slaughter compelled a collectively ahistorical species into experiential circumspection. When vampire become casually brazen, without preparedly staking the borders of their own sovereign national boundaries of territory as a perimeter of defense, catastrophe becomes inevitable. It was the promise of just such recognized and demarcated national perimeters that mobilized the vampire, the Germanic vampire, of Central Europe to voluntarily integrate, albeit autonomously, separate from the conventional chain of command, their all-male minority populations into Adolf Hitler's pan-European crusade against Soviet Bolshevism. By 1940, the Sovietskaya Soyuz, the Soviet Union, had invaded and occupied Moldavia, Greater Moldavia, or Moldavia, I mean to say, not to be confused with Moldova and the Bohemian region. And Greater Moldavia comprises anti-Romanian Bessarabia, northern Bukovina. The Soviets took it all in a 60-day campaign through the months of June and July of 1940, extending the Greater Sovietskaya Soyuz's, or Greater Soviet Union's, borders right up against the Romanian region of Transylvania, a former vassal state buffering the most Catholic kingdom of Hungaria-Kárpát, or medieval Hungary, from the Islamist Ottoman Empire of medieval Turkey. And by August, the Soviets were at the gates of Europe itself, the heart of Europe. And born in blood, both human and otherwise, the Krasnaya Ruskaya, the Red Russian Empire, had already broadcast its intent to communize the world. Back in what the Bolsheviki, the rule of the majority, proclaimed to be the last year of the Christian calendar, 1919, the year my father was born, while thousands of vampires died, even as the last of the extant clutch dominions of the Latin Vepr were experiencing extirpation at the hands of the Sovietska-sponsored Espan insurgency. With the pedigree of mass vampire slaughter that communism had established for itself, the Vampyrdima, the vampire race, recognized the truly ultimate blood enemy of their people and rallied in response. Because of the decisive importance of Romanian oil to the German war economy, German troops assumed primary responsibility for the security of the Romanian oil fields in September of 1940. The Ruskaya-dominated annexation so close to Transylvania justified an even stronger German commitment, a commitment that resulted in what the Allies propagandized as an occupation. And after October of that year, a large German force comprising 12 German divisions was stationed in country. But Romania was never, properly speaking, a German-occupied territory, for the government under Romania's premier, Marshal or Marshal General Ion Victor Antonescu, who was ultimately martyred via communist execution, was left in absolute control over the nation's own affairs, including the production and export of Romanian oil. The conjugator, the Führer of the Romanian peoples, the conjugator al statului, Ion Antonescu, was regarded by Adolf Hitler as the strongest personality among his European allies, apart from Il Duce Benito Andrea Mussolini of Italy. And Romanian troops proved themselves valuable partners in the crusade against Bolshevism by taking the war deep into communism's own home territories. The Royal Fascist Romanian army was heavily committed into the siege of Stalingrad, the Stalin city. But Hitler's greatest reason for restraint in dealing with Romania was based on his personal experience in investigating the harsh national lessons of the Great War, World War I. In that conflict, the Germans had conquered and occupied the Kingdom of Romania, a military success that resulted in the destruction of Romanian oil installations and the almost total loss of the Romanian oil supply. Hitler could never afford to repeat this national experience in his own phase of prosecution of the Greater German War. For, as Hitler never ceased reminding his colleagues, the lifeblood of the Axis depended on Romanian oil circulation. Yet, in spite of this intrinsically sensitive, energy-dependent relationship, Hitler compelled Antonescu to yield Transylvania to Magyarország, Hungary, ostensibly in effort to control part of Magyarország's or Hungary's foreign trade. Even as the Greater Sovetskaya Soyuz, the Soviet Union, was digesting its conquest of Moldavia in the August of 1940, Moldova, which they occupied and Russified, Hitler prompted Magyarország or Hungary to retake the northern half of Transylvania, including the strategically located city of Cluj-Napoca, which Magyarország or Hungary had lost to Romania at the cessation of hostilities of the first phase of the Greater German Atlantic War in World War I. Now, this geopolitical maneuver generated even more hostility between Romania and Hungary. Most Romanians interpreted this as punishment for siding with the Allies during the First World War. But Hitler was far more concerned with the perpetuation of tensions between his 12 Balkan allies in order to distract both of these regional Balkan superpowers from focusing on the primary Nazi zone of occupation, situated in the very heart of the Balkan Peninsula. The Banachka, a Magyar or Hungarian term, transliterally the military frontier, similar in geographic administrative function to the conquistadorial presidios of the New World. It was a voivodina, that's a Srpski or Serbian linguistic term, transliterally princely generalissimo, the European equivalent of a Nihonjin or Japanese shogunacy, or warlord of warlords, a Trans-Balkanian cartographic legacy from the stabilization of the Roma Russian, the transitional ethno-national shatter belt between Roman influence and the Rossias, which are a plurality. Ukraina, Little Russia, the mythical Novaya Russia of Vladimir Putin, Belarus, or White Russia, and Greater Mother Russia, of course. The front between the First Reich of the Germanic Holy Roman Empire and Islam following the fall of Byzantium led to a number of these frontier buffer states in the past, these warlord states. The Vojvodina region in northern Serbia is one of them. The Banachka was the Hungarian neighbor thereunto. And an exceptional position in these territories, administered by the German military government in Serbia, was accorded to the Banachka, the area east of the Tijan River, which was claimed by both Romania and the Magyarország, or Hungary. And on the 12th of April in 1941, Hitler placed the Banachka of Vojvodina under the transitional but direct German military control, as opposed to administration under the civilian auspice of the Nazi Party bureaucracy, rendering the entire swath of territory legally equivalent in status to the United States' Guantanamo Bay, supposedly so as not to offend either of Germany's major Balkan allies, but in effect denying any access to the Third Reich's civil administration, to the civil administration of Hitler's own Nazi government. This was a military garrison state. The Banachka of Vojvodina is 9,300 square kilometers of rich agricultural land, directly north of Belgrade, White City. Its population in 1941 was some 640,000, comprising some 1,280,000 Servin, or Serbs, 130,000 ethnic Germans, and some 90,000 Magyar, or Hungarians, and some 65,000 Romanians. The Germans were destined to be uprooted altogether and to aid in the colonization of the newly conquered eastern territories, while the remnant population was to become the nucleus of an even larger concession, united with the Tisa Valley region of the Vaslui and the Duinlarea, the Danube Valley region of Karaš-Severin, with its capital to be established in the city of Timișoara. This was intended as the new Danubian Vampire Gau, the Vampire Gau, or district. Such a greater Banachkin Vojvodinacy, when envisioned within context of Nazi plans for the reorganization of Europa along Volkish or ethno-national lines of demarcation, would have been both landlocked and surrounded, bordered by no less than 6 surrounding nation states, Magyarország, or Hungary, Transylvania, to be united and recognized as an independent Szekely, or Zekler homeland, in order to provide a buffer state between fractious Hungary and Romania, Romania itself, Bulgaria, Serbia, and Hrvatska, Croatia. The united Banachkin population base, depleted of its Volksdeutsch, or Germanic peoples, and swollen as it was to become with such territorial acquisitions, was to be awarded in toto, as bloodchattel, to the newly established Vamfonation, or Vampire-Demon-Reich, a vampire Reich that was fully expected to confront the new post-war European order of the Third Reich triumphant, with both the challenges and opportunities of coexistence concomitant to humanity's first ever internationally recognized state ruled by a non-human intelligence, and sustaining itself literally on the lifeblood of its subject population. There was a bargaining in all of this. There were consistent assertions, albeit scattered far and wide, among the multitudinous volumes of World War II-era military intelligence documents that I myself was ordered to destroy, which stipulated that, in return for the consolidation of a trans-Balkanian national homeland for Europa's Vamperdima, to be christened the WkEND, the old liturgical Slavonic term for princely generalissimancy, the European equivalent of a Nihonjin or Japanese shogunate of Vampyan, literally blood monstrum. Adolf Hitler was expectant of voluntary Vampyanese, transliterally blood monstrumese, participation in non-lethal German medical research into the vampyrdemic physiology that would ultimately gift himself with vampyrdization, so that he could conceivably, with continued genetic improvements already sourcing from radical German experimentation on human test subjects, both willing and unwilling, that were producing biogenic advances promising the potential trebling of either human or vampyrdic lifespans, rule all 1,000 years of the Third Reich. It is irrefutable historical fact that Adolf Hitler underwent an inordinate amount of Blutwerk, bloodworks via transfusion, ever increasing in proportion towards der Gotterdämmerung, the twilight of the gods that heralded the great dislocation of das Dritten Reich, the 1,000-year Third Reich from European soil into Unterland. Hitler's physician, Dr. Theodor Morelli, became very secretive regards der Führer's conditions beginning on the 26th of April in 1944, distinctly because Hitler's all-too-obvious diurnal dysrhythmia, his daylight dysfunctionality, was already a factor around which the Allies had been blatantly formulating their combined military strategies. By December 11th of 1944, Dr. Theo Morel entered into Hitler's medical records that der Führer's urine was, quote-unquote, beer brown, that it was now the same as vampire urine, that Hitler had transitioned. Through enough blood transfusions, which Dr. Theo Morel called the Bulgarian treatment, Adolf Hitler entered vampire estate. Decades into the future, I would personally incinerate around half a dozen separately sourced reports which had filtered out of Festung Europa, Fortress Europe, during that time frame. Reports which insisted that the Führer of the Reich, tremulous with Parkinsonian symptoms, was only playing the role of the literally shrinking sick old man of Berlin, utilizing to the fullest both the distortions of the cameras and the acting skills in which he had been so masterfully coached by the Jewish mass mentalist, the theatrical stage magician, Erich Jan Hanussen, who was born Heinrich Steinschnee and went missing via a quote-unquote murder, which was actually a Reich's identity protection program. During the early days of der Kampfzeit, the Nazis' time of struggle prior to popular mandate. In the psychological profile of Hitler, conducted by the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, the forerunner of the CIA, they themselves stated in circa 1943, during the early 1920s, Hitler took regular lessons in speaking and in mass psychology from a man named Hanussen, which they misspelled in their own text, who was also a practicing, well, I'm going on reading from their misspelled text, who was also a practicing astrologer and fortune teller. He was an extremely clever individual who taught Hitler a great deal concerning the importance of staging meetings to obtain the greatest dramatic effect. Now, on the setting stage of the great Nazi twilight on the continent of Europe, in the final performance of Adolf Hitler's whirlwind European tour, he was pretending to be sick and in despair, and to be contemplating suicide, presenting a false face. The term maskirovka would actually be used in Russian reports, not only to his enemies, but also to his immediate inner circle of leadership, and even to his own Volk, the peoples, yet actually betraying a physically inhuman level of hyperactivity in unguarded moments, and obviously energetic enough to take on a fresh and fertile young bride, Eva Anna Paula Braun Hitler. For those of you who don't know, she didn't take his last name, she hyphenated it. Something which Peter Moon doesn't understand. He views her as just a dumb blonde. And yet, all of the aforecited allegations, emerging exclusively out of foreign, including Deutschen, German resistance movements, supported by the United Nations, established as it was on the 1st of January in 1942, on site the very Presidio military base of San Francisco where I worked, were always contemptuously dismissed by their contemporary American analysts as delusional exercises in resurgent continental European hysterias, mass oppression, stress-induced medievalist regressions worthy of nothing other than professional derision. And it brings us back to, well, the Waffenruhe themselves. As I said, the emperor of all the Aryans, as the Shah al-Shah, the King of Kings of Iran, was known. The Mohammed Reza Shah Pahlavi, the Bozorg Ataturk, the head of warriors of the White Revolution in Persia, who was deposed and died in exile. The nominal heir to the 2,500 years of continuous monarchy, sourcing back to the foundation of the Persian Empire by Achaemenid II, Koresh the Great, who was written of in the Bible. He employed Vampel, more specifically Central European Vampel, in state capacity. Now, while I was preparing documents for destruction pertaining to CENTO, the Central Treaty Organization, formerly comprising Persia under the Pahlavi dynasty, Turkey and Pakistan, and of course the United States, I noted all too brief mention was made of former volunteers of a crack infantry company, designated Vampel SS, the Vampir Schutzstaffel, in the Runic SS, the Norse iconography or alphabet. The acronym of Schutzstaffel is Secret Service. The Nazi Party Rassen or racial aristocracy, the neo-knighted vanguard. That upon Field Marshal Friedrich Wilhelm Ernst von Paulus's surrender of the Wehrmacht's 6th Army at Stalingrad, this company broke out and force-marched through the Caucasus and into Iran, a nation whose very name sources from the Hellenic word for Aryan. The nominal evolution from the invasion of Alexander the Great of Macedonia, ultimately finding redeployment inside the Shah's secret Ministry of Information Police, the Savak, the National Intelligence and Security Organization. Now, obviously, the discipline manifest in such an endeavor of survival and tenacity runs above and beyond the apolitical isolationist vampire that the Soviet Union portrayed so disparagingly throughout their studies and researches and investigations. Skeptics may prattle that an obscure Waffen-SS, or weaponized SS unit, may be in question here, one that simply appropriated a fearsome title, but anyone versed in the situational obstacles presented at that time would have realized that by sheer endurance, these survivors must be, as opposed to have been, both more and less than human. And then, too, the ability to somehow negotiate the opportunity to present themselves before the court of the Ariamer, the light of the Aryans. That was Shah Muhammad Pahlavi's anointed spiritual title. Displays an acuity above and beyond the mere animalistic cunning so repetitively propagandized by the Soviets in their medical studies. By the very profile of vampiric personality, as outlined by the Soviets, if the vampire is truly dedicated by genetic programming to value survival above all else, then by the very act of escape, he, or it as the Soviets would say, wins. Doubtless the Vampire-SS company paraded in review before the Shah's peacock throne of Tehran in a style reminiscent of the old Sandwary Africa Corps, but refashioned into black, heads matte helmeted, the eyes jet-goggled, the faces sable-scarved against the blazing Persian sun, an ebon shaft of knighted predators advancing in defiance of the light of day, hoisting high the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, the swastika, in their gleamingly white-gloved hands. A column of night personified, marching in honor of having won their own kind of war, sworn in service to the spirit and possibly still the body of a Führer that they must have intuited as but another kind of Valfiore, one that might yet return to lead them into our Valfianese millennium. My vampirized biological sire, Adolf Hitler, may someday decide to invade the surface world, and then my kind will finally have our nation and our human cattle on which to feed legally within the boundaries of our laws. A non-human intelligence to live side by side with humanity. And then, finally, humans will know what it's like to live with the alien. Now, we've got a little over half an hour left, really more like...
Just round up all the real terrorists and bad criminals and just feed off them in a farm, breed them and feed on them.
Well, all suggestions are appreciated. I'm certainly not going to argue with the Chinese example of how they accommodated their vampire minority. It is certainly something similar that should not be dissuaded. I'm not going to argue with it. Some time in the future that may well come to pass. But of course, as I've said myself, appearances are so important when it comes to food. Certainly, you prefer your own food to look good.
Right, presentation, yeah.
Yes, you don't want something that looks like shit and smells like shit.
Yeah.
That's so there's got to be a balance that is struck. Obviously, repressed feeding is always an issue with a true vampire. It's hard to control. Once they start, it's almost impossible to stop. It does become an issue. But this is where the potential for cloning might come in. But then again, everything has its own moral issues and repercussions. But at this point, you're dealing with a truly alien intelligence, and this is where accommodations and diplomacy and reality all have to converge to live with the reality of this alien presence in your midst that you've always denied. In the end, of course, we'll see what evolves. Obviously, I have my own ideas, but we'll deal with that as the years progress. In the interim, we're nearing the bottom of the hour. There might be other questions that might be had. If Sid has any more that come to mind, feel free to ask, and I'll see what justice I can do them in the time remaining, or yourself, Nemo.
Did some of the vampires end up going in Unterland with the Third Reich when they relocated?
That is a question that bears investigation. I got the impression that such was the case. I never saw solid evidence that such was so, but it would make sense since Adolf Hitler himself had entered vampire estate. It would make sense that he would have a supportive minority that went with him into a world where the sun never shines. Such would be an ideal place for a vampire. One in which they would thrive without the fear of daylight, which is extraordinarily painful and can ultimately kill. It's not magical as you see in the films where they simply burst into flame, but it feels to them as if they have.
Does it make their flesh and skin decay and shit?
No. No, it's no, nothing so wretched.
Doesn't break down like that.
It's simply the fact that it is excruciatingly painful. It's something that no true vampire ever wants to willingly experience for more than the briefest of moments. It's definitely a dangerous environment. It's the best way to describe it is basically vampire can be out in the sunlight without serious harm when they take the proper precautions. It's just very uncomfortable. It's bright, even if they do wear shades. And even just being in the sunlight makes them, well, is to them like being surrounded by a raging fire would be for humans. Yes, one can endure it, but it's hot, it's bright, and if one stumbles or makes a stupid mistake, one may find oneself burning alive. And how can anyone enjoy a meal with that kind of ambience? So just despite this, just as baseline humanity has invaded the night with 24-hour shifts and nightlife entertainments, so too have vampire pushed the envelope of millions of years of evolutionary limit to conquer their own biorhythms in pursuit of adaptation to a round-the-clock societal matrix. The predator, perforce, must follow the patterns of its prey. But sunlight, direct and pure, is savage to vampire, and can conceivably kill them if they are staked out in exposure to it over several days. It speaks volumes pertaining to the gratuitous sadism bred of communist desensitization of the human psyche, that was the preferred method of execution of vampire, as employed by the Sovietska or Soviet states' petty functionary minions, always rationalized as serving example to others of the vampardemic persuasion. This is analogous to modifying human behavior via the example of skinning other humans alive. Even brief exposure to sunlight can hint of agonies, solar sensitivity. It's contrary to the superstition, vampires do not ever disintegrate in sunlight, but it causes them great discomfort. Vampire can actually tolerate sunlight for very brief periods of time, but no longer than a minute or two before their skin begins to burn, as in sunburn. Beyond that, direct sunlight produces ever-increasing levels of painful burning sensations, which accelerate the metabolic activity rapidly, resulting in whatever blood they have stored in their stomach draining into the small intestine. And once this is absorbed, they experience acute discomfort on two levels: severe pain caused by the burning sensation of the sun itself, and sharp abdominal pain caused by hunger pangs. And this physical agony, coupled with various chemical reactions stimulated within the body, they can cause a vampire to go berserk, at which time he becomes extremely dangerous to himself and others. For this reason, they shun direct sunlight, and when forced by circumstances to venture out during the brightest times of day, they invariably don highly protective clothing and dark sunglasses.
And umbrellas.
Yeah, if available. Thus, of course, darkness is the vampire's element. But if the hours of sunlight are anathema to vampire, they're also a frontier space which they've proceeded to probe long before cosmonauts dared to explore the lethal vacuum. Well, how can I say it? What else comes to my mind? Well, basically, despite its potential for damage, vampire can avoid the deleterious effects of sunlight by wearing simply heavy clothing, wide-brimmed hats, sunglasses, and gloves, and when on the run, conventional caps, long sleeves in lieu of gloves, just keeping their hands in their pockets, are enough to protect the vampire from force of sunlight. In dire emergency, vampire can fleetingly vacate one bolt hole for another without recourse to any of these amenities if they manage to dash continuously under the shelter of shade. Yeah, that's pretty much what's to be said about that. Is Sid still with us, or did Aristides crawl into consciousness yet? Tell us, Aristides. We don't know that. Tell us, Aristides. Maybe when he hears his name. Are you still slumbering? It's always curious. He usually wakes up around this time, actually. Well, how about yourself, Sid? Any questions?
Yep. Thank you for going into the subject of the Magi and vampirism. First of all,
thank you.
Really awesome. So much fun. One question. What is the correct scientific term for vampirism? You mentioned it a few transmissions back.
Well, in terms of the Slavic terms that usually come to my mind, vamphirdema as vampire kind, vamphirdemic would be like vampiric, or the scientific term for the vampire species is Homo nocturnus, nightman.
Right.
Okay.
The actual, I think you mentioned this when you were talking about transfusion associates and blood boys, and it was a different word. It was bio something.
Oh, parabioses.
Parabioses.
Yes, that's not vampirism in the sense of special or evolutionary vampirism. Parabioses is what humans use to rejuvenate themselves by exploiting other human blood. A parabioses is viable, and it is legitimate. It's efficacious. In other words, it works. It's medically true. It's a factual phenomenon. You will, to an extent, reverse aging, increase your health. Basically, all kinds of generally good benefits will result from transfusing a younger person's blood. Of course, a healthy younger person's blood, not someone who's infected or crazy. You don't want someone mentally or physically ill. It's a healthy young person's blood will do wonders for the recipient's health.
That brings something else to mind.
I'm sorry? Say that again?
That brings something else to mind, if I may.
Of course.
Theranos.
Yes, Theranos. That would be, everybody said Theranos. The correct Greek pronunciation would have been something closer to Tyrannos. A name obviously rooted in the etymology of death itself. So, of course, the young lady who ran Theranos was an individual who I did say I would speak of again eventually, and never really got back to it, Elizabeth Holmes. And your question concerning Theranos, you please ask. Go ahead.
Well, you know, it stuck with me when you talked about Kissinger and Putin and these characters going for the baby blood.
Yes.
And, you know, draining them dry for their purposes.
Yes. Yes.
Very disturbing.
Yes. And so our lovely Amy Como has sent a message to me. I'm just going to acknowledge that. And this is something I will return to. And obviously, it's a lot to go into. It's not something we really have enough time to do justice to in the last few minutes of tonight's transmission. But we'll certainly bear it in mind as an obligation for me to revisit in the near future. And this is something that is led to, of course, disturbing actions on the part of various people. And I do want to emphasize just many aspects about Theranos that nobody in America really knows about or understands. They only know certain aspects of Theranos and what happened. They are not really sure why what happened, and most people don't know enough about vampirism in Silicon Valley to really make sense of what little they know. So really, if I went into Theranos, I would have to go into the emergence of vampirism in Silicon Valley. And it's almost an insult to vampires. I use that term so that people understand, because if I use the term parabiosis, people aren't going to get it. But it's a form of vampirism or pseudo-vampirism in which human beings try to mimic the vampires to gain the benefits that vampires get from infusing or sustaining themselves on blood. But vampires are, of course, true hematophages, whereas humans can only intake blood through the veins, and that's the healthiest way. Now, when it comes to something I'm trying to remember now, there was a model. Let me see if I can spell this right. And she was murdered by, here we are. In terms of Iana Kazian, a beautiful Armenian model, an Armenian supermodel. She was murdered by Blake Leibel, her fiancé. And Blake Leibel was this Canadian piece of shit, the son of a wealthy property magnate in Canada. And Iana Kazian, who's Armenian by ethnicity, you can tell that by her surname, was born in the Ukraine. So he got himself this Ukrainian bride, and basically he was someone himself who had indulged in all his fantasies. His parents were wealthy enough where he was not only a filmmaker, but also a comic book publisher. So he just got into media and was able to indulge fantasies that no normal man could do. You can't just say, I'm going to start making movies, I'm going to start publishing comic books. Your average person can do this, but they're not going to get anywhere. But as a wealthy individual, the scion of a wealthy family, he was able to make money out of what he produced because he had money enough to advertise it. And that's the key to everything. And so when it comes to what happened, he began to push himself over the limits of even his family's finances. And so when his wife gave birth to their child, an infant, he tried to sell this child to Theranos, or the precursor of Theranos, for the exploitation of all its blood by Henry Kissinger. And that would, of course, Kissinger easily gives $1 million a baby, at the least. And so he had a healthy baby that was just Kissinger's blood type. And he was determined to sell it off, and his wife fought him off. He wound up, because he was such a sick, perverted individual, he already had his home set up as a bondage dungeon. His wife didn't know about these elements in the home that could emerge from the roof or the walls, like meat hooks. He pierced her feet with the meat hook he had in the ceiling and proceeded to skin her alive and drain her of all of her blood, just for the fun of it. And she kept screaming at him and cussing so that he wouldn't hurt the child. By distracting him from the child, he kept returning to torturing her. This is what ultimately saved the baby. The neighbors heard her screams for hours. When the police were finally called, because it was such an exclusive, wealthy neighborhood, nobody wanted to call the police. They thought he might be filming another horror film or some kind of bondage porn, and really took it as part of some phenomena like that, kept rationalizing it in their heads until they finally had to come to the reality that someone was being tortured to death or well beyond. And when the police broke in and rescued the infant, the woman was long dead. The forensic coroner said that she must have died hours before the neighbors called the police, yet people had heard the screams for hours after her death. So there's something supernatural there. The mother's love for her child retained the spirit in the body, compelled the cadaver to continue screaming and cussing at the husband, and the husband kept responding to it. This wasn't something going on in his psychotic mind. It was something the neighbors actually heard. That's something that we need to start giving medals for. If we award the Congressional Medal of Honor to stupid soldiers killing people just because they're paid to do it, it's what we pay them to do. It's not usually anything commendable. But certainly we need to develop a civil service medal for mothers like this who suffer all too often at the hands of their wretched, psychotic husbands. That's something I think we should all be able to agree on. We need to start recognizing the work that women really do. Now, aside from all of that, because we're heading close towards the time when I'll just terminate transmission for the sake of preparing for a hotel night tonight, coordinating with Brendan Zogit so that he can keep watch over the channel and the like. Anything else come to mind in the last few minutes that we have from either of you? Or Aristides, if Aristides has happened to emerge into consciousness at this time. Well, we gave him enough of a chance. We can count him as asleep. Go on.
I've noticed in Twitter the anti-Israel postings getting greater and greater every day. Like, just full on exposing them.
Let me show.
I'm not giving Twitter any credit. I'm just
saying understood. Here, can you see me screen sharing?
Yeah.
You can look at this. Kids referred to counter-terror police. United Kingdom cracks down on children expressing solidarity with Palestine.
Wow.
Well, there you have that.
You can tell who UK serves.
Yes. Well, of course, all the allies in World War II served the Jew.
Yeah.
That's you should be concerned about a different kind of parasite from the so-called vampires.
Definitely.
And with that, of course, yeah, at least we got that news out there, and that's a important closure to much of what we've been contending with tonight. So we've got theoretically several minutes left. I want to say good morning to everyone. Why don't two gentlemen say good morning to our listeners? Nemo, Sid, both of you.
Yeah. Yeah, good morning, day and night to everyone. Please support Douglas any way you can. Download his content and send donations towards him and buy his books on Amazon.
Thank you. Sid?
Absolutely. Good night and good morning. And please do follow up on the books and support Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you. I'm going to now attempt to give proper credit to these wonderful people who have made their contributions over the past several days. And this has helped render my life livable. Of course, I'm still questing for help because help is always needed. And the people who have provided help, there's no way I can ever properly express my gratitude to you. Certainly not in these few remaining minutes we have left with what little voice I have left. Let's start with 25 United States dollars contributed by Philip Stompa, who says, in appreciation of your service to humanity, along with Peter Moon. So thank you to Philip Stompa in Australia. God bless you, sir. Thank you so much for the 25 United States dollars. That helps immensely. As well, of course, there was a contribution received of 300 United States dollars from Amy Como in Vermont, the lovely young lady who, of course, we owe so much to. And I want everyone to maintain her in thought and prayer. And just make certain that she is always given her due. I received 25 United States dollars from a wonderful individual. They have not asked for anonymity, so I'm going to give their name and hope I pronounce it correctly. Giuliano or Giuliano. I think it's G-I-U, so it's more like a Giuliano or Williano. Di Paolis, or Di Paolis. And he sent 25 United States dollars, said, hope this helps. Toxic Male Gamer on YouTube. He's the Toxic Male Gamer, God bless him. And he's in these United States. In terms of a further contribution, Sammy Romero, God bless him and keep him. Everybody pray for his family, always being in continued health and safety. Says, thanks for all that you do, Doug. Always in my thoughts and prayers. Clasped hands in prayer. And the peacock symbol. That's our dear friend in Los Angeles, where they've had a major earthquake. So I'm assuming that they're safe. But everybody pray. And honestly, I feel nothing indicating, I feel nothing intuitively that anything negative has happened to them, but hopefully they never suffered any inconvenience whatsoever. As well, of course, we had 20 United States dollars from the lovely Diana Fraser, a Ukrainian lady living in Florida. And so checking out my other source of contributions, let me shut that particular window and open up my what do I do here? I go to my private window because I can't access the other PayPal account without doing that, because the system gets confused. Having two PayPal accounts is really somewhat silly, but it became inevitable. There was no way I could avoid it, because one is for production and the other is private. And of course, we've received many contributions here. I could actually access this, what am I doing, by going to my other mail service. So let me go out of my drafts here and proceed over. Oh shit, if I can get out of drafts, here's what I'll do. Go over here, go to, oh, I can't do it that way. Okay, now I know what to do. Then I go to the other account to open the other account. It helps to have multiple mail accounts, because that's life, and life is fucked like that. You've got to have multiple everything, because everybody is out to everybody's out to, well, not everybody's out to get you, but enough people are. So I got 3 United States dollars from Thomas Hansen. That's our man with the really bad vodka that he got over. Good man, thank you. I appreciate this. It's a statement, and it's appreciated. I got 20 United States dollars from the Ian Verkouteren, and he said, support. God bless you, sir. This is a person who lives in the United States, ironically enough, in a city called Lebanon. Ian Verkouteren, 20 United States dollars for support. God bless you and keep you. Thomas Hansen said $5 earlier, with a lot of symbols, a brain, a light bulb, a Libra scale, and the palm of Buddha with the eye inserted in it. Great man. And God bless you. Always glad to see you. And we received 250 United States dollars from a saint named John Kulik, who said, could you unban Joe Guy 5675 my YouTube, please? As far as I could see, I ran into a Joe Guy and I unbanned him. I couldn't find anything else similar in my hidden users. So hopefully you'll be able to participate from this point forward. I did that at the beginning of tonight's episode. So John Kulik, thank you so very much for your 250 US dollars. I certainly owe you, forever indebted. And he had sent $100 earlier. He said, Yeshua, keep you safe. God bless you, sir. Again, so that's $400 sent by this individual. Truly a saint among us. And God bless John Kulik, and you are now hopefully able to participate readily in the chat room. And before that, we had 20 United States dollars from an individual who does not seem to be asking for anonymity. So that's Dylan Breeding, so he will be named and thanked. And aside from that, everything else was from last month. So, okay, on to the few minutes remaining. My love unto all who support me financially and morally, and to all a wonderful evening. Happy birthday, Brooke Gibson. Happy birthday, Peter Moon. Okay, happy birthday, Martin Luther King Jr. We will now be